Dawn broke gently, and the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the spacious hospital room. A woman with brows as graceful as distant mountains nudged the young man lying on the bed, Jiang Qing, but was met with silence. Jiang Qing had long realized he had been transported into a strange story, becoming a blind man destined to be killed by his girlfriend in a month. At the age of 7, the original Jiang Qing had been struck by a car while saving Gu Kursin. Though he survived, he lost his sight forever. Perhaps out of guilt, Gu Kursin had always cared for him. But 3 years ago, his mother died unexpectedly, and his father remarried an old flame, bringing home a half-brother, Jiang Yuan, who was a year younger. Just last night, Jiang Yuan had invited him to talk on the second-floor balcony of the villa, saying many provocative things. Enraged, Jiang Qing struck Jiang Yuan, only to be pushed against the old, broken railing and fall, getting injured. "You are doing it again, getting silent when you're angry," Gu Kursin said with her arms crossed. "Xiao Yuan told me you hit him first. He just instinctively pushed you away. It's not his fault, you just lost your balance. What kind of reaction do you expect?" Jiang Qing retorted with a cold laugh. Gu Kursin frowned and accused. "Xiao Yuan is your brother, and he's mine too. I'm just being a caring sister, but you always assume something dirty is going on between us. It's disgusting. Gu Kursin, I'm blind, not stupid. How many times have you kissed in front of me? Do you really think I'm just a pawn in your game?" Jiang Qing mocked. Just as the tension peaked, Jiang Yuan appeared at the doorway wearing half-rimmed glasses and reminded Gu Kursin with a gentle smile to get ready for the evening event. As she was about to leave, Gu Kursin tried to take Jiang Qing's hand, but he pulled away. "I can't stand people who don't respect boundaries." Watching this, Jiang Yuan felt a secret delight. He was determined to reclaim everything that should have been his wealth, status, and the affection of those who cared for Jiang Qing. After a heated argument, Jiang Qing broke up with Gu Kursin. When everyone else had left, a woman in white suddenly appeared, sitting on the helpless Jiang Qing. She spoke to him softly, her words full of tenderness, and then did something shocking. She gouged out her own eyes and had a ghostly shadow transplant them into Jiang Qing. "I'm sorry, I know this is selfish, but you must live. And then use my eyes to see the world." The golden glow of the setting sun spilled into the hospital room, casting everything in a gentle, warm light. Jiang Qing slowly opened his eyes, his mind gradually clearing as if had been lost in confusion for a long time. He stared in shock at the ceiling, his right hand instinctively reaching out, trying to grasp something only to find nothing there. After a moment, he realized something was wrong. He could see. "I can see." Jiang Qing's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the ceiling, stunned for several seconds before reality sank in. The world before him was coming back into focus, but his mind remained hollow with questions. Had his presence somehow altered the original storyline? No, that couldn't be right. In the original plot, after entering the book, he was a blind supporting character who was supposed to be killed by Gu Kursin in a month. Jiang Qing felt a sharp pain in his head as he struggled to recall what had happened, but his thoughts were muddled, as if had been dragged into another world. He let out a quiet sigh and muttered, "What's going on? Has my arrival really changed the course of the story?" Pressing his fingers to his forehead, he gently massaged his temples, trying to clear his thoughts. His body was still weak, but he forced himself to sit up. The original character's father had always regarded Jiang Yuan as the true heir, and his blind admiration and favoritism became an inescapable shackle. 3 years ago, after his father remarried, his younger sister grew completely disillusioned with the family and decided to live at school, never coming home again. At that time, the original Jiang Qing had lost his sight, and his girlfriend, Gu Kursin, revealed her true colors. She seemed innocent on the surface, but was calculating and manipulative behind the scenes, never content with what she had. When it came to Gu Kursin, Jiang Qing felt a tangled mix of emotion. She had seen her with Jiang Yuan, yet chose to remain silent, believing that once they married, he would finally have all of her. What a fool, Jiang Qing sneered, a bitter taste in his mouth. After the original's death, no one cared, and his death was dismissed as an accident. Not even the police bothered to investigate. Jiang Qing fell silent, his mind circling around a critical question. Was he now alive or dead? "I used to think death would be a relief, and now I've ended up inside a book," he murmured, shaking his head. The headache lingered, but he decided he needed to ask a doctor how he had regained his sight. He put on his shoes and stood up. His body still frail, he leaned against the wall, step by step making his way to the door. But as soon as he touched the handle, the door wouldn't open. "Is it broken?" he muttered, suspecting this was all part of Jiang Yuan's plan, maybe to keep him from attending some event. "No, the original was so weak, but with 2 kicks I could break down this door." He glanced around the room, and his eyes landed on a key next to a bouquet of sunflowers on the table. With a dazed look, Jiang Qing picked up the key and stared at it, feeling an instinctive urge to slide it into the lock. "This key is still your curse." A cold whisper echoed in his ear, making his heart skip a beat. The door creaked open, and the sight before him left him stunned. The entire hallway was pitch black, with nothing visible in the darkness. The silence was unsettling, as if time itself had stopped. Not a sound, not even a whisper of wind. Before Jiang Qing could react, a red thread shot out from the darkness, wrapping around his neck and dragging him into the abyss. Jiang Qing opened his eyes and found the scene around him had changed. He was now standing in the garden of a detached villa, somewhere completely unfamiliar. His head throbbed with pain, but his vision and sense of control were slowly returning, though everything still felt surreal. He stared at the 6 people in front of him, struggling to process what had happened. How had he gone from the hospital room to here? He frowned, watching as a young girl in a light gray trench coat with a ponytail suddenly spoke up. 7 people looks like this task will be easier than the last one. A man in a white lab coat turned to her and asked, "What's going on?" To put it simply, the girl hesitated, but continued, "We have to complete a task before we can return to reality. Or, to be precise, return to the world of the book." Her voice carried a chill. Jiang Qing raised his eyebrows and murmured, "A task?" He looked down at his hands, incredulous. "What happens if we don't finish it?" "Death." The girl's answer was blunt. The man in the lab coat gasped. "You're kidding, right?" At that moment, Jiang Qing finally realized he was trapped in a far more complex and dangerous situation than he had ever imagined. "Erhua." The girl blinked her bright eyes, her tone so serious it was hard to believe she was joking. Jiang Qing quickly sized up the people around him, his mind racing. Including himself, there were 7 people present, each one giving off a strange vibe. The girl with the heavy Sichuan accent looked about 18 or 19, brimming with youthful energy. The man in the white lab coat spoke with a clear Tianjin accent. In the corner, a couple held hands, warily surveying the inside of the villa. Then there was the tall man with tattooed arms, nearly 1.85 meters tall, radiating an intimidating aura that warned others to keep their distance. Finally, there was the woman in the black dress, perfectly made up, who was now glancing around with obvious irritation. "Enough. I don't have time to play your little role-playing games." The woman in black suddenly snapped, her tone commanding. "This scene isn't in my script. Send me back right now. I have dinner plans with my boyfriend." As soon as she finished, an awkward silence fell over the room. No one responded, which only made her angrier. "Do you know who I am?" she demanded, raising her voice. But again, no one paid her any attention. "Fine. Just you wait," she shouted, storming toward the wrought iron gate. Just then, the previously easygoing girl suddenly turned serious. "Listen, until we know what our task is, it's best to stay inside the villa." The woman in black paused, then turned back and flipped the girl off. "What brand of trash bag are you? How can you hold so much crap?" Before she could finish her sentence, her right foot crossed the threshold and was suddenly severed from her body. She collapsed to the ground, and everyone witnessed the horrifying scene. Her right leg had been cleanly cut off, and, shockingly, it stood up on its own, limped toward the villa, kicked open the door, and hopped inside. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the area. The woman in black writhed on the ground in agony as the tattooed man rushed over to check her injury. "What the hell? This is insane. How much force would it take to chop off a leg like that?" he shouted. "Hey, lab coat, are you a doctor?" "Just because I wear a lab coat doesn't mean I'm a doctor," the man replied with a shrug. "And by the way, my name is Song Pingan. I hate it when people just call me Hey. Song Pingan." The girl flashed a sweet smile. "Safe and sound, what a nice name. I'm Feng Yaoyao. I believe in the supernatural. How about we team up? Maybe you can help keep me safe." The two of them started chatting, completely ignoring the woman's terrible state. The man in the couple, worried that the screams might attract trouble, suggested they carry her inside. The tattooed man nodded, easily picking up the now unconscious woman and carrying her into the villa. Everyone else followed into the living room, where they found 7 sheets of paper on the table. Written in blood-red letters were 3 simple instructions: prepare a dinner and deliver it to the basement. At all other times, it's best not to go there. Each person has only one chance to make a delivery. The task lasts 3 days. No one may leave the villa grounds. As Jiang Qing repeated the words in his mind, he suddenly noticed something strange by the staircase. The severed leg of the woman in black was standing upright, as if silently mocking them all. To be honest, in her 20-something years of life, Jiang Qing had never witnessed anything so supernatural. That bloodstained right leg stood silently at the end of the hallway, as if an invisible eye was watching their every move. The air was thick with an oppressive, suffocating tension. "So, are there really ghosts here?" Song Pingan swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. As soon as he spoke, the temperature around them seemed to drop. "It could be a ghost, or maybe something else," Feng Yaoyao replied gravely. "Is there a difference?" Jiang Qing pressed. The mature man squeezed the gentle woman's hand beside him, his voice steady. "If it's a ghost, we might still have a chance. But if it's something stranger..." He paused. "This mission will end in total disaster." The man with the tattooed arm was hastily wrapping the wound on the woman in the black dress. He looked up and said, "If we don't treat her soon, she won't last much longer." In this isolated villa, cut off from the outside world, with no doctors or medical supplies, her fate was already sealed. "Uncle," Feng Yaoyao broke the silence, her voice low, Saving someone is admirable, but you have to pick your moment. On my first mission, I was the only survivor out of 10 actors. We're up against something humans can't possibly defeat. I get it, Song Pingan replied, hands in his pockets. It's like a martial artist fighting an immortal, not a chance of winning. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, the sound of strange footsteps echoed through the hall. Everyone held their breath, watching as the bloody leg hopped away and disappeared around the corner of the stairs, heading to the second floor. Despite the terrifying scene, everyone remained remarkably calm. The mature man sat down, lacing his fingers and resting them against his lips. There are 3 veterans and 4 newcomers on this mission. For the newbies, just don't cause trouble, that's all I ask. 3. Feng Yaoyao glanced at the silent woman. Are you two a couple? No, the man shook his head. My wife. He trailed off, then changed the subject. Back to the point. The task is to prepare dinner and deliver it to the basement. Most likely, that thing is down there. We have to cook something it likes, or else. It'll turn us into its dinner, Feng Yaoyao finished for him. The key clue must be in the basement, but going there is basically a death sentence. Standing by the window, Jiang Qing suddenly spoke. Doesn't anyone think it's odd? We're clearly in an old urban village surrounded by rundown buildings. So why is there a luxury villa here? Every mission takes place in a weird setting. Nothing new, Feng Yaoyao said, sounding bored. Jiang Qing kept turning the thought over in her mind, feeling that something was off. The task is to prepare dinner, the mature man said indifferently. Who can cook? Don't look at me. I always order takeout, Feng Yaoyao huffed proudly. These days, cooking isn't hard. Making good food is the real challenge. Jiang Qing smiled faintly. I can cook. Before I ended up in this story, I was a chef at a 5-star hotel, skilled in all 8 major Chinese cuisines. Hearing this, the mature man took a serious look at the young man in front of him, whose forehead was wrapped in bandages for the first time. Among the 7 people present, apart from the woman in the black dress whose fate was uncertain, Jiang Qing was indeed the most inconspicuous. He didn't have the experience of taking part in a second mission like Feng Yaoyao, nor did he look as intimidating as the man with the tattooed arm, and he certainly wasn't as good at forming alliances as Song Pingan. From the beginning, Jiang Qing was like a lone wolf, deliberately keeping his distance from the others. The mature man withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and analyzed in a deep voice. There aren't enough clues right now. On the first day, things should be relatively safe. I suggest we each search for clues on the first, second, and third floors separately, but avoid the basement for now. Are you sure the first day will be safe? Song Pingan frowned in doubt. We might run into that strange right leg upstairs. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. The mature man stood up and let out a cold laugh. If it's not safe, are we just going to sit here and do nothing? If we want to survive, we have to actively look for clues. If we don't finish the task in 3 days, we're all dead. Got it. As soon as he finished speaking, the married couple headed straight for the kitchen, convinced that since the task was related to dinner, there must be important clues there. Just ignore them. Feng Yaoyao poked Song Pingan's arm. Want to come with me to the second floor? Of course. Song Pingan squinted, showing no fear. Come on, ghosts aren't that scary. Besides, are you hungry enough to eat anything you find? The 2 of them joked around and bravely headed upstairs. Jiang Qing turned to the tattooed man and spoke cautiously. Splitting up is risky. We're all new here, so how about we team up? At least we can watch each other's backs. From his earlier observations, Jiang Qing knew they were about to face something no human could easily overcome. Although the tattooed man looked tough, he was the first to rush to help the woman in the black dress when she was injured. Judging by his actions, he seemed like someone who wouldn't abandon his teammates, at least more trustworthy than the others. The tattooed man extended his right hand without hesitation. My name's Qin Tianyue from Shandong. Jiang Qing. They exchanged a knowing smile as they shook hands. So, are you really a chef? Qin Tianyue asked, curious. Jiang Qing kept his smile. When you're out in the world, you make your own identity. If you don't show your value, you might end up being the first to go. People can be scarier than ghosts. Qin Tianyue paused for a couple of seconds. Makes sense. You seem pretty smart. Honestly, I didn't even finish middle school, so I'm not much good at finding clues. Fighting's more my thing. Jiang Qing thought for a moment, stroking his chin. There's not much to go on right now, and those 3 elders won't tell us anything. Let's check out the kitchen. As soon as they left, the woman in the black dress quietly drew her last breath on the sofa. The kitchen was surprisingly spotless, as if it had just been cleaned. On the dining table outside were 10 beautifully prepared dishes. Buddha jumps over the wall, boiled cabbage and supreme soup, rock sugar birds nest with blood, Peking duck, and others. The mature man muttered to himself, 10 dishes, and we have to choose one to send to the basement? What do you think? Qin Tianyue lowered his voice. Jiang Qing didn't reply immediately. He paced around the kitchen, briefly glancing at the expensive ingredients piled in the corners before stopping in front of the fridge. When he opened it, he was stunned. Rotting tomatoes, sprouting potatoes, wilted greens, and a bowl of red bean ice sat inside, starkly contrasting with the delicacies outside. Jiang Qing closed the fridge and signaled to Qin Tianyue. The two of them headed upstairs. Did you find any clues? Chen Tianyue asked, hopeful. Jiang Qing shook his head. I have some ideas, but let's keep looking. Well, what brings you two up here? Song Pingon teased, lazily flipping through a book. Just then, Feng Yaoyao came out of the master bedroom, holding an ID card. As an experienced participant, she chose to share this clue, knowing the task leaned toward teamwork and, if one of the newcomers was smart enough to lead them to success, all the better. Jiang Qing looked closely. Name, Yi Siki. Gender, female. Ethnicity, Han. Address, Beijing. This is huge. Song Pingon clapped his hands, excited. Suddenly, a familiar female voice rang out. Found you. Jiang Qing turned to look, and a chill ran down his spine. The woman in the black dress was standing at the corner of the stairs, her face deathly pale, balancing eerily on a single leg, a chilling smile curling at her lips. The silence in the room was deafening. Song Pingon, dressed in a white lab coat, swallowed nervously. Though fear flickered in his eyes, he summoned his courage and asked, You're not dead? Jiang Qing frowned, thinking the question was a bit too blunt. He stared into the brown eyes of the woman in the black dress, his mind racing. Medically speaking, even if someone's limbs are severed, they don't die immediately. But without treatment within 10 minutes, shock and massive blood loss would inevitably lead to brain death. And this woman's right leg had been cut off for over 20 minutes already. There was no way she could still be alive. The woman in the black dress kept her eerie smile and didn't respond to Song Pingon. Instead, she said softly, I have a clue. Follow me. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and hopped down the stairs. Strangely, her movements made no sound at all. Chen Tianyue, who was big and burly, trembled with fear at the scene. He leaned toward Jiang Qing and whispered, Is she a ghost? Jiang Qing couldn't find his voice. He glanced at Feng Yaoyao, as if hoping she'd have an answer. What are you looking at? Feng Yaoyao snapped, hands on her hips. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this too. Suddenly, Song Pingon raised his hand and suggested, How about the four of us go together and try to restrain her? I'm in, Jiang Qing agreed with a nod. 3, 2. Song Pingon started to count down. 1. But no one moved. Guys, let's try something sneaky, Song Pingon said, fiddling nervously with the ring on his necklace. Before Jiang Qing could answer, the woman's head suddenly peeked around the corner. Feng Yaoyao quickly nudged Song Pingon. You all go ahead. I'm scared, let me stay in the middle. I'm scared too, Song Pingon replied shamelessly. After a brief pause, Jiang Qing took the first step downstairs. His instincts told him that, for now, this thing wasn't going to attack. The woman's head disappeared from sight. The group made their way to the first floor, where they found the couple standing at a distance, watching the woman in the black dress. The husband gripped a kitchen knife, while his wife clutched a wooden stick. Follow me. The woman's voice was low, carrying an unexplainable sense of unease. Jiang Qing quickened his pace, keeping 3 steps behind her as they headed toward the basement. He tried to sound her out. Are you still alive? The woman stopped abruptly, her body motionless as her head twisted around 180 degrees, revealing a terrifying grin. Do you want me to be dead? Shit. Every hair on Jiang Qing's body stood on end. He turned and bolted without thinking. In that moment, he realized just how useless gut feelings could be. Thankfully, the woman didn't chase after him. The group only heard the door to the basement open, followed by the heavy sound of it closing. Back in the living room, Jiang Qing still felt a lingering sense of dread. This wasn't about bravery anymore, as survival instincts were screaming at him. Run or die. Impressive. Song Pingon gave him a thumbs up. Feng Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Stop pretending to be tough. You really walked up to her in a situation like that? Are you crazy? The older man pressed. What exactly did you see? Jiang Qing took a moment to steady himself before answering honestly. Her head turned all the way around, like she was about to attack me. I also noticed a rusty iron door at the end of the stairs. Feng Yaoyao's face fell. That's bad. She really has turned into a ghost. Jiang Qing was taken aback. You mean, the monster in the basement is restricted for 3 days and can't hurt us for now. But if we don't finish the task in time, once the restriction is lifted, the woman's death could actually become the monster's way of killing us early? Feng Yaoyao nodded. The older man walked over to the dining table, carefully examining the 10 dishes. He analyzed calmly. Actually, this task is pretty straightforward. We don't need a chef, or even have to cook. There are 10 dishes here, one of them must be its favorite. We originally had 7 chances to deliver food. Now, 6 is still plenty. It was pure luck that led them to this task. Around the dining table, everyone sat in a circle as Feng Yaoyao laid out the ID clue. She had found Yisiki, female, Beijing. Beijing duck? The older man frowned, thinking it over. PFF, just because she's from Beijing doesn't mean she loves Beijing duck. For all we know, it could be Tianjin duck, Song Pingon scoffed. Do you always have to make yourself heard? The older man shot him a cold look. Oh, so now we're not even allowed to speculate. I'm just being reasonable, tough guy. Song Pingon taunted, tilting his chin up. Want to fight? Whoever backs down is a coward, the older man said, clenching his fists, a flash of aggression in his eyes. As the tension mounted, A woman in a white tracksuit stepped forward just in time. Her skin was pale as porcelain. Her hair flowed down to her waist, and she wore a gentle smile that made her seem like the friendly older sister next door. This mission requires teamwork. We've already lost one chance at a delivery. If we keep arguing, it's just not worth it, she said softly. My name is Su Muron, and this is my husband, Lin Gubei. We're all actors here, so let's introduce ourselves. Actors? Jiang Qing repeated, puzzled. It was the second time he had heard the term, the first being from Feng Yaoyao. After everyone had introduced themselves, Jiang Qing turned to Su Muron. Sujia, what exactly does actor mean? Su Muron explained patiently. It's just as it sounds. We, the ones who have been pulled into these stories, play supporting roles in each script. Not only do we face a death scenario in the story every year, but we're also required to complete a mission once a year. Over time, people started calling us actors, and the ghosts and monsters we deal with are called the audience. A death scenario every year. Jiang Qing was stunned. Then why is mine coming up in just a month? Sujia, you really feel like my own sister. Song Pingan quickly tried to curry favor. Can you tell us more about the script and the missions? Su Muron smiled and thought for a moment. We're not much different from newcomers, we know very little. The only thing I can say is, there are a total of 25 missions. If you make it to the end, you can. Her smile faded as she spoke each word clearly. Become a god. That's not right. Feng Yaoyao immediately countered. What I heard is, if you complete all 25 missions, you get to meet a god and have one wish granted. A wish. That word sent a jolt through Jiang Qing, Song Pingan, and Chen Tianhua. Just as Jiang Qing was about to ask more, Lin Gubei slammed his hand on the table. You three newbies sure have a lot of questions. Go ahead, Su Muron soothed, holding her husband's hand. Eventually, the conversation shifted to the delivery problem. After a brief silence, Chen Tianhua volunteered. Dressed in a gray tank top with close-cropped hair, he picked up the Beijing duck and headed briskly toward the basement. At the weathered iron door, Chen Tianhua set down the food and knocked. In the next instant, crimson threads like strands of a woman's hair slithered out from the gap, filling the air with a nauseating stench of blood and an icy chill. Shit! Chen Tianhua turned and bolted. Meanwhile, from the top of the stairs, Jiang Qing watched in horror as countless red threads wrapped around a woman's corpse. Don't look back! Jiang Qing's voice exploded from behind him. Chen Tianhua broke out in a cold sweat, the metallic scent of blood pricking every nerve. The shadow of death clung to him, never been this close to dying before. Nearly stumbling, he rushed up to the first floor, only daring to stop once head reached the living room. Pieces of Peking duck were scattered everywhere, and the female corpse slowly retreated back into the basement, vanishing into the darkness. Chen Tianhua bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. His gray tank top was drenched in cold sweat. Everyone's faces were grave. It was clear they'd all realized the same thing: delivering the wrong dish would trigger the corpse's attack. Thankfully, she didn't seem able to come upstairs. Lin Gubei and his wife, Su Murian, exchanged a knowing look and nodded almost imperceptibly. Fear hung heavy in the air. Even Feng Yaoyao, who had survived a previous task, was curled up in the corner, trembling. After all, when faced with the supernatural, it's not as easy as simply telling yourself not to be afraid. Human fear is instinctive, impossible to suppress completely. Next, Chen Tianhua wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the others. It's your turn. The remaining five looked at each other uncertainly. Song Pingan forced a nervous smile, his thick Tianjin accent giving him away. Why don't you go, sis? Su Murian raised her eyebrows, but kept a gentle smile. Let's look for more clues first. Yes, exactly. Feng Yaoyao quickly agreed. 9 dishes, but only 5 chance, we need to be careful. Lin Gubei glanced out the window. Night had completely fallen. It's dark, he said. Let's wait until tomorrow. Under the dim lights, Chen Tianhua finally lost his patience. He glared at the group, the tattoos on his muscular arms looking especially menacing in the glow. So I'm the only one delivering food? Do you all think I'm easy to push around? Just as the tension was about to boil over, Jiang Qing put a hand on Chen Tianyu's shoulder and whispered a few words in his ear. Chen shot the others a fierce look and followed Jiang Qing upstairs. Only 4 people remained in the living room. Lin Gubei sneered. Chen Tianyue is all brawn and no brains. If he snaps, he might take us down with him. Either way, he's useless to us now. I have no idea what you're talking about. Song Pingan shrugged, then turned to Feng Yaoyao. Yaoyao, want to share the master bedroom tonight? In your dreams. Feng Yaoyao kicked him hard. I'm taking the master bedroom. You can sleep somewhere else. Song Pingan laughed, waved, and headed upstairs. There was no way he'd risk spending the night on the first floor, so close to the basement. At the same time, he was thinking, if a girl dared to sleep alone in this place, she must have something up her sleeve. A bunch of actors know, a bunch of sneaks, he muttered, finding the room where Jiang Qing and Chen Tianhua were staying. It was a small, cramped bedroom completely out of place with the rest of the villa, furnished with 2 bunk beds. Mind if I sleep here tonight? Song Pingan asked, thick-skinned. I'm scared of ghosts. Jiang Qing sat in a chair, studying him. Fine. but you'll need to share a useful clue. Come on, we're all newbies here. Shouldn't we stick together? Song Pingon said with a helpless shrug. Cut the act, Chen Tianyue scoffed. You're just trying to play both sides, cozying up to the girls 1 minute, then running to us the next. Who are you really with? I'm not playing both sides. Song Pingon protested miserably. I was playing games at home when a key suddenly appeared on my desk. The moment I picked it up, I lost control of my body, opened the door, and ended up in this haunted place. Feng Yaoyao has already been through a mission, so for now, I just have to stick with her. Staying alive is what matters most. I know she's using me, and if things really go south, I'll probably be the first to go. Seeing the other two completely unmoved, Song Pingon took a deep breath and finally spoke up. I have something to tell you. Tonight, Feng Yaoyao plans to sleep alone in the master bedroom. I think she must have some way to deal with the ghosts. Chen Tianyue shook his head, clearly unimpressed. That's not news. Jiang Qing already mentioned it to me. The cold white light from the lamp shone through the curtains, illuminating Jiang Qing's eyes. He raised a finger, signaling for silence. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. You can join us, but you have to agree to one thing. Song Pingon immediately became wary and leaned in. What is it? Jiang Qing replied evenly. Tomorrow morning, you'll be delivering breakfast. He'll tell you exactly what to bring. Song Pingon's eyes widened. What? Come on, we're in this together. Why are you setting me up? You know what happens if you deliver the wrong food, right? The female corpse will come after you. I don't think I can outrun her. Chen Tianyue laughed, his eyes flashing with confidence. It's fine if you're slow, I'm fast. She won't catch me. He seemed sure of himself, but Song Pingon clearly wasn't willing to take that risk. Aren't you scared? Song Pingon frowned, brushing Jiang Qing's arm aside. Jiang Qing smiled, looking relaxed. Live or die, they'll deal with it when it comes. Song Pingon hesitated, a struggle flickering in his eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Find him in. The three of them quickly formed a temporary alliance. As the night grew darker, the tension in the air thickened. Jiang Qing lay on the bed, staring at the wooden ceiling, when a thought suddenly crossed his mind. If he could survive 25 missions, he'd get to meet the deity and make a wish. A wish. He murmured the word to himself. Suddenly, Song Pingon spoke from the other side of the bed. Jiang, what if we fail the mission in 3 days? Can we surrender? I really don't want to die here. If it comes to that, I'd rather give up and take a loss. Before Jiang Qing could answer, Chen Tianyue, who was leaning against the window, spoke up first. Right now, we have 9 dishes and 5 chances. Our odds aren't bad. Besides, no gambler loses every single time. Song Pingon sighed helplessly. I've never won at luck-based games. Who dares to gamble on fate? He thought to himself, if Ling Gubei and Su Muron had accepted him, he definitely wouldn't have teamed up with Jiang Qing and Chen Tianyue, or stuck around Feng Yaoyao. After all, Su Muron always seemed gentle and dependable. But now that had made his choice, he had no choice but to see it through. Jiang Qing yawned lazily. No point worrying about it now. Get some rest. Chen Tianyue will keep watch for the first half of the night. He'll take the second half, and tomorrow night it's your turn. Song Pingon's face darkened. How can you sleep? There's more than one ghost in this villa. Just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. How are you supposed to sleep? Jiang Qing couldn't be bothered to argue. The original host fell from the 2nd floor yesterday and went through all sorts of supernatural stuff today. Without sleep, how are you going to survive the next 2 days? You want to tough it out? If you're too tired, you'll be too scared to even run from the ghosts. A chill gradually filled the air. When midnight struck, Jiang Qing groggily opened his eyes, hearing a faint noise from beneath the bed. He rubbed his eyes, suddenly sensing something was wrong. Dong, dong, dong. The echoing chimes snapped him fully awake. He realized Song Pingon and Chen Tianyue were staring at him, tense and silent, sitting at the edge of the bed. As soon as Jiang Qing opened his eyes, Song Pingon quickly gestured for him to keep quiet, his eyes wide as he pointed under the bed. His lips silently formed the words, under the bed. Jiang Qing sucked in a sharp breath, all traces of sleep gone. He propped himself up, moving carefully so as not to make a sound, inching toward the edge of the bed. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a pair of terrifying eyes staring right back at him from beneath the bed. There was something under the bed. No, not something, someone. A ghost. Jiang Qing's breath caught in his throat, as if struck by lightning. He shot up from the bed, barefoot, and bolted for the door, shouting at the top of his lungs, run. Old Jiang, wait for me. Song Pingon was right behind him, while Chen Tianyue, already terrified out of his wits at the thought of being alone with the woman in the black dress, raced down the stairs 3 at a time and was the first to reach the living room. Instinctively, he grabbed a glass ashtray from the table, his palms slick with cold sweat. The bedroom light flickered on and off. When it finally steadied, the woman in the black dress was standing stiffly in the middle of the room, her severed leg no longer bleeding in a disturbingly unnatural way. She moved slowly, deliberately, as if savoring their fear. What the hell is going on? Jiang Qing stood in the living room, cold sweat streaming down his face. Song Pingon swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Half an hour ago, I was lying in bed, couldn't sleep. I turned over and saw her under your bed. She even made a shushing gesture at me. Jiang Qing's mind went blank, his face turning ashen. So, the two of you just stared at her for half an hour and didn't bother to wake me up? Pretty loyal, right? Song Pingon nodded earnestly. We stared down a ghost for half an hour and didn't ditch you. I don't know why she was hiding under your bed, but I guess that's her way of showing respect. I'd admit. Jiang Qing was so angry, he almost laughed. At that moment, he finally understood what it meant to be speechless to the point of absurdity. Qin Tianyue hurried to explain. We didn't dare make a move. I've seen plenty of horror movies. Humans can't touch ghosts. She told us to stay quiet, and we figured if we startled her, you'd be done for. Jiang Qing frowned, trying to figure out why. Out of the 6 people in the villa split into 3 groups, the woman in the black dress had singled them out. Could the others have already been killed? Aren't we going to hide? Song Pingon crouched behind the sofa, poking his head out and whispering. Qin Tianyue couldn't help but scoff. You and your hiding spot are both laughable. She's a ghost. What's the point of hiding? Suddenly, the living room was plunged into darkness, and the temperature dropped sharply. In the faint moonlight, Jiang Qing saw a dark figure slowly emerging at the foot of the stairs, inching closer. His fists were clenched so tightly they turned white, his heart pounding, but his mind was unusually clear. Why me? From the basement to tonight, I've never done anything to offend her. Just then, Su Muran and Lin Gubei came downstairs as well. Their faces were tense, but they didn't back away. As the lights flickered back on, the woman in the black dress twisted face was fully exposed. Her brown eyes were locked on Jiang Qing's thigh, her lips curled in a chilling smile as she crept forward. The deliberate slowness of her approach was even more terrifying than if she had just appeared out of nowhere. The 3 of them were quickly backed into a corner. Qin Tianyue hurled the ashtray at the window, shattering it, but the glass didn't even crack. We're doomed, we're doomed. Song Pingon hid behind Jiang Qing, then suddenly blurted out, Old Jiang, maybe she's into you? Look, her face is all deef. That's not a confession. I don't know what is. That's blood. Jiang Qing snapped. Suddenly, from the downstairs bathroom, the woman's severed right leg began moving on its own toward the front door. Jiang Qing's eyes widened as he had a sudden realization. Sujia the leg. Su Muran caught on instantly. She dashed to the door, grabbed the right leg, and tossed it to Jiang Qing. The tall Qin Tianyue caught it and asked urgently, do we give it to her? Jiang Qing took the bloody severed leg, stepped forward, and looked the woman in the black dress straight in the eye. We weren't responsible for your death. This is your leg. The woman in the black dress froze. The emptiness in her eyes gradually faded, and the eerie smile at the corner of her mouth slowly disappeared. Trembling, she reattached her severed right leg and choked out, I want to go home. Before she finished speaking, she collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, the last trace of life leaving her body. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they noticed several blood-red threads wrapped around the woman's wrists, ankles, and neck. These threads seemed almost alive, snapping loose the moment she died and slithering back into the basement. She didn't turn into a ghost, she was being controlled by one. Hiding in the corner, Feng Yaoyao muttered as her eyes darted around, clearly scheming something. Su Muran asked gently, how did you know giving her leg back would stop her from attacking? Just a hunch, Jiang Qing replied curtly. Song Pingon patted his chest and complained, is there something wrong with her? Instead of going after Feng Yaoyao, she kept targeting the 3 of us. Usually, it's safer in a group. Parent ghosts supposed to pick off the loners. Go attack your own sister. Feng Yaoyao snapped, grabbing a pillow and hurling it at him in a fit of rage. Jiang Qing carefully lifted the woman in the black dress onto the sofa and covered her with a blanket. She wasn't trying to attack us, just wanted our help to get her right leg back. If she really wanted to hurt us, she could have done it without us ever knowing. He paused and glanced at Su Muran. As for why she focused on the 3 of us, maybe it's because we have something on us that the vengeful spirit fears. Su Muran only smiled in response. Feng Yaoyao quickly changed the subject. Those red threads could reanimate the corpse at any time. With the 3-day countdown, we might not even make it through tonight. A heavy silence settled over the group. Lin Gubei took a deep breath and said in a low voice, there's no time to rest. We need to finish the task tonight. You go deliver the food. Song Pingon crossed his legs and flopped onto a single sofa. You can give advice, but don't boss me around. I'm not going. What are you going to do about it? But when Jiang Qing said, you go, Song Pingon hesitated for a moment, then unexpectedly agreed. Fine, I'll put my life in your hands. If I die, it'll haunt you every night from under your bed. Su Muran was quietly impressed that Jiang Qing had managed to get this unruly guy to listen after just a few hours. Next, Jiang Qing came up with a bold plan. He found a large steamer pot and decided to deliver all 9 dishes at once. Lin Gubei was so anxious that he could hardly stand still, worried this might break the rules. But faced with the pressure from Song Pingon and his group, he didn't dare protest. Before leaving, Jiang Qing reminded Song Pingon, when you get to the basement door, set the food down, knock, and then run. Don't linger for a second. The 5 of them stood at the top of the stairs, watching as Song Pingon carried the steamer pot down step by step. When he reached the iron door, he set the pot down as planned, knocked, and turned to run. Just then, the iron door burst open, and countless red threads dragged a female corpse toward him. Ah Jiang, my roommate. Save me. Song Pingan's terrified screams echoed through the hallway. Song Pingan dashed to the corner, only to feel a withered, branch-like hand suddenly clamp down on his shoulder. Even though he reacted instantly, he still couldn't escape the corpse's grasp. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. No one had expected a corpse to be hiding as well, aside from the woman in the black dress. Jiang Qing's heart sank. Almost instinctively, he rushed down the stairs and grabbed Song Pingan's hand. But no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't drag Song Pingan back. In desperation, he turned to the girl and shouted, "This isn't your first time dealing with something like this. Do you know how to handle a corpse?" Jiang Qing wasn't acting out of pure kindness, just remembered that when the woman in the black dress had appeared under the bed, Song Pingan and Qin Tianyue hadn't abandoned him. Feng Yaoyao stood where she was, biting her lip as she weighed her options quickly. To be honest, Song Pingan was no longer of any use to her, and it hardly seemed worth spending her precious life-saving money to help him. But another thought crossed her mind. If Jiang Qing died, they'd lose a delivery opportunity, making things even harder for everyone later on. "Lao Jiang, I can't hold on." Song Pingan's scream echoed through the hallway, his hands gripping the railing so tightly his shoulder bones were already broken. Jiang Qing gritted his teeth and kept pulling. At that moment, Feng Yaoyao finally spoke up. "Help me out. I'll save him, but you all have to protect me once in return." "Deal." She angrily pulled a copper coin from her pocket and tossed it at the corpse. As the red string caught the coin, the corpse instantly released Song Pingan. Jiang Qing immediately turned and ran back to the first floor. Song Pingan, his lab coat now stained with blood, staggered after him and collapsed onto the carpet, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, I'm still alive. Lao Jiang, am I awesome or what?" From the wild look in his eyes, it was clear he had some secret up his sleeve. He was never really in danger, which is why he dared to make deliveries and test Jiang Qing. Everyone here was a natural-born actor. Feng Yaoyao walked over and kicked him. "What are you showing off for? If it weren't for me, you'd be dead by now. Just thinking about wasting my life-saving money on you drives me crazy." Unable to calm down, she kicked him a few more times, though not very hard. "You don't get it. Going Alan is a kind of wisdom. That's why I like people like Jiang Qing," Song Pingan said, struggling to sit up and shivering with pain. "You, on the other hand, look so sweet and innocent, but you're actually the sneakiest one here. Looking sweet is enough. Why do you care if I'm sneaky?" Feng Yaoyao retorted with her hands on her hips, silently adding to herself, "Looking sweet just makes it easier to get away with things." Song Pingan's left hand was completely numb by now, but he couldn't help teasing, "Yaoyao, that wasn't very nice. You hesitated for ages before deciding to save me. If Jiang Qing hadn't spoken up, were you just going to watch me die? I'm just a little girl. What bad intentions could I possibly have?" "Yeah, a little girl barely 5 feet tall." Feng Yaoyao stomped on his leg and snapped, "I'm 5'3". 5'3", got it?" Their banter eased the tension that had just filled the air. At that moment, Jiang Qing stared intently at the basement. About 30 seconds later, the steamer and 9 dishes suddenly came flying up the stairs. Everyone scrambled to dodge, and soup splashed all over Song Pingan, but thankfully, no one was hit. "As I thought," Jiang Qing muttered to himself. "We've been wrong from the very beginning." Qin Tianyue stared at him in shock. "Wrong about what?" Jiang Qing turned his gaze to Lin Gubei, his voice low and resolute. "The real task is to prepare a dinner and deliver it to the basement. We were misled by the 10 dishes on the table, thinking we had to pick the one the ghost would like, but that was the wrong approach from the start." Qin Tianyue suddenly understood, while Feng Yaoyao stared wide-eyed. "So we were tricked?" "We weren't tricked," Jiang Qing replied, habitually biting his thumbnail as he analyzed. "It was a deliberate misdirection. It's like seeing a luxurious villa and automatically assuming the owner is rich and eats gourmet food every day. But why would there be such an ostentatious 3-story villa in a rundown urban village? All around are dim, crumbling 6- or 7-story buildings. The contrast is just too glaring." Su Muron, dressed in a clean white tracksuit, asked thoughtfully, "Are you saying everything we see is fake? Some kind of illusion?" Jiang Qing shook his head. "I can't be sure if it's an illusion, but the contrast really is suspicious." Feng Yaoyao pursed her lips and added, "The women's clothes in the master bedroom closet cost no more than 50 or 60 bucks, and the lipsticks are all cheap brands, barely over 10. Would the owner of a $1 million villa really use stuff like this? Not to mention those 2 ugly bunk beds. What does that prove?" Lin Gubei said coldly, hands in his pockets. "Rich people can't be low-key, can't use cheap things." Injured, Song Pingan flipped him off, while Feng Yaoyao earnestly retorted, "Lin Gubei, you really don't get women. Su, would you use a $20 lipstick?" Su Muron raised her eyebrows. "Honestly, I don't even dare use makeup under 1,000. Especially lipstick cheap ones usually use low-grade pigments and are full of heavy metals, which are bad for your health. In comparison, lipstick made from cochineal is much more natural and safe. 8,000. Feng Yaoyao exclaimed. I only use ones that cost 100. Su, you're really loaded. Lin Gubei rubbed his temples impatiently. So after all this talk, all you found is a bit of contrast. How does that help us finish the task? With no answer, Jiang Qing and Qin Tianyue helped Song Pingon upstairs. Feng Yaoyao quickly followed. Wait for me. I'm not brave enough to sleep in the master bedroom alone without some life-saving money to fight ghosts. Looking at the mess in the living room, Lin Gubei commented, Jiang Qing is really arrogant. Su Muron smiled. Thinking to send 9 dishes at once already puts him ahead of most newbies. Staying calm and not panicking on a first mission is impressive. I was calm on my first mission too, Lin Gubei replied. I know, you're the best, Su Muron said gently. But we shouldn't be hostile to them. Last time, only the 2 of us survived out of 12. We need trustworthy allies, we can't always go it alone. Friends, Lin Gubei sneered. That chatterbox Song Pingon, the musclehead Qin Tianyue, the seemingly sweet but actually scheming Feng Yaoyao, or the ordinary-looking Jiang Qing. Let's just focus on making it out alive first. In the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, Feng Yaoyao sat on the bed, swinging her short legs. Stop looking. I've searched the 2nd and 3rd floors, there's nothing new. Jiang Qing ignored her, continuing to search through the wardrobe. When his hand slipped into the pocket of a white trench coat, he felt a slip of paper. Silently, he unfolded it, his gaze freezing on 7 words written there. Yi Siki, latest-stage stomach cancer. Feng Yaoyao suddenly lunged forward, her face coming close to Jiang Qing's as her eyes locked onto the medical record in his hand. She stared at it intently, her expression stiffening slightly before a look of confusion appeared. Latest-stage stomach cancer, is that the cause of death for the lady of the villa? A faint fragrance drifted through the air. Jiang Qing instinctively shifted to the side, putting some distance between them. Feng Yaoyao quickly noticed his reaction, and her impression of the young man improved a bit. By the window, Song Pingon sat awkwardly, tending to his wounds, his soiled clothes tossed carelessly in the corner. Frowning at the contents of the medical record, he muttered under his breath, someone with latest-stage stomach cancer probably shouldn't eat greasy or spicy food, right? Qin Tianyue stood at the doorway, brows furrowed in thought. I keep wondering, do ghosts eat the same food humans do? Or do they eat me? Song Pingon joked, trying to lighten the mood. For a moment, the room fell silent. Then Song Pingon waved his hand with a grin. Just kidding, don't take me too seriously. Still, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Injured as he was, he knew he made an easy target. Jiang Qing paced back and forth in the master bedroom, medical record in hand, a deep frown on his face. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, as if had missed an important clue. He stopped and asked calmly, Are you sure you checked both the 2nd and 3rd floors thoroughly? No other clues? Feng Yaoyao's sweet voice answered, Yeah, nothing else. She nodded in confirmation. Song Pingon rolled his eyes and teased, Drop the sweet act, you're a Sichuan Chongqing wild child. He laughed, a bit too loudly. Unwilling to back down, Feng Yaoyao kicked him over and, fists raised, threatened, I am sweet. Any Sichuan Chongqing girl who doesn't want to be sweet is the real wild one. Jiang Qing ignored their squabble and said coolly, I'll check the 3rd floor. You guys stay here and rest. Hearing this, Qin Tianyue spoke up, a little worried. Can it wait until morning? Your health? He noticed the bandage still wrapped around Jiang Qing's head and his less thangriac condition. It's fine, I can't let you down after all. Jiang Qing forced a smile and headed for the door. As the door clicked shut, the 3 left inside fell silent. Feng Yaoyao hesitated, then finally asked, Aren't you worried about him going alone? Song Pingon sat on the floor, rubbing the ring pendant around his neck. His voice was low. He's the kind of person who tries to handle everything himself. Maybe he's never really been cared for. The room fell quiet again. Feng Yaoyao couldn't help but smack the back of Song Pingon's head. What's wrong with you? Don't think I won't hit you. Don't mess with my hair. Song Pingon shouted. You're just a wild girl. Got PMS or something? Feng Yaoyao's face flushed with anger. You're the one with PMS. Qin Tianyue watched helplessly, his gaze flickering before he suddenly offered, We'll take a look downstairs, see if there's anything we missed. With that, he slipped quietly out of the master bedroom. On the 3rd floor, there were 3 storage rooms packed with clutter. Jiang Qing entered one and let his gaze wander over the piles of belongings, finally stopping at a painting in the corner. The canvas was covered in dust. In the picture, a girl in a white dress stood barefoot on the grass, sunlight filtering through the branches and illuminating her. Her white shoes looked especially fresh and pure. Jiang Qing crouched down and gently brushed the dust off the frame, softly reading the name. Yi Siki. He stared at the girl in the painting, his expression growing complicated as he reached out to lightly touch the canvas. Suddenly, he noticed something odd on the back of the painting. Carefully, he turned it over and opened the frame. Sure enough, inside was a pink diary. Feng Yaoyao, so unreliable, Jiang Qing thought with a sigh. He remembered what the girl had said earlier. This is my 2nd mission, so I'm a bit of an experienced newbie. He had assumed she was just being modest, but apparently, her so-called experience hadn't been much help. Clearing her mind, Jiang Qing opened the diary and turned to the first page, quietly reading. March 7th, 2016. So tired. I'm only a freshman, but everyone in my class is already preparing for grad school. They're all so driven, I can't fall behind. There's this guy in the library, really handsome. He sits quietly by himself in the corner, reading. I have no idea which department he's from. If I see him again tomorrow, I'll work up the courage to ask for his contact info. Come on, Yisiki, you can do it. July 13th, 2016. I did something big today, I finally confessed to Meng Wanzhou on the track. Thinking about how red his face got, I really like him. He's just too cute. I swear, my boy, he'll spoil you for the rest of my life. May 1st, 2017. Not happy today. I met Zuza's mom. She's not nice to him at all. Jojo had told me before that his dad passed away when he was 17 and his mom remarried, but I never imagined things would be so tough for him at home. He's treated like an outsider there. June 27th, 2018. Junior year is over. I've decided to go for grad school, and Jojo supports Meihei's going to study with me. January 1st, 2019. This was our first New Year's Eve together. The fireworks were so beautiful, I couldn't look away. Jojo talked a lot with me. He said that before he met me, no one had ever chosen him so firmly. In that moment, my heart ached for him. He's such a kind person, but he's been through so much. July 3rd, 2019. We had a few drinks and talked about so many things. I asked Jojo how much he loved me, and he just grinned and said, from the moment you entered my heart, no one else could ever take your place. Jiang Qing paused, her mind suddenly going blank. She looked up from the diary and continued flipping through the pages, but there were no more dates after that. I made it. The grad school exams are finally over. I'm exhausted. After all those endless practice tests, it's a pity Jojo didn't make it. Her pen hesitated on the paper, then continued. I comforted him for a long time, took him to the amusement park. The sunset on the Ferris wheel was so romantic. We rented a single room in the city for 450 yuan a month, less than 10 square meters, but I'll make it cozy and turn it into our own little home. Jiang Qing's eyes lingered on the page, recalling the sweetness of those memories, but she couldn't help but grow quiet. That night we didn't have time to buy a quilt, so Jojo just held me as we slept on the hard bed. He promised he'd work hard, and soon, he'd buy me a big house. Her hand paused, her gaze fixed on the line, her mood growing heavy. Went to the hospital today. Diagnosis, latest stage stomach cancer. I'm falling apart. I'm only 25, how could this happen? I don't want to die. Jiang Qing swallowed, her mouth dry, a hollow ache filling her chest. She kept reading, the words on the page cutting into her like shards of glass. I couldn't hide it from him. For the first time, I saw him kneel in front of me, eyes red and crying his heart out. He kept telling me over and over that it would be okay, that I should focus on getting better. Her heart felt unbearably heavy and her eyes grew red. She could still picture Zuza's back, then so gentle, sacrificing again and again for her. My hair is falling out more and more lately. We went to the barber shop, and when they shaved my head, he stood behind me, facing away. That silly boy, he must have been crying again. I don't want him to cry, don't want him to be sad anymore. Her eyes welled with tears as she read on. Jojo proposed to me, but I didn't say yes. I told him it wasn't sincere enough, and that he should propose again on July 13th, the anniversary of my first confession. The last entry was a voice recording. Jiang Qing clenched her teeth, whispering softly, Jojo, I'm sorry, I can't hold on any longer. I left you a recording, someone will send it to you after I'm gone. Her gaze lingered on the final page before she slowly closed the diary. She realized this wasn't Yisiki's story, but Meng Wanzhou's memories. A chill crept over her as she suddenly remembered there was something unspeakable hiding in that moment. She jerked her head up, her heart pounding. The diary had vanished in silence, a red thread snaking out and snatching it from her hands. Jiang Qing froze, staring in shock at her empty hands before spinning around and running towards the stairs. She knew this wasn't the first time she'd witnessed something supernatural. In the real world, these powers defied explanation. Escape was her only option. She raced downstairs, her footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. By the time she reached the master bedroom on the second floor, she was breathless, barely able to catch her breath. Where's Chen Tianhua? She asked urgently. Feng Yao looked up at her, a bit puzzled. He went to the first floor to look for clues. Why are you so out of breath? Did you see a ghost? Before Jiang Qing could reply, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Bang, bang, bang. A sharp, urgent knocking echoed from outside. Jiang Qing's heart leapt, her whole body tense and alert. Who is it? Jiang Qing demanded, her eyes sharp. In the middle of the night, if it were Chen Tianhua, he wouldn't be knocking so loudly at the door. It's me, Su Muron. A familiar voice came from outside, and the three of them visibly relaxed. If it really had been the so-called ghost knocking, there would be nowhere to run in this basement. So far, their understanding of the basement's ghosts was extremely limited. They only knew the ghosts couldn't leave the basement, but could control corpses. This passive situation left everyone on edge. Jiang Qing rested her hand on the doorknob, hesitated for a moment, then opened the door. What's wrong? The body is missing. Su Muran's face was tense. Gone. The three of them immediately followed Su Muran quickly to the living room on the first floor, where Chen Tianyue and Lin Gubei were already waiting. The blanket that had covered the corpse was now lying crumpled on the floor, and Jiang Qing's gaze lingered on it. I've searched the first floor and found nothing, Chen Tianyue said. After I came back in from getting some air in the yard, I ran into Lin Gubei and Su Muran coming downstairs. That's when we noticed the body was gone. We're doomed. Feng Yaoyao looked terrified. We should have just burned the body in the yard. Now the ghost must have taken it, and who knows it could be. She leaned in close to Jiang Qing and exaggerated her words. Under the bed. Jiang Qing carefully examined the floor and spotted something on the stained marble tiles. There are footprints leading upstairs, not to the basement. That meant the woman in the black dress was likely somewhere above. Damn it. Song Pingon punched the sofa hard. There are ghosts in the basement, ghosts upstairs, and not a single clue for us to follow. Are we supposed to be detectives or cops? A heavy silence settled over the group, and their hope of survival seemed to fade even more. Jiang Qing knew that if things continued like this, they might not make it until morning. I need to find something. Jiang Qing spoke up. A recording Night Siki made before she died. A recording? The others exchanged puzzled looks. Who told you about this recording? Lin Gubei asked. She did herself. Jiang Qing's brief response sent a chill down everyone's spine. On Chun Tianyu's suggestion, they split up in pairs to search the house. For safety and efficiency, they spread out. Jiang Qing and Chen Tianyue took the first floor, quietly signaling Feng Yaoyao to avoid the third floor. Feng Yaoyao and Song Pingon searched the second floor, while Lin Gubei and Su Muran headed upstairs. Suddenly, a scream from Su Muran echoed down from the third floor. Should we help? Chen Tianyue asked. No, Jiang Qing replied calmly. She has something to deal with ghosts. She'll be fine. Just then, Feng Yaoyao rushed downstairs, holding a phone in her hand. Jiang Qing, I found this under the mattress in the master bedroom. Jiang Qing's eyes lit up. If there was a recording, it was most likely on this phone. Even though their own phones had no signal and could only show the time, this discovery might change everything. You need a password, and there are only 2 chances left? Jiang Qing stood still, his brows tightly knit. Feng Yaoyao lowered her head, her voice tinged with guilt. I tried a few times. I already got it wrong 3 times. You idiot. If you don't know what you're doing, just leave it alone. Chen Tianyue couldn't help but snap. Sorry, okay? I didn't mean to mess it up. Feng Yaoyao bit her lip, her eyes filling with grievance. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs, followed by the sound of something shattering. Jiang Qing stared at the phone screen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Only 2 tries left. If they got it wrong, the phone would be locked for good. None of them had any idea how to bypass it. The password, 6 digits. Jiang Qing paced back and forth, then suddenly stopped by the window, his eyes lighting up. A confession. Without hesitation, he entered 160713. The screen unlocked instantly. You got it, on the first try? Feng Yaoyao stared in disbelief. Are you some kind of genius? Jiang Qing quickly found a recording, took a deep breath, and pressed play. A sweet but slightly frail girl's voice came through. Hi, have you missed me? Since I left, have you been eating on time? I'm doing really well. Hurry, no more pain from chemotherapy, no more worries. I'm still the same girl with long, flowing hair. The recording continued, and the girl's voice began to tremble. You're so silly, so clumsy. Don't cry, okay? I'm always here with you. Even though we didn't have much money all these years, those were the happiest days of my life. You loved my red bean ice, so I left a bowl in the fridge. Maybe it's the last one. Jojo, I miss you so much. Will you forget me soon? Will you find a new girlfriend? I dreamed of marrying you. They say death isn't the end, being forgotten is. Can you take your time forgetting me? Just a little slower. I really, really loved you. By the end of the recording, Feng Yaoyao's eyes were already red. Jiang Qing put down the phone and walked to the fridge to take out the bowl of red bean ice. The chill against his fingers brought a sudden clarity. This villa, this wealthy life, it was all just a dream. A dream one Zhou had woven for Yisiki. Carrying the dessert toward the stairs, Feng Yaoyao grabbed his arm anxiously. Don't rush. This could be a trap. I don't think the task is that simple. Trap or not, we'll find out soon enough. Jiang Qing cut her off. Lao Jiang, don't die. Song Pingon shouted from behind. Jiang Qing turned and smiled. If I die, it'll haunt you from under your bed every night. Ew, no thanks. Song Pingon made a face of mock disgust. Jiang Qing waved goodbye and walked to the battered iron door of the basement. He knocked twice. The door slowly creaked open. Fear surged inside him, but he forced himself to stay calm. What are you so afraid of? They're just ugly creatures. You've already died once. What's left to be scared of? He pushed open the door and found a cramped rental room. Colorful wallpaper, a cheap wardrobe in the corner, 2 plastic chairs, and a table. On the wooden bed lay a terrifying female corpse, motionless. But Jiang Qing's attention was elsewhere. He fixed his gaze on the man in black by the window. After a moment's silence, he spoke. "You're not what I expected. Not scary enough for you," the man replied. Jiang Qing nodded. The man in black let out a laugh. "That's not so strange. Before I died, I was just a person too." That was as good as saying nothing at all. Jiang Qing thought to himself, silently grumbling. He studied Meng Wanzhou closely. Under the black trench coat, his body was as thin as a withered branch, his face pale and almost bloodless. Yet those eyes were deep and melancholic, with a hint of sorrow that made Jiang Qing imagine that, when alive, he must have been quite beautiful. After a moment's thought, Jiang Qing gently placed the red bean shaved ice on the table and asked in a calm voice, "So, does this mean I've completed the task?" Meng Wanzhou didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked in return, "Well, have you?" That faint, almost imperceptible smile sent a chill down Jiang Qing's spine. 1,000 curses flashed through his mind, but he couldn't say a word. Did he get it wrong? No, he's trying to mess with me. Jiang Qing quickly realized the answer had to be this bowl of red bean shaved ice. Sigh. Curiosity killed the cat. I should have just left it at the door. Why did I insist on coming in? Countless thoughts raced through Jiang Qing's mind. His body tensed, and he felt a strong urge to run. But the presence of Meng Wanzhou instantly suppressed that impulse. Meng Wanzhou watched with a trace of amusement, taking slow steps closer. He gently touched the edge of the bowl, his gaze softening, and spoke in a warm, nostalgic tone. "Originally, my game was called Seeking Love. The whole city was the playing field. You had to find 7 memory fragments and 7 letters in places like schools, hospitals, parks, and old neighborhoods." He paused, his expression growing more complicated, then continued, "But eventually, I grew tired and rebelled against his commands. So, he demoted me to the beginner's village. I had no special plans, so I changed the rules. For the past 3 years, I haven't killed a single person." Jiang Qing listened quietly. His face gave little away, but inside, he felt a weight he'd never experienced before. Meng Wanzhou's words were heavy, but Jiang Qing remained composed and asked, "So what are you trying to say?" Meng Wanzhou chuckled softly, not at all surprised by the question. He sat down calmly. "Don't you get it? This isn't just going easy on you. I've basically given you an ocean to swim in." His words sent a chill through Jiang Qing. Meng Wanzhou continued, "Do you remember that girl, Feng Yaoyao? In the last game, out of 10 players, only she survived. And that couple in their game, 12 players, only 2 made it out. I'd say I'm being merciful, wouldn't you?" Jiang Qing nodded and managed a strained, "Thank you." Meng Wanzhou looked momentarily stunned, as if he couldn't believe what had just heard. He murmured the words, "Thank you," then suddenly burst out laughing, his face relaxing for the first time. "You're the first person to ever thank a strange." "Strange?" Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, thoughtful. "Ghosts and strange aren't the same," Meng Wanzhou explained, waving a finger. A red thread drifted from his fingertip, curling around the nearby spoon as he casually picked up the red bean shaved ice. "Strange are more powerful than ghosts. They were people who awakened a miracle before they died. Normally, if a level 5 game features a strange, survival is almost impossible." "Oh, right, I almost forgot you're new, so you don't know about the difficulty levels, do you?" With a faint smile, Meng Wanzhou continued, "There are 5 levels of difficulty in the games. There are 25 games in total, ranked by levels 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. Level 5 is the beginner's village, with 9 games. Level 4 is despair, with 7 games. The task you just completed was at the level 5 difficulty. I was originally a level 3 strange. In my games no one survived." He paused, as if lost in memory. "But as I said, I offended him and got demoted to the beginner's village. So I just went through the motions and haven't killed anyone in 3 years." On the outside, Jiang Qing barely reacted, but inside, he was in turmoil. What did this mean? His very first task had been the most hopeless of the hopeless. If Meng Wanzhou hadn't chosen to hold back, the entire team wouldn't have stood a chance. "Thank goodness for a ghost who's just phoning it in," Jiang Qing murmured, wiping a cold sweat from his brow as a flood of questions surged through his mind. "You were an actress in your previous life?" Jiang Qing asked in surprise. Meng Wanzhou nodded without hesitation. "Yes. And Yi Siki as well?" Meng Wanzhou shook her head softly. She wasn't. She wasn't." Jiang Qing looked stunned. "Then did you fall in love with someone from the novel?" Meng Wanzhou set down her spoon, her eyes sharpening, piercing through the air like a blade. "Have you ever wondered if the world before your eyes is truly a world from a book?" Jiang Qing frowned, clearly struggling to grasp her meaning. "Who decides whether this world is real or fake?" Meng Wanzhou said quietly. "Are we relying only on our memories? Memories can be altered at any time. And even if, for the sake of argument, this world is fake, so what?" She looked at Jiang Qing, her gaze steady and unwavering. "Love is the most real thing there is. Yi Siki loves me, and I love her. That love is real." Jiang Qing was silent for a moment before he spoke, his voice gentle. "You misunderstood me. I wasn't mocking you." He took a deep breath and smiled faintly. "To me, devotion is the most admirable thing. Siki was diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer, and her family gave up on her treatment. Only you stayed by her side, never leaving. Others called you foolish, said you were blinded by love. But I think this kind of devotion is the last thing in the world anyone should laugh at. Yi Siki was lucky to have met you. Meng Wanzhou smiled softly, the corners of her lips lifting. Do you know why I love Yi Siki so much? Others use the word gentle to describe me. Only she used me to define what gentleness is. Jiang Qing's heart skipped a beat. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. You really know how to hit a guy with a dose of romance. But Meng Wanzhou suddenly froze, her eyes turning cold and sharp. Now you understand, don't you? Her gaze grew even darker. Everyone who completed a task here has talked to me about these things. But you're the first one who survived. A chill ran down Jiang Qing's spine, a sense of unease creeping over him. Meng Wanzhou smiled eerily and spoke slowly. This isn't the first time I've met you. But you're the first to see me. What about before? Jiang Qing frowned. Did you do something to the others who finished their tasks? They died. Meng Wanzhou cut him off coldly. They all died. Her voice was low, as if it came from the depths of the earth. But don't worry. I don't plan to kill you. She gave a soft laugh. In the level 5 game, I never bothered with anyone else. As long as they stood at the door with a plate of fried rice, they passed. Suddenly, Jiang Qing realized the woman before him was nothing like the gentle, harmless image she projected. The pressure in the room mounted, and he felt every nerve in his body tense. I'm just an ordinary actor, nothing special. Is that so? Meng Wanzhou narrowed her eyes slightly. Your eyes are beautiful. They look like someone's. Jiang Qing. Her tone shifted, becoming serious. I lost. Will you accept it? A cold shiver ran down Jiang Qing's spine, and he shook his head urgently. Accept? How am I supposed to accept? What do you want from me? A hint of mockery flashed in Meng Wanzhou's eyes. She reached out, and in an instant, a red string wrapped around Jiang Qing's left wrist. This is the thread of longing, she said coolly. One end is tied to you, the other. She paused, a sly smile on her lips. No matter who it's tied to, you'll fall in love with each other. So who do you choose? Song Pingon or Chen Tianhua? Irritated, Jiang Qing shot back. You really take your matchmaking job to the next level, don't you? Guys with guys. Can't you act a little more human? Meng Wanzhou just smiled. I'm not human anymore. She shrugged, completely unafraid. But I'll give you one last chance. I lost. Will you accept it? Jiang Qing's heart pounded, and the world around him felt unreal, as if he were trapped in an inescapable web. I accept. As soon as the words left his mouth, Meng Wanzhou's body began to fade, slowly disappearing into thin air. Her voice lingered in his ear, soft and haunting. Don't worry. We'll meet again. Her final words sent a chill through him. Don't burn her body. She'll take my place and become the new master here. Remember, the game has only just begun. With that, Meng Wanzhou vanished, leaving Jiang Qing standing alone in silence. He let out a shaky breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Glancing around, he realized he was still in the same shabby rental apartment. Slowly, he stood up and walked toward the battered iron door, his mind in turmoil. The first light of dawn poured in through the window, casting a warm golden glow throughout the empty room. Jiang Qing took a deep breath, knowing the game was far from over. Outside the door, someone was already waiting for him. Inside the hospital room, Jiang Qing stood by the window, his gaze shifting from the golden sunset to the date displayed on his phone screen. Feng Yaoyao was right. He murmured, the flow of time in the mission world is different from the book's world. I spent an entire day there, but only a few minutes passed here. He opened his phone's notepad and carefully recorded an address. March 12 Th Su Murin's gathering, with a meeting set for March 14th. After jotting this down, Jiang Qing stepped toward the door. As soon as he opened it, a golden figure immediately stood up and circled cheerfully at his feet. It was his guide dog, Kaisen, whom his mother had bought 4 years ago to encourage him to get out more. Kaisen was gentle, even-tempered, and remarkably intelligent. Jiang Qing crouched down, stroking Kaisen's fluffy head, feeling its warm tongue licking his palm. Throughout the day, this loyal golden retriever had waited faithfully outside his door. As for the caregiver, Jiang Yuan mentioned. Jiang Qing sneered at the thought. His so-called younger brother hadn't bothered to hire anyone to look after him. If I can see again, it probably has nothing to do with the hospital, Jiang Qing thought. It's most likely the work of that supernatural being. I have to keep this secret. Pretending to be blind is the safest option. He resolved to keep up the act for survival, for the completion of 25 missions, and for the wish he wanted to fulfill. Kaisen whimpered softly, as if worried about his owner. Don't worry, I'm fine, Jiang Qing reassured him gently. Let's go home. He led Kaisen out of the hospital, deliberately avoiding the nurse's station. On the way, he stopped by an optical shop and bought a pair of sunglasses as a disguise. His home was in a luxury residential complex next to Wuyue Plaza, with both large apartments and standalone villas. Years ago, his father had bought a villa for over 3 million yuan through his business ventures. Although the family's total assets were around 7 or 8 million, their cash flow was tight. After all, they had 3 children to support. Once home, Jiang Qing released the leash and headed straight for the kitchen to find something to eat, leaving Kaisen tilting his head in confusion. No leftovers, guess I'll have to settle for bread and milk. He watched as Kaisen skillfully pawed at the automatic feeder, marveling at the dog's intelligence. After a few rounds of interaction, Jiang Qing patted Kaisen's head, signaling him to keep eating. He settled onto the sofa with his milk, lost in thought. His parents were both out of town and wouldn't be back for a few days, and his younger sister lived at her high school dorm. No wonder Jiang Yuan dared to target the original owner. The tampered balcony railing on the second floor was likely his doing, though he hadn't succeeded. If I got rid of him, would the story change? He wondered. At 11 that night, the front door swung open. Gu Kersen helped a drunken Jiang Yuan inside. Kersen, I love you so much, I really do, Jiang Yuan slurred, half collapsing against her. All right, I love you too, but hurry up. The moment Gu Kersen turned on the lights and saw Jiang Qing sitting on the sofa, her face went ghostly pale, like someone caught in the act. She froze, panic written all over her. On the single armchair, Jiang Qing sat motionless, sunglasses shielding his eyes, as silent as a statue. Beside his feet, Happy lay quietly, breathing evenly. The air in the room felt frozen, so still it was almost suffocating. After waiting for a while and seeing no response from him, Gu Kersen carefully placed the drunken Jiang Yuan onto the long sofa, moving gently as if afraid to disturb anyone. She tiptoed closer and called softly, Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing, her voice carried a trace of uncertainty and unease. HM. Jiang Qing seemed startled, awake from a dream, his voice low and hoarse, his face confused. What are you doing in my house? Relieved, Gu Kersen realized had just been asleep. She tucked away her nervousness and guilt, her tone turning calm. Xiao Yuan was drunk, so I brought him home. As she spoke, she looked him over. Why aren't you at the hospital? Jiang Qing didn't answer right away. He stared at her through his sunglasses. In his memory, Gu Kersen was still a 7-year-old girl. This was the first time had seen her as an adult. No wonder Jiang Yuan wanted to pursue her. She really was attractive. Well-defined features, bright eyes, white teeth, dressed in a pure yet alluring low-cut dress. Not the flashy type, but definitely someone you'd remember at first glance. Hey, I'm talking to you. Gu Kersen frowned and gave his shoulder a nudge. Jiang Qing stretched lazily, stifling a yawn. I'm not used to staying in the hospital, so I came back. Oh, okay. Gu Kersen didn't press further. She walked over to Jiang Yuan, knelt down, and gently stroked his face. Xiao Yuan's had too much to drink. They'll stay here tonight to take care of him. Her touch was gentle, her eyes soft, like a lamp burning quietly through the night. But this kind of care wasn't for her own boyfriend. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan reached out, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her. Gu Kersen struggled briefly, but quickly gave in. Her cheeks flushed, a soft pink blooming beneath the dim light, her breath unsteady, eyelashes trembling. Jiang Qing said nothing, simply watched with a lazy gaze, a faint, unreadable smile touching his lips. Exciting, isn't it? Startled by his voice, Gu Kersen pushed Jiang Yuan away, her face still flushed from the kiss. What are you talking about? Jiang Qing smiled. You sound nervous. I was just asking, was tonight's party exciting? There's nothing exciting about those parties, Gu Kersen replied, sounding dismissive. It's always the same, just people exchanging favors. She bent down to help Jiang Yuan up. Her tight dress accentuated her curves as she leaned over. If Jiang Yuan had been awake, he certainly wouldn't have missed the view. He'll take Xiao Yuan to his room, she said quietly, turning toward the hallway. Jiang Qing adjusted his sunglasses and said casually, Gu Kersen, it's hard to hide when you like someone. But if you like two people, you'd better hide it well. His tone was light, as if discussing the weather, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He didn't care that she and Jiang Yuan were being intimate right in front of him. After all, she wasn't his girlfriend. He just found it a little sad for the original Jiang Qing. Gu Kersen turned around, anger rising. Why do you always think the worst? Xiao Yuan and Auntie never had a stable home. Only after Uncle Jiang found them did their lives settle down. He's your brother now. Isn't it right for me to take care of him? The old Jiang Qing would have been furious, arguing endlessly with her. But now, his expression was calm, unbothered. He had his own wife now, and Gu Kersen was just a passerby, a background character in a novel. Who cares about an NPC? Isn't that funny? He sat up straighter on the sofa, his tone cold. No place to live? You can always build another house. You and Jiang Yuan are as low as it gets. Then, as if something had just occurred to him, he added, honestly, I've realized something recently. The more people I meet, the more I prefer dogs. At these words, Happy seemed to understand. He lifted his head and gently rested it on Jiang Qing's knee, offering silent comfort. Gu Kersen was shaking with rage. How dare he? How could he insult her like that, using such awful words? All her life, she had always had the upper hand with Jiang Qing. Now, head turned the tables on her. Losing control, she shouted. Do you believe he'll really break up with you? Go ahead, let's break up, Jiang Qing replied, his voice completely flat. He wondered if breaking up with Gu Kersen now could change the fate that awaited him in a month. And if the story changed, what new ripple effects might follow? With a loud thud, Gu Kurson let go, and Jiang Yuan fell hard to the floor. She gasped, about to rush over and slap Jiang Qing. Woof, woof woof. Happy jumped up, standing protectively in front of Jiang Qing, growling low with his teeth bared, making his intentions clear. Gu Kurson's face changed instantly. She stumbled back 2 steps, fear taking over. She had always been afraid of dogs, and now she didn't dare get closer. Her face clouded with anger as she gritted her teeth. Jiang Qing, if we break up, I'll never get back together with you, even if you beg me on your knees. I'm giving you one last chance. Apologize and promise never to go after Xiao Yuan again. Jiang Qing chuckled and stroked Happy's head. You're funny. You were the one who suggested breaking up. I agreed. And now you're giving me a second chance? His gaze cooled, his tone turning sharp. Gu Kurson, talking to someone as brainless as you is exhausting. Please, stop tormenting me. She had always relied on the fact that the old Jiang Qing couldn't see through her, relied on his love for her, and had never bothered to expose all the disgusting things she had done with Jiang Yuan over the past 3 years. Jiang Qing really didn't understand if she didn't care about him. Why couldn't she just let go? I'm tormenting you? Gu Kurson let out a laugh, her expression a twisted mix of irony and pain. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if she had finally decided to shed the mask she had worn for so long. Her voice was hoarse with emotion. That's right, I like Jiang Yuan. I've never liked you, not from the beginning. She looked directly at Jiang Qing, her voice rising. Everyone, even my parents, keeps telling me I owe you my life, that I should look after you for the rest of my days, that I have to marry you. Why? When I was 7, did I ever ask you to save me? You lost your sight, but you ruined my life too. Gu Kurson's delicate frame trembled, her eyes quickly turning red as her emotions poured out like a flood. In the second half of senior year, you waited for me outside school every night after self-study, holding onto that stupid dog, telling everyone you were my fiancé. Her voice broke with a sob. Do you know how my classmates laughed at me? They mocked me, saying I'd have to marry a cripple, that I'd spend my life taking care of a blind man. I was already under so much pressure with my studies, and there was gossip about me everywhere in class. I almost fell into severe depression. I could have gotten into a better university. Jiang Qing, you destroyed me. On the single sofa, Jiang Qing, wearing sunglasses, felt a tremor in his heart. Memories from the original owner of his body surged through his mind. He hadn't fully absorbed those memories, only knew the key moments in the story, and that in a month, Gu Kurson would be the one to end his life. Now, as the past was dragged out into the open, those scattered memories began to take shape. Jiang Qing's brow furrowed. This was nothing like what had expected. Gu Kurson stood her ground, clenching her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white, tears brimming in her eyes. When I finally got into college, I thought I could break free from you and my family. Her voice was shaky and broken from crying. Freshman year was the happiest I've ever been. I joined clubs, worked hard, and everyone thought I was a kind, optimistic girl, always smiling, but you wouldn't let me go. Sophomore year, right when the semester started, you showed up at my university again with that stupid dog. She wiped at her tears, but they wouldn't stop falling. Do you know how people looked at me after that? With pity, with scorn, with ridicule, even with glee at my misfortune. Jiang Qing, I'm just a 20-year-old girl. I can't handle all of this. My life shouldn't be like this. I was a reckless kid. I made mistakes, and I should bear the consequences myself. Why should I have to pay for your life just because you saved me? Why should anyone force that on me? Everyone had overestimated Gu Kurson's strength and underestimated how much words could wound. She was too afraid to break up with Jiang Qing. If her parents found out, it would mean even more accusations. Even at 20, she couldn't escape the grip of her family. Her parents and Jiang Qing's mother had been close friends since childhood, and their families had always been neighbors. Before Jiang Qing's mother passed away, her parents made a promise in front of all their relatives that Gu Kurson would take care of Jiang Qing for the rest of his life. That promise became a shackle, binding her so tightly she couldn't fight back. No one cared about her feelings. Just one sentence, you owe Jiang Qing your life, was enough to break her. Gu Kurson bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her voice, shaky with sobs, still forced the question out. Why did you save me back then? If I had died, maybe things would be better. I never said I liked you. I never admitted you were my fiancé. All of you have bullied me. Only Jiang Yuan ever said I'd already repaid what I owed you. Grief overwhelmed her. Gu Kurson sank to the floor, hugging her knees, and broke down in uncontrollable sobs. As the truth hit him, Jiang Qing's frown deepened. Jiang Qing rubbed his temples, sorting through the lingering memories of this body. He could only try to understand the situation from the original owner's perspective, but he also realized this relationship was already beyond repair. The original owner had used the debt of a life-saving favor as a form of moral coercion, while Gu Kurson had gotten involved with Jiang Yuan even before breaking up. Neither of them was blameless. In that case, Jiang Qing's voice was deep and steady. From now on, you're free. I'll explain everything to your parents, so you don't need to worry about their blame. Gu Kurson lifted her tear-streaked face, sobbing, You're just going to complain about me again, aren't you? You always do this. Whenever I upset you, you run to my parents and get them to scold me. I hate you. Funny, I hate you too. Jiang Qing laced his fingers together on his knees, his tone calm. People who resent each other shouldn't force themselves to stay together. Congratulations on your freedom. Go live the life you want. We were never from the same world. The Jiang Qing you knew is gone. I won't love you anymore. Gu Kurson stopped crying, confusion filling her swollen eyes. That doesn't sound like you hit your head or something. No, I just woke up. Jiang Qing's expression was blank. I have my own things to do. I'm not interested in playing out some dramatic love-hate story with you. Your own things? Gu Kurson's voice was tinged with disdain. You're blind, what could you possibly do? When Jiang Qing stayed silent, she tried to bargain. If you can really convince my parents and those annoying relatives, they'll get back together with you. They'll even take you out like we did when we were kids, but you can't tell anyone you're my fiancé. That's not necessary. Jiang Qing cut her off, staring straight out the window. Like I said, we're not from the same world. He knew that after completing the first task, there were still 24 even more dangerous challenges ahead. He had to focus all his energy on survival, not on a doomed relationship. Gu Kurson stormed off, helping Jiang Yuan upstairs. Kaisen, unhappy, nudged Jiang Qing's palm and whimpered softly, as if to prove he wasn't a silly dog, but a loyal companion who truly understood his owner's feelings. Jiang Qing yawned, gently stroked Kaisen's head, and soon fell asleep on the soft sofa. In his dream, he found himself in a library with a vintage atmosphere. Hundreds of bookshelves stood against the walls, forming irregular circular spaces. In one corner, smokeless charcoal burned quietly in an old fireplace, giving off a faint light and warmth. A dark red carpet covered the center of the library, with 11 single armchairs scattered around. On one of them sat a gaunt man in a black trench coat, reading a book. Meng Wanzhou set his book down, a strange smile curling his lips. I told you we'd meet again. A wave of fear and unease crashed over Jiang Qing. This couldn't be happening had he failed the mission? Was everything tonight just an illusion? Or could this man actually invade his dreams? Meng Wanzhou seemed to savor Jiang Qing's terror, knowing this would be the last time he'd see that expression here in the library. This is your world. In other words, you're the god here. Don't just stand there, the main seat is yours. He gestured to the armchair beside him. Jiang Qing didn't move. After a long silence, he demanded, when you made me say I accept, you were letting me escape the mission world, weren't you? Meng Wanzhou played with a red string. You're half right. I just moved from one cage to another. You could say I'm choosing sides. He paused. So are you interested in making a deal? Jiang Qing took a deep breath, his expression growing calm, his eyes deep and thoughtful. He frowned and asked, what kind of deal? The fire in the hearth flickered, casting dancing shadows on their faces. Meng Wanzhou spoke softly. I want to walk with you to the end, to meet the gods. I want to bring Yi Siki back to life. Her voice was low but resolute. In return, when you're in danger, I can lend you my miracle for a while. Jiang Qing was taken aback, his gaze sharpening. A miracle can be lent? Meng Wanzhou smiled faintly, a complicated light flickering in her eyes. It seems you really don't know anything. She continued casually. You're the master of this library, and I live here. As long as you agree, I can let you use my miracle. But you're human, and I'm something different. Relying on my power too much comes with a price. Maybe your life will be shortened, maybe you'll die sooner. Everything has a cost. Jiang Qing's mind was spinning. There was too much information to process, and his thoughts were starting to overload. He didn't want to dwell on these complicated matters, so he sat down in the main seat, lightly tapping his forehead as he pondered. What exactly is a miracle? Can I awaken one? Meng Wanzhou poured him a cup of hot tea, set it down gently, and began to explain. To create a miracle is to possess one. For example, my miracle longing, loving Siki. Her eyes dimmed, and her voice grew a little mournful. After Siki died, I threw myself into the games, round after round. In the end, I died in the 5th round of the second tier, the 14th game. 14 games. Jiang Qing was stunned, a wave of shock rising in his chest. Weren't you afraid of dying? Meng Wanzhou let out a low laugh, tinged with a hint of madness. Death? You don't understand. If I can't bring her back, he'll just go and be with her. Dying for love has never been a joke. Jiang Qing fell silent, his emotions mixed, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of envy for Yi Siki's fate. He murmured, you're not really giving up much in this deal. Meng Wanzhou leaned back in her chair, her gaze deep as she watched the young man before her, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. My miracle is very powerful. It has 3 abilities. The first is dream weaving, the second is puppetry, and the third is the thread of longing. Her voice grew firmer. If you add my miracle to your strength, maybe we really could make it to the end. Jiang Qing's heart stirred, a strange impulse rising from deep within. Facing those terrifying ghosts, human strength alone seemed powerless. The only option was to run. But now, he longed for more ways to survive. After a moment of silence, he asked quietly, are you sure that everyone who reaches the inhuman or otherwise will meet the gods and have a wish granted? Has anyone ever succeeded? Meng Wanzhou sighed. No one ever has. Her voice was low and earnest. But don't you want to see what's at the end? Don't you have any wishes? In fact, whether you want to or not, if you don't reach the end, the outcome will be the same. Her eyes darkened, her determination growing. Siki, this is my last chance. I have to bring her back. I must. Jiang Qing thought for a moment, his gaze gradually firming, his tone growing steadier. I need information, your experience, your power. Suddenly, Meng Wanzhou burst out laughing, her laughter tinged with a hint of madness. She laughed so hard she clutched her stomach, nearly breathless, collapsing onto the carpet. That's more like it. Together, we can overturn this bizarre era and become gods in the end. That night, moonlight streamed through the window, bathing the two of them in a soft, golden glow. Meng Wanzhou quietly revealed another secret to Jiang Qing. Humans can't kill ghosts. Even with a miracle, it's impossible. In every game, there's always more than one way out. This truth was deeply ingrained in Jiang Qing's mind. He could either survive by following the rules and completing the tasks, or he could uncover everything about the ghost's life and fulfill its last wishes to lower its resentment. Both paths offered a chance at survival. Pale morning light filtered through the curtains as Jiang Qing slowly opened his eyes. After adjusting to the harsh brightness, he noticed a blanket draped over him, and, across from him on the couch, Gu Kursin curled up in a pitiful sleep. Her vulnerable posture made him wonder why she hadn't shared a bed with Jiang Yuan. Jiang Qing got up quietly, which woke the golden retriever, Kaisen, who immediately began wagging its tail. Gu Kursin woke as well, yawning and asking where he was going. Jiang Qing said nothing as he leaned against the wall on his way to the bathroom, prompting Gu Kursin to mutter that he was holding a grudge, and then add that she hoped he could handle their parents. With no classes on Saturday, Gu Kursin glanced upstairs at Jiang Yuan before heading back to the villa next door. Jiang Qing leaned back on the sofa, listening to the news on his phone, his thoughts wandering. Before long, Jiang Yuan came downstairs in pajamas and half-rimmed glasses, lazily sitting next to him. Hey, guess what? Last night, Kursin said she loved me and we slept together, Jiang Yuan said provocatively. Good for you, Jiang Qing replied indifferently, thinking to himself that Gu Kursin, as an NPC, couldn't hold a candle to his own wife. Jiang Yuan was momentarily stunned, then sneered and tried to provoke him further, only to be met with even more curious questions from Jiang Qing. Frustrated, Jiang Yuan pulled out his phone and started conspiring with someone labeled Mom. Their conversation revealed a shocking truth. Jiang Yuan wasn't Jiang Qing's half-brother at all. Jiang Qing took all of this in, a faint, knowing smile tugging at his lips. So these fake mother and son had been biding their time for 3 years, all for a few million in inheritance. But he didn't care about that. His focus was solely on how to change the fate that awaited him in a month. At 9 on Saturday morning, Jiang Qing took Kaisen on the subway to the Red Rose Cafe on Financial Street in the Twilight District. There, Feng Yaoyao, dressed in a dark green hoodie and jeans, playfully covered his eyes from behind. As they joked about her off-the-shoulder outfit, an unexpected guest showed up, sneering as he called Feng Yaoyao a tyrannosaurus. Song Pingon, always quick with a quip, was decked out in designer brands. He had one hand in his pocket, the other twirling his sports car keys, and a smirk on his face that practically begged for a punch. Feng Yaoyao grabbed Jiang Qing's arm to steady herself, then, without hesitation, swung her high heel at Song Pingon. You little punk, you really think you're something, don't you? She snapped. How many times do I have to tell you, sweet girl, sweet girl? Song Pingon clutched his stomach where Shed kicked him and stumbled back a few steps, grinning through the pain. Old Jiang, hurry up and tie this Trex down before she bites someone. Jiang Qing stood in the middle, resigned to playing the human barrier, holding the two squabbling frenemies apart. He handed the dog leash to Feng Yaoyao with a sigh. You two extroverts have no shame arguing in public. As an introvert, I just want to keep a low profile. Humph. Feng Yaoyao crouched down and gently rubbed the golden retriever's round cheeks. What's his name? Happy, Jiang Qing replied, adjusting his sunglasses. He's my guide dog. I'm blind, remember? Feng Yaoyao paused for a second, then nodded in understanding. Got it. It's part of your character backstory. She continued to play with the fluffy golden retriever, completely enamored. Jiang Qing glanced at Song Pingan's shoulder. How's your injury? Song Pingan replied smugly. The medical care in this book world is amazing. Cuts and broken bones heal in a day or two. I'm guessing the author wants us in top shape to finish our mission. Although, honestly, this author doesn't know much. Everyone knows it takes 100 days to heal a bone. Before he could finish, a sudden clap of thunder boomed across the clear sky, startling the passers-by. Song Pingan's face froze. Seriously? I can't even say that. Serves you right for running your mouth. Feng Yaoyao shot him a glare, hand pressed to her chest. Jiang Qing mused. Remember what Sumuran said? The other name actors use for ghosts? Audience. The other two answered in unison. Exactly. We're the actors, they're the audience. Maybe Jiang Qing paused. Maybe they've been watching us this whole time. People bustled up and down Finance Street. but the three of them suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Song Pingon couldn't help but complain, weren't we promised there wouldn't be so many people watching our lives? This is insane. A loud roar of an engine broke the tension. Chen Tianyue rode up on a flashy motorcycle, parking it with style. Dressed in a black leather jacket and helmet, he radiated cool confidence. Wow. Feng Yaoyao dashed over with the golden retriever, her earlier fear gone in an instant. Chen, is this your bike? It's awesome. Take me for a ride. Chen. The burly Chen Tianyue gave an awkward laugh. You can call me Uncle Chen. After all, he was 35, and Feng Yaoyao was only 19. Please, I drove here in a 3 million yuan sports car, Song Pingon muttered to Jiang Qing. Jiang, that girl's trouble. Stay away from her. Jiang Qing didn't respond, glancing at his watch 9:42. Where are they? Su Muron had set the meeting for 9:30, but everyone was late. The four of them stood chatting by the roadside, looking like the most mismatched group imaginable. Another 10 minutes passed before Su Muron and Lin Gubei finally arrived. Su Muron wore a ginger-colored knit cardigan over rust-red casual pants, her softly curled hair falling naturally around her shoulders. Strands of hair moved gently in the breeze, framing her face and the white canvas tote she carried, giving off a stylish, eye-catching vibe. Hey, sis, you're almost half an hour late. Song Pingon stood at the entrance of the cafe, waving to Su Muron as she finally arrived. Su Muron smiled, skillfully dodging any mention of her lateness, and instead glanced at Jiang Qing. The sunlight isn't even harsh today. Why are you wearing sunglasses? Before she could finish, Song Pingon threw an arm around Jiang Qing's shoulders. My bro Jiang wants to be the coolest guy on the block. Jiang Qing calmly brushed his hand away, his tone flat. I'm visually impaired. Oh, I see. Is this part of the script? Su Muron nodded thoughtfully. After a bit of small talk, the group of six headed to a private room on the second floor of the cafe. Warm sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the space. Su Muron settled elegantly onto the sofa and got straight to the point. There's something important I'd like to discuss with all of you. She looked around at everyone present. I've done some digging. There are tens of thousands of actors in the book world. The biggest factions are Jiefeng and Zhu Menghui. Honestly, with 25 missions ahead, it's almost impossible to make it to the end alone. We need to stick together and form our own group. Jiang Qing leaned back slightly, already guessing what Su Muron was getting at. Facing unsolvable supernatural threats alone was suicide. The more allies you had, the better your chances, provided they were trustworthy enough to watch your back. Su, I have two questions, Jiang Qing spoke up. First, with so many actors, are there enough scripts to go around? Is it possible for multiple people to share the same script? Second, as newcomers, what's the point of starting our own faction? The others turned to Su Muron, waiting for her answer. She paused for a moment, then replied gently, I'm confident that every actor has a unique script. Tens of thousands sounds like a lot, but compared to Daxia's population of 1.4 billion, it's nothing. Your social circle is small, and even fewer people actually influence your choices, so there's no need to worry about script overlap. As for forming a faction, Su Muron sighed. Tomorrow marks 1 year since Lao Lin and I entered the book world. We've had contact with Zhu Menghui and know their entry requirements. You have to complete 3 missions and reveal your script to them. Reveal your script? That's way too risky. Jiang Qing frowned. You don't know the half of it. Su Muron continued. Those audiences are toying with us. Every year, there's a death plot. If you don't change it, you die for sure. But if you do change it, the next mission gets even harder. Worse, if someone else knows your plot, killing the main character in your script also counts as a change. The bigger the change, the harder the next mission. And established factions don't welcome newcomers. Everyone fell silent, realizing just how hopeless the situation seemed. Imin, Feng Yaoyao was the first to speak up. Newbies have potential. If we stick together and grow, we could become founding members ourselves. If most missions involve puzzles, you'll need smart teammates. Chen Tianyuan nodded in agreement. I'm easygoing. Count me in, Song Pingon shrugged. After these three spoke, all eyes turned to Jiang Qing, who was still silent. He took a deep breath and smiled. Su, what do we call our group? New World, Su Muron answered without hesitation. There's no hierarchy in our group. We focus on 3 things, sharing experience and intel, helping each other complete missions, and most importantly staying alive. Knock. Knock. The server came in with a tray, gently setting down the coffee. Once the server left, Jiang Qing picked up his cup, his expression serious. We might just be a bunch of rookies, a group of people who could die at any moment in this game. But the only thing uncertain in life is the future. Hey, race to us, may we survive. Everyone raised their cups in agreement. To survival. The bitterness of the coffee slid down Jiang Qing's throat, followed by a lingering, rich aroma. He set his cup down gently, his gaze growing more serious by the second. Looking directly at the people across the table, he spoke with conviction. I want to play the second game today. Who's willing to join me? Lin Gubei frowned in disbelief. Today? Are you serious? He crossed his arms on the table and leaned forward slightly. We just finished a mission. There's a year to recover. Should use that time to work on ourselves. like getting in better shape. Jiang Qing slowly shook his head, his eyes sweeping over each person in the room. There are 25 games. If we only do one per year, it'll take 25 years. His voice was low and resolute. I don't want to wait. My goal is to finish 20 games in 3 years. The conference room fell silent. Everyone exchanged stunned glances. Completing 20 games in 3 years meant clearing one every month and a half. That was an insane pace. Su Murang pressed her lips together, leaning forward with concern obvious in her tone. Jiang Qing, you're smart and rational. You led us through the last mission and we all survived, but she paused. That doesn't mean the next one will be just as manageable. You don't have to push yourself so hard. Take a break, relax. Jiang Qing rested his hands under his chin, unwavering. We lack real experience with ghosts. Practice is the fastest way to improve. I'm with you. Chen Tianyue stood up abruptly, thumping his broad chest and pointing at Jiang Qing with complete trust. Song Pingon lounged back, legs crossed, a playful smirk on his lips. If old Chen's in, there's no reason for me to back out. Let's go. There was a quiet but unmistakable determination in the expressions of these three. Feng Yaoyao clicked her tongue and tapped her fingers on the table. After a hesitant pause, she suddenly slapped the tabletop. This will be my third mission. It shouldn't be too hard. I'm in. Lin Gubei looked at them in disbelief, lightly rapping his forehead with a fist. Are you all being too optimistic? He took a deep breath. Each mission allows a maximum of 3 people per team, and you need to merge keys. Maximum of 3? Feng Yaoyao blinked in confusion. She had spent half a year in this book world and still didn't know all the rules. Keys. Merging? Jiang Qing frowned, clearly just as unfamiliar with the details. Without another word, Lin Gubei demonstrated. With a thought, a bronze key appeared in his hand, its metal surface gleaming coldly. Su Murang also extended her hand, a key materializing in her palm. When the 2 keys touched, a faint light flashed, and they merged. The bronze surface now bore a winding pure white pattern. Each actor's key is hidden near their heart. When you need it, just think about it. And it appears, Su Murang explained softly, her fingertips brushing the key's surface. Merged keys last for up to 10 seconds. Within that time, you can open any door and enter the mission world. As she finished, the merged keys separated and returned to their owners, vanishing from sight. Song Pingon let out a low whistle, his gaze drifting to everyone's chests. Unbelievable. Right by the heart. What are you staring at? Feng Yaoyao shot him a sharp look, protectively covering her chest. Keep looking, and it'll poke your eyes out. Jiang Qing reached out, summoning his own key. The metal glinted coldly under the lights. He hesitated before asking, is there no other way? With the 3-key limit, but 4 people wanting to join, it was an obvious problem. Su Murang took a sip of coffee, leaving a faint lipstick mark on the rim. There is another way. You can split into 2 pairs, each merging their keys and opening doors at the same time. There's a chance you'll end up in the same mission together. 2 pairs. Jiang Qing glanced at Chen Tianyue, just about to speak. The next second, Feng Yaoyao quickly tugged his sleeve. Well, team up, she said, beating him to it. Jiang Qing stroked his chin, weighing the options as he looked between his companions. In terms of brains and brawn, Chen Tianyue and Song Pingon make a better pair. He thought to himself that he had a few tricks up his sleeve now, so bringing Feng Yaoyao along shouldn't be an issue. Besides, if they did end up together, the 4 of them would have a much better shot at survival. Suddenly, a phone rang, interrupting Jiang Qing's thoughts. He raised an eyebrow, staring at the caller ID Xin baby. Without answering, he hung up immediately, making a mental note to change that contact name later. All right, he'll team up with Feng Yaoyao. As soon as Jiang Qing finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang, the screen flashing with Xin baby calling. He was about to hang up when Su Murang smiled and said, answer it. Maybe it's something important. Instantly, everyone turned to him with curious, gossipy looks, watching his every move. Jiang Qing hesitated for a moment before picking up, his tone cold. What is it? Where are you? If there's something to say it. If not, I'm hanging up. Don't hang up. A girl's anxious voice came from the other end. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Qin are coming back tonight. Our families are supposed to have dinner together. I don't have time. I'm with friends. That's it. Friends? Since when do you have friends? Hey. Jiang Qing hung up directly. Looking up, he saw his companions, all giving him teasing looks. He explained helplessly, don't get the wrong idea, she's not my girlfriend. Hee. Feng Yaoyao blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, Jiang Qing, you're so smart, what's your script about? Jiang Qing tapped his fingers on the table and answered briefly, it's a cliché romance, childhood sweethearts falling for someone new. What about you guys? That sounds great. Song Pingan's eyes lit up. Mine's not as fun. I play a rich heir who gets pushed out of his own company bit by bit, a business rivalry storyline. Chen Tianyue crossed his arms. I'm the owner of an escape room. It's a supernatural script. There's a real ghost hiding among a group of NPCs, and I have 11 months left. If I don't solve it, the ghost will kill me. A ghost? There are ghosts in the book world? Jiang Qing pressed. That's how the script goes. I don't know the details, Chen Tianyue sighed. Compared to everyone else's love stories or rich kid plots, His script felt like had been assigned a job straight from the underworld. Feng Yaoyao swung her legs. My script isn't great either. I'm a freshman bullied at college, and in the end, the original character jumps off a building. Sumuran gave a wry smile. I'm a university lecturer. Tomorrow, a group of rich kids will kidnap and accidentally kill me in an empty hallway. But it's easy to avoid just calling sick and stay home. Lin Gubei lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and his eyes flashed coldly. They'll make those rich kids pay. I'm a cop, and I have a dangerous mission tomorrow. Like Susu, he'll just take the day off to avoid it. The atmosphere turned heavy. Everyone realized that besides dealing with the ghosts in the game, they'd also have to face the power struggles and dangers of the book world. Can you still get one of those copper coins? Jiang Qing suddenly asked. Feng Yaoyao snapped out of her thoughts. Not anymore. I just got lucky ran into a Taoist priest who said I had bad luck coming. So I paid 30,000 yuan for a talisman coin. She suddenly remembered. Oh right, 30,000 you owe me. 30,000. Song Pingon was shocked. You're a rich kid and you're asking a college student for that much? I don't care. I want cash. There's a bank right outside. In the end, Song Pingon reluctantly withdrew the money. Feng Yaoyao walked ahead, grinning as she waved the cash. Don't worry, they'll treat you all to bubble tea largest size. Jiang Qing looked at his teammates and rubbed his forehead helplessly. With a group like this, could he really lead them anywhere? Before long, the group of 6 stood by the street, each holding a cup of milk tea. Feng Yaoyao really did treat everyone with the drinks in hand. However, their expressions were conflicted, especially Song Pingon. You have to drink it, Feng Yaoyao said, raising an eyebrow, her tone leaving no room for argument. If you won't even do this for me, then you're not a real friend. Song Pingon held his cup with a slight frown. He was used to high-end coffee, and now he had no choice but to accept this overly sweet drink. Glancing around, he suddenly suggested, I have a villa that's usually empty. It could be our hangout spot, safe and private, even during missions. Sounds good, Jiang Qing agreed without hesitation, determination in his eyes. He was set on playing a second game tonight, mostly out of frustration. It felt like he'd participated in a prestigious competition, fought hard to win first place, only to be told afterward that it was the easiest event in his story as if all his effort had been for nothing. Just then, a Volkswagen worth about 200,000 yuan pulled up at the curb. The passenger door opened, and a girl with a fresh, innocent look stepped out. She immediately spotted Jiang Qing, who was holding a golden retriever, and called out loudly, her brow furrowed. Jiang Qing, why aren't you answering my calls? Gu Kursen's sudden appearance caught Jiang Qing off guard. He instantly put on his blind man act, letting his gaze go unfocused as he wondered to himself, how did she know I was here? Searching his memory, he realized the original Jiang Qing had once gotten lost while out alone, only making it home late at night with the help of the police. Even though Gu Kursen had nothing to do with it, her parents had scolded her harshly. After that, she had linked her phone to his, tracking his location at all times. What a hassle, I need a new phone, Jiang Qing thought. Before Gu Kursen could approach, he leaned over and whispered to Chen Tianyue, do me a favor, scare her off. A knowing look flashed in Chen Tianyue's eyes. He took off his black leather jacket and slung it over his shoulder, revealing a black tank top and tattooed arms. With his slick back hair, muscular build, and deliberately cold expression, he looked every bit the intimidating street thug. Gu Kursen, a college student, was clearly intimidated. She had never encountered someone like this before. At that moment, Zhang Yuan parked the car and hurried over, stepping protectively in front of Gu Kursen and scolding, brother, why aren't you answering Kursen's calls? You're blind, what if something happened to you out here? His words carried a pointed undertone. Chen Tianyue threw an arm around Jiang Qing's shoulders and growled, are you kidding me? Jiang Qing's my little brother, I look after him. And who the hell are you to boss people around in front of me? Wow, Song Pingon chimed in, spinning his sports car keys and eyeing Gu Kursen up and down with a mocking grin. So this is the girl trying to break up someone else's relationship? Jiang, you sure have low standards. I could find you 8 girls like her in one night. Oh, wait, I forgot. You're blind. You people. Gu Kursen and Zhang Yuan were so furious their faces turned pale, lips trembling. Lin Gubei lit a cigarette with deliberate calm, his sharp eyes and aloof demeanor exuding authority. Blowing out a plume of smoke, he said coldly, is being a homewrecker this brazen nowadays? Jiang Qing had mentioned before that his story was about a childhood sweetheart falling for someone new. The dynamic between the three wasn't hard to guess. Faced with this intimidating group, Jiang Yuan's face turned red, but he didn't dare say a word in protest. Inside, he was fuming, couldn't understand when Jiang Qing had started hanging out with people like this. One looked like a gang boss, another was a playboy rich kid, a third seemed like a powerful executive. There was a fashionable, confident woman, and a sweet, innocent girl. It made no sense. He knew Jiang Qing's social circle inside out, or rather, Jiang Qing didn't have any friends at all. Jiang Yuan's life revolved around 2 things. Clinging to Gu Kursen or staying at home playing with his dojo, sometimes just staring off into space. Faced with Jiang Yuan's silence, Gu Kursen frowned slightly, a wave of disappointment washing over her. She despised guys who bullied the weak but cowered before the strong. But she quickly adjusted her attitude, gathered her courage, and stepped forward. Jiang Qing, come home with me. Jiang Qing shot her a cold look, his tone thick with annoyance. You dragged Jiang Yuan along, drove all the way from Wuyue Plaza to Financial Street. Just to take me home, are you out of your mind? Having never been in a relationship, he neither understood nor wanted to understand what Gu Kersin was thinking. Their breakup conversation 2 nights ago had been clear enough, wanted nothing more to do with her. Jiang Qing's indifference hit Gu Kersin like a slap. Not long ago, this man had doted on her, hanging on her every word. Even a half-hearted goodnight from her would keep him awake with excitement. The drastic change was hard for her to accept. Lin Gubei stubbed out his cigarette and cut in impatiently. Kids, the grown-ups have things to do. We don't have time for your little love triangle. Go home. With that, he took Su Murin's hand and headed toward a Mercedes worth over $500,000, waving over his shoulder. Song Pingon, don't forget to send the villa address to the group. Yao, come with me, Song Pingon shrugged. Yao, your sister. Call me Big Sis. Feng Yao Yao kicked him lightly, then led her golden retriever toward a sports car worth $3 million. Chen Tianyue, together with Jiang Qing, hopped onto a sleek motorcycle. Jiang Yuan didn't dare say a word the whole time, his eyes flashing with envy. How could a loser like Jiang Qing possibly know these ultra-wealthy types who drove cars worth millions? If you don't come home with me, then I'll never speak to you again. Gu Kersin threatened, clenching her fists as engines roared around them. Jiang Qing stayed silent, riding away on the motorcycle. At a traffic light, Chen Tianyue suddenly asked, do you like that girl? Are you blind, or am I? Of course I don't. Jiang Qing was caught off guard, then quickly changed the subject. But your insults are pretty creative. Have you spent time in Hong Kong? Or Guangdong? Chen Tianyue looked straight ahead, his tone calm. I used to run with a big boss, traveled to a lot of places, got into plenty of fights. He treated me like a brother. Before he died, he entrusted his little sister to me. Later, we got married and had a daughter. What about you? Are you a student? As the light turned green, the motorcycle sped off. Jiang Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement, savoring the rush of wind and freedom. I'm not a student. I spent a long time in a psychiatric hospital. They said I was dangerous, that something was wrong with my head. But I know. His voice grew firm. I'm not sick. I'm more normal than anyone. In front of Villa number 7 in the Windchime Villa district, Su Muron addressed the group seriously. There's more than one way to survive a mission. One is to follow the task instructions. The other is to figure out the ghost's pattern. Every ghost has a specific way it kills. If we can identify that, we have a chance to clear the mission. Standing in the hallway outside 2 guest rooms, Jiang Qing bit his nails, troubled. There's a pattern? The ghosts kill according to rules? Meng Wanzhou had never told him that. In fact, she had always kept silent about the library's existence, who he was, or even how to awaken miracles. And watch out for the other players, Su Muron added. Aren't we supposed to work together during the mission? Chen Tianyue asked, arms crossed. Old Chen, you're clueless. Song Pingon twirled his keys. Didn't Su say the ghosts kill by certain rules? So how do we find those rules? Chen Tianyu's eyes widened in realization. Let's go. Jiang Qing took a deep breath. He and Feng Yaoyao touched their keys to the doors at the same time, splitting into 2 teams to open both guest rooms. The darkness beyond seemed ready to swallow everything. A creepy child's voice echoed through the villa. Looking for a friend. Found you. Found you. Suddenly, a ghostly hand in a white glove clamped around Jiang Qing's neck, dragging him into the darkness beyond the door. Dim lighting cast shadows over the rows of seats, while the blood-red carpet lent a faintly eerie atmosphere. This was a screening room. Flurries of static danced across the massive silver screen, and in the front row, 20 figures sat in neat formation. Jiang Qing quickly regained his sight, scanning the crowd for Song Pingon and Chen Tianyue. To his relief, the 3 of them had ended up in the same game. 20 people, Feng Yaoyao murmured, her eyes shimmering with worry. We're doomed. This mission must be especially hard. Jiang Qing leaned in and whispered, does more people always mean the task is harder? I'm not sure, it just feels that way, Feng Yaoyao replied, blinking innocently. Last time, there were only 7 of us, and it was pretty easy. Jiang Qing scoffed inwardly. Easy? That was only because Meng Wanzhou had given up. Otherwise, with her chaotic rules, she could have wiped out everyone from the start. Had noticed something. The actors always called these events missions, while the audience referred to them as games. It was a telling detail. Clearly, in the eyes of those monsters, they were just playthings for entertainment. Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen. Welcome aboard the Dusky Dawn cruise. This trip will last 5 days and 4 nights. During the day, please enjoy your VIP experience. Every night from midnight to 6 a.m., a game of hide and seek will be held. Do your best to avoid being found by the ghost. Hint: ghosts are afraid of the dark. This was a completely different way of announcing the mission compared to last time. Jiang Qing quickly pulled out his phone and snapped a picture of the message. He found that while his phone could connect to the crew's Wi-Fi, he couldn't reach Su Muron or Lin Gubei, could only keep in touch with Feng Yaoyao and the others. After a minute, The message vanished, and 20 golden room cards dropped to the floor. Song Pingon moved swiftly, grabbing 4 cards for adjacent rooms. The others, muttering the mission details under their breath, picked up their cards at a more leisurely pace, all the while sizing up the people around them. Jiang, Song Pingon said, handing over a card, his expression serious. What do you think? Jiang Qing took the card and analyzed. From the wording, it seems the daytime is safe. The real danger is the hide and seek from midnight to 6 whole hours. If you make it through, you're fine. If you get found, you're done for. And ghosts are afraid of the dark. That's counterintuitive. Normally, darkness is a ghost's domain, right? But clearly, that's a key to survival. As they spoke, he discreetly counted 10 men and 10 women, 9 of whom were grouped into 3 teams of 3 most likely people who already knew each other from previous missions in this book world. Up on the projection room platform stood Jiang Qiyu, her sharp gaze sweeping across the room. With her fiery red lips and commanding presence, she got straight to the point. If you don't mind me asking, how many missions have you all completed? Knowing this will help us judge the difficulty ahead. It's in everyone's best interest. 4th time. 4th for me, too. Jiang Shiyu's teammates answered first. The others followed suit. Apart from Jiang Qing's group, everyone was on their 4th or 5th mission. When it came to Jiang Qing's team, he smiled and said, "This is our 4th mission." "I'm on my 5th, Feng Yaoyao chimed in. 4th, Chen Tianyue replied flatly. Finally, Song Pingon grinned smugly. "Amateurs, this is my 7th time." Silence. Sometimes, silence speaks louder than words. Jiang Qing's lips twitched, had underestimated just how shameless this guy could be, saying whatever popped into his head. Inside the screening room, everyone's eyes were fixed on Song Pingon, a mix of shock, admiration, and not-so-subtle attempts to win him over in their gazes. In this deadly game, anyone who had survived to their 7th mission was already at the top of the food chain. Jiang Shiyu nodded slightly, her expression calm as she looked at Song Pingon. "This is my 6th mission," she said, her voice low but commanding. "On average, the difficulty this time shouldn't be too high, about mid-level for a 5-star task. It's now 1 p.m., so we have 11 hours until midnight. You can search for clues on the cruise ship in pairs or groups of 3. We'll meet back here at 6 to share what we've found. After that, I suggest everyone gets some rest. You'll need your energy to evade the ghosts after midnight." Even though it was their first meeting, she had already organized everyone with remarkable clarity. The group quickly realized this was the most sensible plan and had no reason to object. After a brief silence, everyone nodded in agreement. Jiang Shiyu pulled out her phone, its screen reflecting a cold light under the lamps. "They'll set up a group chat. Everyone join. If you have questions, post them there right away." Once the group was set up, Jiang Qing and his 3 companions were the first to leave the screening room, walking along a red-carpeted corridor to the deck. The cruise ship was massive, 16 decks in total. They were on the 9th, with their room cards for a premium balcony suite on this floor. Once they were sure no one else was around, Feng Yaoyao couldn't hold back any longer. She gave Song Pingon a swift kick, her face full of exasperation. "Are you out of your mind? Everyone else said 4 or 5 times, but you had to go with 7. Showing off much?" Song Pingon quickly dodged behind Chen Tianyue, peeking out with a cheeky grin. "You don't get it. That's called throwing them off. Who knows if those guys were telling the truth?" Chen Tianyue narrowed his eyes at the artsy young man, his voice low. "Something's off this time. Why are a bunch of us on our 2nd or 3rd mission paired with people on their 4th, 5th, even 6th? If you break a level 5 task into 9 stages, we should be in stage 2 or 3, not 4 or 5. Feng Yaoyao puffed out her cheeks, looking like an angry pufferfish. "We haven't changed our storylines, so the difficulty shouldn't spike for no reason. It's like a group of bronze-ranked players matching with golds." The 3 fell into thoughtful silence, analyzing the situation. Meanwhile, Jiang Qing leaned against the rail, gazing out at the endless blue sky and sea, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Forgot to mention, I changed my storyline. In his script, he was supposed to die as Gu Kursen's boyfriend. But 2 nights ago, they'd broken up, and the butterfly effect was already shifting parts of the plot." The sea breeze whipped across the deck, tousling their hair. Chen Tianyue stuck his hands in his pockets, looking unconcerned. "No big deal. Would have to face stage 5 sooner or later." Song Pingon didn't seem bothered by the difficulty, was more interested in gossip. "So what did you change, old Jiang? Don't tell me you broke up with your childhood sweetheart." His eyes sparkled with curiosity. "That's how it usually goes in novels after the breakup. The girl realizes how great you are and starts regretting it." "Enough." Jiang Qing raised a hand to stop him, frowning slightly. "You've got quite the imagination. Right now, we should focus on surviving the midnight hide and seek, not my love life." Leaning back against the railing, sunlight dappled across Song Pingon's face. He spoke as if discussing what to have for dinner, completely at ease. "Easy. The ship's huge. As long as that ghost doesn't cheat, we can just pick a spot and hide. I'd bet my life it'll never find me." "What if it does?" Feng Yaoyao asked, eyes wide. "Then I'll just give it my life," Song Pingon joked, completely unfazed. Basking in the warm sunlight, Jiang Qing took off his sunglasses, revealing deep, thoughtful eyes. His voice grew serious. It's definitely not that simple. There are too many questions. Why does the ghost fear the dark? Why does the hide and seek only start at midnight? Is daytime really safe? He paused, scanning the faces of his companions. Most importantly, what if this time, there's more than one ghost? After Jiang Qing finished sharing his analysis, the group fell silent for several seconds. If there was only one ghost in the game and 20 actors scattered around, with some luck, maybe one or two could survive until the final day. But if there was more than one ghost, then this mission would be more difficult than anything they'd faced before. After a moment of thought, Jiang Qing began giving instructions. He'll team up with Feng Yaoyao. The rest of you form another group. While it's still light out, let's look for some clues. Make sure to ask the staff if anyone has died on the cruise recently. All right, let's meet back here at 5, Song Pingon said, waving goodbye. He and Chun Tianyue headed toward the elevators, planning to check out the upper deck. The sun was blazing, heating up the cruise ship's deck. Feng Yaoyao tugged at the collar of her dark green hoodie and asked brightly, "Where to now, bro?" "Don't call me that, I'm not your brother," Jiang Qing replied, standing by the railing and gazing out at the endless sea. After a pause, he said, "Let's head to the VIP restaurant for a meal. There are more people there, so we might pick up some useful information." The back of their key card listed the VIP restaurant's location and floor. They took the elevator straight to the 4th floor. Along the way, Feng Yaoyao looked around with curiosity, chatting nonstop. "Lives really different for the wealthy. This is my first time on a cruise. I wanted to go with friends after high school, but tickets were 3,000 or 4,000. Way too expensive, so we never went." Her tone was light, but there was a hint of disappointment. She had grown up in an ordinary family, without much money or a fancy education. She had always been just an average girl. Jiang Qing smiled gently, his expression calm. "You're still young. After you graduate from college and get a good job, you'll be able to go anywhere you want." Feng Yaoyao made a face and teased, "You talk like you're so old. But honestly, I think my chances of beating 25 games are higher than my chances of getting rich." She bounced ahead, her ponytail swaying with each step, her smile bright. "If I ever meet a god, he'll wish to become super rich, so rich he'll never run out of money." Jiang Qing smiled faintly, knowing that while Feng Yaoyao's dream was simple, it was genuine and heartfelt. They picked a window seat, and a server brought over the menu. After ordering, Feng Yaoyao swung her legs and said, "Taking part in this mission has definitely opened my eyes to a different world." Jiang Qing glanced out the window and replied quietly, "Seeing the world isn't just about eating at fancy restaurants or going on a cruise. It's about how you handle yourself when people's true nature is revealed." The words drifted past Feng Yaoyao. She didn't fully grasp the meaning, but didn't ask for more. Just then, Jiang Qing noticed a man sitting by the window, drinking red wine alone, looking troubled. Jiang Qing walked over and sat across from him. "Hello." The man paused, glanced at Jiang Qing, and frowned. "I don't like sharing a table with strangers." Jiang Qing ignored his attitude and continued, "Something strange has been happening on this cruise. I heard someone might have died. Is that true?" The man's expression changed, panic flickering in his eyes. He took a quick sip of wine, trying to hide his unease. "I don't know what you're talking about." He stood up abruptly, trying to leave, but Jiang Qing grabbed his wrist with surprising strength. The man winced in pain and struggled. "Let go of me." Jiang Qing held firm and asked in a low voice, "Don't be in such a hurry. Let's talk. Are you the killer?" The man froze, then instinctively denied it. "I'm not." But his panic only grew, and his voice rose. "Waiter, this guy is crazy." Jiang Qing shook off the man's hand and said sternly, "Sir, be careful or I'll accuse you of slander." Just then, a waiter approached. The man snorted and strode out of the VIP restaurant. After Jiang Qing dismissed the waiter, he returned to his seat, his expression serious as he said to Feng Yaoyao, "There's something off about that guy. Are we going to follow him?" Feng Yaoyao's eyes lit up, clearly eager. "Just see which floor he gets off on. Don't make contact for now," Jiang Qing instructed. On the bow deck of the 12th floor, the sun was shining. Song Pingan lounged lazily on a poolside chair, sunbathing, while chatting with Chun Tianyue, who stood beside him. "Old Chun, relax a little. We've got plenty of time. Taking a break won't hurt. Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoyao are working hard to find clues, and here we are just enjoying ourselves. It feels wrong." Chun Tianyue sighed, clearly exasperated by his laid-back partner. Song Pingan was unfazed. "Come on, working hard to find clues? Says who? I'd bet anything that right now, Lao Jiang is either eating in the restaurant or taking Yao Yao to the bar. Why? Isn't finding clues our top priority?" Chun Tianyue asked, puzzled. Song Pingan took a sip of the drink the waiter brought him. "Old Chun, you're too innocent. This cruise ship has 16 decks, it's huge. A few people blindly searching won't get us anywhere. As for why Lao Jiang is in the restaurant or the bar, well, it's meal time, and the bar is the best place for gathering information. Lots of different people, lots of gossip." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Hey, there's a pretty girl all by herself. Watch and learn. I'll only show you once." Song Pingan got up and walked over to a woman in a revealing outfit, a roguish grin on his face. Hey, beautiful alone? Get lost. The woman replied coldly. Isn't that a bit much? First time we meet, and you already want me to get in bed with you. Song Pingan shamelessly sat down next to her, deliberately showing off the 9-digit balance on his phone. Let me introduce myself, I am Xiao Shuai. You seem a bit lonely, so how about I keep you company? 100,000 per hour deal? The icy facade melted instantly. The woman's eyes turned flirtatious, her fingers tracing Song Pingan's abs. How about we chat in my room? No thanks, I prefer the ocean, Song Pingan said, brushing her hand away. The ocean's a wonderful thing, you can admire it when you're happy, jump in when you're depressed, and dive in when you're broke. Instead of being annoyed, the woman seemed intrigued by his personality and winked playfully. Xiao Shuai, what do you do for a living? Her voice was soft and alluring. Don't ask what you shouldn't, Song Pingan replied, putting on a bossy air. Just know that being rich is my biggest asset. Everything else is just a bonus. By the way, I had a dream last night, dreamt this cruise ship was haunted. What do you think that means? Haunted? The woman's face went pale, and she stammered, unable to speak for a moment. Oh, you know something. Song Pingan narrowed his eyes and coaxed her gently. Seeing her still hesitate, he smiled. Don't worry, I won't spread it around. Here, I'll transfer you 200,000, let's just chat. If we hit it off, maybe you can spend the night with me. Once the transfer went through, the woman beamed, her fears seemingly forgotten. She glanced around cautiously, then leaned in to whisper in his ear. I'll tell you, but just you. 3 days ago, 5 people died in a balcony room on the 6th floor. I was staying next door. It was horrible. She clutched her chest, gagging at the memory. 2 girls were skinned alive. Beneath the bright sun, Song Pingan felt a chill run down his spine. 5 people dead, that means 5 ghosts. After accepting the facts, Song Pingan casually asked about the identity of the deceased. By the pool, a woman in a revealing swimsuit pursed her lips and thought for a moment before speaking. There were 7 people present at the time. A middle-aged man called for a staff member, saying there was a foul odor and a strong smell of blood coming from room 6444, she said softly. When the door opened, I only glanced inside and almost fainted. She went on to describe how the captain sealed off the hallway, moved the guests, and then called the 7 of them in to offer hush money. At this point, she shot Song Pingan a suggestive look. Of course no one was as generous as you, handsome. Seeing Song Pingan simply jot down the room number without reacting, the woman seemed to doubt her own charm. She slipped off her jacket, revealing her swimsuit, and wrapped herself around his arm with effortless grace. Since that day, her tone became lighter. Guests have been saying they hear knocking and a girl crying late at night. She keeps repeating, I'm afraid of the dark. It's really creepy. Word spread quickly, and now no one dares go to the 6th floor. That's all I know. She gave Song Pingan a meaningful look. Handsome, tonight. Song Pingan smiled slightly and handed her his room card. Come find me at midnight. Don't be late. With that, he picked up a glass of sparkling wine and strode off the pool deck. Chen Tianyue hurried after him, asking anxiously, why did you give her your room card? What did she tell you? Song Pingan relayed all the information had gathered, then gave a sly grin. Old Chun, do you think the 20 room cards they issued us are actually a way for the ghosts to track our locations? Damn, that's a twisted angle, I never thought of that. Chen Tianyue was shocked, then grew worried. What if that woman gets killed by a ghost? If she dies, she dies. Song Pingan shrugged, his tone cold. This is the ghost world. They're all NPCs. It's better to let NPCs figure out the rules for us than risk our own lives. Better them than us. Survival comes first. The two of them discussed their next steps. Song Pingan dismissed the idea of going to the 6th floor, reasoning that it was too dangerous without knowing if the ghosts could act during the day. He suggested upgrading their cabin first and leaving the exploration of the 6th floor to Lao Jiang. After some joking around, Chen Tianyue suggested they help Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoyao upgrade their cabins as well. Song Pingan leaned against Chen Tianyue, a bitter smile on his face. It's just a theory, I haven't tested it. What if upgrading the cabin is even more dangerous? There are 4 of us. At least one of us needs to survive. Sorry, old Chun, but I'm betting our lives on this. Chen Tianyue ruffled Song Pingan's hair on purpose, messing it up as a genuine light flickered in his eyes. The first thing my big brother ever taught me was loyalty. You can lose your head, you can bleed, but you can't lose your sense of brotherhood. His voice was steady and firm. Even though you talk too much, love to show off, and can be pretty annoying when it comes to risking your life, I'll stand by you. Real friendships between men aren't defined by time. Hearing this, Song Pingan's pupils contracted and his eyes grew red around the edges in the sunlight. He quickly turned his face away and pushed Chen Tianyue aside. Don't touch me. 2 grown men. That's just gross. He cleared his throat, his tone suddenly turning serious. By the way, let me warn you, watch out for old Jiang. Hey, that's not cool. Are you trying to stir up trouble between me and Jiang Qing? Chen Tianyue lightly patted his shoulder, a hint of displeasure on his face. Song Pingan looked up at the pale blue sky and let out a long breath, his gaze deepening. You're clueless. My gut tells me old Jiang is a lunatic, the kind who can't even control himself when he loses it. He lowered his voice. I even suspect he's made some kind of deal with a ghost. A deal with a ghost? Chen Tianyu's face turned serious. What do you mean? Song Pingon absent-mindedly fiddled with a golden room card, leaning in and dropping his voice to a near whisper. Last mission was way too easy. Old Jiang was the one who delivered dinner to the basement, and he was down there for 20 minutes. What did he see? What did he say to the ghost? We have no idea. He stared intently at Chen Tianyue, and it's like he's been holding something in, just itching for the next mission. He paused, then summed it up. Bottom line, old Jiang is by far the most dangerous person among us. When I tell you to be careful, I don't mean he'll kill us, but that he might lose it and get himself killed. There's a growing, inescapable sense of dread lurking behind everything. Huangwang cruise ship, 6th deck. Jiang Qing stood at the corner by the signboard, quickly scanning the list of attractions on this level. The area was unusually quiet, with barely another tourist in sight. There's hardly anyone here. It doesn't feel lively at all. Feng Yaoyao looked around nervously. That's a good thing, it means we're looking in the right place. Jiang Qing withdrew his gaze and decisively headed down the left corridor. Along the way, the indoor play areas for children were completely empty, not a visitor in sight. An odd silence hung in the air. They turned a few corners and found themselves in a long hallway blocked by a bright red warning tape. A sharply dressed staff member stood in front of the tape, raising a hand to stop them as soon as he saw them. Sir, ma'am, this area is temporarily closed. Please head back the way you came. His tone was polite but firm. Jiang Qing narrowed his eyes, quickly analyzing the situation. Closed off? Isn't this a guest accommodation area? Why the blockade? The answer was obvious: either something serious happened, or someone died. His gaze flickered to a nearby room, quickly noting the number on the door. A polite smile appeared on his face. Hello, we're staying in room 6440. We left something valuable inside. The staff member was clearly caught off guard, then quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie to check with the supervisor. After a moment, he put it away and nodded. They'll take you to get your things. Jiang Qing's mind raced as he considered his next move. We actually switched rooms to the 9th floor, so we don't have the key card for here anymore. He was just bluffing, hoping it would work. Fortunately, the staff member didn't seem suspicious, nor did he ask for their IDs or question them further. He led them past the warning tape to the door of 6440, pulled a card from his pocket, and with a beep, unlocked the door. Grab your things and leave quickly, the staff member said, a strange tension in his voice. His gaze kept flicking toward room 6444 down the hall. Jiang Qing picked up on these subtle cues immediately. He thanked the staff member, stepped inside, and opened the entryway closet, using it to shield the staff's line of sight. You're a really good liar. Didn't even blush, Feng Yaoyao whispered, moving closer to him. Jiang Qing kept his eyes on the closet, mind racing about what secrets room 6444 might hold. Frowning, he said, if you want to talk, just talk, don't grab my hand. Suddenly, the room went dead silent. A chill ran through Jiang Qing. Something was off. The hand holding his felt small and icy cold. He slowly looked down, terror flooding him in an instant. It wasn't Feng Yaoyao holding his hand, but a little girl in a dirty white dress. Her head was bowed, long black hair hiding her face, and her voice trembled as she pleaded. Don't go, I'm scared of the dark. Are you afraid of the dark? I'm even more afraid of ghosts. Jiang Qing felt his heart sink to the bottom. He slammed the wardrobe door shut. Realizing the room was empty, both Feng Yaoyao and the staff had vanished without a trace. Acting on instinct, he bolted out of room 6440. His footsteps echoed down the hallway as the lights flickered erratically. Suddenly, blood began to seep from the walls, and a chilling cold filled the air. Don't leave, I'm scared of the dark, a little girl whimpered softly, clutching Jiang Qing's hand and refusing to let go. There was no time to think. Eyes wide with fear, Jiang Qing sprinted toward the end of the corridor. He ran for what felt like 30 seconds. The corner ahead seemed to draw closer, yet he could never quite reach it. He realized he was trapped in a supernatural loop. Glancing to the side, he saw the little girl still gripping his hand, no matter how fast he ran. Worse, his right hand felt paralyzed, unable to move or break free. Don't go, I'm scared of the dark, the girl pleaded again, her voice filled with helplessness. One by one, the hallway lights went out, sending shivers down Jiang Qing's spine. Footsteps echoed ominously behind him in the darkness. There was more than one ghost could feel their presence closing in, as if they were about to swallow him whole. In this desperate moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Even Ming Wan's his miracle of longing might not save him now. Stay calm, he told himself. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing forced himself to scan the dim corridor, searching for any possible escape. But then, as the footsteps grew louder, the little girl suddenly let go of his hand. Gasping for breath, Jiang Qing reached the corner and looked up sharply. A pair of swollen, tear-stained eyes stared back at him. The girl reached out to him, but when she saw his gaze, her hand dropped in despair, as if all hope had faded. The lights went out in an instant. Behind him, He heard a rustling sound. Someone had grabbed the little girl and was dragging her away. Hey, what are you doing here? This area is off limits. A stern voice shattered the silence. Jiang Qing spun around to see a security guard in uniform approaching. Relief washed over him, leaving his mind blank. The staff from before had been a ghost in disguise, and now even this security guard might not be real. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Qing quickly turned and walked away, pulling out his phone to call Feng Yaoyao. Where are you? He asked, tension in his voice. I'm in the VIP restaurant. You've been in the bathroom for half an hour. Are you coming back or not? Feng Yaoyao complained on the other end. Jiang Qing's heart dropped. That meant the person who went with him to the 6th floor wasn't Feng Yaoyao at all, but the little girl instead. A chill ran through him. Stomach trouble. He'll be back soon. Wait for me, Jiang Qing said, forcing himself to sound casual as he hung up. He opened his photo album and studied the picture he'd taken of the event's welcome screen, reading the text carefully. The trip will last 5 days and 4 nights. During the day, guests can fully enjoy VIP services. One line caught Jiang Qing's attention. The instructions never explicitly said the daytime is absolutely safe. They only mentioned enjoying yourself. His heart pounded as he realized the assumption that daytime was safe was just the tan assumption. Riding the elevator back down, Jiang Qing reviewed everything quickly in his mind. The little girl hadn't tried to hurt him. She just begged him not to leave because she was afraid of the dark. The next ghost, though, had seemed far more threatening. It had forced the girl to let go of him. The lights in the corridor going out one by one made him wonder. What if there were 2 ghosts on the ship, one afraid of the dark and one afraid of the light? Maybe one couldn't attack in darkness, while the other could only act in it. But something still didn't add up. The little girl was scared of the dark, but even when it was light, she hadn't harmed him. Jiang Qing muttered to himself until the elevator doors opened on the 4th floor. He realized he was back at the restaurant. Feng Yaoyao was seated at the table, plates stacked high in front of her. If you'd been gone any longer, I'd have thought you fell into the toilet, she teased, sounding relaxed. The weight on Jiang Qing's shoulders eased a little. She was safe. Everything was still normal. Have you not eaten in 800 years? He joked, sitting down and trying to act casual. Feng Yaoyao patted her round belly and grinned. It's just that I haven't had a decent meal in ages. The cafeteria at Maple Leaf Institute of Technology is terrible, and the restaurants outside are way too expensive for me. You go to Maple Leaf Institute of Technology? Jiang Qing blurted out in surprise. What's wrong? Feng Yaoyao looked at him, puzzled. Oh, nothing. Jiang Qing brushed it off, but inside he was unsettled. Gu Kersen and Zhang Yuan were both at that school too. That was quite a coincidence. Are you hiding something from me? Feng Yaoyao pouted, clearly unhappy. We're supposed to be best friends. I treat you like a brother, but you're treating me like a stranger? Jiang Qing hesitated for a moment, then described in detail the dangerous encounter had earlier with someone pretending to be Feng Yaoyao. That's creepy. Someone could actually disguise themselves as me. Feng Yaoyao shuddered after hearing the story. It really is. We need a code word, Jiang Qing suggested. Feng Yaoyao blinked, then suddenly declared, let's use red phoenix, yellow phoenix, painting a phoenix on a pink wall. Jiang Qing stared at her, completely lost. Oh, come on. You don't get it? Here, I'll teach you in Sichuan dialect. As the sun set, Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoyao returned to the 9th deck. From a distance, they could see Song Pingon lounging around with Chun Tianyue standing expressionless beside him. Well, Yaomei, did you miss your big bro? Song Pingon greeted her with a cheeky grin. Code word. Feng Yaoyao immediately raised her fist. Huh, code what? Song Pingon looked utterly confused. He's an imposter. Get him. Feng Yaoyao shouted, launching a flying kick. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Song Pingon clutched his backside and ran, with Feng Yaoyao chasing after him. Jiang Qing just shook his head and grabbed Feng Yaoyao by the collar. Enough. Aren't you supposed to be the sweet one? Of course I am. Feng Yaoyao immediately switched to a sugary voice. Jiang, what's going on? I didn't do anything to her. Song Pingon complained, rubbing his sore backside. Once everyone had gathered, Jiang Qing's expression turned serious as he shared what had happened on his end. Song Pingon's face grew solemn as he relayed the information they had uncovered. After comparing notes, everyone drew a sharp breath. Jiang Qing quickly pieced the clues together. There are at least 2 ghosts on this cruise ship, possibly up to 5. We know the little girl is afraid of the dark and won't kill in darkness. But there's another ghost that only appears when it's dark. Daytime seems safe, but the 6th floor is extremely dangerous. We should avoid it. Song Pingon had the right idea, he continued. Tonight, you and Chun Tianyue stay in the 12th floor suite. They'll be with Feng Yaoyao. We'll test if the room cards or how the ghosts track our locations. Huh. Feng Yaoyao's cheeks flushed. Is that really okay? I snore when I sleep. What are you thinking? We'll be playing hide and seek in the second half of the night, not sleeping. Jiang Qing retorted. I'm just worried about you. Feng Yaoyao mumbled, looking away. I'm single, but you have a girlfriend. What girlfriend? That was just for the script. Besides, Jiang Qing's voice grew soft. We broke up. He had never really liked anyone. Before he ended up in this world, the only close female friend had was also in the psychiatric hospital with him. The doctors all said he was crazy, that the girl had died before he was even admitted. As evening fell, the group headed to the screening room. It felt like the place had been prepared just for them. There wasn't another soul in sight. Jiang Qing quickly counted heads. 19 people, one missing. Jiang Shiyu, the group's leader, tried calling the absent person's phone several times, but no one answered. In a corner, a timid girl raised her hand. He's dead. The whole screening room fell silent in an instant. Fear swept through everyone like a tidal wave. The girl with braids explained in a trembling voice, "We went to the 6th floor this afternoon, but one corridor was blocked off. He got into an argument with a staff member," and then her voice shook. The lights suddenly went out. A little girl grabbed my hand and pulled me away. He got dragged into the darkness by a pair of ghostly hands. I heard one scream, then nothing. The staff again. Jiang Qing folded his arms, deep in thought. Could that staff member be a ghost too? If so, that made 3 confirmed ghosts. Jiang Shiyu stepped closer to the girl, her presence intimidating. "How did you survive?" The shy, braided girl didn't dare meet Jiang Shiyu's gaze. The little girl pulled me away, and before I realized it, I was standing in front of the elevator. "A little girl?" The blonde man scoffed. "Sounds like a ghost to me." "So you're saying a ghost saved you?" Nearby, a girl with short hair narrowed her eyes. "Or maybe you killed him and are just blaming it on the ghost." Such slanderous words instantly shattered Zhao Xiaotong's fragile defenses. Her braided hair swung wildly as she grew agitated, and she cried out at the top of her lungs, "I'm not lying. It really was a ghost who saved me. There's more than one ghost on this cruise ship." A glint of cruelty flashed in the short-haired girl's eyes as she suddenly yanked Zhao Xiaotong's braid, pulling her head back. "A ghost would save someone? If it really saved you, that just proves you're working with it." Bending over in pain, Zhao Xiaotong's eyes filled with tears. "Let me go? I'm really not with the ghost. Why won't you believe me?" The others watched coldly from the sidelines, especially Jiang Shiyu. She narrowed her eyes and stepped forward, wrapping her slender fingers around Zhao Xiaotong's neck, tightening her grip. "I've been through 5 missions. This is my 6th, and I've never seen a ghost save a person. What are you hiding? Did you make some kind of deal with a ghost? Are you trying to get us all killed?" As Zhao Xiaotong's face turned purple and she struggled desperately, Jiang Qing quietly tapped Song Pingan on the back. He wanted to protect this girl not out of kindness, but because he had important questions for her. He let Song Pingan step in because Song always boasted about being a veteran on his 7th mission, making his intervention more convincing than Jiang Qing's own. Catching on, Song Pingan puffed out his chest, stepped forward, and shouted, "Hey, aren't you ashamed? Ganging up on a girl like this? Who says ghosts can't save people?" Maybe this one had a change of heart. Jiang Shiyu was momentarily stunned. She looked Zhao Xiaotong up and down, puzzled as to why a seasoned player with 6 completed missions would stick up for such an ordinary girl. She slowly let go, her tone mocking. "I don't believe a ghost would save someone. The missing team member was probably killed by her. For everyone's safety, she can't be allowed to live. That's the best solution." A heated argument broke out. Song Pingan's quick tongue left Jiang Shiyu's teammates red with anger. In the end, under Chun Tianyu's intimidating presence, Jiang Shiyu had no choice but to tell the short-haired girl to release Zhao Xiaotong. "Let's get back to business. Has anyone found any clues?" Jiang Shiyu changed the subject. A minute passed in silence. Whether or not anyone had found clues, no one was willing to share. To put it bluntly, why should I share the clues I found? As the organizer, Jiang Shiyu remained silent. The ugliest side of human nature is that people are full of selfish desires, yet expect others to be generous and forgiving. The first attempt to share clues ended in discord and disappointment. With less than 6 hours left before midnight, everyone returned to their rooms to rest, knowing they'd need all their strength for the battles with ghosts that awaited in the second half of the night. At the stern on the 9th deck, a few people gathered in Jiang Qing's room by the balcony. The last rays of the setting sun bathed them in a beautiful, if somber, light. Zhao Xiaotong, dressed simply, took a long time to muster the courage to speak. "Thank you for helping me," she said softly. Jiang Qing didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. "What did the little girl who saved you look like?" Zhao Xiaotong bit her lip, clutching her braided hair tightly, and replied in a low voice. She was about 5 or 6, wearing a red dress, with short hair. There were 3 or 4 scars on her facade, looked frightening. In her eyes they were blood red, like fire, filled with resentment. At this, Zhao Xiaotong's voice trembled, her eyes brimming with tears. "You have to believe might really was a ghost that saved me." Chen Tianyue placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and spoke as gently as he could. "Don't worry, we just want to know what happened. We won't hurt you." "Thank you," Zhao Xiaotong murmured, her voice shaky. Clearly, she wasn't very resilient. She didn't even have the courage to resist when facing Jiang Shiyu. Chen Tianyue suddenly remembered that Zhao Xiaotong had mentioned this was her 4th mission, and he couldn't help but wonder how she had survived the previous 3. Jiang Qing's expression was serious as she bit her nail and asked again, "How did your teammate die? I want to hear every detail." Zhao Xiaotong's emotions seemed to flare at this question. She trembled slightly, her voice even more unsteady. We were walking down a corridor on the 6th deck when we ran into a crew member. She stopped us and said the area was temporarily closed. Xiaozhou lost his temper, shoved her aside, and ran in. When he got about halfway down the corridor, all the lights suddenly went out. Xiaozhou realized something was wrong and tried to run, but he was too late. A white hand grabbed him by the neck and dragged him away. She paused, her distress growing. After that, we never heard from him again. What about you? Jiang Qing interrupted. Taking a bottle of water from Feng Yaoyao, Zhao Xiaodong took a deep breath. I didn't go in. I apologized to the crew member and just hesitated for a moment. After Xiaozhou screamed, everything went silent. The crew member disappeared, too. Then, the girl in the red dress grabbed my hand, led me to the elevator, and told me to leave right away. She looked up, her desperation clear. I know it sounds unbelievable, but I swear it's the truth. Jiang Qing nodded slightly, cutting her off. I believe you. The others fell silent. In that moment, Zhao Xiaotong felt a wave of warmth wash over her, and tears spilled from her eyes as she lowered her head. Thank you all. Her voice was barely audible, but her gratitude was genuine. She was clearly a fragile girl, not cut out for the dangers and coldness of this world. Jiang Qing waved her off. Go get some rest. After a moment, she added, hey, race a tip, don't turn off the lights tonight. Get a few flashlights and make sure you stay somewhere well lit. But didn't the mission hint say that ghosts are afraid of the dark? Wouldn't we be safer in the darkness? Zhao Xiaotong looked confused, like a helpless child. Jiang Qing's face was expressionless. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Go on, we need to rest. I believe you. Zhao Xiaotong replied quietly, biting her lip, giving a small wave, and leaving the room. Song Pingan leaned lazily against the balcony railing, wearing Jiang Qing's sunglasses and trying to look cool. So, Lao Jiang, have you figured out any clues? Jiang Qing sat on the edge of the bed, fingers interlaced, her tone calm. After a moment's thought, she said, there are 4 ghosts for sure. The girl in white, the girl in red, the crew member, and the one in the darkness. The first 3 don't seem to fear the light and haven't hurt us. Once might be a coincidence, but twice? No way. So, my guess is the girls and the crew member are friendly ghosts. The one in the darkness is the killer, and it can only act when it's dark. She paused, her expression growing grim. If that's true, then we might lose 4 people tonight. Feng Yaoyao's eyes widened in shock. 4 people? Why? Even someone as self-assured as Song Pingan was at a loss. He furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with questions. Why exactly 4 people? Why not just kill all the actors? And why does Lao Jiang look even more stylish than me in that outfit? Jiang Qing stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the setting sun. How long is this mission? 5 days and 4 nights, Feng Yaoyao answered without hesitation. 4 nights, 20 actors. Song Pingan crossed his arms, thinking aloud. So you're saying 5 people have to die each night? Since 1 is already dead, does that mean 4 more will die tonight? Jiang Qing slowly shook his head, his voice heavy. It's not necessarily 5 deaths every night. Think about it, if you kill all the main characters in the first 10 minutes of a movie, it would be a terrible film. He paused, taking a sip of water from the bottle on the table. The ghosts, as the audience, want the story to keep going. The first day's death limit is probably 5. We figured out some of the rules, so at least we can make sure we survive tonight. His expression was grim. As for the others, the clue about ghosts fearing the dark in the mission briefing might end up killing them. Whether they live or die will come down to luck. Of course, Jiang Qing added, this is all speculation. We know very little about this world and these ghosts. Every step we take has to be careful. We can win countless times, but losing once means death. It's unfair, but that's reality. Song Pingan strode into the room with a confident grin. What are we afraid of? Lao Jiang, you've got the brains, I've got the money. Lao Chun has the muscle. Together, we're unstoppable. Feng Yaoyao sat on the bed, pouting and resting her chin on her hands. I'm not just complaining about the environment. I'm complaining about you strong types, too. Always leaving me out. You don't get it. That's called protection. We handle the dangerous stuff, you just sit back and reap the benefits, Song Pingan said, reaching out to pat her heatedly to have her bite him hard. Ouch. Let go. Are you part dog or something? The scene made Jiang Qing laugh. You 2 should get some rest. And remember to prepare something that glows just in case the ghost tries to turn off the lights. You heard him. Get lost. Feng Yaoyao kicked at Song Pingan. He grabbed her ankle, teasing. Good thing you're not wearing a skirt, or you'd be flashing everyone. I swear it'll kill you. Song Pingan bolted from the room, muttering to himself. That girl's way too fierce, nothing like my little sister. The room quieted down again. Jiang Qing stepped out onto the balcony, stretched out on a chair, and watched the sunset, trying to clear his mind. Thud, thud, thud. Feng Yaoyao ran in barefoot and stood in front of him. Aren't you going to sleep, bro? Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow. Why are you calling me bro? Feng Yaoyao met his gaze, her expression earnest. I'm an only child. I've always wanted an older brother, someone gentle, who spoils me and can protect me. Every time I saw other girls being picked up from school by their brothers, I was so jealous. You're a guy, so you probably don't get what girls feel. Jiang Qing was silent for a moment, then shook his head lightly. You're right, I don't. If you ever feel insecure and wish for someone to protect you, there's no need to call me your brother. We're friends. If I can help, I will. See. Feng Yaoyao pouted and couldn't help but tease. You still don't understand how girls think, do you? Jiang Qing paused, and an image flashed through his mind, the girl who always liked to sit under the camellia tree, the one who had accepted him, the one who'd once said, how dare you underestimate my love for you? Jiang Qing unconsciously gazed at the sun sinking into the night sky, his eyelids growing heavier until he eventually drifted off to sleep. At 11:59 p.m., Jiang Qing quickly turned on every light in the room, even the bathroom, and made sure the curtains were drawn. Feng Yaoyao clutched her phone tightly and suggested in a low voice. Actually, we could go somewhere crowded, like a bar. With so many people around, the ghosts wouldn't dare target us, right? No way. Jiang Qing stared at the countdown on his phone, his eyes sharp. It's even more dangerous with a crowd. Did you forget some ghosts can disguise themselves as us? As the final seconds ticked away, his tone was resolute. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Ring, ring, ring. Feng Yaoyao's alarm suddenly blared, making Jiang Qing jump in fright. He shot her a glare. Are you crazy? Why did you even set an alarm? Feng Yaoyao just giggled, acting cute, and silently turned off the alarm without explanation. Jiang Qing pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing that had heard that ringtone during their very first mission. Back then, he had been half asleep when the alarm woke him up, and he saw Song Pingyan and Chun Tianyue sitting by the bed, staring at the space underneath. The hide-and-seek game has begun. The air seemed to freeze, and the silence around them was even more nerve-wracking than expected. Feng Yaoyao finally couldn't hold back and whispered, are you scared? No. Well, okay. Yes, I am, Jiang Qing admitted, then asked, what about you? Feng Yaoyao swallowed hard, her eyes unfocused. I'm even more scared. What if 4 or 5 ghosts come for us at once? Can't you think of something more positive? Jiang Qing laughed, flicking her forehead. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the distance, clear and hurried. Jiang Qing instantly covered Feng Yaoyao's mouth, signaling her to stay silent. The footsteps stopped right outside their door. Knock knock, are you in there? Knock knock, I know you're in there. Knock knock, I can see you. Feng Yaoyao froze, so tense she barely dared to breathe. The ghost outside seemed to hesitate for a moment, then gave up and moved on to the next room. As the footsteps faded away, Feng Yaoyao finally exhaled, her face pale with fear. Jiang Qing kept his eyes fixed on the door, gripping his flashlight tightly. If anything broke in, he wouldn't hesitate to flood the room with light. For now, it seemed the ghosts couldn't enter directly, but he stayed on high alert. After a moment of silence, he was certain the room and their keycard had already been marked by the ghosts. It was only midnight, and in just a few minutes they had been found so quickly. Jiang Qing realized the ghosts hadn't searched anywhere else. They had come straight for them. Meanwhile, in another room, the short-haired woman and the man with yellow hair exchanged anxious glances. The woman whispered, I think I heard footsteps. Ghosts are afraid of the light, they won't come in. The man replied, his voice trembling even as he tried to sound brave. Don't say things like that. The woman was too nervous to argue. She curled up on the bed, frowning slightly. What if the ghost turns on the lights? Stop thinking about that. The man stammered, his voice even shakier. Maybe we should hide in the closet? Even if a ghost comes in and turns on the lights, at least we'll be in the dark. Okay. The two of them agreed without another word, quietly moving toward the wardrobe by the door. They opened it gently and squeezed inside, practically on top of each other. The closet was narrow and pitch black, but it actually made them feel a little safer. The man's heart was racing, but he stayed silent. The two of them pressed together, the atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. But suddenly, they both sensed another presence in the closet with them. Even though it was completely dark, they realized at the same time they were no longer alone. Looking for my friends, there you are. A piercing scream shattered the night. The closet shook violently, and blood began to pour out through the cracks. Group chat interface, messages scrolling quickly. Song Pingyan, Lao Jiang, am so bored. How about we play Who's the Undercover? Feng Yaoyao immediately shot back. Go play with a ghost if you're bored. That'll be way more exciting. Jiang Qing asked warily. Everything's quiet on your end? Song Pingyan replied. Nothing going on. All normal here. Lao Chen's guarding the door, looks like he's fallen asleep. Chen Tianyue quickly sent a disdainful emoji, not asleep. Jiang Qing analyzed. I heard 7 doors being knocked on in total. The shadow ghost probably isn't on the 9th floor anymore. Maybe some of the actors aren't hiding in their rooms. Song Pingyan sighed. This cruise ship is huge. If someone really tries to hide, it's almost impossible to find them. Suddenly, Chen Tianyue sent an alert. We hear footsteps on our side. Feng Yaoyao tensed up. What? Don't tell me it's come up to the 12th floor? Uncle Chen, are you still alive? Chen Tianyue replied with a sweat emoji, still alive. Song Pingyan tried to reassure them. Our door wasn't knocked on. Maybe it was just a personal butler passing by. Feng Yaoyao feigned disappointment. So you're not dead yet. Jiang Qing put down his phone and walked barefoot to the balcony. He slowly pulled back the curtain. Outside, the sea was pitch black, so deep it was almost unsettling. It's 3 in the morning. Are we safe now? Feng Yaoyao asked sleepily, her eyelids drooping. Jiang Qing shook his head. From the moment the mission started, we've been in danger. There's no such thing as safe unless we make it back to the world of the book. Feng Yaoyao yawned, then changed the subject. Bro, I don't get it. Would Jiang Shiyu really dare kill Zhao Xiaodong? That's a human life. That woman is dangerous, Jiang Qing said bluntly. She didn't want to kill Zhao Xiaodong because the ghost saved her, or because she suspected her of killing a teammate. It was to make an example. Jiang Shiyu wants to lead us, and being smart isn't enough for a leader. What matters is her methods. She picked Zhao Xiaodong because that girl is too timid easy to pick on, and she just happened to walk into trouble. Feng Yaoyao clenched her blanket in anger. She thought of the original character from her script, a timid, weak girl who was bullied by the female lead's clique, had humiliating photos spread around the school, and finally jumped off a building in despair. Jiang Shiyu's behavior was just like the script's main character. Bro, why do some people always go out of their way to bully others? Jiang Qing thought for a moment. It gives them a sense of power. Like being the king of the school, seeing people better than themselves get humiliated or slapped around. They feel like they control other people's lives. You see people like that everywhere, at work, at home, always wanting to be above others. He paused, then added, I know your script. If we make it back alive, let Chen Tianyue help you out. He's got a pretty intimidating presence. No one would dare mess with you if he's got your back. I want you to protect me, Feng Yaoyao said, pouting. Me? In blind, how am I supposed to protect you? Jiang Qing replied half-jokingly. But he knew deep down, if Feng Yaoyao ever got in trouble at school, the three of them would go help her. After all, he still owed her a favor. Time passed. The sun rose over the horizon, and the sea shimmered with gold. At 6 in the morning, the first night of hide and seek was finally over. Feng Yaoyao tossed her phone aside and sprawled out lazily on the bed. According to Jiang Qing's analysis, as long as they stayed away from the 6th floor during the day, they should be relatively safe. On the group chat interface, messages kept popping up. Jiang Qing, old Jiang, we're coming down to find you. Don't come down yet. Wait for my signal, Jiang Qing replied quickly. JPG, Song Pingon sent an emoji. Wait for my signal, that's it. After sending the message, Jiang Qing turned off his screen. He stood at the door, pressing his ear against the wood, listening closely for any sounds outside. 20 minutes later, a sharp scream shattered the silence in the hallway. Come down. Jiang Qing messaged Song Pingon, then stepped out of the room with Feng Yaoyao. A crowd had already gathered in the hallway, and the scene was chilling. A few boys sat slumped on the floor, their faces ashen. Several girls clung to the walls, retching uncontrollably. What happened? Jiang Qing approached, feigning ignorance. They're dead, Jiang Shiyu said heavily. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Jiang Qing looked over, and his face instantly turned pale. Inside the wardrobe were 2 skinned corpses, their limbs twisted grotesquely, while a whole layer of human skin was eerily spread out on the bed. Blood was splattered everywhere. Feng Yaoyao took one look and rushed into the hallway to vomit. But since she hadn't eaten breakfast, all she could throw up was bile. These monsters are even more brutal than I imagined. Jiang Qing's eyelid twitched as he quickly counted the people. 13. We're missing 2. No, we're actually short 4. The balding middle-aged man corrected him. Just then, Song Pingon and Chen Tianyue hurried over, bringing the head count up to 15. There's another unlocked room over here, a short, stocky man called out. They pushed the door open, and an even stronger stench of blood hit them. The room was scattered with pieces of flesh, like a shattered jigsaw puzzle. Everyone fell silent. Zhao Xiaotong crouched in a corner, sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Qing covered Feng Yaoyao's eyes and turned his face away. His prediction had come true. 4 people were dead. In just one day, a fifth of their 20-person group was gone. The brutality of this mission was obvious. Jiang Shiyu closed the door and asked in a low voice, did anyone hear anything last night? There was knocking on the doors, the balding man recalled. It went on until about 1:30 in the morning. Others chimed in, sharing their own experiences. Jiang Shiyu turned to Song Pingon. You two weren't in your room last night. Who says we had to stay in our rooms? Song Pingon shot back, then smugly pulled out a gold card. Check this out. I upgraded to the most expensive suite. Why would I cram in with you guys? The hallway fell silent. You can upgrade your room? Does that mean the monsters only target these rooms? That's so selfish. Why didn't you tell us? Unfazed by the accusations, Song Pingon dug in his ear and scoffed. Why should I tell you? Use your brain. Hanging around you people makes me dumber. Those 4 idiots must have left the lights on. The warning clearly said the monsters are afraid of the dark, but they just had to keep the lights on. Who else would die but them? Crouched in the corner, Zhao Xiaotong froze. Then remembered someone had knocked on her door last night too, but hadn't come in. Thinking back, maybe it really was because she hadn't turned on the light. She grew even more grateful for Jiang Qing's advice. Come on, let's get breakfast, Jiang Qing called to Song Pingon, and the 5 of them left first. Zhao Xiaotong's legs shook as she followed, steadying herself against the wall. Jiang Shuyu opened the crime scene room again. The bodies and blood were completely gone. She wasn't surprised, so the mission could continue smoothly. The people behind the scenes always cleaned up after the actors had seen the bodies, to avoid alarming the NPCs. The cleanup was always thorough, not a drop of blood left behind. On the fourth floor in the VIP restaurant. Ugh, Feng Yaoyao looked at the steak on Jiang Qing's plate and gagged again. Jiang Qing calmly speared a piece of meat. Tastes pretty good. You guys aren't eating? Feng Yaoyao immediately bent over the trash can, retching violently. I don't want to eat meat for a month. The image of the mutilated corpses still haunted her. Just then, a tall woman walked over gracefully and greeted them in a soft voice. Hey, handsome. With a name that tacky, how can you expect anyone to actually call you that? Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoyao both shot her looks of disdain. Just then, a beautifully dressed woman, carrying a plate of fruit, sat gracefully beside Song Pingan and blinked her bright eyes at him. The sight jolted Song Pingan's memory. Had nearly forgotten about her after the visual shock had received that morning. Did you stay in your room all night? Song Pingan asked tentatively. Don't even mention it. The woman pouted, complaining. I waited for you until 5 in the morning and you never showed up. I got so bored that I went out on deck for some fresh air. Now I'm starving, so I came to find something to eat. 5 in the morning. Jiang Qing's eyes lit up. That was exactly when the hide-and-seek game took place, and yet this woman had been perfectly fine outside. He shot Song Pingan a look, signaling him to keep probing. Trying to sound casual, Song Pingan said, You know how it is, big bosses sometimes get tied up with work. By the way, did anything unusual happen to you last night? Something unusual? The woman took a delicate bite of fruit while recalling, someone knocked on my door. I thought it was my handsome little guy coming back, so I went to open it. And then? Jiang Qing couldn't help but ask, thinking it was a miracle this woman could open the door for a ghost and still be alive. It was strange, she described carefully. The hallway was pitch black, must have been a broken light. I couldn't see anything, but I heard footsteps fading away. Whoever it was sounded drunk, mumbling something like wrong person or something. It was pretty creepy. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances. Wrong person? Did the ghost only target the actors? A suspicion crept into Song Pingan's mind. Could this woman be a ghost in disguise? He decided to test her. How much money do I have in my bank account? Huh. The woman paused, but answered without hesitation, 378 million. The room instantly went silent. Over 300 million? Feng Yaoyao exclaimed. As an ordinary person, she had never even dreamed of that kind of money. She knew Song Pingan was from a wealthy family, but this was on another level. In her mind, anyone with a monthly allowance over 10,000 was already rich. To be sure, Song Pingan reached out and touched the woman's cheek, soft and warm, not cold like Jiang Qing had described earlier. She playfully dodged him, pouting. With 300 million on the table, even the iciest heart would melt. At that moment, Jiang Qing put down his knife and asked bluntly, Do you know the 5 people who died a few days ago? Did you see them on the ship? What was their relationship? The woman frowned, clearly reluctant to talk about it, and stayed silent. Song Pingan caught on immediately and transferred her 10,000 yuan. He's my friend. One question, 10,000 as a reward. Her face lit up, and she shot a flirty glance at Jiang Qing. I saw those 5 people on the ship twice. The first time was on the 12th deck at the bow. They looked like a family. There was a man and a woman chatting, and 2 little girls squatting on the ground, one in a white dress and the other in red, though their clothes were a bit dirty. The second time was in the bar on the 6th deck. I saw a flashy woman talking to that couple, and, weirdly, the 2 little girls were still squatting on the floor. How should I put this? When I first met them, I thought the 2 girls were well behaved. But the second time, it didn't seem like they were just obedient. They looked scared, almost intimidated. It felt like they were trying to stay as far away from that couple as possible. I can't say for sure, it was just a feeling I had. I glanced at them a couple more times, but didn't pay much attention after that. As the attractive woman finished speaking, she shook her phone and gave a knowing, mysterious smile. Feng Yaoyao cursed silently, greedy woman, and discreetly flipped her off. Song Pingan's expression didn't change. He opened his phone, tapped a few times, and transferred another 100,000 to the woman. Thank you, handsome, the woman beamed, her fingers with bright red polish stroking the phone screen. She continued, After that, I didn't see anything myself, but since they were staying in the room next to mine, I could hear a girl crying at night. She shrugged, her long hair swaying with the movement. Maybe those parents have a tendency for domestic violence. They beat the child for more than an hour. Couple, girls, bar woman, domestic violence. These fragments of clues quickly pieced themselves together in Jiang Qing's mind. His pupils contracted sharply, as if Head realized a possibility. Chen Tianyue tapped his fingers on the table, frowning. They beat the child for over an hour, and you didn't step in? They closed the door. It was their family business. How could I intervene? The attractive woman replied matter-of-factly, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. What if I tried to help, even just by telling the staff, and they held a grudge against me? I'm traveling alone, so my own safety comes first, right? Chen Tianyue was at a loss for words. He nodded. You're right. When you're out in the world, your safety always comes first. Jiang Qing leaned forward, hands on the table, locking eyes with the woman. Are you sure they were a married couple? She rolled her eyes. How could I be sure? Am I supposed to ask them directly? In other words, it was just her impression they seemed like a family. What else do you know? Jiang Qing pressed, his gaze sharp as a blade. Let me think. The woman took a sip of her drink, her tongue tracing the moisture on her lips, every gesture deliberately seductive. On the day the body was found, a staff member went missing. I don't know if they ever found them. I wasn't interested in the details, just overheard it from the gossip. A missing staff member, the sixth victim. A spark flashed in Jiang Qing's eyes. He felt he was getting closer to the truth and couldn't wait to confirm something. Before leaving the VIP restaurant, he asked casually, there was a murder on the cruise. Why didn't you disembark when we docked? Jiang Qing had checked the cruise return to its starting point yesterday, and the woman should have left with the previous group of guests. The woman looked puzzled and replied, once you get on the ship, aren't you supposed to stay forever? Her answer sent a chill through everyone, making them realize just how unsettling the audience could be. Turning something illogical into something reasonable. Maybe these NPCs had their memories altered. On the deck, Jiang Qing stood facing the sea breeze, his short hair blown wild, his eyes calm but tinged with madness. That's the plan. You all wait here. I'm going to the 6th floor to find the ghostly staff member. You're insane. You're out of your mind. Song Pingon grabbed Jiang Qing's shoulders and shoved him against the glass railing. Their eyes met, and for the first time, Song Pingon looked deadly serious. Jiang, you're going to get yourself killed. Shin Tianyue stood nearby, shaking his head. Jiang Qing, maybe you're right. Maybe the ghost staff member knows the whole truth. But there's no need to take such a risk. Now that we've figured out the killing pattern, we can survive the next few days. Jiang Feng Yao clutched the hem of Jiang Qing's shirt, her eyes brimming with tears, looking at him with a pleading expression. Zhao Xiaotong stood to the side, biting her lower lip, not knowing what to say. All she wanted was to follow the leader and survive. Jiang Qing turned to face the endless ocean, the wind brushing across his face. His tone was calm. What pattern? As long as we don't go to the 6th floor during the day and keep the lights on at night, we're safe? Do you really think it's that simple? He turned back, his gaze sweeping over the group. Last night, the ghost knocked on 7 doors, but only 2 rooms had people killed, excluding mine and Feng Yao's rooms, as well as Zhao Xiaodong's and that woman's. That means there are 2 other rooms where people knew the secret about keeping the lights on at night. His voice grew more resolute. In other words, the rules we know aren't secrets anymore. Some people out there probably know even more than we do. So hey, raise the question, if all we have to do is follow these 2 rules to survive, what are the audience supposed to watch for the next 4 days? Us relaxing on a cruise? He paused, took a deep breath, and his eyes turned razor sharp. Don't forget there are 6 victims, but only 4 ghosts have appeared so far. Do you really think the other 2 will follow these same rules? Song Pingon stared at Jiang Qing in disbelief, suddenly realizing they weren't even thinking on the same level. The composure, the analysis, the audacity. Was this really only his second mission? Jiang Qing brushed past Song Pingon, heading back inside the ship, his steps firm and unwavering. We can't just rely on one way out. In the elevator, Jiang Qing quietly asked the empty air, if I tie a red string between myself and a ghost, will the ghost fall in love with me and not attack me? Meng Wan's his voice immediately echoed in his mind. That's an interesting idea, but I've tried it before. The results really depend on the situation. His tone was calm as he explained, if the ghost's resentment is too strong, the red string has little to no effect. At best, a ghost without hostility might see you as someone they like, but it won't truly fall in love with you. My miracle works mostly on a spiritual level, Meng Wanzhou continued. The effect depends on both sides' mental strength. Compared to the red string, I'd recommend you use the puppet technique. You can't fully control them, but whether it's a human or a ghost, you can force control for at least 3 seconds. As for the dream-weaving ability, you're not ready to use that yet. Jiang Qing recalled that Meng Wanzhou had once told him his miracle was among the Strongstadt, the top tier. Ordinary miracles had only 1 power, while he possessed 3. His abilities were truly formidable. 3 seconds of forced control. Jiang Qing narrowed his eyes and thought. The duration was short, but in a life-or-death situation, it might be his only hope against a ghost. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 6th floor. The lobby before him was deserted. Under the dim yellow lights, the place felt especially eerie, like a graveyard at midnight. Jiang Qing gripped the red string tightly in his right hand and moved forward with caution. The 6th floor was even stranger than yesterday. In the gloom, the dark red carpet looked like congealed blood. Tap, tap, tap. He slowed his steps, glancing over his shoulder from time to time, unable to shake off a sense of unease. Soon, he spotted the familiar corridor and the sharply dressed attendant standing there. Sir, this area is temporarily closed. Please turn back the way you came, the attendant said, repeating the same words as yesterday. Jiang Qing leaned against the wall, locking eyes with the attendant's clear gaze, and asked in a low voice, you're protecting us, aren't you? The attendant's expression shifted slightly, but he remained silent. Jiang Qing felt even more certain of his guess. He spoke softly, laying out his reasoning. I think that couple are human traffickers. They made a deal with a woman and planned to sell two little girls. Before he could finish, the lights at the end of the hallway suddenly went out. Something was moving in the darkness. Jiang Qing's heart pounded as he continued. That night, after being beaten, the girls escaped while the traffickers slept, but the buyer spotted them. One girl acted as a decoy to protect the other. The lights went out one by one, the air in the corridor thick with the scent of death. Jiang Qing clutched the red string tighter. The little girl hiding was so scared of the dark that she cried, and eventually she was caught too. He turned to the attendant. Tell me your last wish. They'll help you, but you have to help me too. The attendant's face stiffened, and he muttered, the cold storage, it's so cold, so cold. As the last light flickered out, Jiang Qing caught a glimpse of three twisted, ghostly faces in the faint glow from the corner. At the critical moment, the ghostly attendant stepped in front of them. Run. Jiang Qing gritted his teeth and sprinted away, shouting as he ran. They'll find your body, I promise. The next second, Jiang Qing's hands were grabbed on either side by two girls, who dragged him down the corridor at full speed. Screams echoed behind them, and the lights flickered out one by one, as if something was chasing after them. Jiang Qing frantically pressed the elevator button over and over, and finally, as the door slid open, the three of them dashed inside. Catching his breath, Jiang Qing turned to look at the girls in the red and white dresses beside him. Under the dim elevator lights, their faces, hands, and necks were covered with gruesome scars. It was a horrifying sight. Just as he was reeling from the shock, the elevator doors began to close, but suddenly a pale hand shot through the gap, followed by a twisted, contorted head. A powerful force gripped Jiang Qing by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Struggling for air, he managed to choke out three words. Meng. Wan. Zhou. In an instant, Jiang Qing's consciousness was replaced. Everything went black for a moment. Then he lashed out with a fierce kick at the ghost's head. At the same time, a red string instantly bound all three ghosts. Meng Wanzhou calmly pressed the button for the 9th floor, moving with practiced ease. As the elevator ascended, Jiang Qing gasped for breath, still shaken. Meng Wanzhou's voice echoed in his mind. Don't push your luck today. Longing isn't your miracle, you can only use it once a day. I actually kicked a ghost. Jiang Qing trembled with excitement. Is that really what you're focused on right now? No, don't you see? This proves ghosts aren't invincible. Jiang Qing laughed, exhilarated. Do you think we could figure out a way to actually kill them? Even Meng Wanzhou was stunned by the idea. When the elevator reached the 9th floor, Jiang Qing straightened his clothes and regained his composure. He returned to the deck, waved to Song, Chun, Feng, and Zhao to signal that the task was done, and under the sunlight, he recounted everything he had discovered and experienced, leaving out Meng Wanzhou's involvement, saying instead that two girls had saved him. Even though the others hadn't lived through it themselves, they were clearly shaken by his harrowing story. Jiang Qing then explained his reasoning. The clues about the scars given by the girl with the braided hair, the woman in the restaurant mentioning the crying, and the girls deliberately avoiding certain places in the bar all pointed to a terrifying truth. No parent would ever subject their young daughters to such cruel abuse. As for the waiter's death, Jiang Qing reasoned that it was because he witnessed something he shouldn't have. After his death, he guarded the corridor to protect others, Jiang Qing explained. He'll only give a warning once if someone insists on going through. He won't physically stop them. We should look for the waiter's body. There must be something important there, Song Pingan suggested. Just as everyone was about to move, Chen Tianhua paused, lost in thought. Why is it that out of the 6 ghosts, only the buyer and the couple are afraid of the light? That's simple, Jiang Qing replied. Because what they did can't stand the light of day. Chen Tianhua, dressed in a black tank top, stared intently at Jiang Qing's face, his eyes wide with shock. What? Is that even a valid interpretation? Feng Yaoyao stood nearby, biting her lip thoughtfully. They did something shameful, so after death they're afraid of the light. I seriously think Lao Zhang's brain works differently from ours, Song Pingan couldn't help but comment. The gap in how people think really is astonishing. Jiang Qing shook his head, his voice low. But just knowing this rule isn't enough to guarantee our safety. The ghost can break the lights, turn them off, and even possesses powers we can't understand. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside, Jiang Qing felt far from confident. He didn't want his negative emotions to affect the team, yet the only weapon he had against the ghost was Meng Wanzhou, and it could only be used once a day. The ghost, on the other hand, clearly wasn't bound by such limits and could attack at any time. He needed more clues, and he needed the help of the ghostly waiter and the 2 female ghosts. Since humans couldn't compete with ghosts, their only option was to seek assistance from them. Even if they couldn't win, buying some time for an escape would be worth it. Maybe finding the waiter's corpse could increase their favorability. Jiang Qing made a mental note. Just then, Zhao Xiaotong nervously raised her hand. Guys, I've done a similar task before. I stayed in a mountain village for a week. We figured out the ghost's rules on the very first day. All 15 of us survived at first, but by the 6th day, her voice began to tremble. The ghost suddenly ignored the rules for a short while and became terrifying. It killed 12 people in just an hour. Luckily, someone had a sealing object and trapped the ghost, so the three of us made it out alive. It ignored the rules. Chen Tianyue was startled. A sealing object? Song Pingan muttered under his breath. This is so hard, Feng Yaoyao exclaimed in a daze. The atmosphere turned tense. Zhao Xiaotong looked pitifully at Song Pingan. I'm not lying. You know this kind of thing happens. No what? Song Pingan coughed awkwardly, putting on a serious face. I've done this kind of task a bunch of times. I always carry the team. Yeah right. Feng Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Fine, next time there's danger, you go for the solo missions. Stop making my brother do it. Brother? Why are you calling him that? None of your business, humph. Jiang Qing stayed out of the conversation, silently noting the term sealing object. He planned to ask Meng Wanzhou about it later. That lovesick ghost never told him anything, leaving him at a disadvantage. If he could learn from those who came before, their chances of survival would improve significantly. Backed by Song Pingan's financial resources, the group made their way to the third basement level. As they pushed open the cold storage door, a chill rushed out. Jiang Qing searched carefully, finally crouching in a corner with a grim expression. Someone's already been here. There was a large patch of blood and a few scraps of skin left in the corner, but the body was nowhere to be seen. Someone beat us to it. Chen Tianyue frowned. Who could it be? Song Pingan asked, his tone grave. Jiang Qing shook his head. He had thought he was the first to discover this clue, but it seemed there were other sharp minds among the cast. The body had clearly been dealt with, and on the open sea, disposing of a corpse was all too easy. It's freezing. Let's find somewhere else to talk. Feng Yaoyao rubbed her shoulders, shivering from the cold in the storage room. Wearing only underwear and a sweatshirt, she clearly couldn't handle the biting chill. She glanced enviously at Uncle Chun, who stood beside her in just a tank top, unfazed by the temperature. Noticing this, Jiang Qing took off his white jacket and tossed it to Feng Yaoyao. Still unwilling to give up, he thoroughly searched the storage room again, but found nothing. Let's go, Lao Jiang. There's nothing here. Chen Tianyue and Song Pingan said helplessly. Back on the deck, the warm sunlight quickly drove away the lingering cold. Jiang Qing leaned against the railing, gazing out at the distant sea, his mood heavy. The clue they had risked their lives for had already been snatched away. Was it Jiang Shuyu again? This was her 6th mission. Maybe she really had some special way of finding clues without taking risks. Are you alright? Feng Yaoyao asked softly, trying to comfort him. Don't worry, if we really run into danger, he'll protect you. Well, for at least a minute, haha. Jiang Qing couldn't help but laugh. A ghost could kill you 60 times in a minute. As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of Zhao Xiaodong, who was absorbed in her phone, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. Judging from the ghost waiter's reaction, he was probably the first one to confront the truth directly, and it had only been 20 minutes from getting the clue to searching the storage room. What are you thinking about? You've been ignoring me. Feng Yaoyao poked his cheek. Nothing. Jiang Qing turned to Zhao Xiaodong. Since you've decided to trust us, join the group chat. If anything happens, we'll communicate right away. Thank you. Zhao Xiaotong replied happily. By 1 a.m., everyone had moved up to the 12th floor cabins. Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoyao stayed next to Song Pingan and Chen Tianyue, while Zhao Xiaotong, with Song Pingan's help, had her own suite. In the group chat, Jiang Qing shared his findings. Those 3 ghosts are afraid of both light and crowds. They can't let their actions be discovered. If anything strange happens tonight, head for the bear. It's safer than staying in your room. After sending the message, Jiang Qing smiled faintly, waiting for someone to take the bait. Are you suspecting Zhao Xiaotong might betray us? Feng Yaoyao asked from her bed. I'm not sure. Well, no, in the morning. Jiang Qing replied wearily. At dawn, after a day of silence, the group chat finally came alive. Damn it, someone's dead. Get to the bar on the 11th floor right now. Li Bei's message set off a flurry of activity. Within 10 minutes, the survivors had all gathered at the scene. The sight was nauseating: a headless body slumped on the sofa, a severed finger floating in a wine glass, and a disfigured head placed on the table. Jiang Qing quietly counted the people present, 14. While the others puzzled over the victim's identity, he quickly searched the corpse's pockets and said coldly, Zhao Xiaotong didn't dare show up. This isn't an NPC, it's the companion she mentioned, the one who died on the 6th floor. Everyone suddenly understood, their expressions shifting dramatically. That traitor. I saved her, and she stabbed us in the back. Song Pingan said grimly. Without a word, Jiang Qing retrieved an item from the corpse's pocket. Just as his phone buzzed with a notification, Zhao Xiaodong had left the group chat. The balding middle-aged man suddenly jumped to his feet, pointing a finger straight at Song Pingan, his face twisted with anger. Don't pretend to be innocent. Boss Jiang wanted her gone on the very first day, but you tried to protect her. There's definitely something going on between you two. No, you're plotting against us, trying to get us killed. Boss Jiang. Song Pingan sneered, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Already calling her boss so soon? Figures. I bet Jiang Shuyu told you that after midnight, you can only survive if you stay in the light. That's why all you idiots have flocked to her side. No wonder so many of you made it through last night. Song Pingon was seething inside, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with them any further. Of course, he didn't blame Jiang Qing. Everyone misjudges people sometimes, and you can never predict who might stab you in the back. Nothing to say? You people are unbelievable. The short, heavy-set man chimed in, and the 10 actors all glared at the 4 of them with open hostility. Chen Tianyu's eyes flashed dangerously. He grabbed a wine bottle from the table and smashed it down hard, sending glass shards flying. There's no law here. If I want to kill you, who's going to stop me? Most of the people across from them were women, and the few men among them shrank back, unable to meet Chen Tianyu's gaze. Cowards, Chen Tianyu spat without hesitation. He remembered what his big brother had always told him. In this line of work, loyalty matters, but you have to be tough. If you're not ruthless, people will walk all over you like you're nothing. At that moment, Jiang Shiyu clapped her hands, trying to ease the tension. Zhao Xiaodong tricked Yuz. It's got nothing to do with Song Pingon and the others. What matters now is staying alert in case she tries to ambush us. We'll move in pairs, and if we see her, we take her out on sight. Everyone nodded in agreement and left the bar in small, unenthusiastic groups. Moments later, the corpse on the sofa vanished without a trace, and the table looked as if nothing had happened. Witnessing something so bizarre for the first time, Jiang Qing and the others were stunned. They skipped breakfast and headed straight back to their suite on the 12th floor. Song Pingon, still seething with anger, punched the wall. Damn it! That woman hid her true colors so well. Who would have guessed that a timid, almost invisible girl could be so cunning? This is my fault, Jiang Qing said, taking responsibility. After I figured things out on the first day, I shouldn't have approached her again on the second. Thinking about it now, anyone who survived the first 3 tasks couldn't possibly be that weak. It's not your fault, bro, Feng Yaoyao said, puffing out her cheeks. She was just that good at lying. Who would have thought she was already setting things up on day 1? Next time I see her, I'll let her taste my fists. She'll learn the hard way why roses are red, Chen Tianyue said, patting Jiang Qing's shoulder. EW, Uncle Chen, what's that supposed to mean? Feng Yaoyao complained. Hey kid, what are you thinking? Roses doesn't have to mean her butt, it could be her face, right? Chen Tianyue replied. Jiang Qing calmed down and held up 2 fingers. First, from now on, we can't trust anyone except ourselves. Second, only one person died last night, and now everyone else knows to keep the lights on at night. He bit his nail, his mind racing. I'm guessing the rules will change tonight. Maybe the ghosts won't bother knocking, they might just come straight in, or maybe they'll break the lights first. What if they're not afraid of light anymore? Song Pingon asked. That won't change, Jiang Qing said quickly. Otherwise, the whole challenge would be pointless, no one would survive. The real question is, how do we make our own light sources? Make our own light sources? Chun and Song were deep in thought, trying to come up with a light source that wouldn't be destroyed by the ghosts. I've got it. Feng Yaoyao suddenly shouted, startling Song Pingon out of his contemplation. She bounced onto the sweet sofa, hands on her hips. There's something special they hand out for nighttime activities on the cruise. Glow sticks. Jiang Qing's eyes lit up as she finished the thought. Feng Yaoyao nodded proudly. Exactly. Ghosts can break light bulbs, but even if the liquid from a glow stick spills out, it still glows. One might not be bright enough, but what if we collect hundreds? Yaoyao, you're really onto something this time. Song Pingon gave her a thumbs up. Jiang Qing took a sip of mineral water and added, let's gather as many as we can find on the ship. That way, the room will stay lit all night. Song Pingon, I'll leave this to you. Of course, I get all the jobs that cost money, Song Pingon shrugged. With 100,000 yuan, I could probably buy out the ship's entire supply. Next, Jiang Qing pulled out a memory card she had found on the corpse of the ghostly attendant. This is an important clue. Zhao Xiaodong didn't have time to grab it. I set a trap last night, and sure enough, her companion fell for it. I'm guessing they're hiding in the bar now. Chen Tianyue slotted the memory card into the TV. The screen flickered to life, showing a couple beating a girl in a red dress. Dad, please stop, 1 meal a day is enough for me and my sister, the girl sobbed, begging for mercy. Mom, I'm sorry, I won't run anymore, my leg hurts so much. On screen, the man brutally stomped and broke the girl's leg. Jiang Qing's water bottle was crushed in her grip. Feng Yaoyao rushed out to the balcony to compose herself. Chen Tianyue, enraged, smashed the glass tabletop. Make a copy for everyone, Jiang Qing said in a low voice. This might be our lifeline. As midnight approached, Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoyao waited in their brightly lit bedroom. Glow sticks filled every corner, with a supply box kept close at hand. At exactly midnight, Feng Yaoyao's phone alarm rang. Suddenly, she felt the urge to use the bathroom. Bro, come with me. Jiang Qing stood outside the half-open bathroom door. As Feng Yaoyao washed her hands, the lights suddenly went out. A piercing scream shattered the silence. Jiang Qing rushed inside, only to see a gaping hole torn in the ceiling. 3 ghostly hands reached out from the darkness, twisting Feng Yaoyao's neck in an instant. Her headless body crashed heavily to the floor. It was utterly silent, like a broken pocket watch. Jiang Qing stood in the bathroom, cold sweat running down his back. He never imagined that the 3 ghosts were hiding above him in the ceiling panels. Though these ghosts feared light and didn't dare touch even the faintest glow sticks, their twisted, unnatural arms could contort into any shape, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Worse still, there weren't enough glow sticks in the bathroom. Only 6 or 7 were scattered in the corners and in front of the mirror, not even illuminating half the space. Jiang Qing regretted overlooking this place, thought he wouldn't need to leave the bedroom tonight. Had only followed Feng Yaoyao to the bathroom because it was just after midnight, and he assumed it would take the ghosts some time to climb from the 6th to the 12th floor. Reality hit him hard. The 3 ghosts had already been lying in wait inside the suite, just waiting for them to let down their guard. As for why they targeted them first, Jiang Qing knew deep down it was probably because of their visit to the 6th floor earlier, when they'd gone looking for that ghostly waiter. Suddenly, a pale ghostly hand tossed Feng Yaoyao's head into the sink. Jiang Qing looked up and met the gaze of 3 twisted, menacing faces peering down from the ceiling. Bang! The bedroom door slammed shut, plunging the living room into darkness. The faint glow from the sticks outlined the room, but also revealed their dire situation. The 3 ghosts began to move, their arms crawling along the shadows on the walls. This place isn't safe. Get out now. Meng Wan's hiss voice echoed in his mind. Jiang Qing froze for a split second, watching as a ghostly hand grabbed a towel and casually draped it over the nearest glow stick. The sight sent a chill through him. The ghosts weren't destroying the lights, just covering them up. Their intelligence was terrifying. Looking for a friend, found a little friend hiding in the dark. An eerie, chilling laugh echoed through the living room. Jiang Qing spun around and rushed to the balcony, grabbed the safety rope they'd prepared earlier, and jumped without hesitation. This was their backup escape route if things went wrong inside. They'd immediately moved down to a lower floor. As a third of the glow sticks were covered, the buyer ghost and the married couple ghost stood at the edge of the balcony, peering down. Unable to spot Jiang Qing, they guessed he might have gone to the 11th or 10th floor. Moments later, the 3 ghosts vanished into the night. In fact, Jiang Qing had landed on the 9th floor balcony the room had stayed in on the first night. The lights were blazing, and the carpet was covered with countless glow sticks, their second designated safe zone. Damn it! Jiang Qing punched the wall in frustration. Had planned so carefully, thought of every possibility, promised to protect Feng Yaoyao, but humans were just too powerless against ghosts. There wasn't even a chance to fight back. They'd snapped Feng Yaoyao's neck in an instant. Everyone is responsible for their own life. This isn't your fault, Meng Wanzhou sighed. Not my fault. Jiang Qing growled. I shouldn't have let her go to the bathroom. We should have stayed in the bedroom. I thought the ghosts would need 5 minutes to get up here. It was my mistake. She was only 19. Brother, hee. Brother, I'm hungry. Brother. Jiang Qing slowly took 2 steps back and collapsed heavily onto the bed. His head hung low, eyes empty, and his fingers trembled as he pulled out his phone, quickly typing a message in the group chat. We were attacked. What about you guys? All clear, Song Pingon replied immediately. Anyone hurt? Chen Tianyue asked right after. Jiang Qing's fingers paused for a few seconds before he managed to type 2 words. Yao Yao. What happened? Say something. Song Pingon pressed anxiously. Yao Yao is dead. The group chat instantly fell into a deathly silence. In another bedroom, Song Pingon stared at his phone, his lips trembling. Images of Feng Yaoyao's lively smile flashed through his mind, his chest heaving as if he couldn't catch his breath. You like that girl? Chen Tianyue patted his back gently. Song Pingon took a deep breath, his voice choked. In real life, I have a little sister, 8 years younger than me. She's the same age as Yao Yao, same height, always laughing and joking around. Old Chun, I don't blame Jiang. He must have done everything he could. As he spoke, his body began to shake violently, anger and grief welling up in his eyes. Hey, try to let it go. Chen Tianyue sighed and shook his head. It was a sleepless night, filled with screams echoing across the cruise ship. Even knowing the rule about the lights at night couldn't stop the 3 ghosts from killing. 5:55 and 47 seconds a.m. Jiang Qing sat motionless in his room, the glow stick in his hand already dimmed. Just when he thought the night was finally over, the lights flickered suddenly. Keep looking, keep looking. Go look for your damn mother. Jiang Qing cursed, flipped off the door, and rushed to the balcony. Gripping the safety rope, he swung himself over and landed steadily on the 8th floor. Without a moment's pause, he dashed out of the room. The buyer ghost and the couple ghost had already learned to turn off the lights. Staying inside meant certain death. There were 4 minutes left until 6 a.m. If he could just hold out for a few more minutes, the 3 ghosts would be forced back to the 6th floor. On the deck, the morning glow had already painted the sky red, and the light of dawn was slowly dispelling the shadows over the cruise ship. Jiang Qing glanced back, and his heart nearly stopped. The 3 ghosts were less than 5 meters away. Don't look back. Run. The sun's about to rise. Meng Wanzhou shouted urgently. Ah! Jiang Qing let out a furious roar, pushing his stamina to the limit. Suddenly, the blinding sunlight hit him, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. Come on, bite me if you dare. Bathed in morning light, Jiang Qing shouted provocatively at the 3 ghosts. Their eyes flashed with resentment, but they reluctantly backed away. As he lay on the deck, gasping for breath, he suddenly heard familiar footsteps approaching. Brother. Jiang Qing jerked his head up and saw a girl in a dark green hoodie running toward him. Holy crap. He jumped up and bolted. Brother, why are you running? No, no, you're my brother. Don't come any closer. Hey, I know my death was my fault, but please don't come back as a ghost to haunt me. Feng Yaoyao stomped her foot in frustration. I'm not dead, really. I had a trump card, a miracle. A miracle? Jiang Qing paused, turning around warily. Wait, don't come closer. Give me the code first. The girl pouted in annoyance. Red phoenix, yellow phoenix, a phoenix painted on a pink wall. I'm really not dead, see? Feel my skin, I'm warm. The code was correct. Jiang Qing swallowed hard and cautiously reached out to touch her cheek. You're really alive. Feng Yaoyao grinned proudly. Amazing, right? That's the miracle I awakened during my first mission 0 hour. Every night between midnight and 12:01. As long as I hear the chimes, I get 1 minute of invincibility. She explained seriously, it's my biggest secret, just for you. My miracle has 2 abilities. First, resurrection, I can't die within that 1 minute, even if I'm cut to pieces. Second, restoration, I can return any inanimate object to its state from the day before, like fixing a broken vase. Pretty cool, huh? Jiang Qing rubbed his temples in shock. This wasn't just cool, it was totally overpowered. 1 minute of invincibility every night, even if it had to be triggered by the chimes at midnight, was an incredible ability. No wonder she set an alarm every night at midnight. The morning breeze brushed through Feng Yaoyao's hair as she wore a sweet smile on her otherwise ordinary face. She leaned in close to Jiang Qing, her eyes sparkling with mischief. This is my biggest secret. Coming back from the dead is nothing short of a miracle. She cleared her throat, then struck a cool pose. Did you hear the bells? Your countdown has started. Bro, how's my line? Pretty cool, right? Don't be jealous, I told you I'd protect you for 1 minute every day. Jiang Qing couldn't help but smile at her exaggerated expression. He tapped her lightly on the head. Quit the act. You think I don't know about miracles? Huh. Feng Yaoyao rubbed her head, looking aggrieved. Jiang Qing raised his right hand, and a red string seemed to float in the air. I have a miracle too. It's called longing. Mengwanzhou. Feng Yaoyao's eyes widened. You have a miracle too. Then she frowned, feigning anger. Liar. You never told me. Dummy. Jiang Qing walked over to the railing and gazed at the rising sun. Do you know what a trump card is? It's something you can't tell anyone else. This is my biggest secret, and I've only told you. Hearing this, Feng Yaoyao beamed and stepped closer, shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Qing. Your eyes look a little red. It's windy, my eyes are uncomfortable. Huh. You talk too much, Jiang Qing said, helplessly. I do, so what? Hit me if you can. Feng Yaoyao lifted her chin in triumph. After a short silence, she smiled gently. Bro, I used to think you were always so serious, someone who hardly ever smiled. But now I realize you're just as human as anyone else. I am human, Jiang Qing replied quietly. He remembered how, in the psychiatric hospital, both doctors and patients called him a lunatic, a monster, someone who shouldn't exist. No one had ever acknowledged that he was just a normal person. Jiang Qing changed the subject. Did you stay in the suite on the 12th floor all night? Yup, Feng Yaoyao said confidently. I'm a coward. Once my miracle wore off, I could only hide in the bedroom. Hey, I'm a girl after all. Just then, Jiang Qing's phone rang. It was Song Pingan. Over the call, they learned that 7 people had died the previous night. Only Jiang Shiyu, Wen Jing, and Zhao Xiaodong had survived. Song Pingan told them to head to the 12th floor immediately. When they arrived, Song Pingan and Chen Tianyue were already there. Song Pingan's face lit up when he saw Feng Yaoyao alive. Yaomei, you made it. Are you hurt? Let me see. Feng Yaoyao kicked at him. Mind your own business. Don't touch me, or I'll beat you up. Jiang Qing noticed a red dress hanging on the doorknob, like one a little girl might wear. Chen Tianyue looked grim. The attack you faced last night was probably triggered by that dress. It drew 3 ghosts here. Zhao Xiaodong must be hiding somewhere on the ship. She's been plotting against us. That woman is seriously twisted, always scheming against us. Song Pingan said angrily. Top-level hunters often appear as prey themselves. This phrase couldn't describe Zhao Xiaodong more perfectly. Jiang Qing narrowed his eyes, recalling how the girl had played the part of the weak and helpless from the very start, a convincing act that made her seem like prey when she was anything but. What about Jiang Shiyu and Wen Jing? Jiang Qing turned to ask, his gaze sharp. Song Pingan shrugged, spreading his hands. After the group broke up, the 2 girls went into hiding, probably afraid we might have bad intentions. Jiang Qing nodded slightly. He could understand that kind of wariness. On this ship of death, trust was the rarest commodity. Chen Tianyue let out a long, heavy sigh, his brow furrowed. 20 people, and now only 7 left. This mission is way more brutal than I expected. Last time, only 1 died out of 7. Jiang Qing shook his head silently. To be honest, the difficulty of the last mission was at least 10 times higher than this one. This time, they were only facing ghosts bound by rules irrational, but limited. Last time, they had gone up against something truly bizarre. Meng Wanzhou, who could destroy an entire city in an hour and wasn't restricted by any rules at all. He still remembered Meng Wanzhou saying she was originally a level 3 anomaly, only assigned to the newbie area because she'd given up. Do you think we'll make it through the last night? Qin Tianyue turned to Jiang Qing, trust shining in his eyes. After everything they'd been through, he had grown to admire Jiang Qing's keen mind, sharp observation, and wild leaps of logic, things he himself lacked. Unlikely. That single word made all three of them sink inside. If Jiang Qing thought it would be difficult, then tomorrow night would definitely be even more terrifying than tonight. Maybe even glow sticks wouldn't help anymore. Jiang Qing picked up the red dress, the heavy smell of blood hitting him in the face. The torn fabric silently spoke of the little girl's suffering before her death. We have 2 cards to play, Jiang Qing said, running his fingers over the damaged hem. First, the glow sticks give us a light source that can't be destroyed. Second, we have the video of the ghostly waiter. He paused. But even with those, lasting 6 more hours is almost impossible. With only 7 of us left, the ghosts will focus all their attention on us. In other words, there was no one left to take the hit for them. Jiang Xiyu must have some special method, Jiang Qing analyzed. Either a miracle or a sealed item, otherwise, she couldn't have survived this long. That Wenjing girl is sticking with her, so her chances are higher, too. He frowned slightly. I'm surprised Zhao Xiaotong survived last night. Clearly, she's not to be underestimated, either. Jiang Qing felt had run out of options. She had found every clue he could, and tried every method he could think of. He took a deep breath and looked at the others. For the last night's game of hide and seek, all we can do is leave it up to fate. Feng Yaoyao, usually so playful, was now deadly serious. Bro, maybe we should all stay in one room tonight. Jiang Qing nodded. There's no reason to split up tonight. It's too risky. After a brief discussion, the group decided to head to the VIP restaurant. In the 4th floor hallway, Jiang Qing suddenly felt his left hand go cold. Looking down, he saw the girl in the red dress had appeared at his side without a sound, her small hand clutching his tightly. Even more startling, the other 3 had disappeared without a trace. Can you save me and my sister? The girl's voice was eerily calm, devoid of emotion. Jiang Qing slowly crouched down, meeting her eyes. He gently took her cold hand in his voice full of regret. I'm sorry. I don't think I can help you. I can't fight the ghosts. The girl shook her head slightly. Just throw my sisters and my bodies into the sea. Bodies. Jiang Qing was startled. Your bodies are still on the ship? He studied her face, twisted and horrifying like a centipede, but felt no fairly deep pity. The girl's expression didn't change. Room 6444. Hide there at night. The lights won't go out. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure faded away like smoke. Jiang Qing stood up, his eyes growing darker. The lights won't go out? Is this the only safe place? Jiang. Song Pingan and the others came running, out of breath. You just vanished. Where did you go? In the hallway. Jiang Qing lowered his voice, hope flickering in his eyes. I found a way to survive. The day passed easily, filled with food and drinks. By evening, Jiang Qing and his group stood by the 12th floor outdoor pool, gazing at the ocean view bathed in the sunset. Feng Yaoyao, holding a glass of orange juice and sipping through a straw, watched the bikini-clad girls playing by the pool. She couldn't help but comment with a hint of envy. They're so big, don't they feel heavy? Song Pingan couldn't help but laugh. You know, you really shouldn't say that. You're just average. Humph. Feng Yaoyao turned away. Flat chests will conquer the world. You pervert. How am I a pervert? Song Pingan protested. They're just playing by the pool in their swimsuits. I'm just admiring the view. Nothing more. Jiang's watching too. Jiang Qing? Feng Yaoyao turned to look at Jiang Qing, who seemed lost in thought. Bro, do you prefer big ones? No, I don't, Jiang Qing replied curtly. See, my brother is team flat chest, Feng Yaoyao said proudly. Yaoyao, you really don't understand men, Song Pingan said, winking at Jiang Qing. Men say one thing and mean another. Just as Jiang Qing turned away in exasperation, his eyes met a pair of hostile ones. Zhao Xiaodong. The woman with the braided hair hanging over her chest stood on a higher deck, glaring down at them. That witch. Song Pingan put down his drink and made to go after her. Jiang Qing stopped him in time. By the time you get up there, she'll be long gone. It could be a trap, trying to lure us up, Feng Yaoyao analyzed. Tonight, if she doesn't have any new tricks, she won't make it out alive, Jiang Qing said coldly. The group then moved to room 7444 on the 7th floor, directly above 6444. Jiang Qing suggested they rest in pairs, taking turns to save energy for the night ahead. Without a word, Feng Yaoyao dove into bed and set her alarm. While Song Pingan was checking the safety ropes on the balcony, he happened to lock eyes with the ghostly staff member peeking out from below. Trying to play it cool, he asked, Hey man, wanna smoke? The ghostly figure quickly ducked back out of sight. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 11:55 p.m. The 3 men each carried backpacks filled with glow sticks, just in case the power went out in room 6444 and they needed a light source. Not a good night for this, Qin Tianyue said, glancing up at the moon hidden behind thick clouds. The cruise ship's lights began to go out floor by floor, and an eerie atmosphere settled in. Jiang Qing stared at the countdown and gave clear instructions. Listen up. Don't panic later. While I confront the three ghosts, Old Chen goes first, then Yao Yao, then Song Pingon. He'll bring up the rear. Got it, everyone replied, ready to face the challenge ahead. The three nodded vigorously, their faces blank but obedient. At exactly midnight, the chimes rang out, and both Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoyao's phones buzzed with a series of alerts. The lights on the 7th floor went out all at once, and a sea of glow sticks instantly lit up, illuminating every inch of the walls, and Selinga lesson learned from the night before had left them no room for carelessness. Time ticked by, minute after minute, and after 10 minutes of uneasy calm, the silence itself began to feel unsettling. They haven't come? Did they go after Jiang Shuyu instead? Jiang Qing whispered. The four of them stood back to back in the center of the room, each watching their assigned direction with tense vigilance. At 1 in the morning, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Is anyone there? A voice called from outside. Yes, come in, Jiang Qing replied, deliberately going against expectations. Sure enough, the knocking stopped abruptly, and the world fell silent once more. Did they leave? Feng Yaoyao asked nervously. Unlikely, Chen Tianyue replied. What the hell are those three bastards up to? Song Pingon had barely finished speaking when a thunderous crash shook the entire room. The door slammed to the floor, and in the darkness of the hallway, three eerie figures stood motionless. A bloody head rolled to a stop at Jiang Qing's feet. It was when Jing's. Jiang Qing sucked in a sharp breath, realizing that when Jing was dead, and Jiang Shuyu's fate was probably no better. Just then, the three ghosts did something completely unexpected. They grabbed a blanket and pulled it over themselves. What the hell? Song Pingon stared in disbelief. What kind of move is that? Jiang, they're moving. As the ghosts started to advance, everyone's nerves tightened. Jiang Qing immediately raised his phone and shouted, don't move. If I press this button, the recording from the service staff will be sent straight to the police. Everything you've done will be exposed for the world to see. Amazingly, the threat worked. The three ghosts slowly retreated into the darkness, pulled off the blanket, and glared back with eyes full of hatred. A surge of satisfaction rose in Jiang Qing's chest. Had won this round. He quickly pieced together the whole story. The buyers and the couple killed the staff out of fear the video would leak. They hid the body in the freezer, but ended up killing two girls who discovered it. The buyer wanted a refund, but the couple killed him too. Under some supernatural force, he turned into a vengeful ghost and took revenge on the murderous couple. Chen Tianyue was the first to reach room 6444 and turned on the lights inside. Feng Yaoyao followed, climbing in from the balcony. Jiang, let's go. In room 7444, Song Pingon grabbed the safety rope and shouted. Jiang Qing backed away, keeping an eye on the three ghosts who were closing in, ignoring the glow sticks, and pulling the blanket over themselves again. Think you can kill me no matter what? Jiang Qing didn't dare turn his back, afraid his neck would be snapped. Jiang, I'm in 6444. Hearing Song Pingan's voice, Jiang Qing smiled. Sorry, but we win. Mengwanzhou. Three red threads suddenly appeared, binding the ghosts tight. Jiang Qing grabbed the safety rope, leapt out, and landed steadily on the balcony of room 6444. Inside, the room was splattered with blood. Two skinned female corpses were stuffed in the wardrobe. Jiang Qing quickly locked the balcony door and drew the curtains. On the entire ship, this was the only room where the lights worked and couldn't be destroyed. They're too smart. They use blankets to cover themselves. If they climb down after us, Feng Yaoyao said. Worried? No need to worry, Jiang Qing replied, glancing at the wardrobe. This is the sanctuary for the service staff and the girls. They can't open this door. They only move in the corridors and won't enter the rooms. Then why can't we just move during the day? We could avoid the 6th floor hallway by using the balcony, Chen Tianyue asked, puzzled. Just because the room is safe doesn't mean the balcony is, Jiang Qing said, pointing at the curtain. Go ahead, open it. Chen Tianyue pulled the curtain aside and stumbled back in shock. Three hideous ghostly faces were pressed right up against the glass, vanishing instantly as the light hit them. Jiang Qing took glow sticks from his backpack and scattered them around the room, adding another layer of protection. We have to lure them upstairs before we can get down safely. Every calculated move Jiang Qing made sent chills down Chen Tianyu's spine. As he recalled their conversation before the mission, Jiang Qing's calm tone, while mentioning his stay in a psychiatric hospital, became even more perplexing. How could someone so meticulous and composed have ended up in such a place? While Chen Tianyue was deep in thought, Feng Yaoyao was beaming with pride at Jiang Qing, admiration sparkling in her eyes. My brother is amazing, she exclaimed. Indeed, this mission had proven far more difficult than anyone had expected. Of the 6 ghosts, 3 wouldn't attack the players, but the remaining 3 were increasingly terrifying. The veterans, who had survived 4 or 5 missions before, fell one after another, while their so-called rookie team survived under Jiang Qing's leadership. Jiang Qing was like a top-tier player breezing through a low-level dungeon, leading a group of novices to victory. He quickly picked up on clues, proactively interacted with the ghostly staff, and ultimately pieced together the full truth. Now, he was carefully arranging the glow sticks. Glancing at the time out of habit, it was 1:13 a.m., still more than 4 hours until dawn. He decided to save the remaining glow sticks for 2 hours later. After all, the game wasn't over yet, and they couldn't let their guard down. His gaze fell on the two bodies in the room, and Jiang Qing let out a soft sigh. As the girl in the red dress had asked, it was time to return them to the sea as their final resting place. Chun Tianyuan nodded in agreement, and, ignoring the stench, carefully wrapped the first body in a blanket. He was surprised by how light it felt, much lighter than a typical 5 or 6-year-old child. Can you throw it out? Jiang Qing asked seriously. Chun Tianyue flexed his wrists, replying with confidence, you can doubt my intelligence, but never my strength. Jiang Qing cautiously drew the curtains aside, making sure there were no ghosts on the balcony before opening the glass door. Sorry, this is the best we can do, he said to the two sisters. Chun Tianyue moved back to the door, took a running start, and hurled the blanket-trapped body out with all his might. The dark sea swallowed it whole, leaving not a single ripple. After catching his breath, he repeated the process with the second body. The room was thick with the smell of blood and decay. After a moment's thought, Jiang Qing didn't close the glass door completely, leaving a crack for ventilation. Everyone, stay back, don't go near the balcony. Those 3 ghosts are cunning, he warned. Time ticked by. Unable to sit still, Song Pingon nudged Jiang Qing's leg with a glow stick and asked, if those parents didn't love their kids, why did they have them in the first place? I'm not an encyclopedia, Jiang Qing shot back with a sideways glance. Feng Yaoyao sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her legs. Her tone was light, but there was a hint of bitterness. That's pretty normal. My own parents don't love me either. I didn't really understand that harsh truth until I was 16. Before that, I just assumed all parents love their children. She went on, not loving you has little to do with whether you're their biological child or not. I have a younger brother, 3 years my junior, and I can't stand him. He always picks on me, knowing our parents favor him. If I ever fight back, my dad slaps me right away. To be honest, I actually feel pretty lucky. Feng Yaoyao leaned against the classroom window, thinking about her parents from the world in the book. Though her family wasn't wealthy, her parents doted on her as their only daughter. Every winter, her mother would make the effort to bring her warm clothes to school, even though she had trouble walking. After her mother's accident, her father managed to support the whole family on a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan, still insisting on giving her a 1,000 yuan allowance each month, always asking carefully if it was enough. She turned to Jiang Qing with a playful smile. I have a best friend whose situation is the complete opposite of mine. Her parents clearly favor boys over girls, but she has a really handsome older brother who always looks out for her, almost like a superhero, standing up to their parents' favoritism on her behalf. Jiang Qing opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He wanted to explain that he wasn't a superhero, just an ordinary brother. At that moment, he seemed to understand why Feng Yaoyao longed for someone to protect her. Song Pingon looked at Feng Yaoyao with a complicated expression. Yao Mei, we're comrades from the same place. We've survived life and death situations together twice. If you don't mind, I could also. I do mind. Feng Yaoyao cut him off firmly. Song Pingon looked at her in disbelief. What's wrong with me compared to Jiang? I'm the ultimate rich kid in the book's world. Once I get rid of the eldest and the third, they'll be the sole heir. Even if I don't know how to run a business, I could hire a whole team to make sure you live a life of luxury. Time slipped by, and soon it was 5 in the morning. They just had to hold on for one more hour. As long as they used the key to unlock the door, they could safely return to the world of the book. This magical key could turn any inanimate object into a doorway to that world. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the balcony. Jiang Qing looked over, alert, and saw 3 ghosts wrapped in a large quilt, repeatedly throwing themselves against the glass. Song Pingan's heart raced, worried the glass would shatter. Although Chen Yaoyao was a conceptual deity, she only had 1 minute of invincibility at midnight each day. Jiang Qing tried to sound calm. Don't waste your energy. You can't get in. Chen Tianyue chimed in. Aside from being ugly, you're not scary at all. People fear ghosts not just because of how they look, but because of the fear of the unknown. Once you know a ghost can't get into your space, that fear fades away. The 3 ghosts stopped banging on the glass, but stood motionless on the balcony. Jiang Qing could easily imagine the malicious eyes staring at them from under the quilt. At 5:49, Song Pingon couldn't help but mock them. Why don't you come in? Weren't you so scary the last few nights? What are you now? Before he could finish, the 3 ghosts suddenly sprang into action. The big quilt completely covered the balcony window, and a piercing scream rang out from outside. Meng Wan's hiss voice echoed in their minds. The ghost couple is devouring the buyer ghost. If they succeed, they'll break through their current limits and won't be afraid of the lights inside anymore. Everyone felt a chill run through them. Cold sweat poured down Jiang Qing's face as he realized that if the couple succeeded in devouring the other ghost, the room would no longer be safe. The buyer ghost's screams grew weaker, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Jiang Qing signaled everyone to move toward the door. When the quilt finally slipped from the window, the balcony was smeared with blood, and the ghost couple's faces were twisted and monstrous. Run! Jiang Qing shouted. Knowing the ghosts were now immune to the light, the four of them dashed out onto the deck. The sky was still dark, with no sign of sunrise. The ghost couple chased after them, wielding large scissors and a rope. At the stern, Jiang Qing was grabbed by the ankle and slammed to the ground. Just when he thought it was all over, the girl in the red dress and the girl in the white dress stepped in to block the ghost couple. The red dress girl turned back and yelled to Jiang Qing, "Run. Don't look back, run towards where the sun rises." Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Jiang Qing's emotions were so tangled, he couldn't put them into words. Clenching his jaw, he suddenly pushed himself to his feet and broke into a desperate run toward the front of the ship, not daring to look back. "Don't hurt my sister, it hurts, you're all bad people." Behind him, the faint cries of a little girl drifted through the air. Jiang Qing couldn't help but clench his fists tighter, a flash of determination in his eyes. He ran toward the bow, toward that faint sliver of light, toward the direction where the sun should rise. But the sky seemed to conspire against them. Thick, heavy clouds rolled in, shrouding the entire cruise ship. The sunlight that should have broken through the horizon was swallowed by the gloom, leaving not a trace of hope or warmth. They ran until they reached the bow. Feng Yaoyao finally collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath as if her lungs would give out, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. I can't run anymore," she muttered, on the verge of breaking down. Song Pingon gripped the rail, retching violently, his face pale as paper. Jiang Qing pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. 5:58 a.m. less than 2 minutes left. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, his eyes fixed on the horizon as he realized the storm overhead was no coincidence. The ghost couple might not fear artificial lights, but they must be terrified of the sun. Footsteps echoed through the darkness, louder and heavier with each beat, pressing down on everyone's chest. The ghost couple appeared, dragging the limp little girl behind them, cruel smiles twisting their faces. 1 minute left, enough time for them to kill us dozens of times, Jiang Qing thought grimly. He looked around, knowing there was nowhere left to run. Song Pingon, should we jump? Feng Yaoyao asked desperately, but even if they jumped into the sea, there was no real chance of survival. No. Jiang Qing gritted his teeth, rejecting the idea. He raised his phone and threatened, "Take one more step and he'll send this video to the police." But the ghosts were unmoved, their footsteps steady and relentless. They seemed to realize that as spirits, human threats meant nothing to them. The killing intent in their eyes only grew, as if this deadly outcome had long been decided. Seconds ticked by, Jiang Qing's heartbeat raced with each one. 50 seconds, 49, 48. The ghost couple finally let go of the little girl and stood beside her. One ghost brandished a pair of scissors, the other raised a rope high. They were preparing to kill the three of them before dragging Jiang Qing to the 6th deck for a slow, torturous end. Suddenly, a pale hand seized the male ghost's pants leg. Jiang Qing spun around and saw a girl in a red dress, her eyes shining with resolve. In them flickered both despair and the courage of sacrifice, and everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. She knew she was already dead, powerless to change her fate, but she still reached out to stop her parents from harming more innocent lives. The male ghost froze for a split second, his expression darkening as shadows visibly swirled around him. He stomped viciously on the girl's head, then kicked her away. She fell, but her gaze remained determined. That look made Chun Tianyu's heart ache, and suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. Those eyes, she remembered them. In that moment, he heard a voice from the past. "Daddy, what's leukemia? It doesn't hurt. Daddy, don't cry, mommy, daddy's home. Daddy, am I going to die?" He remembered it all too clearly. That was exactly what his daughter looked like before she passed away, those eyes filled with despair, the same as now. She had only been 7 years old. Chun Tianyu's chest heaved, the pain in his mind nearly overwhelming him. Rage finally broke through his self-control, flooding his heart until he could barely hold it back. "Uncle Chun, come back!" Feng Yaoyao shouted, but Chun Tianyu, eyes red with fury, charged at the ghost couple, radiating a fierce, unyielding anger. His voice was hoarse as he roared, "You don't deserve to be parents. You don't deserve to live. You're nothing but monsters." Suddenly, the clouds began to part, and the first rays of dawn broke through, shining down on Chun Tianyu's clenched fist. The light gathered there, burning like fire. "This punch carries 7 years of a father's love. Let's see if you can withstand it." As Chun Tianyu roared, something in the shadowy corners of the mysterious theater stirred. A strange, hidden figure stood up, its cold gaze sweeping across the scene. It murmured, "The game is over. They'll go see what else is happening." Humans are fascinating. Who would have thought they could awaken a miracle at a time like this? There was a hint of disdain in its voice, and the other strange beings began to quietly slip away, turning their attention elsewhere. What seemed like a simple game. None of the humans realized they were nothing more than pawns on a ghost chessboard. Another ghost spoke with a strange grin. "Didn't you notice? That human named Jiang Qing used lovesickness." All the ghosts immediately stopped smiling, their faces turning wary and alert. On the bow deck of the sixth floor, Chun Tianyu's rage had already consumed his reason. At that moment, he felt like he could punch even a god, let alone these ghosts. He swung his fist hard at the male ghost, sending him crashing to the ground, completely immobilized. The early dawn sunlight spilled across the deck, brightening the gloomy space. Under the sunlight, the ghostly aura began to dissipate, and the male ghost, having been struck, was unable to move for 7 seconds. The female ghost stared in disbelief. A human can actually touch a ghost? She exclaimed. Furious, she slashed at Chun Tianyue with a pair of scissors, cutting his arm and staining the deck with blood. Gritting his teeth, Chun Tianyue ignored the pain and punched back with all his might. He managed to restrain both ghosts, and the sunlight drove away the shadows that haunted the ship. The ghosts howled in agony. As soon as the 7 seconds of paralysis ended, they fled back into the ship's interior. The couple's defeat meant they had lost their only chance to kill Jiang Qing. At 6 in the morning, the final round of hide and seek officially ended. Chun Tianyue collapsed to the ground, tears blurring his vision as memories of his departed daughter and lonely wife filled his mind. Was this a miracle? Jiang Qing slowly recovered from his shock. Only a miracle could allow a human to harm a ghost. Although miracles couldn't kill ghosts directly, even 7 seconds of defense could bring hope for survival. Jiang Qing looked up and saw the girl in the white dress kneeling beside the girl in the red dress, his heart aching. He stepped forward and tried to help the girl in red up, but his hand passed right through her. Just as I thought, Jiang Qing sighed quietly. Without the help of a miracle, humans simply couldn't touch ghosts. He withdrew his hand, crouched down, and asked as gently as he could, "Does it hurt?" The girl in red didn't answer, lowering her head to hide the terrifying scar on her face. The girl in white tugged at Jiang Qing's sleeve and asked innocently, "Big brother, my sister says that when people die, they go to heaven. Is that true?" Jiang Qing paused, took a deep breath, and replied softly, "Yes, you will definitely go to heaven. After all, you were already living in hell when you were alive." He hesitated for a moment, and seeing their confusion, added, "In heaven, there's no hunger and no one will ever hurt you again." Hope sparkled in the eyes of the girl in white, and she smiled. "Then I like heaven." Her smile was as warm as a spring breeze, fresh and sweet. The sisters held hands and walked together down a path leading into the distance. Jiang Qing couldn't bear to watch them go, a quiet sadness rising in his heart. He murmured, "I hope they'll find happiness in their next life." Suddenly, Feng Yaoyao's voice broke the silence. "Jiang Qing, Chun Tianyue isn't doing well." Jiang Qing snapped back to reality and rushed over to check on Chun Tianyu's injuries. Blood was still pouring from the wound on his arm, and no amount of bandaging seemed to help. "He'll go find a doctor. Wait here," he shouted, then turned and ran toward the deck on the 5th floor. The couple ghosts were still inside on the 6th floor, and he had no intention of risking the elevator with them around. The mission would last only 5 days and 4 nights. They had to survive until noon to make it back. Jiang Qing dashed into the corridor on the 4th floor, but suddenly slowed down. Summonino, a ghostly attendant, was blocking his way ahead. Their eyes met, and Jiang Qing frowned slightly. He lowered his voice and asked, "Can you leave the 6th floor?" As soon as he finished speaking, he realized the question was unnecessary. After all, ghosts like the buyer ghost and the couple ghosts seemed unable to leave the 6th floor during the day. The ghostly waiter's expression remained as wooden as ever, his eyes empty. He replied, enunciating each word, "Corpse, 9337, help me." Jiang Qing pressed his lips together, lowered his head, and pinched his chin in thought. After a moment, he asked hesitantly, "Your corpse is in room 9337? Do you need me to throw it, or, send it into the sea?" He was starting to understand throwing the bodies into the ocean seemed to be a form of release for these ghosts. The ghost waiter nodded, his expression unchanged. A thought flashed through Jiang Qing's mind. Zhao Xiaodong's companion clearly hadn't thrown the body into the sea, but had hidden it in the original room, probably intending to use it to threaten the ghost waiter in exchange for protection. He couldn't help but speculate wildly. He sighed softly, refocused, and looked at the waiter again. "I can help you, but I have a question. Jiang Shuyu and Zhao Zitong, are they still alive?" The ghost waiter answered without hesitation, "Alive. Both of them." Jiang Qing's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. He could understand Jiang Shuyu surviving. She was skilled. After all, but for someone like Zhao Xiaodong, who had already completed 3 tasks, to still be alive? Even with the power of miracles, it shouldn't be possible to have such resilience, especially after what happened last night. Even so, it didn't explain how they'd both come through unscathed. Irritated, Jiang Qing's eyes flickered as an idea came to him. "They'll help you, but you have to do me a favor too. Deal?" The ghost waiter paused briefly, as if considering, then nodded slowly. "Deal." At 10:27 in the morning, sunlight spilled across the deck, filling the air with warmth and calm. On the 14th deck, Jiang Shuyu and Zhao Xiaotong sat side by side, clinking their glasses together with a crisp ring. "Cheers," they said in unison, their smiles relaxed and bright. Another task completed, and they were finally able to unwind. Jiang Qiyu smiled slightly. You put on quite a performance. Fooled Song Pingan and his group without any trouble. Idiots, the lot of them, Zhao Xiaotong sneered. I wonder if they even survived. Behind their carefree conversation, these two actually shared a hidden identity. They were both members of the same organization, the Dreamchaser Society. That was why, upon meeting, Jiang Qiyu immediately asked about everyone's number of completed tasks. She wasn't just making small talk. She was sizing up who could be a true ally, who could be used as a tool, and who could be manipulated. As soon as she learned Song Pingan was on his 7th task, she had made up her mind. From the start, Jiang Qiyu could see that Song Pingan's team wasn't united and couldn't be relied on to follow her plan. The simplest solution was to have one of her own infiltrate their ranks. So she and Zhao Xiaotong staged a convincing act, betting that Song Pingan would step in to save Zhao Zitong, and sure enough, he did, allowing her to smoothly join the group. On the first day, Zhao Xiaotong kept her distance and didn't act too friendly. It wasn't until the second day that she quietly started following Song Pingan's group, picking up crucial clues along the way. Together, they managed to use several people as pawns and shields, ensuring their own survival. They'd made it through last night mainly because Jiang Qiyu had a sealed artifact that just happened to restrain the 3 ghosts. On top of that, the ghost's grudge against Jiang Qing was much stronger, so they didn't come after the 2 women. In short, they survived thanks to both strength and luck. With her glass empty, Zhao Xiaodong stood up and called to Jiang Qiyu, I'm going to grab something to eat, only an hour left. They'll bring you a bottle of wine when I get back. Go ahead, and don't forget the wine. Jiang Qiyu replied lazily, lounging on the swing and soaking up the sun, enjoying the moment. Zhao Xiaotong headed inside, took the elevator, and pressed the button for the 8th floor. There was a restaurant there with decent food. The elevator arrived quickly, and as Zhao Xiaotong stepped out, she yawned and glanced around in confusion. Normally, there would be plenty of passengers waiting for a meal at this hour, but today the place was eerily empty, not a single soul in sight. She slowed her pace, and suddenly her heart began to race, a deep sense of unease washing over her. The floor display read 6 instead of 8. In that instant, she snapped to attention, her mind buzzing. The ghost waiter appeared before her, a gloomy look in his eyes. He removed the hand that had been covering her eyes, and a flicker of resentment flashed across his face. The woman had her accomplice move his corpse from the freezer to the 9th floor, but she still refused to give him release. Without Jiang Qing even needing to ask, the ghostly waiter had already decided to end Zhao Xiaotong's life this morning. Zhao Xiaotong finally realized what was happening and, in a panic, rushed toward the elevator, but it was too late. The ghost couple suddenly appeared, pinning her limbs down with a deadly grip. The sound of breaking bones mixed with her anguished screams echoed through the 6th floor for a full half-hour. Meanwhile, by the open-air pool on the deck, laughter and joy formed a stark contrast to the tragedy inside. Feng Yaoyao was chasing after Song Pingan, who wore a deliberately mischievous expression, as if he enjoyed provoking her. Watching the scene, Jiang Qing couldn't help but wonder if Song Pingan actually had a masochistic streak. Now able to move again, Chen Tianyue leaned against the railing, gazing out over the endless blue sea. There are 25 games in total. Are you really confident you can clear 20 of them in 3 years? Jiang Qing asked. Confidence doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm willing to risk everything, Chen Tianyue replied quietly. I'm not afraid to risk my life. Either, Jiang Qing said with a slight smile. Suddenly, Chen Tianyue's voice caught. I have to go back. I need to get back as soon as possible. 3 years ago, my 7-year-old daughter died of leukemia. My wife barely managed to recover from that loss. If I just disappear now, she'll fall apart. She's already lost her daughter, she can't lose me, too. Hearing this, Jiang Qing suddenly understood. No wonder Chen Tianyue had been so emotional when he saw the girl in the red dress being tormented, had been reminded of his own daughter. She was so little, always holding my hand and calling me daddy, comforting me whenever I was sad. Chen Tianyue wiped tears from the corner of his eye. You can't imagine what it feels like, the first time your daughter calls you dad. I'd give my life for her. He turned to Jiang Qing, his voice trembling. Jiang Qing, help me survive, help me get back to our world, please? Yeah, we'll make it back alive, Jiang Qing replied softly, lost in thought. As the clock struck noon, the 4 of them each searched for their door. With a turn of the key, they returned to the world inside the book. Inside Villa 7 at Windchime Villas, Lin Gubei and Su Muron waited anxiously in the hallway. 15 minutes passed. Su Muron checked the time and absently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Maybe they already. Lin Gubei said heavily. Had always thought Jiang Qing was too reckless. With a year of safety to strengthen themselves, why rush into the next mission? Suddenly, the door swung open and Song Pingan swaggered out. Hey, Shaolin, waiting for your big brother Song? TCH, can't believe that fool actually made it out alive, Lin Gubei muttered, lips twitching. This is my turf talk smack about me again, and he'll have Sujia deal with you. Song Pingan shot back, putting on an exaggeratedly annoying face. Seeing everyone return safely, Su Muron's worry melted away. She extended her hand to Jiang Qing. Welcome back. Thank you. Jiang Qing shook her hand politely, then quickly let go. What a little gentleman. Su Muran thought with a smile, but then she noticed Chun Tianyu's injuries. You're hurt. As Song Pingan headed for the living room, he sent a message to his private doctor. Don't just stand there, let's sit and talk. Old Chun, the doctor I called is way better than the one on the cruise. Everyone gathered in the living room, and Song Pingan popped open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Jiang Qing recounted the details of their mission to Su Muran and Lin Gubei, while replaying everything in his mind. After hearing the whole story, Su Muran was deeply shaken. 6 vengeful ghosts. The difficulty was off the charts. She gazed into Jiang Qing's eyes, which were even more striking than a girl's, and said solemnly, Jiang Qing, I knew I was right about you. How about you become our team leader? The living room suddenly fell silent. Lin Gubei sat on the leather sofa, his brow gradually furrowing, the lines of his face growing more pronounced. He stared at his wife, his heart filled with confusion and concern. In his eyes, Jiang Qing was like a ticking time bomb, brilliant, but extremely dangerous. To threaten a vengeful spirit with a video was already beyond the realm of normal thinking. If Song Pingan's love for mischief was inborn, then Jiang Qing's recklessness was etched into his very bones. Letting someone so unstable lead the New World Organization. Lin Gubei was just about to voice his objections when Feng Yaoyao cut him off. Great, great! Feng Yaoyao exclaimed excitedly. My brother is Amazingyo, demon or ghost could stand a chance against him. I don't really care either way, Song Pingan shrugged. Old Jiang is definitely a bit smarter than me. Lying weakly on the sofa, Chun Tianyue spoke up. We need a mind capable of outwitting vengeful spirits. Seeing that the 3 of them were in agreement, Lin Gubei could only swallow his words and fall silent, crossing his legs as he brooded. Amid the enthusiastic support, Jiang Qing shook his head. Our organization doesn't need a captain or a leader. Sharing experience and intelligence, helping each other complete missions, and doing our best to survive, if that's what we're about. He paused for a moment before continuing. We're sitting here as friends, people who can trust each other with our lives, not as anyone's subordinates. If we meet others who share our goals or have been through life and death with us, we can invite them in. But if there's a hierarchy, someone might betray their teammates just to move up. The way things are now is good. We're friends who trust each other with our lives. Su Muran looked at Jiang Qing for a long moment before smiling wryly. Sorry, I didn't think it through. I guess I was unconsciously influenced by how the Dream Pursuit Society does things. In her heart, she sighed. Jiang Qing, what kind of person are you really? If only Lin Gubei and I had joined you all in that game of hide and seek. But there's no point thinking about it now, we just couldn't take that risk. This was the first time Su Muran had felt a genuine fondness for a man other than Lin Gubei, though it was purely admiration between friends. As a loyal wife, her feelings for her husband had never wavered. Jiang Qing took a sip of his drink and changed the subject. You know a lot about the Dream Pursuit Society? Su Muran nodded slightly, organizing her thoughts before speaking. Old Lin and I have been in this world for almost a year now. We've been investigating quietly and have met some of the actors, trying not to change the script too much. The Dream Pursuit Society, honestly, they're a bit twisted. Twisted? Feng Yaoyao blinked her clear, bright eyes. Yeah, Su Muran continued. Of the 2 big organizations, the Liberation Organization wants to free all the actors, while the Dream Pursuit Society wants to become gods and rule this world. They have no intention of going back to where they came from. As far as I know, their internal structure is chaotic, and they're willing to make any kind of deal. In the world of the books, their influence is like that of a powerful conglomerate in a TV drama. I've seen some of their internal videos, attractive men and women being trained like dogs, forced to stand naked in front of masked people, treated like merchandise. Song Pingan's expression grew serious. Hearing that, they really do sound dangerous. Then why did you want to join the Dream Pursuit Society before? Feng Yaoyao asked, puzzled. Lin Gubei sighed, recalling how carefree and clueless he had been when he first arrived, then fell silent. He said, I didn't understand at the time, but after looking into the organization, I realized something was off. That's when we chose to distance ourselves and never got involved again. He paused, as if reflecting on those past decisions. You haven't been in this world for long, so you might not know. The mission world is just as dangerous as the one in the books. On one side, you have vengeful spirits. On the other, humans. Feng Yaoyao's expression changed, and she stood up, visibly shaken. Assassins? People actually have that kind of job? To her, it sounded like something out of a fantasy, unbelievable and remote, yet now it was right in front of her. She had always been an ordinary girl, never exposed to such dark truths. Jiang Qing folded her hands, her gaze fixed on Su Muran, as if trying to figure something out. Do you know who did it? No. Su Muran shook her head and paused for a few seconds, her expression thoughtful. But I do have my suspicions. Don't worry, Lin and I will handle this. It won't involve you. Jiang Qing frowned slightly, her tone serious and firm. We're in this together. If something happens to you, it affects all of us. So don't hesitate to rely on us. Su Muran smiled softly, her eyes sparkling. Really? There's no need to worry. Things have a way of working out. Right now, we should be focusing on the mission world. Her tone was casual, carrying a fearless confidence. Song Pingon couldn't help but let out a breath. By the way, that woman Zhao Xiaodong, is she still alive? Jiang Qing replied simply, she's dead. Chen Tianyue and Feng Yaoyao were both stunned. The ghostly waiter told me it had looked for Zhao Xiaotong, Jiang Qing said, setting down her glass, her gaze icy. She tried to threaten it with her own corpse, hoping it would help her. The ghost waiter can't kill directly, but it can manipulate others to do the job. The ghost couple, Feng Yaoyao and Song Pingon, blurted out at almost the same time. Thinking of that ghostly pair sent a shiver down Feng Yaoyao's spine. Their resentment was overwhelming, and the aura around them was chillingly cruel. Suddenly, Feng Yaoyao remembered that time when she was nearly hanged from the bathroom ceiling. Her neck twisted. She rubbed her neck, still shaken. Do you know how strong the bones in your neck are? How did they have the strength to break it like that? Luckily, the Miracle Zero app dulled the pain by 20 times. Her voice still trembled. During this mission, Zhao Xiaodong mentioned a sealed item. Do you know anything about that? Su Muran seemed lost in thought, and after a while, she answered softly, sealed items, I don't know much. I've heard they're objects used to seal vengeful spirits. Other than the phone, they're probably the only things you can bring into the mission world. Humans can't fight these ghosts, but the ghosts can fight each other. As for how to get one, I have no idea. There are no supernatural events in this world. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Chen Tianyue. He thought for a long moment before speaking quietly. I've only been inside the book for a month. According to the story, the vengeful spirit won't show up at the escape room for another 6 months. Well, that's disappointing, Song Pingon said, looking up at the ceiling with a resigned smile. Seems like what we're missing is someone with real experience. But after what happened with Zhao Xiaodong, I don't think I can trust anyone else. Jiang Qing's expression darkened as she quietly spoke with Meng Wanzhou. After a moment, she turned to Feng Yaoyao. The coins you threw during the first mission, were they sealed items? Feng Yaoyao laughed. You think I lost my nerve? Unfortunately, they weren't sealed items. Then why did you spare Song Pingon? Jiang Qing asked, puzzled. Didn't I say it already? Meng Wanzhou shrugged. I haven't killed anyone in 3 years. The woman in the black dress broke the rules and was killed by them, so she could take my place honestly. I was going to kill Song Pingon. He was as good as dead the moment he messed up the order. But then Feng Yaoyao tossed out those coins, and that gave me a reason to let him go. Jiang Qing was stunned. So the coins hadn't saved Song Pingon. Meng Wanzhou simply hadn't wanted to kill anyone. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Feng Yaoyao, her tone sincere. Yaoyao, don't fall for those scam artists again. Losing 30,000 yuan like that was just foolish. Feng Yaoyao was briefly surprised, then smiled and shook her head. I won't let it happen again. The dark green sweatshirt slipped down with her movement, revealing a glimpse of pale shoulder. Feng Yaoyao's mind went completely blank. Brother, are you talking about that coin? But it really did drive away the ghost and saved Song Pingon. Jiang Qing reached out and tapped her head lightly, sounding impatient. Just listen to me. You're too naive. Feng Yaoyao puffed out her cheeks, looking aggrieved and defiant. I'm not naive. This scene piqued Su Muran's curiosity. She hesitated and asked, are you two dating? Jiang Qing shook his head, and Feng Yaoyao immediately clung to his arm, smiling. He's my brother, just like real family. After surviving so many life and death situations together, Feng Yaoyao already saw Jiang Qing as family. She echoed confidently, he really is like a brother to me. Su Muran smiled, though she didn't seem entirely convinced. Feng Yaoyao turned to her, raising an eyebrow. Su, is Lin really your husband? She glanced at Lin Gubei. You two don't seem that close. Lin Gubei felt a headache coming on. First Song Pingon called him Little Lin, now Feng Yaoyao was doing the same. He was over 30, older than Chen Tianyue, for crying out loud. Su Muran couldn't help laughing. We really are married. It's been 12 years. I married Lin when I was just 21. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the group before continuing. When you're young and in love, you like to stick together, hugging and kissing in public. I've been through that. But marriage isn't about those things. After so many years with Lin, I've learned that real lasting love is about quiet companionship and knowing you're there for each other. She grinned playfully. Of course, when we want to be affectionate, we save it for the bedroom. Feng Yaoyao blushed and quickly covered her mouth, knowing better than to ask more. Lin Gubei rubbed his forehead. His wife might seem gentle on the outside, but she was a wild one through and through. Jiang Qing rolled his eyes at Feng Yaoyao. She looked at him pitifully. Who could have guessed? Su Muran watched them, still smiling, and then suggested, since we're all in such good spirits, how about a little truth session? She crossed her legs elegantly, her eyes sweeping over the group. It's simple. First, share what abilities you have. Second, talk about any major plot developments in the past year. Song Pingon perked up, scratching his head. Sis, are you sure you want to do this? Everyone has secrets. If you're willing to play truth or dare, that means you see us as real friends. Chen Tianyue glanced at Jiang Qing, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Jiang Qing had warned him to keep things hidden. When you've trusted someone with your life, is there really anything you can't share? Su Muron smiled slightly, goading him. Jiang Qing, why don't you go first? Jiang Qing tapped his knee lightly, then finally nodded. All right, but you start. Su Muron's eyes glimmered with appreciation. She disliked people who beat around the bush, and Jiang Qing was clearly straightforward. She pressed her lips together, quickly organizing her thoughts, and then began, her voice tinged with mystery. I awakened something called a miracle during my first mission. Mine is called audience. It has two abilities. First, I can lower my presence. At its strongest, I could walk right past you and you wouldn't even notice me, like I'm invisible. Second, it boosts my observational skills. I can pick up on tiny clues instantly, almost like I have a god's eye view. She paused, smiling. But observation doesn't mean analysis. I might spot clues, but connecting them is up to my intelligence. There was a glint in her eyes. That's my secret. Since we're being honest, I'm all in. Song Pingon stared at her, bewildered. Miracle? What's that? Suddenly, he noticed that Jiang Qing, Qin Tianyue, and Feng Yaoyao didn't look surprised at all. Was he the only one out of the loop? Sunlight streamed through the window as Qin Tianyue spread his hands helplessly. I've awakened a miracle too. After awakening, a voice in my mind told me that my miracle is called Dawn. Qin Tianyue slowly explained his abilities. I have two powers. The first is called Hope. I have to make physical contact with a vengeful spirit to activate it, but it allows me to forcibly control the ghost for 7 seconds, giving us a chance to escape. The second is Light, which helps me heal myself to some extent. Feng Yaoyao bit her lip. Encouraged by Jiang Qing's gaze, she spoke up. My miracle is called 0 Hour. Her words left everyone with mixed expressions. There was no doubt that her miracle was conceptual level, but unfortunately, it could only be activated at midnight, which made it much less practical. Jiang, don't tell me you have a miracle too? Song Pingon forced a bitter smile. Don't worry. Jiang Qing patted him on the shoulder. Song Pingon had just started to relax when Jiang Qing added, I do. My miracle is called Lovestruck. I can tie a red string between any two living beings, kind of like the matchmaker god, but it's not forced. Jiang Qing explained. For example, if I tie the string between strangers, they immediately feel goodwill toward each other. If it's between enemies, it eases their hatred, but it won't make them fall in love. Oh, and it works across species, like between a person and a dog. Suddenly, he realized something. Hey, where's my dog? Everyone fell silent, unable to shake the bizarre image of a red string connecting a person and a dog. She's sunbathing in the yard, Su Muron said, pointing outside. Jiang Qing got up and slid open the glass door. He saw Kaisen, his golden retriever, happily lying in the corner. Hearing the noise, Kaisen perked up her ears and ran over, tail wagging. Good girl, Jiang Qing said, patting her head. Kaisen, come here. Feng Yaoyao called, arms wide open, but the well-trained guide dog stayed firmly by Jiang Qing's side. Jiang, can it really work across species? Song Pingon asked seriously, drawing strange looks from everyone. He quickly explained, I was just thinking about making my enemy fall in love with a dog. Before he could finish, laughter broke out. Feng Yaoyao shrank back. Bro, don't get any weird ideas. We're just siblings. Little brother, am married, so don't even think about it, Su Muron said with an awkward smile. Jiang Qing nearly spit out his tea. What do you mean, don't even think about it? Su, your husband's right here. Lin Gubai's face darkened as expected. I don't believe love can be decided by a red string. I'm not interested in women, Jiang Qing said, rubbing his temples. Seeing everyone glance between him and Kaisen, he gritted his teeth and added, or animals, for that matter. Lin, do you have a miracle? Song Pingon turned to Lin Gubei. No. Fantastic. Song Pingon sighed in relief, leaving Lin Gubei confused. As things calmed down, Jiang Qing realized just how formidable this new group was. Out of 6 people, 4 had awakened miracles, and each one was powerful enough to stand up to vengeful spirits. While stroking Kaisen's ears, he asked seriously, Su, what does it take to awaken a miracle? All I know is that a miracle's power is, more or less, related to the person themselves, Su Muron replied, shaking her head. Related to the person. Jiang Qing pondered her words and suddenly understood. Chun Tianyu's miracle is called Dawn, symbolizing hope and light, which perfectly matches his wish to heal his daughter, who has leukemia. Light represents driving away illness and bringing healing. So that's how it is. Jiang Qing fell into deep thought, analyzing the 2 key conditions for awakening a miracle: unwavering longing and being pushed to the brink of death. He murmured softly, if you never let go, there will always be an answer. Perhaps regrets can manifest as miracles. His gaze settled on Feng Yaoyao, pondering the meaning behind her revival and recovery. Was it a desire to live, or was there a special item she hoped to restore? Just as he was lost in contemplation, Su Muron interrupted him. With a graceful wave of her slender fingers, she summoned her key. From my research, the key is the core to controlling miracle power, she explained clearly. In the mission world, we can fully unleash its power, but in the book world, it's limited to just 20%, like a max-level character being downgraded. She raised her finger and went on to explain the connection between mission levels and the key. After completing 9 missions, the key undergoes its first transformation, raising its power to 50%. After 16 missions, it transforms a second time, reaching 80%. On the 21st mission, the third transformation happens, finally allowing you to use 100% of its power. Her voice dropped, tinged with yearning. And after 24 missions, the key transforms a fourth time, allowing you to unleash 200% power in both worlds, enough to truly overpower even the fiercest ghosts. This stunning woman sighed. But I can't fully confirm if all this is true. Completing 24 missions seems almost impossible for us. She continued, tomorrow is my death scene, and Lin and I have already started our second mission in advance. If we wait until after the death scene changes to do our tasks, they'll get much harder. Plus, she glanced meaningfully at the group. If you don't actively accept a mission after changing the plot, the key will force you to open a door. The all experience that, right? Song Pingan chimed in. So what if I don't change my death plot? Sumuran rolled her eyes. Then you'll actually die, idiot. Next, Lin Gubei took over, introducing himself in a measured, almost official tone. He was a regular police officer responsible for security at Red Maple Leaf University of Technology, earning a monthly salary of 7,000. His wife, Su Muran, was a teacher at the same university, with a monthly income of 8,000. Just as he was mentioning their financial situation, Song Pingan accidentally dropped his phone on the table, revealing a 9-figure bank balance. Lin Gubei could only sigh and say, all right, if we run into trouble, we know which rich guy to ask for help. Finally, Feng Yaoyao rested her chin in her hands, looking troubled as she explained her predicament. She had been in this world for half a year and was facing 2 major plot points. First, she was about to take an exam with the female lead, and if she refused to let her copy answers, she would be retaliated against, dragged into the bathroom, and humiliated. Second, the original character she inhabited had suffered long-term bullying and eventually jumped to her death. Hesitating, she asked, should I let her copy my answers? Sumuran shook her head, her gaze indifferent. There's no point in that. The script will guide the female lead to find you anyway. The simplest way is to make her too afraid to mess with you. Make her afraid of me? Does that mean I need to act tough? Chen Tianyue gave a mocking laugh. The problem is, if it really comes down to a fight, I'm just one girl, and they're a group. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Su Muran gave a silent smile and turned to Chen Tianyue, her expression unchanged. You really underestimate yourself. At that moment, Chen Tianyue fell silent for a moment, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a hint of darkness. He had blue dragon and white tiger tattoos on his arm, symbols of a hidden, streetwise side of him. There are 3 key stages in the script. 6 months from now, a vengeful ghost will appear out of nowhere in the escape room. The next month, the female lead gets scared to death by the ghost, and then the business shuts down and there's a lawsuit. In the end, the ghost comes for me and kills me. As he spoke, his eyes grew distant. I don't even know why the ghost wants to kill me. This script is just bizarre. Song Pingan, who had been holding back his laughter, broke the silence with a deliberately light tone. Your script is seriously tragic. Mine's much better. I play a rich second-generation heir, easygoing and carefree. He shot Sumuran a knowing glance. I recognized you right away. You're the second young master of the Song Group, Song Pingan. The company mainly develops high-tech products, new cars, smartphones, drones, and so on. I know. Sumuran replied calmly, her tone clear and level. Song Pingan raised a hand, feigning modesty. Let's keep it low-key, okay? But my script has its own issues, he continued. The original character's father has 3 sons. In the second, the oldest wants to get rid of the youngest, and the youngest wants to take out both the oldest and me. As for me, naturally, I want to get rid of both of them. It's all a secret rivalry. He spread his hands, his eyes full of mischief. Anyway, in a month, they'll take care of the youngest first. Jiang Qing frowned slightly, her tone steady. Don't kill anyone yet. Let me try first. I want to kill an important character in the script and see if the next mission gets harder. After that, you can deal with the youngest. A heavy silence fell over the room. Lin Gubei thought to himself, this person is insane. How can she talk about killing so casually? Feng Yaoyao lowered her head, thinking, my brother is so cool, fearless. So what if the mission gets harder? It's just a challenge. Chen Tianyue could only smile bitterly. What goes on in this guy's head? He never follows the script. Song Pingan found it amusing as well, thinking, only a true lunatic would plan out the order of their murders. That's exactly why I like her. Sumuran seemed thoughtful, murmuring, it's actually worth testing. If the male or female lead dies, will the audience change the course of the story? The 6 of them each kept their own counsel. Only they knew what they were thinking. Each person was smart, sly, or calm in their own way, silently plotting. Suddenly, Song Pingan shifted to a more comfortable position and stretched lazily. All right, it's already 1:30. What do you all want to eat? I'm having hot pot. Feng Yaoyao raised her hand, answering happily, hot pot for me. Song Pingan and Jiang Qing, who always spoiled her, nodded. All right, hot pot it is. Does anyone have any dietary restrictions? Feng Yaoyao blinked and gave a cute smile. Not many. The steaming hot pot broth sent up clouds of vapor as everyone gathered around the table. The warm atmosphere made it feel like everything had returned to normal, until Jiang Qing quietly asked, Uncle Chun, where is your escape room business located? Near Maple Leaf Polytechnic University. Lots of students. Good business, Chen Tianhui replied. Does your family have any connection to the university? Jiang Qing continued. Yeah, the original owner's father is on the university's board, Chen Tianhui answered casually, though his eyes flickered. Do you all know which university Yao Yao goes to? Song Pingan chimed in, amusement in his eyes. The moment he spoke, the steam from the hot pot seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes widened as they realized they all shared something in common. They were all connected to Maple Leaf Polytechnic University. Jiang Qing spoke slowly, her expression serious. What you just said suddenly makes me uneasy. So you have a connection to the university too? Song Pingan swallowed hard, a little surprised. Wait, you're there as well. Jiang Qing nodded. Both the male and female leads in my script are students at that university. Coincidence? Jiang Qing was not someone who believed in coincidences. He was certain that every so-called coincidence had a deeper reason. Closing his eyes, he sifted through the original owner's memories. In this novel, there was only one country to Xia. Its population, administrative divisions, and culture were strikingly similar to China on Earth. The city they lived in, Lanhai, was a major metropolis with 30 million people and over a dozen districts. Yet, somehow, the six of them had all ended up connected to the same university in different ways. That couldn't be a coincidence. Beyond Xia lay the so-called lawless lands, where ordinary citizens were strictly forbidden to go. This detail made Jiang Qing frown. This world is a lot more dangerous than I thought. He leaned back on the sofa, deep in thought. Vengeful spirits were terrifying, but all they wanted was your life. What was truly frightening was human nature, people who wanted to toy with you until you were dead, like the protagonist in Feng Yaoyao's script, or the group of rich kids in Su Murin's story. Still, in such a law-abiding world, killing someone without a trace wasn't easy. He knew from experience that the act itself was simple. The real challenge was getting rid of the body. Ending up in prison over a single experiment was hardly worth it. As silence settled over the group, Su Muron arched an eyebrow and broke the tension. I heard there's been talk of ghosts in the girls' dorms. Do you think it has anything to do with us? Maybe this is what the audience wants us to deal with? Feng Yaoyao's face went stiff. Su, don't scare me. I live on campus and I've never heard about this. I picked it up from some teachers in the office, Su Muron said. Which dorm are you in? Lantian dorm. No worries, the rumors are about Baiyun dorm. Feng Yaoyao let out a breath of relief but grumbled inwardly. As if the mission world wasn't dangerous enough. Now there's a ghost story in the novel? Give us a break. Hey, can you come have lunch with me tomorrow? She asked. Jiang Qing paused, bowl and chopsticks in hand. Sure. I need to check out the university anyway. After dinner, Chen Tianhui got ready to go home and recover, with Lin Gubei and Su Muron offering him a ride. The golden retriever happily rested its head on Jiang Qing's lap, and seeing this, Feng Yaoyao volunteered to take it for a walk. Song Pingan handed Jiang Qing a bottle of cola. So what's your next move? My next move? Are you planning to keep pretending to be blind? Song Pingan asked, lounging lazily on the sofa. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows as Jiang Qing smiled gently. Actually, I have a plan, but I'll need your help. First, I need a place to stay, but I'm broke. Second, I'm going to claim I've had a cornea transplant and regain my sight at the right moment. I want to see if such a big change will alter the script. Easy, Song Pingan nodded. This villa is yours. It's our meeting spot anyway. As for the surgery paperwork, I'll handle it. It'll be flawless. Great. Jiang Qing didn't put on any airs and gladly accepted the help. You help me, so next time there's a mission, I'll take you with me. Song Pingan choked on his drink and rolled his eyes. Come on, man. Can you not repay kindness with trouble? You totally messed up the script last time. I can't even imagine how hard the next mission will be. He shook his head. Count me out. Take old Chun. Take Su Muron. They've awakened miracles. The world's dangerous if things go south. Just bail. Old Song was genuinely nervous, been risking his neck alongside Jiang Qing for a while. Jiang Qing just smiled and said nothing. If changing the script and raising the difficulty in the first 9 missions couldn't stop him, how could he back down now? He was pushing his limits, step by step. Only when you feel the pressure do you improve. As night fell, the area around WUS Square bustled with activity. Groups of friends hung out on the street, their laughter and chatter blending into the lively evening. Jiang Qing, in a white jacket and sunglasses, returned home with his guide dog. The moment he stepped inside, he heard Jiang Yuan's mother's angry voice. So you finally decided to come home. Jiang Qing ignored her, crouched down, and expertly unclipped the guide dog's leash. His movements were smooth, his performance flawless. Rather than respond right away, he walked further into the house. Let it go. It's good for him to get out once in a while. A graceful woman gently took a man's arm, her voice soft and soothing. This woman was Jiang Yuan's mother, Qin Wangshu. Jiang Qing adjusted his sunglasses slightly. He didn't know her well, only that she'd been his father's college sweetheart. Get out. That's what you call it. Jiang Qingrui snapped. Xiao Yuan told me you've been hanging out with a bunch of thugs, tattoos, crazy hair, fighting in the streets. Before he could finish, Jiang Qing cut him off. They're my friends. Friends? Jiang Qingrui laughed bitterly, glaring around the room. Suddenly, he grabbed a broom and stormed toward Jiang Qing, his voice growing louder with anger. You let those punks bully Xiao Yuan. Don't you deserve a beating? Are you trying to turn this house upside down? Qin Wangshu hurried to block him. Talk it out. Don't get physical. He's just been misled. He can't even see how's he supposed to tell good people from bad. Her tone was gentle, but worry was clear in her eyes. Jiang Qing watched the scene, shaking his head with a sense of boredom. He asked coldly, is that what Jiang Yuan told you? Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Yuan noticed the tension and quickly stood up, putting on a shy, awkward act. Dad, don't be mad. Even if my brother's mixed up with those guys, I don't blame him. He rarely goes out. Sister Curson and I just wanted to bring him home. It's fine if he doesn't like me. His words only made the atmosphere more strained. Jiang Qingrui shouted, your brother's worried you'll go astray, and you have the nerve to bully him? Jiang Qing remained expressionless, quietly observing. The ones who wrong you always know exactly how wronged you are. What's the point of explaining? Even if he proved Jiang Yuan was lying, Jiang Qingrui would just brush it aside. Just then, the doorbell rang. Jiang Yuan hurried to answer it. Outside stood Gu Curson and her parents. Mrs. Gu frowned at the doorway, looking straight at Jiang Qingrui. What's with all the yelling? She ignored Jiang Yuan and walked straight over to Jiang Qing, standing protectively in front of him. Mrs. Gu and Jiang Qing's mother had been close friends since childhood, so she cared deeply for Jiang Qing, treating him like her own son. In contrast, she was clearly displeased with Qin Wangshu and Jiang Yuan, and had little patience for Jiang Qingrui. After all, Jiang Qing's mother had only recently passed away, and Jiang Qingrui had already married another woman. It was hard to stomach. Gu Curson, dressed in a pure white dress, stepped forward. Mom, it's definitely Jiang Qing's fault. This morning he was with a bunch of scary guys, tattoos up their arms, riding motorcycles, and he even yelled at me. Jiang Qingrui's face was grim. He's gotten out of hand, not only lying all the time, but also disappearing for an entire day, not answering calls or messages. If we don't discipline him now, what will become of him? Auntie, my brother's been acting strange lately. He even threw a knife at me, Jiang Yuan complained, sounding aggrieved. That got everyone's attention. The adult's expressions turned serious. He threw a knife? That's dangerous. Jiang Qingrui shoved past Qin Wangshu, brandishing the broom and shouting furiously, you'd harm your own brother? You're out of your mind. Jiang Qing almost laughed. He didn't dodge. How could a blind person dodge, anyway? Mr. Gu stepped forward, grabbing the broom with a cold smile, his gaze sharp. We've watched this boy grow up. We know his character inside and out. But you, humph, cheating during your marriage, having an illegitimate child, and now you dare bring him home. What was supposed to be a peaceful family gathering instantly turned into a heated argument between two families. Mrs. Gu took Jiang Qing's hand. He's going to marry Curson one day. He'll be my son sooner or later. If you don't want him, they'll take him in. At least he won't have to put up with this in my house. Jiang Qing was taken aback, his feelings complicated, but he didn't argue. He just lowered his head and stayed silent. Those words struck Gu Curson and Jiang Yuan like a heavy blow, hitting them both right in the heart. Gu Curson bit her lip hard, her eyes brimming with tears of hurt as she glared at Jiang Qing, her gaze full of grievance and anger. I won't marry him. Seeing her mother pulling Jiang Qing away, Gu Curson finally exploded. I don't even like him. Can't you respect me for once? The entryway fell silent. Gus' mother, usually so gentle, suddenly turned cold. If Jiang Qing hadn't saved you back then, you might not even be alive. He lost his sight because of you. You should take care of him for the rest of your life. So you're going to guilt trip me for the rest of my life? Gu Curson's tears spilled over, her voice choked. You and Dad are both university professors. You've read so many books. Don't you even understand the concept of marrying for love? A wave of frustration welled up in Gus' mother's chest. Of course she understood, but the fact that her daughter owed Jiang Qing her life was something she couldn't let go of. The once bright and confident boy had become withdrawn and insecure after losing his sight, barely leaving the house for weeks at a time. Wanting to do right by Jiang Qing's mother, she was willing to be stubborn about this. Auntie, it's a different era now. Jiang Yuan stepped forward. You can't force your daughter into marriage. Curson doesn't like Jiang Qing. Marriage is for Lafido. You really want your daughter trapped in an unhappy marriage, ending up resenting even you? What business is it of yours? Gus' mother snapped. Your mother was a homewrecker. You're nothing like Jiang Qingrui was when he was young. For all we know, you're not even his biological son. Your mother couldn't find anyone better, so she went crawling back to Jiang Qingrui. Her words hit Jiang Yuan like a bolt of lightning, leaving him speechless. Qin Wangshu, standing nearby, felt her heart race. Jiang Yuan really didn't resemble Jiang Qingrui. When they'd done the paternity test, she'd paid a doctor friend to alter the results. Just as the tension was about to boil over, Jiang Qing spoke up. Aunt One, Uncle Gu, let me say something. His voice was calm and cold. First, I was the one who broke up with Gu Kurson. I realized I didn't love her, and I didn't want to waste her time. Second, in planning to move out. A friend has already arranged for me to see a top eye specialist, and he'll be getting a corneal transplant soon. He paused, then continued. Lastly, I didn't want to make things ugly, but Gu Kurson and Jiang Yuan have already slept together. She might even be pregnant. His words hit the room like a bomb. Gu Kurson turned pale, her whole body trembling. To her traditional parents, living together before marriage or getting pregnant out of wedlock was absolutely taboo. That's not true. Jiang Yuan blurted out, panicked. He's lying. He always lies. There's nothing between me and Kurson. Mom, Jiang Qing is just trying to provoke you. Gu Kurson shouted, her voice shaking. How could I possibly do that with Jiang Yuan? He's like a younger brother to me. Younger brother? Jiang Qing sneered. That's an interesting way to put it, Gu Kurson. I didn't want things to get nasty, but if you and Jiang Yuan keep slandering me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Remember, it's the original Jiang Qing who owed you, not me. He took out his phone, activated Xiao AI, and opened the latest video in his gallery. The footage clearly showed Gu Kurson and Jiang Yuan passionately kissing on the sofa. Father Gus' face turned ashen in an instant. He raised his hand and slapped Gu Kurson hard across the face. Shameless. He spat through gritted teeth. Kissing isn't the problem, but hugging another man right in front of your boyfriend, this is just. At that moment, Father Gu felt as if everything he thought he knew about his daughter had completely collapsed. The tension in the room was palpable. Everyone was so shocked by what they had seen that no one could speak, yet nobody stopped to wonder. How did Jiang Qing get this video? How could a blind person even know it was a video of people kissing? Jiang Qing had already prepared an explanation. I accidentally started recording that night, he said calmly. A friend found it while playing with my phone today. Father and Mother Gu hurriedly dragged Gu Kurson out, the usually composed couple uncharacteristically muttering curses all the way. Gu Kurson kept glancing back, her eyes pleading with Jiang Yuan, but Jiang Yuan deliberately avoided her gaze. He knew all too well that getting involved with his brother's girlfriend would ruin his reputation if word got out. After the Gu family left, Jiang Qing stared intently at his younger son, as if seeing this obedient child for the first time. He had named his eldest son Qing and his youngest Yuan, a testament to the high hopes he placed on the latter. Jiang Yuan bowed his head and admitted his fault. Dad, I'm sorry. I was drunk that night, and Kurson was just helping me home. He'll admit I have some feelings for her, but I never crossed the line. As for sleeping together or her being pregnant, that's just my brother trying to set me up. He was sure Jiang Qing had no more evidence. Jiang Qing took a deep breath and threw away the broom he was holding. Jiang Qing already said he doesn't like Gu Kurson. If you do, go after her. I'm not old-fashioned young people are free to love who they want. What really concerned him was business. Had hoped to borrow money from the Gu family, but now that idea was completely out of the question. Qin Wangshu quickly followed him upstairs to comfort him. Once the entryway quieted down, Jiang Yuan showed a cold smile. I underestimated you. Who knew a blind man could record a video? But it doesn't matter. So what if you have dirt on me? You can't change anything. You've already lost. Jiang Qing simply replied with a meaningful smile. I'm rooting for you. Those four simple words left Jiang Yuan feeling inexplicably uneasy, as if everything he valued was worthless to the other man. Keep lying to yourself, Jiang Yuan muttered, clenching his fists as he turned and walked into the living room. That night, Jiang Qing sat alone in his bedroom, took off his sunglasses, and spoke to himself in a low voice. He analyzed how that mother and son coveted the already declining Jiang family, and how Jiang Qing hoped to use a marriage alliance to gain access to the Gu family's resources. The Gu family was well off. Aunt Wen and Uncle Gu were both university professors, and the Wen family's older generation had left behind tens of millions in inheritance. No wonder Jiang Qing, who had built his life on his first marriage, was so determined. Who do you want to kill? Meng Wan's voice echoed in his mind. Standing by the window, gazing out into the night, Jiang Qing replied, no rush. I need to confirm a few things first. So, when will you start the next round? Meng Wanzhou pressed. Jiang Qing answered softly, next Saturday. The next morning, Jiang Qing slowly made her way downstairs, steadying herself against the wall. From below, Jiang Xingru's voice called out, come have breakfast. Jiang Qing ignored him and continued resolutely toward the front door, every step firm and unwavering. Are you going out to mess around again? Jiang Xingru's tone was laced with anger. Jiang Qing stopped and turned, her face expressionless. Was I not clear enough yesterday? With a loud bang, Jiang Qing slammed his hand on the dining table, making the dishes clatter. Qin Wangshu and Jiang Yuan jumped at the sudden noise. You barely ever leave the house, where would you get any friends? Jiang Qing roared. And I even found you the best eye doctor. Do you really think good things just fall from the sky? Brother, just come eat breakfast. Don't make Dad angry, Jiang Yuan chimed in, pretending to mediate. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Jiang Qing's lips. You seem to be mistaken. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm informing you. At that moment, Qin Wangshu, dressed in her elegant clothes, felt as if she were looking at a stranger. Was this really the same Jiang Qing who had always been so silent, withdrawn, and insecure? In 3 years, it was the first time she had ever heard Jiang Qing speak to Jiang Qingrui in such a tone. Jiang Xingru's face darkened. He grabbed a stick, raising it as if to strike. Instantly, happy, the golden retriever jumped in front of Jiang Qing, baring its teeth and growling menacingly. Damn it, even a dog dares bark at me, Jiang Qingrui sneered. Jiang Qing, you really are just like your mother deep down. You both look down on me. Do you think I can't live without your mom? And Jiang Wei, she only calls me dad when she needs money. She never even comes home. Ha, all three of you are the same. Jiang Qing crouched down, gently stroking Happy's head, her voice chillingly calm. You seem even more insecure than a blind person like me. Why is that? Because you think of yourself as a self-made man? Because you're ashamed of your affairs? Because you can't keep a small business afloat after my mom passed away? Or do you think yelling at me will help you claw back a shred of dignity? Face it, you really are a man without much ability or responsibility. Every word hit Jiang Qingrui where it hurt. He raised the stick to strike, but Happy's growl only grew fiercer. The usually gentle retriever now looked every bit the powerful hunting dog, ready to attack. Jiang Qingrui jabbed the stick forward, testing the waters, and Happy immediately clamped down on it with his jaws, refusing to let go. Jiang Qing's gaze, hidden behind her sunglasses, was icy cold. Are you really going to try to control me? I'm your father, and I'm your legal guardian. You're not allowed to leave. You have to listen to me. Jiang Qing kept a hand on Happy, her voice low. You're wrong. I'm 20 now. I can go wherever I want. Besides, she paused. Do you really dare make me stay? Jiang Yuan was right. I haven't been in a good state of mind lately. What if, one night while you're all asleep, I quietly, her voice dropped to a whisper, take a knife and kill you all? Wouldn't that be interesting? Her words sent a chill through all three of them. Qin Wangshu's face turned ashen. Her voice trembled. Let him go, please. He's too dangerous. I can't live under the same roof with someone like that. The fear on her face was unmistakably real. Is this guy insane? Jiang Yuan stood frozen, cold sweat seeping into his palms as he swallowed hard. Facing someone as reckless as Jiang Qing, there was nothing they could do. After all, as the saying goes, those with nothing to lose fear nothing. Jiang Qingrui took a deep breath, a flash of resolve in his eyes. Think this through. You can't see anything, and if you leave this family, surviving will be nearly impossible. They'll be better off on my own, Jiang Qing replied, making his way to the door with the help of the wall, ready to let the moving company in. Jiang Shengru's expression darkened, and he spat out fine 3 times in a row. Fine, 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 you've got guts. But remember, don't take a single thing from the Jiang family with you. All right. Jiang Qing agreed without hesitation, a smile tugging at his lips. Come on, Happy, let's go. After stepping out, Jiang Qing suddenly turned back, his tone laced with meaning. Might be a good idea to get a paternity test. Didn't Antwin say Jiang Yuan looks nothing like you? He gave a soft chuckle. You really believe a report just because someone hands it to you? How naive. No wonder your business fell apart after my mother died. Intelligence is a gift, shame you missed out. With that, dressed in gray sweats and leading his golden retriever, he walked away with a relaxed air. His reminder about the paternity test was part of a plan he was putting in place, a crucial condition for what was to come. Jiang Qingrui stood in shock, the words Jiang Yuan looks nothing like him echoing in his mind. At the dining table, Qin Wangshu and her son felt a chill run down their spines. 3 years of careful scheming. About to go up in smoke? The scene shifted to Red Maple Polytechnic University. After arriving by subway, Jiang Qing navigated the campus with ease. The bell for the first class had just rung, and crowds of students hurried toward their classrooms. He knew today was the day of Su Murin's fatal incident, so she wouldn't be on campus. Instead, he decided to investigate the supposedly haunted women's dorm. It took nearly half an hour, but he finally found Baiyun Dormitory tucked away in a corner of the campus. Although the university wasn't among the top-tier schools, its grounds were expansive and well-known in Blue Sea City. Jiang Qing sat on a planter opposite the dorm, observing carefully. With his sunglasses and golden retriever, he stood out awkwardly among the guys waiting for their girlfriends. Wow, what a cute golden retriever. A few girls couldn't resist coming over. Can we pet him? Sure, Jiang Qing replied absent-mindedly, his attention fixed on the dorm building. The girls chatted about the dog's name and tried to feed it some bread. One of them asked curiously, are you waiting for your girlfriend? Jiang Qing shook his head. I heard Baiyun dorm is haunted. I just wanted to check it out. The girls' smiles froze instantly. Jiang Qing noticed their reaction and became even more convinced something was off. After a hasty goodbye, the girls left. Jiang Qing remained seated, waiting patiently for 4 straight hours without moving. Jiang Qing. Suddenly, a girl in a white dress rushed over and grabbed his arm, her voice trembling with tears. Why are you still looking for me after we broke up? Do you want everyone to laugh at me? Let go, Jiang Qing said coldly. I don't like being touched by women. The golden retriever barked, startling Gu Kursin into stepping back. Just then, petite Feng Yaoyao ran over and naturally slipped her arm through Jiang Qing's. Brother, I'm hungry. All right, let's get some food first. Jiang Qing gently ruffled her hair. Seeing this, Gu Kursin felt her heart break. Didn't you say you don't like being touched by women? Why does she get a pass? Jiang Qing's lips curled into a charming smile. She's the exception. The harsh words echoed in Gu Kursin's mind, and her gaze grew vacant. For more than a decade, she hadn't liked Shed, even resented Jiang Qing, but she had long since grown used to his constant presence. Now, the person who used to follow her everywhere was suddenly acting so intimately with a complete stranger. Gu Kursin clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. As the acknowledged goddess of the mathematics department, she had every reason to be proud. She stood at 1.68 meters tall, had refined features, came from a distinguished scholarly family, and was constantly pursued by admirers. But now, her childhood friend had chosen a girl barely over 1.5 meters tall with an unremarkable appearance. To her, it felt like the ultimate insult. Who is she? What's going on between you two? Gu Kursin demanded through gritted teeth. She'd seen Feng Yaoyao yesterday, but hadn't given her a second thought until now. Feng Yaoyao flashed a sly smile and deliberately leaned her head on Jiang Qing's shoulder. Isn't it obvious? I'm her girlfriend. Girlfriend? Gu Kursin stared in disbelief. Do you even know he's blind? Of course I do. We're together, aren't we? Feng Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Besides, my little brother has already contacted the best ophthalmologists. It won't be long before my brother can see again. She added pointedly, unlike you. A woman who cheats on her boyfriend now, that's a real joke. The word cheat cut into Gu Kursin like a knife. Instinctively, she touched her still sore cheek, recalling her parents' scolding from the night before. Just then, Jiang Qing's gaze suddenly fixed on the second floor of the girls' dormitory. There, a girl in a white dress was staring right back at him. A vengeful spirit with a powerful obsession. You don't want any part of that. Meng Wan's his voice sounded at just the right moment. You'd better leave. She's got her eye on you. The girl in the white dress stepped back and vanished, only to reappear eerily at the corner by the dorm entrance, giving Jiang Qing a chilling smile. Jiang Qing stiffened, and even Kai Xin began barking frantically in that direction, both happy and on high alert. Let's go? Jiang Qing grabbed Feng Yaoyao's hand and hurried off, as if every extra second spent there was pure torment. Jiang Qing. Gu Kursin called out after him, but received only silence in return. It wasn't until they neared the school gate that Jiang Qing finally relaxed. He explained to a puzzled Feng Yaoyao, there really is a ghost in that dorm, and she's got her sights set on me. If we'd stayed any longer, something bad could have happened. He wasn't sure if that vengeful spirit could leave the dormitory, and it wasn't a risk he was willing to take. Even though it was broad daylight, Feng Yaoyao suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, her whole body tense with fear. Her eyes darted nervously around, sensing a strange pressure, as if something unseen was lurking nearby. Is it really here? She found it hard to believe, but her instincts told her she wasn't imagining things. Most schools were built over old graveyards, and every year there were rumors of students jumping off buildings or dying in accidents. But actual ghost stories were surprisingly rare, almost unheard of. Baiyun Dormitory was very close to Lantian Dormitory. Staring out the window, Feng Yaoyao frowned with worry. What should I do? I'm too scared to go back tonight, she whispered. Jiang Qing replied softly. It should be fine probably. Feng Yaoyao tugged at his sleeve, her eyes full of helplessness. Brother Sai? Jiang Qing sighed, looking at her with a headache. All right, you can stay with me at Song Pinggan's villa for now. Feng Yaoyao's eyes lit up instantly, a bright smile spreading across her face. Oh yeah, I finally get to live in a villa in this lifetime. She looked smug, as if she'd just pulled off a clever scheme. Dorm rules at their university weren't strict, there were no night checks, and it was common for students to stay out at hotels or with friends. Thinking about this, Feng Yaoyao couldn't help but feel a little pleased with herself. But her excitement was quickly replaced by a hint of worry. She lowered her head and bit her lip. But what about my clothes and textbooks? She really didn't dare go back to the dorm. In the stories, vengeful ghosts moved so fast that you wouldn't even have time to react. They could take someone's life in a single breath. Gritting her teeth, she decided to put those thoughts aside for now. They'll deal with it after I meet Su Murang tomorrow. Jiang Qing remained calm. Let's just do this for now. They found a fast food place and sat down. The restaurant was filled with students coming and going, a typical, peaceful campus scene. Everything felt normal until a group of girls walked in, and Feng Yaoyao instantly stiffened, her gaze flicking toward them. Jiang Qing noticed her change and asked quietly, what's wrong? Feng Yaoyao frowned slightly, her eyes lingering on one of the girls. She replied in a low voice, the one in the middle, with the earrings and the bow. That's the main character from my script. Technically, I wasn't supposed to meet her for another 2 weeks. Jiang Qing raised his eyebrows, glancing thoughtfully at the group. So, by bringing you here to eat, I've accidentally changed the story and made you meet the main character ahead of schedule? Feng Yaoyao nodded, a bit exasperated. Yeah, who would have thought? If this keeps up, the whole plot might go off track. Just then, a mocking voice cut through the air. What are you staring at? You think you look cool with those sunglasses? What a poser. One of the girls, dressed fashionably, glared at them with open provocation. Jiang Qing coldly looked away, not interested in engaging, but Feng Yao couldn't hold back. She stood up, furious. Was I even looking at you? Being self-obsessed is a sickness. Maybe take some medicine before you go out next time, idiot. The atmosphere instantly froze, and everyone went silent. The five girls across from them looked even more hostile, while it was just the two of them on this side. Tension filled the air. Xiao Yayan tossed aside her disposable chopsticks and smirked, crooking her finger casually. You've got quite an attitude. Not many people dare talk to me like that. Want to step outside and talk in the park across the street? Students nearby started whispering, their attention turning to the confrontation. Some recognized Xiao Yiyun and murmured, she's in her third year, majoring in finance. She's got a bunch of shady friends outside campus. Feng Yao raised her eyebrows and stood up, unafraid. Fine, let's go. Whoever backs down is a coward. Jiang Qing was a bit surprised by her intensity, but quietly reminded her, you know this will change the story, right? ITLL make your next tasks a lot harder. Feng Yao shrugged, muttering under her breath. If I don't stand up to her, the main character will start investigating me this afternoon. She might even have people waiting for me. Jiang Qing thought for a moment, then made up his mind. All right, he'll handle it. He pulled out his phone and called Song Pingon, sounding relaxed. Where are you? Missing me already? I'm at the office having lunch. Want to join? There's a problem with Yao's script. The main character wants to pick a fight, so Jiang Qing paused. Send me your location, I'll be there soon. After he hung up, Xiao Yan noticed Jiang Qing had made a call and grew even more annoyed. She quietly messaged someone saved as brother Zhou. The group left the restaurant, crossing the street toward a secluded part of the park with no cameras. Suddenly, the quiet street erupted into chaos. 20 luxury cars pulled up to the curb, doors swinging open as tall, muscular bodyguards in black stepped out, each holding a baton. Leading the way was Song Pingon, wearing sunglasses and a gray suit, exuding an intimidating presence. In the sunlight, he cut a striking figure that was impossible to ignore. The sudden turn of events startled Zhou so much that his cigarette fell from his mouth, sending sparks scattering across the ground. 20 luxury cars, each worth millions, were lined up in perfect order, their bodies glinting coldly in the night. 50 bodyguards in black uniforms, all muscular and expressionless, stood in a row gripping steel pipes. Zhou and his gang instantly realized they were completely outmatched. Well, what's going on here? Song Pingon strolled over with an easy gait, a faint, ambiguous smile on his lips. But his eyes were cold as ice. The gangsters instinctively tried to flee, but the bodyguards quickly closed in, forming an impenetrable wall. In an instant, the roles of predator and prey had been reversed. Song Pingon raised his hand with a casual gesture. Call Sister Feng. Hello, Sister Feng. The 50 bodyguards' voices boomed in perfect unison, echoing through the night and making even the distant leaves shudder. Xiao Yeyun and her friends turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. After all, they were just ordinary students, girls who hung out at bars and thought they'd seen the world when they met someone rich or good-looking. Now, faced with this scene, they were like lambs waiting for the slaughter, shaking so hard they barely dared to breathe. Standing beside Song Pingon, Feng Yao couldn't hide her joy, her eyes sparkling. This was just too cool. For the first time in her life, a crowd was calling her Sister Feng. Her vanity had never felt so satisfied. Zhou, the bar owner, kept his head down, nervously fidgeting with the hem of his shirt, not daring to meet Song Pingon's gaze. In his heart, he cursed Xiao Yeyun 1,000 times. He knew all too well that a man of this caliber could destroy him with a single word. Song Pingon reached out and patted Zhou's face, not hard, but humiliating all the same. Why are you looking down? Look me in the eye, you coward. Zhou immediately looked up, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying, his voice trembling. Boss, it's all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Song Pingon turned to the silent man beside him. Lao Jiang, what do you think? Jiang Qing's face was expressionless, his eyes cold as frost. Don't waste time. Take care of this, we have business to attend to. Song Pingon pursed his lips and muttered under his breath. This guy's always thinking about hunting ghosts, never anything normal. With just a look from Song Pingon, the bodyguards raised their steel pipes. The gangsters immediately dropped to the ground, clutching their heads, too scared to resist. At this point, taking a beating was probably the best outcome. Fighting back would only make things worse. The 5 girls were so terrified their legs gave out. One of them even started sobbing quietly. You're so young, why waste your life trying to act tough? Song Pingon walked up to Xiao Yeyun and slapped her across the face without hesitation, the sharp sound ringing out in the silent night. He was never the type to claim he wouldn't hit a woman. Unlock your phone and hand it over. Xiao Yeyun clutched her burning cheek, silent and stripped of her earlier arrogance. She quickly pulled out her phone, unlocked it with shaking hands, and handed it over. Song Pingon's guess was right. Her photo gallery was filled with hundreds of videos footage of people being dragged into restrooms and beaten, humiliating scenes in hotel rooms, and all kinds of explicit, degrading photos. Damn, that's brutal. She doesn't even see people as human beings. Song Pingyan's brow furrowed as he considered what to do. Should I deal with her myself? Or send her to jail? Neither option feels right. After thinking it over, he called out, Lao Jiang, take a look at this. Chow Yun was shaking so hard she was drenched in cold sweat. She knew exactly what she had done. If the police got involved, these videos and photos would be irrefutable evidence. She could imagine her fate. But surrounded by so many strong bodyguards, she didn't dare resist, and her mind spun with fear, wondering if this man might order all 50 bodyguards to do something even worse to her. Jiang Qing took the phone and scrolled through the files, his eyes narrowing. He spoke only 4 words, give her 10,000. Song Pingyan was momentarily surprised, but did as he was told. After the last time Feng Yaoyao needed cash, Head started keeping a stash in his car. He took a stack of bills from a bodyguard and handed it over. Here, take it. Chow Yun didn't dare accept the money. Instead, she broke down, wailing, I'm sorry. I don't want money, please don't hurt me. Tears and snot ran down her face as she sobbed in humiliation. Jiang Qing removed the SIM card from the phone and handed it back to Chow Yun. Hey, erase your SIM card. We're keeping the phone. Stay out of trouble for a while. He gave her a gentle smile that was somehow even more chilling. Understand? I understand, I promise he'll change. He'll be a good student. I swear, Chow Yun sobbed, her voice full of fear and regret. Once everything was settled, Jiang Qing, Song Pingyan, and Feng Yaoyao left the bar and drove to Fengling Villa. On the way, Feng Yaoyao's curiosity got the better of her, and she leaned over to Song Pingyan. Hey, let me see what kind of videos were those. Jiang Qing handed the phone to Song Pingyan. Make a copy of it. We've already changed Yaoyao's script. Don't do anything to those girls for now, wait until my plan is finished. Feng Yaoyao reached out to grab it, but Song Pingyan quickly held the phone out of her reach. Kids shouldn't be so nosy. This is grown-up stuff. He'll kick you. Feng Yaoyao snapped. Oh really? Don't take me for a pushover just because I'm quiet. Let go. I'm from Shudao Mountain. The two of them started playfully wrestling, while Jiang Qing stood quietly by the floor-to-ceiling windows. His mind drifted to the image of that female ghost, long, white off-shoulder dress, loose black hair, and that eerie smile at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, the window shattered with a loud bang. Cold sweat broke out all over Jiang Qing as a suffocating sense of death gripped his throat. Meng Wanzhou said gravely, we're in trouble. This is a ghost that controls certain rules. Just thinking about it will trigger the death rule, and it might even appear immediately. That's terrifying. Song Pingyan and Feng Yaoyao stared at the broken glass in horror. Jiang, are you okay? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jiang Qing told them what had happened and said, I'm already involved in this. You two stay out of it. Yaoyao, just focus on your classes for now. Whatever you do, don't go nearby in dormitory. Later, Song Pingyan left for a company meeting, while Jiang Qing accompanied Feng Yaoyao shopping, following along cheerfully. Late at night, after Feng Yaoyao had fallen asleep, Jiang Qing quietly slipped out with an umbrella. At 1 a.m., Weihua Plaza was deserted except for the occasional staggering drunk. He sat on a bench by the lake, looked at the camera, and asked, is this distance enough? It should be fine, Meng Wanzhou replied as an invisible red thread stretched out into the darkness. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted at the Jiang family villa. Qin Wangshu was sobbing uncontrollably on the sofa, with a paternity test result lying beside her. Jiang Qingrui had forced Jiang Yuan to take the test, and when he saw the results, he flew into a rage. The son had raised for 3 years wasn't biologically his. Even so, Qin Wangshu shamelessly brought Jiang Yuan back to the villa, only to be severely beaten by Jiang Qingrui. By now, he had already passed out drunk upstairs. At 3 a.m., Qin Wangshu fell asleep on the sofa. Suddenly, as if possessed, she stood up, walked barefoot to the kitchen to get a knife, and headed upstairs step by step. In the master bedroom, reeking of alcohol, she stabbed the unconscious Jiang Qingrui over a dozen times until his face was unrecognizable. Covered in blood, Qin Wangshu went downstairs, smiled at the sleeping Jiang Yuan, and then plunged the knife into her own neck. Jiang Yuan's terrified scream pierced the night, and lights began flickering on throughout the neighborhood. With a rumble, waves rippled across the lake. Jiang Qing opened his black umbrella, his face expressionless. Looks like it's going to rain. With each spring rain, the air grew warmer. Raindrops, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, danced across the lake's surface. By the water's edge, Meng Wanzhou stood under her umbrella, her brows furrowed in clear confusion. You're not going to kill Jiang Yuan? Not yet, Jiang Qing replied, standing beside her. His umbrella tilted slightly, letting rainwater run down its ribs. His tone was calm, as if discussing the weather. Experiments need to be done step by step. Jiang Qingrui and Qin Wangshu are important supporting characters in my story. I want to see how much more difficult the task gets after eliminating key supporting roles. If it's still within my limits, he'll keep going. He twisted the umbrella handle and continued. If I kill the protagonist or heroine right away, the difficulty could skyrocket to something terrifying. What if I die in the next task? I have to be cautious. Besides, his voice lowered. There's a female ghost watching me now. Meng Wanzhou fell silent for a moment after hearing this, the rain pattering rhythmically against her umbrella. Don't you feel even a little bit guilty? Jiang Qing was the original host's father, and yours too. A cold smile flickered at the corner of Jiang Qing's mouth. You know, I killed my parents in the real world, too. His gaze went empty. They came at me with knives first. Afterwards, I was sent to a mental hospital. The sound of rain faded as the scene shifted. Early in the morning, harsh lights illuminated an interrogation room at the police station. 3 officers sat solemnly at the table, scrutinizing the young man seated opposite them. You left the Windchime Villas late at night, walked to Wiyua Plaza, and then didn't go home. Why did you sit by the lake in your neighborhood? One officer asked, staring directly at Jiang Qing, his tone stern. Jiang Qing lowered his head, fingers tracing the tabletop. I had a fight with my dad yesterday morning. I wanted to move out. He wouldn't let me, but I left anyway. He paused. Later, I felt bad and wanted to apologize, but when I walked through the neighborhood, I didn't know how to start. So I just sat by the lake, lost in thought. The officers exchanged glances. The oldest among them leaned forward. Did you know Jiang Qing took Jiang Yuan for a paternity test yesterday? No, Jiang Qing replied, shaking his head with a hint of confusion. He countered, Officer, how did my father die? The senior officer tapped his fingers on the table, his voice low. According to our investigation, Jiang Qing found out Jiang Yuan wasn't his biological son and assaulted Qin Wangshu. That night, he got drunk, and Qin Wangshu stabbed him to death before taking her own life. My condolences. Jiang Qing stiffened, his eyes unfocused. How could this happen? Jiang Yuan isn't my brother? That's right. Another officer, fingers interlaced on the table, confirmed it's a clear case. Qin Wangshu was beaten by Jiang Qing, held a grudge, and killed him while he was drunk. As for why she chose suicide, we're not sure yet. Maybe she was pushed over the edge. He straightened up. You can go home for now. Keep your phone on. We'll contact you if needed. Jiang Qing replied softly, slowly pushing himself up from the table, moving with caution. He'll walk you out, the younger officer offered, moving to Jiang Qing's side. After the two left the interview room, the senior officer replayed the neighborhood surveillance footage, his frown deepening. Captain, what's wrong? Another officer asked. The captain stared at the screen. Everything lines up a little too perfectly. It's just he paused. Xiao Wang. I've been on the job for 23 years, and my instincts are usually right. I think Jiang Qing is deliberately giving us an alibi. He pointed to the screen. Look, he's blind. Why would he go to the lake alone in the middle of the night? And he just happens to sit right in front of the camera for the entire time? It doesn't add up. Not at all. Xiao Wang immediately objected. It's obvious. Qin Wangshu is the murderer. If you want to suspect someone, it should be Jiang Yuan. He's the only one who was there and survived. I still think there's something off about Jiang Qing, the captain insisted. Xiao Wang shook his head, puzzled. How could a blind man commit murder? His mother died 3 years ago. Now his father's been killed. He's the victim here. Meanwhile, with the officer's support, Jiang Qing made his way to the police station lobby, his expression unreadable. Jiang Yuan sat in the chair, still shaken, his shoulders trembling slightly, and his face pale, as if his soul had left his body. Gu Kersin sat beside him, softly comforting him in a gentle voice, though her unease was hard to hide. In another interrogation room, Gus' father and mother were cooperating with the police investigation, and the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Thank you. I can go back on my own. Jiang Qing stood up, his voice calm but distant, keeping everyone at arm's length. Leaning on his umbrella, he carefully felt his way forward. Just as he stepped out of the police station, Jiang Yuan suddenly shot to his feet, his face twisting with emotion on the verge of collapse. He pointed at Jiang Qing's back and shouted, "It was you. You killed Dad and Mom." Jiang Qing paused, slowly turning around with a measured calm. He took off his sunglasses, revealing clear, bright eyes, a faint smile playing at his lips somewhere between contempt and mockery. Jiang Yuan's heart seized. That gaze cut into him like a knife, leaving him feeling as if he'd fallen into an icy abyss. He collapsed to the floor, his voice trembling. You're not Jiang Qing. You're not Jiang Qing died. He died in the hospital. You're a ghost, a demon. Standing in the sunlight, Jiang Qing's figure was pristine, yet chilling. His tone was cold and tinged with derision. Sorry, you're not really my brother. Don't even think about getting a cent of the Jiang family's money. With that, he put his sunglasses back on and walked away, his silhouette as sharp and cold as a blade. At the subway entrance, Meng Wanzhou was still puzzled. Why act last night? She frowned, struggling to make sense of the chaos. Jiang Qing had already passed security and was waiting patiently on the platform. His lips moved slightly, answering in silence, because that's when the odds were best. His thoughts were clear. First, under his careful manipulation, Jiang Qing would definitely go for a paternity test. That man was utterly self-centered and could never tolerate having a child in his home if he wasn't sure it was his. Second, once the results came out, the father-son relationship would inevitably fall apart. Qin Wangshu had plotted for 3 years. She wouldn't give up easily. Clinging and causing trouble was the only outcome. Third, after suffering such a blow, Jiang Qing, penniless and friendless, would have no choice but to drown his sorrows at home. drinking until he passed out. That would be the perfect moment to strike. All the conditions for murder were met. Jiang Qing's gaze was calm. He wouldn't be able to resist at all. After the incident, the paternity test and evidence of Qin Wangshu's abuse became the perfect motives for murder. Meng Wan's scalp tingled and her voice turned dry. So you're saying you planned out how to kill Jiang Qingrui and Qin Wangshu in just one morning? Jiang Qing looked at her, a silent smile in his eyes. A while later, he arrived at a commercial street near Red Maple Polytechnic University. The street was clean and lined with shops. He walked into an escape room business called Despair. The lobby was spacious. Behind the counter sat a pretty girl, focused on the surveillance monitors. Hello. Jiang Qing approached the counter, his tone gentle. Is the owner here? Huh. The girl looked up, a bit confused. You're looking for the boss? He's playing an NPC right now. The boss is acting as an NPC? Jiang Qing was momentarily surprised, then raised his eyebrows. Is Uncle Chun that short-staffed? He sat in the lounge area. Not long after, a man in a pure white dress and holding a ghost mask emerged from the back. When their eyes met, Jiang Qing couldn't help but laugh. Nice outfit. Chen Tianyue looked embarrassed and quickly cleared his throat. We're short on staff, so I pitch in sometimes. I'm not into cross-dressing, okay? Yeah, no need to explain. Jiang Qing couldn't stop laughing, took out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to the New World 6 group chat. Su Muron replied with a string of question marks. Lin Gubei recognized him. Chen Tianyue? Song Pingon exclaimed. Wow, old Chun, so this is your thing? Secret crossdresser, huh? Feng Yao's enemy, my eyes. JPG. Jiang Qing messaged. I'm at Uncle Chen's place. Anyone free to come over? Lin Gubei, busy. Su Muron, no class now, they'll be right there. Lin Gubei immediately changed his tune. Not busy, coming right over. Whipped, through and through, Jiang Qing teased. Song Pingon replied. You guys chat. I'm busy arguing with old third over here. Business as usual. Feng Yao moaned. A guy have an 8 a.m. class. The pain is real. Chen Tianyue blushed even more, shot Jiang Qing a glare, and hurried into the changing room. Soon, he reappeared in a black shirt and jeans, his hair slicked back, looking sharp and nothing like the NPC from before. Are you healed up? Jiang Qing asked naturally. It's fine, Chen Tianyue replied, rotating his shoulder, then lowered his voice. You planning to take on the next mission? It's Tuesday now. I'm thinking of acting on Saturday, Jiang Qing said calmly, but with a note of finality. Count me in, Chen Tianyue said firmly. Uncle Chun, this is an experiment for me. The next mission will be dangerous, maybe even more so than the last time. You're not confident? Chen Tianyue was taken aback, his voice growing serious. Jiang Qing shook his head lightly. His voice was still gentle, but there was a hint of resignation. There's always uncertainty in every mission. Screams echoed from the escape room, and Chen Tianyue let out a sigh, his brows furrowing slightly. Yeah, when humans face vengeful ghosts, there are just too many uncertainties. We're always at a disadvantage, like helpless creatures struggling in a swamp. Jiang Qing reached over and patted old Chun on the shoulder, a faint smile tugging at his lips. It's not all that bleak. We've already awakened our miracles. The next step is to get our hands on 1 or 2 sealed artifacts from the book world. He paused, his voice growing steady. Based on Su Muron's description, I think miracles are more about clearing tasks, protecting ourselves, and dealing with malicious actors. Sealed artifacts, on the other hand, are meant to restrain or even devour vengeful ghosts. We've seen what happened to the buyer ghost swallowed up by the couple ghost. Only ghosts can truly fight other ghosts. Chen Tianyue nodded at first, then shook his head, worry flickering in his eyes. That may be true, but getting those artifacts is extremely difficult. They're all connected to powerful ghosts. As they talked, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor came from the entrance. Su Muron, a law professor from Maple Leaf Polytechnic University, arrived. Her tailored suit showed off her graceful figure, soft hair cascading over her shoulders and back, gold-rimmed glasses perched on her straight nose, and a law book in hand. At 33, her every gesture radiated the unique charm of a mature woman. It was no wonder those rich kids wanted to kidnap her for unspeakable reasons. Jiang Qing didn't hide his admiration, giving her a thumbs up. Su, you look stunning. Chen Tianyu's face remained expressionless. In his eyes and heart, his own wife was the most beautiful woman in the world. Su Muron glanced around the escape room shop, sat down gracefully, and spoke in a gentle tone. Old Lin and I are going on a date tonight to celebrate surviving another fatal storm. Liniso, I dressed up a little. That's definitely something worth celebrating. Jiang Qing nodded, then shifted the topic. Did your script update? When an annual fatal event is changed, the script should automatically update. Su Muron shot Jiang Qing a look, her lips pressing into a thin line. Do you have to bring that up when I'm in a good mood? She took a deep breath, her tone turning serious. In next year's script, I face 2 particularly dangerous situations. The first one happens a couple of months from now, on a night when I get kidnapped on my way home, held captive and tortured for 7 days, and finally end up controlled by the script's male lead becoming, well, What do you mean? Well? Jiang Qing frowned, puzzled. Su Muran clicked her tongue, her eyes flickering. That's none of your concern. She continued. The second time, after a while, the male lead gets bored with me and sells me to a place called Deep Night. I suspect it's actually the Dream Chasers underground trading market. Anything can be bought or sold there. Jiang Qing fell silent, deep in thought. Had broken up with Gu Kursin, killed Jiang Qingrui and Qin Wangshu. And yet the fatal storyline hadn't changed. In less than a month, Gu Kursin would still try to kill him. Why? Where had things gone wrong? I've been avoiding Gu Kursin lately and plan to keep it that way. There's no reason for her to want me dead. Jiang Qing mused aloud, half asking, half thinking. Su, did you get any visuals with your script updates? Huh. Su Murin's chest rose noticeably, and she spoke with a hint of exasperation. I always thought you were a decent guy, not one of those perverts. Are you showing your true colors now? Chen Tianyue chimed in with mock seriousness. Jiang, she's a married woman. Don't get any ideas. Miracles and affection. They were genuinely worried Jiang Qing might cross a line. Jiang Qing was speechless for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. What are you talking about? I just want to clarify when the script updates. Do you get a memory, like a vivid scene in your head, or is it just a block of text? Or maybe some other way that tells you what major events will happen in the coming year? Chen Tianyue gave an awkward laugh and looked away. Su Murin's ears turned red, and she cleared her throat softly. She was sitting in the corner of the cafe, across from Jiang Qing, who wore a teasing smile. I see, Jiang Qing said, picking up his glass and taking a sip. His gaze drifted subtly toward a girl standing by the counter. Lowering his voice, he continued. Sujia is the beauty, Yao Yao deals with bullying. Uncle Chun faces the supernatural. Song Pingan is all about business wars. Lin Gubei is in the political scene and in the romance plot. He grinned. Compared to the rest, my storyline is a breeze. Being too beautiful is a crime in itself. Su Muran spread her hands with a hint of resignation. In high society, beauty is a bonus. For the middle class, it's a valuable asset. But for the poor, it's nothing but trouble. In the world of the book, she came from an utterly ordinary family, with no one to protect her. Jiang Qing's phone suddenly rang, and the screen displayed Jiang Wei. Without any expression, he silenced the call and turned back to Su Muran. So, how do you plan to change the plot? Su Muran crossed her legs elegantly and smiled. The simplest way is to stay away from the people who want to kidnap me. But, she sighed, that only treats the symptoms, not the cause. The danger's always the reats a real headache. Before she finished speaking, hurried footsteps approached. Lin Gubei, dressed in his police uniform, strode over to their table. Honey, you really came. Su Murin's eyes widened in surprise. She had thought her husband was joking when he messaged in the group chat. As a police officer, Lin Gubei was usually swamped with work, and getting time off wasn't easy. Lin Gubei sat down next to Su Muran, eyeing Jiang Qing warily. This guy has a knack for matchmaking miracles. I don't feel comfortable with you hanging around him. What if? He frowned. What if he's into married women? Chen Tianyue couldn't help but laugh, slapping Jiang Qing's back. Haha, married women. You're getting more and more suspicious of me. Su Muran playfully tugged Lin Gubei's ear. It's not you I don't trust, it's him. Men know men best, Lin Gubei protested. Oh. Su Muran looked at him with a half-smile. Old Lin, are you saying you like married women? Faced with his wife's question, Lin Gubei immediately fell silent, scrambling to defend himself. All right, joke's over. Jiang Qing clapped his hands, signaling for everyone to quiet down. I have 3 things to discuss. His expression grew serious. First, there really is a female ghost in Baiyun dormitory, and she set her sights on me. Every time I picture her face. Before he could finish, his disposable cup slipped from his hand, spilling water across the table. In the spreading puddle, the eerie reflection of a girl in an off-shoulder white dress met Jiang Qing's gaze, a chilling smile on her face. Damn. Jiang Qing quickly grabbed some napkins to cover the water, his heart pounding. The others shuddered in unison. Jiang Qing took a deep breath. This ghost is terrifying. She can show up anywhere, regardless of distance. Sujia, could you help me look into whether anyone has died in Baiyun dormitory in recent years? We'll check it out this afternoon. Su Muran nodded seriously. I can look into it, too, Lin Gubei added. If there's been any unnatural deaths at Red Maple Polytechnic in recent years, the police would have a record. Thanks, Jiang Qing said gratefully. Second, I'm planning to take on the 3rd mission this Saturday. Third, he paused. Last night, I killed a key supporting character in the script. That's a major change to the storyline. So we'll be going alone on Saturday's mission. I don't know if the difficulty will increase. Su Muran thought to herself, Saturday? That's way too soon. He's barely had a few days to rest before jumping into another mission. Doesn't he have any lingering fear or trauma? At this rate, something's bound to go wrong. Lin Gubei, on the other hand, was stunned by the word killed. This guy killed someone last night and can talk about it like it's nothing. Does he really see NPCs as disposable? He silently reminded himself to keep an eye on Jiang Qing's mental state. He was starting to seem unhinged. Jiang Qing took off his sunglasses, his deep gaze meeting each of them in turn. Just as he was about to speak, his phone lit up on the table again, another call from Jiang Wei. I'm heading out to get some coffee. I'm too tired this early in the morning, Su Murang said gently before turning to leave. Jiang Qing nodded in agreement, got up, and walked out of old Chen's shop. He stood in the fifth-floor corridor to answer a call. As soon as he picked up, Jiang Wei's tearful voice came through. Why didn't you answer my call earlier? Where are you? Dad and Aunt Qing are dead. Jiang Qing quickly searched his memory for details about this younger sister in his script. She was just a minor character with little presence. He took a deep breath and said calmly, I know. I've already cooperated with the police investigation. As for where I am, that's none of your concern. Listen, Jiang Yuan is not Dad's biological son. Now that Dad and Qin Wangshu are both gone, people from the Jiang family will definitely try to get their hands on the inheritance. Remember, don't sign any contracts, and don't be intimidated by their threats. If you're unsure about anything, go to Aunt Wen, she'll help you. Once the police finish their investigation and the funeral is done, they'll give you everything. The 3 apartments, the car, and the 1 or 2 million in savings. You're 18 now. It's time to learn to take care of yourself. Without waiting for her response, Jiang Qing hung up. To him, money and family ties meant nothing compared to the life and death stakes in front of him. Completing the mission, facing the vengeful ghost, and surviving were what really mattered. If he died during the task, all the inheritance in the world would be meaningless. Leaving everything to Jiang Wei was already more than enough. Although she always complained that having a blind brother was embarrassing, at least Shed never actually hurt him. When he returned to the shop, Su Murang still hadn't come back. The 3 men exchanged glances. Chen Tianhua looked at the officer and joked, Officer, why are you staring at me? We're running a legit business here. Lately, with the hope of survival, his mood had clearly improved. At that moment, the door to the escape room swung open, and a girl came running out in tears, her boyfriend awkwardly trying to comfort her. Wow, Lin Gubei said, crossing his legs and lighting a cigarette. Scaring teenage girls to tears, yeah, that's real legit. If you dared to try it, I bet you'd be scared out of your mind too. Chen Tianhua shot back. Lin Gubei patted his police uniform. Sorry, I believe in the party, I'm not afraid of ghosts. Jiang Qing watched their banter with interest, thinking that if Song Pingan were here, it would be even more entertaining. The guy wasn't much of a fighter, but when it came to arguing, he was unmatched, especially when it came to psychological warfare. Suddenly, his phone buzzed violently with a flood of voice messages from Jiang Wei. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Jiang Qing replied briefly, none of your business. Jiang Wei sent several more messages. You can't even see what if you get hit crossing the street? You're so annoying. Where did you go? Dad is dead, and now you're abandoning me too. Jiang Qing ignored her. This rebellious girl barely came home while she was in boarding school, didn't show much respect to Jiang Qingrui, and only treated Jiang Yuan, who bought her gifts, a little better. But now how would she react after learning Jiang Yuan wasn't really her brother? As he pondered this, he suddenly felt someone blow gently in his ear, and a pleading voice whispered close by. Help me find her. Pandai. Find her. Jiang Qing was chilled to the bone. I don't know anyone named Pandai. You've got the wrong person. It was midnight. In the dormitory, the empty hallway echoed with the low whispers of a female ghost, which suddenly fell silent. Jiang Qing's body went rigid, his eyes fixed on the empty air as a cold shiver crept down his spine. Lin Gubei sensed something was wrong and frowned slightly. What are you muttering to yourself about? She asked me to meet her tonight. Jiang Qing's voice was low and strained, as if he had used up all his strength just to speak. Lin Gubei and Chen Tianhua exchanged glances. Their faces instantly turned pale and their scalps tingled. They hadn't seen anything, but they had heard the voice. Are we going? Chen Tianhua clenched his fists and patted his chest, full of bravado. He'll go with you. Jiang Qing rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? If a ghost calls you, do you just go? Then what should we do? Chen Tianhua scratched his head, a bit helpless. Not going won't help. Are we just going to ignore her? Jiang Qing tapped the table, his eyes unfocused. She wants me to help her find someone named Pandai. Pandai? Lin Gubei narrowed his eyes, a trace of coldness in his tone. That sounds like a name from a family that values sons over daughters. Parents who wanted a boy and gave their daughter a name to remind her of their disappointment. Chen Tianhua hesitated, then asked in a low voice, So, we're really not going tonight? Jiang Qing paused, his gaze growing firm. Uncle Chen, let's not dwell on this. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. Chen Tianhua fell silent, closing his mouth in resignation. Just then, light footsteps approached, and Su Murian walked in carrying 4 cups of coffee. What's going on? Why does everyone look so serious? She asked curiously, setting down the coffee and sitting beside Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing gave her a brief rundown. Su Murian was taken aback. Pandai? College students don't usually have names like that. Maybe she never changed her name before coming to college? If we want to find her, that's going to be tough. She shook her head. And our ability to investigate is limited. We can't just access other people's personal information. Chen Tianhua, fiddling with his phone, suggested. How about we all go together tonight? The 3 of them looked at each other, but no one answered. Time passed quickly, and soon it was Saturday. Jiang Qing was busy with errands. After the police closed the case, he took care of Jiang Xingru's affairs and had the body cremated. As for Qin Wangshu's body, Jiang Qing didn't care that was Jiang Yuan's problem. Jiang Yuan made a fuss for 2 days, asking for a simple deal, a 3 million yuan apartment and an extra million in cash, but no one paid him any attention. The Jiang family's only property was a house under Jiang Xingru's name. The other 2 homes belonged to Jiang Qing and Jiang Wei. Jiang Qing planned to transfer his property to Jiang Wei and cut ties with the Jiang family for good. At the Fengling Villa district, Jiang Qing was about to head out. I don't care, I want to go. Feng Yaoyao suddenly clung to Jiang Qing's leg, making a scene. Bro, I'm wearing black sportswear today and a pair of 100 yuan sneakers perfect for running away. Jiang Qing looked down at her in exasperation. Will you behave? Bro, I'm always good. Feng Yaoyao looked at him expectantly. Okay, then be good and don't go. Feng Yaoyao let go in frustration. You're so mean. I think it's too dangerous for you to go alone, Su Murian said, worried about Jiang Qing. You could take Yao Yao and Song with you. Song Pinggan's eyes widened, and he quickly shook his head. Sis, I haven't done anything to deserve this. Why drag me into it? Su Murian just smiled faintly. Yao Yao's storyline has already changed once, so her task must be pretty tough. As for Song Pinggan, she paused, staring at him. Song Pinggan looked incredulous. What do you mean, Am I just here to make up the numbers? Su Murian ignored him and turned to Jiang Qing. It's just a suggestion. The decision is yours. Jiang Qing made up his mind and said firmly. All right, the 3 of us will go together. Feng Yaoyao's eyes lit up and she shouted eagerly. Bro, let's take down that ghost. Song Pinggan stomped his foot in frustration. You guys don't respect me. I never agreed to this. Don't you want to awaken your miracle? Su Murian teased with a raised eyebrow. Like Lin did. Song Pinggan bristled. Don't underestimate me. Lin Gubei quietly sipped his tea, a faint smile on his face. You can only team up with 3 people at a time. Jiang Qing and Yao Yao already take up 2 spots. Of course, I'm going with my wife. So good luck, Song. Jiang Qing summoned his key, and Feng Yaoyao quickly did the same. The 2 keys merged in the air, emitting a strange glow. This really is dangerous. Jiang Qing sighed. But before he could finish, a 3rd key suddenly joined the others. Damn it, fine. I'm going. I won't let Lin look down on me. Song Pinggan shouted in frustration, making up his mind. You sure about this? Jiang Qing asked, a hint of seriousness in his voice. Feng Yaoyao was both excited and nervous. She whispered, Bro, I'll protect you for 1 minute every day, and you protect me for the other 1,399 minutes. Song Pinggan shrugged, still pretending to be tough. Let's go. If I die, I'll haunt you by sleeping under your beds every night. Everyone was ready to take responsibility for their own choices. After confirming the team, Jiang Qing took a deep breath, inserted the key, and turned it. With a soft click, the door slowly opened. A string of words shot out like a rope, instantly wrapping around their necks and dragging all 3 into endless darkness. For every college student, having an 8 a.m. class is an unavoidable nightmare. In the classroom, 15 participants sat quietly, their bodies utterly motionless. In the last row, Yang Yi's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed on the front of the room. Her features were delicate, but a strange glint flickered in her eyes. It was her Jiang Shuyu. Rumor had it that she had just completed her 6th mission last week and had been promoted to an executive position in the Dreamchaser Society. Now, barely a week later, she was already participating in another mission. Clearly, she was a woman with confidence. Yang Yi did a quick head count, 15 people. So this was her 9th mission? According to those who had gone before her, actors in their first 9 missions would never be paired with those on their 10th or later, which made her the most experienced participant in this round. But the 9th mission was a threshold. There was said to be a 1% chance of encountering something truly bizarre. Yang Yi felt a twinge of worry but didn't dwell on it. Once she completed this mission, her ki would undergo a transformation, allowing her to wield up to 50% of her miracle's power in the book worlds, and she could even apply for a higher position in the Liberation Society. Yang Yi was quietly hopeful this mission shouldn't pose any major problems. She had awakened a rare miracle during her 7th mission and possessed a sealed artifact. As long as she didn't encounter anything too strange and only had to face a vengeful ghost, victory was basically assured. Hey, if it isn't Big Sister Jiang. A teasing voice suddenly broke the silence. Everyone turned to look. A man in a white tracksuit, grinning, was staring at Jiang Shuyu, clearly enjoying the moment. Song Pinggan blinked, his tone playful. Come on, don't glare at me, big sis. I like them young. You're over 30, pushing 40, nearly 50, almost 60, and at 70, well, you're practically in the ground. Sorry, you're not my type, don't look at me like that. I know I'm handsome, but you're not fooling anyone, you're just jealous of my looks. But hey, I do respect your guts. We were just in the thick of it last week, and here we are again. Let me introduce everyone. This is Jiang Shuyu. Last time, her scheme got more than a dozen people. Coletso, watch your backs. Jiang Shuyu's expression darkened, anger rising within her. Her head buzzed. She couldn't believe she had run into this idiot again. Frowning, she thought to herself, how do these people have such luck? Why are they still so eager to join missions? Aren't they afraid of dying? Song Pingan, unfazed, kept provoking her. TSK, see that? Big sis Jiang's getting mad. Guys, stop staring, she's shy. If you look too long, you have to take responsibility. Marry her, keep her, and she'll give you 8 sons. For a moment, the atmosphere in the classroom shifted. The veterans, those who had survived 6 or 7 missions, were usually cool and stoic, rarely smiling. But now, even they couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Song Pingan's sharp tongue was legendary. He had a knack for getting under people's skin. Jiang Qiyu clenched her teeth, fighting back her anger, and forced a smile. Fine, let's see who survives this mission. Song Pingan tilted his chin, unconcerned. He'll take that as a blessing. No way you'll die before you. I've got the Tongtian substituted you. In the previous mission, Jiang Qiyu had formed alliances and betrayed quite a few people. Song Pingan hadn't fallen for her tricks, but judging by her calm, yet dangerous demeanor, he knew she was anything but simple. He decided to antagonize her a bit, just to throw off her plans. Feng Yaoyao lowered her head in embarrassment. Bro, being with him is so humiliating. Jiang Qing quietly observed everything, her gaze thoughtful. She had already guessed Song Pingan's intentions and thought to herself, bringing him along was the right call. He's not just quick-witted, knows how to shake up the enemy's mindset and apply psychological pressure. After the last mission, Jiang Qing had reflected on one question. How did Zhao Xiaotong survive the 4th night? The only answer was that Jiang Qiyu had saved her. But why? At first, Jiang Qiyu had clearly intended to kill Zhao Xiaotong. The truth behind it all was gradually becoming clear. Jiang Qiyu and Zhao Xiaotong had been working together from the start, orchestrating a carefully planned scheme. Zhao Xiaotong got a lead from Jiang Qing and passed it on to Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Qiyu then used the information to bargain with the others, reaping the benefits as a bystander. This was only Jiang Qing's speculation. She wasn't sure if it was true, and it didn't really matter anymore. Come on, stop arguing. How many missions have you done? Jian Yuqing tilted her head, her voice as sweet as honey. Not only did she look adorable, but her whole demeanor, from her voice to her expressions, radiated the unique charm of a sweet girl. Song Pingan cleared his throat and sat up straight. My name's Song Pingan. This is my 13th mission. Jiang Qiyu frowned. What? Jiang Qing remained expressionless. Sitting in the last row, Yang Yi shook his head. He had delicate features and spoke calmly. Anyone with fewer than 9 missions won't be matched with those above 9. Damn, I messed up. Nobody told me. Song Pingan immediately shut his mouth, pretending he hadn't said anything. Yang Yi turned to look out the window. The sky was gray, with a faint crimson moon hanging above, but the clock on the wall read 7:59 a.m. No, it was already 8 o'clock. As the minute hand struck 8, lines of white text suddenly appeared on the huge blackboard. Your senior, Wen Pampan, has been struggling to write a novel. Over the next 7 days, help her complete it. Every day at noon, you must return to the classroom to play an inspiration game with her. Hint, she likes girls. Everyone regained their mobility at the same time and instinctively took out their phones to snap a picture of the board. Jiang Qing frowned. Inspiration game? Song Pingan muttered, she likes girls? Feng Yaoyao bit her lip. Writing a novel? That's scary. Why does she have to like girls? Jian Yuqing slumped over her desk, a hint of worry in her eyes. To her, the senior was a vengeful ghost, and if she liked girls, she might target them first. Yang Yi crossed his arms and scanned the room. What do you all think of this mission? Jiang Qing, it won't be easy. Song Pingan, it's tough. Feng Yaoyao, I'm not happy about it. Jian Yuqing, I don't want to do it. Jiang Qiyu, I don't get it. As soon as she finished, Jiang Qiyu realized she had been influenced by the others. Listening to you all is like listening to nothing at all. Yang Yi glanced at the group, and everyone just shook their heads. With only 2 sentences on the board, there wasn't enough information to draw any real conclusions. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with glasses stood up and headed for the door. Where are you going? Yang Yi demanded. The man adjusted his glasses, a mocking smile on his lips. Sheep move in flocks. Only tigers walk alone. I don't need teammates, got it? Let me translate that for everyone. Song Pingan jumped in, grinning mischievously. Basically, he's saying, I'm not targeting anyone, but you're all trash. If you think you're tough, come at me. If I chicken out, I'm a coward. Feng Yaoyao couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. You really know how to translate. If you ever quit writing, they'll be the first to object. Seeing the unfriendly looks from the others, the man toned down his arrogance and muttered under his breath, what a bunch of troublemakers. Did you hear that? He just called us troublemakers. Are we supposed to let that slide? Song Pingan said righteously. I must be crazy. The man choked back his curses and stormed out. Talking to this pretty boy is going to drive me insane. If you're not good at something, just practice more. Song Pingan silently rolled his eyes. He never argued to win, only to annoy his opponent. Jiang Qiyu let out a cold snort and left with her 2 teammates. Yang Yi's group also shook their heads and followed him out. Out of the 15, 7 people left at once, leaving 8 behind. all looking at each other in confusion. Hey, you three with Song Ping, are you a team? Jian Yuqing asked. She only had one teammate, a newbie who had cleared 5 missions, while she herself had cleared 7 and considered herself somewhat experienced. In her eyes, anyone with fewer than 6 missions was a rookie. Those with more were veterans. Song Pingon rolled his eyes. What do you mean, with Song Pingon? You little brat. Who wants to play with you? You're calling me names. Jian Yuqing puffed up her cheeks, glaring at him. Jiang Qing glanced at the clock on the wall, then checked her phone to confirm the time matched. She set 2 alarms, one for 11:30 and one for 11:50, then strode out of the classroom. Song Pingon hurried after her, turning back to stick his tongue out at Jian Yuqing. Bye, kiddo. He called me names. I didn't do anything to him. Why did he call me names? So weird. Jian Yuqing grumbled to her teammate, looking indignant. In no time, the 15 split into 6 groups, each moving through the university on their own. The crimson moon gradually faded, sunlight spilled across the campus, and the mission began. In the sunlight, Jiang Qing's expression shifted from calm to confused, and finally to utter shock. He turned to his companion. Yao Yao, did you notice it? Feng Yao Yao, her ponytail swaying, nodded seriously, her eyes alert. This university looks exactly like Maple Leaf Institute of Technology. Exactly the same? Song Pingon scratched his head, looking puzzled. I've never been to Maple Leaf Institute of Technology. It feels just like it, Yao Yao replied, sounding certain. Feels like what? How would you know? Song Pingon muttered. Without hesitation, Yao Yao punched Song on the back and explained, I noticed earlier that the buildings, woods, and sports field are identical to Maple Leaf Institute of Technology. For a moment, I thought the key had malfunctioned and we were still in the book world. But that's not possible. Jiang Qing stuck his left hand in his pocket, took off his sunglasses with his right, and squinted as he surveyed the area. This time, the mission's setting is a perfect replica of the world in the book. I just wonder, is the ghost from Baiyun Dorm still around? He thought to himself, if Chun Tianyue were here, he'd probably suggest, should we check it out together? But Jiang Qing wasn't in the mood for risk right now. He was more concerned about the inspiration game at noon and the senior named Wen Pampan. Let's go to the admissions office, Jiang Qing said decisively. The 3 of them crossed the campus and entered the admissions office. Inside, a weary-looking female teacher was buried in paperwork. Jiang Qing knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. The teacher looked up, her eyes tired. Come in. What do you need? Jiang Qing recited the story he'd prepared. Hello, I'm a student in the accounting department, Wen Qing. My cousin, Wen Pampan, is also a student here. She's gone missing recently, and I haven't been able to reach her. I wanted to ask if you could pull up her records so I can contact her parents. The teacher frowned, tapping her fingers on the desk. Missing? You're her cousin, but you don't have her parents' phone number? Didn't your advisor have it? Jiang Qing answered smoothly. We're distant cousins, so I really don't have her parents' number. Our advisor doesn't have it either. He leaned in, lowering his voice. Please, could you help? My cousin has severe depression and bipolar disorder. Sometimes she's suicidal. Other times, she's dangerously aggressive. If something happens at school, the teacher's face changed instantly, her right hand unconsciously twisting a red thread. If anything happened on campus, that would be terrible. She quickly composed herself. Wen Pampan, right? Which department, which year? Jiang Qing shook his head. I'm not sure. What? The teacher frowned, hesitating for a moment, still twisting the red thread. She typed quickly on her computer and pulled up the student records. Wen Pampan, there are 3 students with that name. Take a look. Thank you. Teacher, Jiang Qing said politely. He walked over and sat down, shooting a look at Song Pingon. Song picked up on the cue, grinned, and turned to the teacher. By the way, we saw a group of students fighting by the flower beds outside. Should we call the police? Fighting? The teacher stood up, skeptical. Why would anyone fight outside the faculty offices? She frowned and walked out into the hallway. Song Pingon gave Jiang Qing an okay sign and followed her out. As soon as they left, Jiang Qing sprang into action, clicking through the files for the 3 Wen Pampans. With no time to read carefully, he whipped out his phone and snapped pictures of all the information in under 20 seconds. Outside the office, Song Pingan's voice carried in. I'm telling the truth, teacher. Someone must have broken it up, but it was a pretty intense fight. Didn't you hear anything? The teacher, now clearly annoyed, hurried back into the office. Did you find what you needed? Yes. Thank you. I'm going to make a call now. Goodbye. Jiang Qing replied offhandedly, already on his feet. The red thread vanished from the teacher's hand. As she watched in confusion, the 3 of them quickly left the office. Every day, there's something new to stress me out, the teacher muttered, taking a sip of water before burying herself in her work again. On the tree-lined path, Feng Yao Yao marched along on her short legs, a look of displeasure on her face. You guys can lie without even blushing, she muttered. Kid, that's just how the adult world works. You wouldn't understand, Song Pingan said, putting on an air of experience. Yeah, right. If I ever believe a word you say again, call me a fool. Feng Yao Yao rolled her eyes. And didn't Jiang also lie? My brother did it for the mission. That's such a double standard. I did it for your brother too. Jiang Qing was absorbed in his phone, carefully analyzing a photo. There are 3 girls named Wen Pampanone sophomore and 2 juniors. Their majors are journalism, law, and physics. Here are 3 phone numbers. Should we each call one? When Feng Yaoyao and Song Pingyan didn't reply, he added, so, we call to confirm. But what if the ghost Wen Pampan answers? What do we say? Hi, cousin. I'm your long-lost relative. Where are you? Seeing how nervous they looked, Jiang Qing chuckled. Relax, I was just messing with you. Once it's noon and we meet Wen Pampan, we'll know who she is. See? Jiang is seriously sneaky. Song Pingyan whispered to Yao Yao. Kind of, Feng Yao Yao had to admit. At 11:50 a.m., 15 people were gathered in the classroom, exchanging uncertain glances. No one had found any clues. Jiang Qing sat alone by the window, resting his chin on his hand and staring into the distance. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and highlighted his messy hair with a golden glow. On the other side of the room, Song Pingyan was locked in a silent standoff with Jian Yuqing, who was glaring at him, cheeks puffed in anger. Why are you giving me that look? He asked. Why shouldn't I? You're so rude. She shot back, even more annoyed. You're really something. Song Pingyan teased, mimicking her accent. Keep it up and someone's going to hit you. Go ahead, hit me if you can. Song Pingyan taunted playfully. Jian Yuqing's eyes grew watery with frustration. With a huff, she buried her head in her arms on the desk, sulking. People often said she looked cute when she was mad, but she was genuinely upset. Weirdo, Feng Yaoyao said, eyeing Song Pingyan with disdain. What did I do? She wants to hit me. I told her to go ahead, but she won't. How is that my fault? I've always been a model student, kind and friendly. All right, if you can't keep your mouth shut, why don't you go bother Sister Jiang instead? Feng Yaoyao suggested, glancing at the woman nearby. Jiang Shiyu looked confused. Huh. At exactly noon, the classroom fell silent. Footsteps echoed down the empty hallway, growing closer. Jiang Qing turned his gaze toward the open door. A girl stood in the doorway, knocked softly 3 times, nodded to everyone, and entered. She wore a simple floral dress, her long hair slightly disheveled, and carried a diary in her hand. Heavy dark circles under her eyes betrayed her exhaustion. A living person? Jiang Qing looked genuinely surprised. The girl walked to the front, didn't speak, but picked up a piece of chalk and wrote on the blackboard. My name is Wen Pampan. The room was silent. Jiang Qing started clapping and smiled. Welcome, senior. While the others were still stunned, Wen Pampan wrote, thank you, on the board, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Jiang is totally trying to get on her good side. Song Pingyan whispered, suddenly understanding. This ghost is actually pretty polite. Wen Pampan continued writing. Today's topic 3 students must share a real supernatural experience. Stories from the mission world don't count. Next, I'll call on people. Everyone stared at the words call on, feeling a chill. As soon as she turned around, most of the students immediately dropped their heads, avoiding eye contact. The rest stared out the window, pretended to daydream, or tried to look unfazed. Feng Yaoyao silently prayed. Please don't pick me, please don't pick me. Song Pingyan grumbled inwardly. I've been out of school for years, why am I still dealing with this? Jian Yuqing hoped desperately. She can't see me, she can't see me. Yang Yi worried, this is bad. If she picks people at random and we don't cooperate, will she kill us on the spot? Jiang Qing pondered. Telling ghost stories to a ghost? At this moment, nothing could feel more nerve-wracking. The classroom was silent. When Pampan's gaze swept over the anxious faces like a searchlight, finally settling on a middle-aged man. She turned and wrote 3 words on the blackboard. Lu Wangyu. Damn it, the man cursed under his breath, his face darkening instantly. No one knew what would happen to those chosen to tell a story. So it's the lone tiger. Song Pingyan suddenly jeered. Hey, tiger, senior's asking you to tell a story. Why are you still sitting there? Senior, he's ignoring you. Should we deal with him? When Pampan's expression turned icy, Lu Wanyu shot to his feet as if burned, glaring fiercely at Song Pingyan and silently cursing him. You're next. Just wait. I've got plenty of stories, but senior never calls on me, Song Pingyan said with feigned ease, all the while watching Wen Pampan carefully, testing her limits. On the surface, this ghostly senior seemed unusually friendly, but everything about her felt off. Lu Wanyu took a deep breath, tapping his fingers on the desk as he gathered his thoughts. Then he began, I really did have a supernatural experience. It was the night of the ghost festival, and as I was burning joss paper with my parents on the street, it suddenly started to rain. He described in detail how he walked home alone after seeing his parents off, the strange footsteps behind him, and the terrifying moment when he turned around to find no one there. Feng Yaoyao shivered, hugging herself tightly. In the middle of the night, Lu Wangyu's voice trembled. I was lying on my side near the wall when I suddenly felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned and saw an old man, maybe 70 or 80, who said to me, give me back my money. At this point, his breathing quickened. I was so scared I fell out of bed, my heart pounding. When I came to my senses, there was nothing on the bed. The next morning, when I went to wash my shoes, I found a piece of joss paper stuck to the sole. Since then, I avoid anyone burning joss paper. The senior wrote a few notes in her diary. then motioned for him to sit down. Lu Wanyu exhaled deeply, relieved. Looks like it's just about telling stories, Song Pingon whispered to Jiang Qing. Yeah, maybe she's just looking for inspiration, Jiang Qing replied, before adding, but I still feel uneasy. Me too. I can't shake this feeling, Song Pingon said, his smile fading as he instinctively gripped the ring on his necklace. Maybe when Pampan isn't just a vengeful ghost, but something far more sinister, Jiang Qing said, biting her lip as she voiced this terrifying suspicion. Lao Song's pupils contracted sharply. Everyone knew that vengeful ghosts were bound by rules, but Gi were the ones who made the rules. Dealing with a ghost who could be reasoned with was already dangerous enough. Facing a capricious Gi, anyone could die at any moment. Worse still, not only were they completely inexperienced in handling Gi, they barely knew how to deal with ordinary ghosts. In the classroom, the senior students' gaze swept over everyone once again. Suddenly, 3 characters appeared on the blackboard. Jian Yuqing. They're calling your name, Song Pingon whispered, nudging the girl curled up beside him. I even hid my head under the desk, and they still picked me. Jian Yuqing stood up reluctantly, her mind blank. Minutes ticked by, and the temperature in the classroom plummeted. The senior's dark eyes began to glow red, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Hurry up. If you don't speak now, you'll die for sure, Jiang Qing urged anxiously. He didn't want to see anyone die on the very first day. The more people survived, the better their chances. Jian Yuqing took a few shaky breaths before she began, her voice trembling. It was 1:22 a.m. I was in the living room watching TV. Suddenly, someone started knocking at my door. Alone in the middle of the night, I was terrified and stayed silent, but the knocking wouldn't stop. I tiptoed to the door and peered through the peephole. There was nothing but darkness in the hallway. I immediately messaged building security for help. About 5 minutes later, the knocking stopped, and I heard someone outside shouting, "Don't run." Seeing the red fade from the senior's eyes, Jian Yuqing relaxed a little and continued. Soon after, security knocked on my door and said they'd caught the intruder. I let my guard down and opened the door, only to find a hooded figure in black standing outside. I couldn't see their face in the darkness. Just as I was about to thank them, they asked me a strange question. Do you think I look like a person or like a ghost? Then they pulled back their hood, revealing half of a decayed face. And then? Feng Yaoyao asked, unable to contain her curiosity. And then I woke up. It was all just a dream. The classroom fell silent. Only now did everyone realize why she had hesitated for so long. It was just a story about a dream. The senior student thoughtfully jotted something down in her diary. After a long moment, she signaled for Jian Yuqing to sit down. Jian Yuqing collapsed onto her desk, drained of all strength and filled with despair. As someone who had survived 8 tasks, she knew all too well what it meant to be grouped with someone who had completed 9. There was a 1% chance of encountering a Gi on the 9th task, which was almost certain death. The final name appeared on the blackboard, Yang Yi. The veteran of 9 tasks stood up calmly and began his story. It was Qingming Festival when I was 13. The weather was nice, and my whole family went to visit our ancestors' graves. We brought a lot of offerings, cleaned the weeds around the tombstone, and chatted while we ate. While the adults weren't looking, I wandered off with a stick. Suddenly, I saw someone in the distance waving at me. Without thinking, I walked toward them. Strangely, no matter how far I walked, that person always seemed to be the same distance away. It wasn't until my father suddenly grabbed my hand that I realized I was standing on the edge of a steep slope. Afterwards, I got sick and ran a high fever for a week. My grandmother said I'd encountered something supernatural and brought in someone to burn offerings and perform a ritual with an egg and a talisman. The next day, my fever broke. After finishing his story, Yang Yi glanced sideways at Jiang Qing, the corners of his mouth barely lifting in a subtle smile. Maintaining a polite posture, he spoke with calm confidence. Senior, I've finished my story. May I sit down now? By the way, you're really kind. Song Pingon, visibly annoyed, pursed his lips and leaned in to whisper to Jiang Qing. Old Jiang, look at this pretty boy, trying to win her over just like you. What do you mean? In being sincere, Jiang Qing straightened up with exaggerated seriousness, his expression almost theatrical. I truly welcome our senior, and I genuinely think she's gentle and virtuous. He's got no shame, Jiang Shiyu thought to herself with disdain, but quickly adjusted her expression and gave the senior on the podium a sweet smile. Senior, would you like to join us for a meal? The rest of the class exchanged glances, silently wondering the same thing. Could this really be a way out? Suddenly, Song Pingon stood up, and with a flourish, pulled a pink flower from his sleeve, as if by magic. He walked up to the podium with a fawning smile. Senior, you've been standing up there for a while. Hey, raise a flower for you, and let me get you a chair. A middle-aged man, LV Wanyu, let out a scornful snort and muttered under his breath, bunch of suck-ups. The senior on the podium seemed flustered by the sudden outpouring of enthusiasm. Her cheeks flushed as she cupped her face in her hands, taking a moment to compose herself before turning to the blackboard to write a line in careful script. Thank you. You're all good people. You will all die. A chill swept through the room as everyone froze in shock. So trying to win her over doesn't work? Jiang Qing's lips barely moved as his expression grew serious. We're definitely going to die. Is this her way of announcing our judgment? The senior picked up her diary and pen, gave everyone a gentle smile, and left the classroom with light steps. Her smile was warm and polite, yet it carried an unmistakable sense of death that lingered in everyone's minds, growing more oppressive by the second. That's it. Qi Chaoyang stood rooted to the spot, completely baffled. As Jian Yuqing's teammate, had only completed 5 tasks and had never encountered anything like this. In previous tasks, the ghosts never communicated, they just tried to kill them on sight. This was all too strange, almost unbelievable. After all, not even all members of the Liberation or Dream Pursuit societies knew about these anomalies. Usually, only those who had completed at least 7 tasks were told the truth. In the back row, a frail-looking boy raised his hand, his voice trembling with anxiety. Excuse me, everyone, what level of difficulty is this? I've only completed 3 tasks. This is my 4th and I have no idea what's going on. 4th time? Yang Yi turned around, his brows furrowed in a mix of skepticism and surprise. That can't be. Did you change the script drastically? The frail boy lowered his head with a bitter smile. I accidentally ran over the male lead in the script with my car. That explains it. Yang Yi walked to the podium, placing both hands on the wooden desk and leaning forward slightly, his gaze sweeping across the classroom. I don't know how you classify difficulty, but hey, race my method. 25 tasks, 25 levels. This is a level 9 task. That's right, no doubt about it. This is my 9th task. The classroom fell silent, the air growing heavy and tense. Song Pingon tugged at Jiang Qing's sleeve, leaning in to whisper, Old Jiang, this is bad. The 3 of us, this is your 3rd task, my 3rd, and Yao's 4th. Now we're grouped with someone at this level. I don't like our chances. Jiang Qing's expression remained calm as he analyzed, but this proves something. As long as you haven't reached your 9th task, you won't get grouped with people above that level. Think about it. If we can survive this round, gain more experience, then before our 9th task, we can change the script as much as we want. The highest difficulty we'll face is level 9. From the podium, Yang Yi spoke in a low, serious voice. There are too many unanswered questions in this task. First, why didn't the ghostly senior attack us? Is there some rule at work? Or is she forbidden from attacking us inside this classroom? Every day at noon, everyone must stay in the classroom and participate in the inspiration game with the ghostly upperclassmen. This rule sent a chill down everyone's spine. What made it even more disturbing was the hidden danger behind what seemed like a simple creative activity. If they failed to help the upperclassmen finish her novel within 7 days, they would all face certain death. As everyone pondered the 3rd crucial clue, the strange hint about the upperclassmen's sexual orientation, their phones suddenly buzzed at the same time. An unknown number had sent messages assigning everyone their dorm rooms. Jiang Qing was placed in Maple Leaf Boys' dormitory, room 444. Feng Yaoyao's face turned pale. Her room was White Cloud Girls' dormitory, room 233. Song Pingan was assigned to Maple Leaf Boys' dormitory, room 337. Yang Yi looked around and said gravely, this mission is far more difficult than a standard level 9 task. This is hell level. He glanced meaningfully at Jiang Shuyu. I suggest everyone keep their heads down and don't try to test the ghost's rules by sacrificing others. Jian Yuqing's sweet voice broke the tense silence. Wait. She caught up with a few boys who were about to leave. I want to team up with you. This is already my 8th mission. 8th mission? Jiang Qing eyed her skeptically. If you want to join us, you need to trade an important clue. Jian Yuqing pouted. The mission just started. How could I have any clues yet? After they left, Qi Xiaoyang quietly asked if they should target Jiang Qing, but Jian Yuqing stomped on his sneaker. Don't be so naive. This is clearly a trap. If we act rashly, we might be the ones to die. Along the tree-lined path, Jiang Qing was carefully analyzing when Ponpon's Philia, 21-year-old junior in the law department, scored 533 on the college entrance exam, and had an unremarkable record from elementary through high school. As Song Pingan was poring over the details, he suddenly realized Feng Yaoyao had disappeared, and Jiang Qing seemed to be waving to him from a distance. As he hurried after her, a hand suddenly yanked him back. Only then did Song Pingan realize he had nearly fallen into a deep, bottomless green lake. I was calling you, but you just kept heading toward the lake, Jiang Qing said, breathing heavily. Song Pingan's face went pale. But I clearly saw you up ahead, waving at me. Feng Yaoyao gasped. Isn't this exactly like the ghost story Yang Yi told us? The story, it's actually happening. The 3 of them realized how serious the situation was, standing solemnly on the tree-lined path of the campus. Song Pingan steadied himself against a willow tree, took a deep breath to calm down, and said, Lao Jiang, have you thought about this? If the ghost senior forces us to play a supernatural game every day at noon, and each of us has to share a personal ghost story, his voice trembled slightly. Forget about making it to the 7th day. Be the 5th day, would have to face at least 15 vengeful spirits, and there's no upper limit. No upper limit? Feng Yaoyao's face turned pale instantly. Jiang Qing explained in a low voice, because there could be more than one ghost in each person's story. This is level 9 difficulty. Jiang Qing stared at the distant lake, his brow furrowed. Last time, the hide and seek game was only level 6. Now we've jumped 3 levels straight to 9, the highest difficulty for the first 9 tasks. He muttered to himself, just because I killed 2 key supporting characters in the story, the difficulty shot up this much? Jiang Qing gently patted his sister's head, regret filling his eyes. I shouldn't have brought you here. I'm not scared. Go. Feng Yaoyao said, biting her lip and standing up straighter. Last time was so dangerous and hopeless, but we still survived, didn't we? We'll make it through this one too. You're way too optimistic, Song Pingon shot back bluntly. This time, it's not just about surviving 7 days, we also have to help the Ghost Senior finish her creation. Can't I just be a little positive, you jerk? Feng Yaoyao glared at him fiercely. The midday sun shimmered on the surface of the lake, and a few couples strolled in the distance. Jiang Qing led the other 2 away from the lakeside, analyzing as they walked. Actually, there's no need to be so pessimistic. We have ways to deal with these 3 ghosts for now. He carefully explained their strategies. The waving ghost only appears during the day, can't attack directly, and can only create illusions to lure people into danger, and it can only affect one person at a time. The knocking ghost only acts at 1:22 a.m., and the debt collector ghost appears behind someone when they sleep on their side. They sat down on a bench by the flower bed, surrounded by the scent of blooming flowers. Jiang Qing fiddled with his sunglasses and summed up, remember these 3 rules. Don't go anywhere alone during the day, don't open the door at midnight, and don't sleep on your side. But Feng Yaoyao swung her short legs back and forth. I toss and turn all night when I sleep. Don't you think that's going to be really hard? It was so uncomfortable lying still all night, trying to sleep. But there's no way anyone can go for 7 days without sleep. Sleeping during the day and moving at night isn't an option either actually. Going out at night seems even more dangerous right now. That's simple. They'll just tie you up with a rope. Song Pingon grinned, showing his white teeth as he burst out laughing. Feng Yaoyao immediately took 2 steps back, putting distance between herself and old Song, a wary look flashing in her eyes. Pervert. Jiang Qing stood nearby, his long fingers pinching his chin as he frowned in thought. Tonight, he'll try a different way to break the curse. The debt-collecting ghost appears behind us. When we sleep, what if I sleep with my back against the wall? That's kind of like sleeping on my side. Would it still show up? That's right. Song Pingon clapped his hands with a crisp sound. There's no way it can get stuck in the wall. His eyes lit up, as if he'd just seen hope for the first time. Old Jiang really is a genius. Just one encounter, and he's figured out all 3 ghosts so calm it's scary. But deep down, he muttered to himself, or maybe he's just pretending. Looks calm on the outside, but actually he's freaking out inside. Song Pingon grumbled inwardly, but those negative feelings were quickly pushed aside, replaced by a faint smile. Having Jiang Qing around meant Safety was determined to stick with him and survive until the end. It seemed like they might have found a solution to the ghost problem. Suddenly, Jiang Qing turned to face the other 2. I can only think so much on my own. I need you both to help me play a game. A game? Feng Yaoyao glanced over, her ponytail swaying gently as her expression softened with curiosity. Jiang Qing explained simply, they'll ask questions, and you argue against me. Oh, you're speaking my language now. Bring it on. Song Pingan's eyes gleamed as his interest was piqued. He rubbed his hands together eagerly. Jiang Qing gathered his thoughts and spoke in a calm but puzzled tone. In the story, why does the Ghost Senior write in a diary instead of using a computer? Me. Feng Yaoyao raised her hand like a diligent student. Maybe she's just really poor? Can't afford a computer, so she has to write in a notebook. Jiang Qing frowned. Does that make sense? Isn't writing supposed to be for publishing online? For making money? Song Pingon shrugged and spread his hands. Maybe she just likes writing for its own sake? She just likes writing supernatural stories? Jiang Qing's frown deepened. She seems like a shy girl, wouldn't she be more into romance stories? Song Pingan's patience seemed to wear thin, a hint of irritation in his eyes. Why are you even thinking about this? Is it related to the task? Jiang Qing shook his head, his gaze drifting slightly. Just curious. Song Pingon rolled his eyes dramatically, arms thrown wide. No words. Same here. Feng Yaoyao chimed in, her face full of confusion. Surrounded by the cheerful chatter of students, Jiang Qing fell silent, his gaze growing distant. This inspiration game, are we really helping the Ghost Senior write her story? What if we're actually helping her kill us? What if the novel we're writing isn't even a supernatural story? If only I could get my hands on that diary. Maybe I could find out her secret. These questions spun around in Jiang Qing's mind. He knew he wasn't invincible. Yaoyao thought he was amazing, but in truth, he was just a regular person. Maybe he was just a bit more observant, a bit more thoughtful than most. The 3 of them wandered around the university for half the day, strolling down tree-lined paths, through academic buildings, and even checking the library, but found nothing useful. 11 p.m. Jiang Qing was in Maple Leaf Dormitory, room 444. It was a 4-person room, but only one bed was made up with clean sheets. The other 3 were empty. They'd considered all staying together for the night, but after thinking it through, realized it was too risky. Since they'd each received a text with their dorm assignment, Not sleeping in the assigned room might mean getting killed on the very first night. Jiang Qing sat at his desk, the glow from his phone screen lighting up his face as he chatted with Feng Yaoyao, reassuring her not to be afraid. What do you think about this task? He typed. Meng Wan's voice came through his headphones, teasing, lying down, sitting up, I can look at it however I want. Don't joke. Jiang Qing clicked his tongue and frowned. I'm not joking, Meng Wanzhou replied seriously, her tone turning grave. I can't interfere with your task, or we'll both die. The most I can do is lend you a miracle, give you a few seconds warning if things go wrong. After a moment of silence, Meng Wanzhou spoke again, her voice tinged with helplessness. You haven't found a way out yet? Jiang Qing's fingers paused above the keyboard. What do you mean? Have you found a way out? Jiang, you're smart. But sometimes, the smartest people overlook their friends, Meng Wanzhou said quietly, but clearly. The ghost senior needs to write in her diary to turn supernatural stories into reality. She paused. Did you forget about Feng Yaoyao? She's a bona fide concept god. One of Miracle Zero's abilities is to restore an object to how it was at some point the day before. Meng Wanzhou's words struck Jiang Qing like thunder. He shot up from his chair, eyes fixed on the glaring name Yao Yao on his phone screen. His mind raced, suddenly grasping an astonishing possibility could use Yao Yao's miraculous ability to restore the diary's contents to what they were before noon. I can't help you with this game anymore. Someone's onto me. Meng Wanzhou's voice was full of undisguised fear. Onto you? Who? Jiang Qing pressed, but there was only a minute-long silence on the other end. Clearly, Meng Wanzhou was too afraid to say anything more. A chilling thought crept into Jiang Qing's mind. Whatever had frightened Meng Wanzhou this much must be even more dangerous than the supernatural forces they were facing. There was no time to dwell on it. Jiang Qing threw on a white jacket and quickly dialed Feng Yaoyao's number. Yao Yao, something important's come up. Meet me outside the girls' dorm now. Huh, right now? Wait, are you really my brother? Say the code word. Suppressing his embarrassment, Jiang Qing reluctantly uttered the humiliating code word. Then he sprinted to room 337 on the third floor and knocked hard on the door. It's not midnight yet. Why is the knocking ghost here already? Old Jiang's theories are useless. Song Pinggan's voice came from inside, then fell silent. Open up, it's me. Jiang Qing kept knocking. Old Jiang. Song Pinggan hesitated. No, no, no. The knocking ghost can mimic voices. Like hell it can. Open the door, we're out of time. After a brief pause, Song Pinggan demanded, code word. Jiang Qing nearly swore. Usually, Song was so laid back, but now he was suddenly so cautious. After giving the code word, the door finally opened, revealing Song Pinggan's awkward grin. Come on, I found a way out. Jiang Qing grabbed Song Pinggan and rushed toward the girls' dorm. Feng Yaoyao was already waiting, and when she saw Song Pinggan, she snorted. What are you doing here? I'm in true love with old Jiang. Song Pinggan slung his arm around Jiang Qing's shoulders and grinned smugly. Night had deepened, and the eerie moonlight cast a crimson veil over the whole campus. Jiang Qing glanced around, then lowered his voice. I found a way to survive. The ghostly upperclassmen won't attack us directly for now, but she's using supernatural stories to send monsters after us. Remember? Every time someone finishes telling a story, she writes it down in her diary. In other words, a story only becomes real once it's written in that diary. Song Pinggan shoved his hands in his pockets, looking puzzled. Yeah, everyone knows that. How's that a way out? Feng Yaoyao shook her head, equally confused. Jiang Qing gave a mysterious smile. But think about it, if we erase the stories from the diary, wouldn't the vengeful ghosts disappear too? Still, Song Pinggan and Feng Yaoyao remained expressionless. Bro, not to rain on your parade, but I've thought of that, Feng Yaoyao said listlessly. But how are we supposed to get the diary? And even if we do, how do we erase the stories? Go to the supermarket and buy tape or something. Song Pinggan reached out and felt Jiang Qing's forehead. Old Jiang, are you running a fever? Don't stress yourself out. We've all thought about this, and anyone with half a brain has too. The real issue is we have no idea where that ghostly upperclassman is. And even if we did, who'd dare try to steal her diary? That's suicide. At that moment, Jiang Qing realized that most of the problems had thought of had already crossed everyone else's mind. After all, the real fools had already been eliminated in the first or second rounds. This task is absolutely impossible otherwise. Someone would have tried it already. Facing the skepticism and objections from the others, Jiang Qing maintained an enigmatic smile, his eyes shining with confidence. Yao Yao's miracle power can restore any item to a previous state from the day before, once per day. Jiang Qing's voice was especially clear in the dimly lit room. As long as everything goes smoothly, we just need to use it once a day, and between noon and midnight, we'll be completely safe. All we have to do is make sure that anyone who tells a ghost story does so about events after midnight, when the vengeful spirit appears. Then, once midnight hits, we reset the story. Do you get it? After hearing Jiang Qing's plan, Song Pinggan and Feng Yaoyao were struck dumb, standing frozen with wide eyes. Holy crap! Song Pinggan was so shocked he could barely form words, his fingers trembling. This was basically exploiting the Ghost Senior's loophole. If this plan worked, as long as the ghost didn't attack them directly, they'd really be safe. Feng Yaoyao threw her arms around Jiang Qing's head, examining him in disbelief. Bro, what's your brain made of? After the initial shock, Song Pingon forced himself to calm down, frowning deeply. Hold on, this plan won't work. First, we don't even know where the ghost is. Second, does restoring an item require physical contact? Don't underestimate me. Feng Yaoyao put her hands on her hips, her face full of pride. My restoration ability works over an area I've tested it, and at its maximum, I can restore an entire school building. That's what you call a single item. Song Pingan's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his voice rising several octaves. Jiang Qing lifted his hand, revealing a thin, red thread glowing faintly in the darkness. One end was tightly wrapped around his wrist, while the other disappeared into the shadows, destination unknown. Who says I don't know where the ghost is? Jiang Qing's lips curled into a confident smile. Did you really think I was just trying to win her favor at lunch? The moment she stepped into the classroom, I tied the red string to her. All those compliments were just to test her reaction after being tied, not to win her over. Song Pingon and Feng Yaoyao both gasped, disbelief written all over their faces. You were planning this all along. Song Pingan's voice shook. Bro, this is unreal. You're always 3 steps ahead. Feng Yaoyao stared in amazement, feeling like a complete amateur in comparison. Now that all the conditions are met, we can exploit the Ghost Senior's loophole. Jiang Qing's eyes, half hidden in the shadows, sparkled with anticipation. And I'm certain that after the diary is restored, the ghost won't rewrite today's story. For some reason, he relished this feeling, turning the tables at the brink of disaster, mocking death itself. Jiang, you're a genius, Song Pingon said with genuine admiration, his eyes full of respect. He had always thought Jiang Qing was smart, but now he realized they weren't even on the same level. Jiang Qing always had a backup plan. Thinking back to how everyone had scrambled to flatter the ghost earlier, Song Pingon couldn't help but blush. In Jiang Qing's eyes, they must have looked like fools. But then he frowned. Isn't it unfair that those people get to benefit from our hard work while they do nothing? Feng Yaoyao puffed out her cheeks in agreement, clearly unhappy. Jiang Qing chuckled, a sly glint in his eye. Think of it this way. The 3 ghosts are a threat to all of us. If we don't deal with them, none of us can be sure we'll survive the night. If we carry out this plan in secret, we won't have to worry about ghost attacks anymore. We can look for clues openly and sleep soundly at night. He lowered his voice, a hint of mischief in his tone. Meanwhile, the others will be living in constant fear, never knowing if the ghosts are real, unable to sleep properly, tormented both physically and mentally. When someone finally cracks, we can offer them a trade. One crucial clue in exchange for the guarantee that the ghost won't attack. That's devious, I love it. Song Pingon laughed, his eyes shining with excitement. Feng Yaoyao's eyes darted slyly. Just 1 clue? Why not 3? Damn, she's even more ruthless. Song Pingon silently mourned for the others. Jiang Qing shook his head, returning to his usual calm. 1 crucial clue is enough to keep them alive. There's no way they'll find 3 or more on their own. He glanced at his watch. It's 11:23 now. We don't have much time. Let's go find the Ghost Senior. At a second-floor window of the girls' dormitory, Jian Yuqing spotted the 3 of them. She quickly hurried downstairs, quietly slipping into the darkness to follow them. Crimson moonlight cast a glow over death itself. The university was eerily quiet at night, more like a graveyard than a place of learning. Song Pingon hunched his shoulders and crept along, stopping at every rustle of wind or movement in the grass to look around warily. His face was tense with anxiety. Lao Jiang. What if those people realize something's wrong and figure out the vengeful spirit is gone? Song Pingon whispered, his voice edged with worry. Jiang Qing waved a hand dismissively, sounding calm. If they figure it out, so be it. Our first priority is to stay alive, everything else comes after that. If we can pick up some clues, great. If not, it doesn't matter. He paused, then added, don't be too narrow-minded. It's actually better for us if they survive. We're not in competition with them, and the more people around, the more likely the ghost will be distracted and less likely to focus on us. Feng Yaoyao clung tightly to Jiang Qing's sleeve, her knuckles white from the grip. So, the ones being targeted tonight are Lu Wangyu, Jian Yuqing, and Yang Yi? No idea, Jiang Qing replied curtly. They'd run into those 3 that afternoon. They'd looked panicked, clearly spooked by the beckoning ghost. But they hadn't seen them since, and the campus was so large that once people split up, it was hard to run into each other again. After a while, Jiang Qing followed the thread of longing to a teaching building nearby. The entire building looked especially eerie under the moonlight, its open glass doors like the entrance to hell. A single light shone on the 5th floor, glaringly bright in the darkness. Song Pingon mumbled nervously, everyone else is staying as far away as possible, but these guys are out here looking for ghosts in the middle of the night. They're insane. Jiang Qing frowned as he stared at the lit window. What's she doing in this building at night? Why isn't she in her dorm? He didn't dwell on it. Instead, he turned and instructed, Yao Yao, you stay in the middle. You, bring up the rear. If anything happens, run, don't look back. Don't try to save anyone. Just get yourself out. Okay, Feng Yaoyao and Song Pingon nodded emphatically, their faces serious. As soon as they stepped inside, an icy chill hit them. The temperature was much lower than outside. Jiang Qing grew more alert. Could there be another ghost here? Song Pingon shrank back. This place is creepy. Feng Yaoyao listened intently. Was that footsteps? Carefully, they made their way to the third floor. Suddenly, Jiang Qing stopped and gestured for the others to wait. He quickly crouched in the shadows at the stairwell corner, holding his breath. Sure enough, a head soon peeked out from below. Jian Yuqing, dressed in a light beige tracksuit, crept upstairs, her attention fixed above, completely unaware of Jiang Qing hiding in the shadows. She was muttering to herself, why would anyone come here at night? There's got to be some secret. They'll just wait and see. Let's see who gets the upper hand. Hello there. A large hand suddenly reached out from the darkness, grabbing her shoulder. Ah! Jian Yuqing shrieked, her scream piercing enough to hurt their ears. In her panic, she pulled out a bronze mirror. In the darkness, a hideous ghostly face appeared on the mirror for a split second before vanishing. Shut up. Jiang Qing swatted the back of her head and swiftly snatched the mirror from her hands. Hearing a familiar voice, Jian Yuqing finally recognized him. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she started sobbing. Give me back my sealing item, it's mine. Give it back. Sealing item. Jiang Qing's eyes lit up. He calmly slipped the bronze mirror into his pocket and gripped her collar tightly to keep her from escaping. Why are you following us? Song Pingon and Feng Yaoyao came down from the fourth floor, glaring at the girl. My sealing item, Jian Yuqing sobbed quietly, looking pitifully at Jiang Qing, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jiang Qing spoke earnestly. A sealing item only works on vengeful spirits. It barely affects actors. You're too young to handle something like this, so let me keep it safe for you. Now, tell me why you were following us. If you don't tell the truth, Song Pingon here is a notorious pervert. A pervert? Song Pingon was momentarily startled, then smirked mischievously and started rubbing his hands together as he walked toward Jian Yuqing. Hey there, little girl. Not bad looking at all. I. Jian Yuqing's face went pale with fright, and she instinctively backed away. At only 22, she had never even had a boyfriend. Now, her heart was pounding in her chest. This is no fun, Song Pingon said, pursing his lips. I was just getting started, and you're already chickening out. Jian Yuqing quickly hid behind Jiang Qing, stammering. I saw you two talking outside the girls' dorm. I couldn't hear what you were saying, but it looked intense. I thought maybe you'd found a way out, so I followed him. Can I have the sealing artifact back? How polite, Song Pingon mocked. I'm mad. I'm about to cry. Jian Yuqing stomped her foot, her voice trembling with frustration. Scaring people in a place like this could get someone killed. She sniffled, a small bubble forming at her nose. Jiang Qing cleared his throat. Sealing artifact? Come with us. We'll find a way out together. I'm not going. Jian Yuqing sat down on the floor. Give me back the sealing item. You can't use it. It's already bonded to me. Not coming. Fine, goodbye. Jiang Qing didn't hesitate and headed straight for the fourth floor. Song Pingon grinned. What's this? Trying to pull a tantrum. Jiang's as straight as they come. Cry all you want, he won't budge. The sealing artifact? Forget it. Seeing they were really about to leave, Jian Yuqing scrambled to her feet and chased after them, her voice choked with tears. Please, can't you just give it back? I can tell you something important. Jiang Qing glanced at his watch. It was already 11:54 p.m. No time for this. Just keep quiet and follow us. We'll talk after this is over. Jian Yuqing pouted and mumbled an okay. She regretted it. She had hoped to use the artifact to escape the ghosts herself, but hadn't expected to be caught by Jiang Qing. The group reached the fifth floor. The hallway was eerily silent, except for a single classroom at the end, where a light was on. Jiang Qing moved quietly, approaching the room. The door was wide open. Inside, the desks and chairs had been pushed to the sides, with just a single chair in the center. A girl in a floral dress sat quietly, and as her eyes met Jiang Qing's, she gave a faint smile. Life and death are unpredictable. As the clock struck midnight, when Pan spoke in a haunting voice, shouldn't a good story end with all the villains gone? Why was it me who had to die? Her words were filled with pain and resentment. The ghost senior can actually talk. Jian Yuqing gasped, clapping her hand over her mouth in shock. Feng Yaoyao noticed a diary on the desk and immediately activated her miracle at midnight ability. The diary's pages flipped on their own, and the words written at noon began to vanish one by one. For a moment, the senior looked confused, but then her lips curled into a sinister smile. It's done. Feng Yaoyao called out, sweat beading on her forehead. Run, Jiang Qing shouted, urging everyone toward the stairs. Their footsteps echoed down the hall, but suddenly Jiang Qing realized his companions had disappeared. Looking up, he saw the words fifth floor written starkly on the wall. Behind him, light footsteps sounded. When Pan stepped out of the classroom, her white floral dress was slowly being stained red with blood, which flowed down her legs. Her eyes were as eerie as a blood moon. She reached out, grasped an invisible thread, and with a gentle tug, it snapped. Trapped with no way out, Jiang Qing nonetheless took a step forward. You're not running? When Pampan asked in confusion. Bathed in dim moonlight, Jiang Qing took off his white jacket and gave her a bright, genuine smile. You're a good person. With that, he climbed up to the window on the left and leaped out without hesitation. Outside stood a tall, leafy tree and a soft flower bed below. When Pampan stood frozen for a long moment. When she finally rushed to the window, all she saw was a white jacket hanging from the tree and Song Pingon carrying the badly injured Jiang Qing away. You're a good person, the words echoed in Wen Pampan's mind, leaving her deeply unsettled. Damn it. The 5th floor. That's the 5th floor, for God's sake. You just jumped like it was nothing. Song Pingon was on the verge of losing it, fists clenched and shaking. Lao Jiang, hang in there. If you die, Lao Chen's going to beat the crap out of me. Only now did he realize why Jiang Qing had carefully checked the surroundings before entering the building. It turned out, the last resort for escape was actually jumping out the window. Feng Yaoyao's eyes were red, and she bit her lip, fighting back tears as her whole body trembled. Jiang Qing lay on the ground, his face streaked with blood, white shirt and gray pants soaked bright red, completely unconscious. Even though they'd chosen the landing spot in advance, the impact from 5 stories up was far worse than expected. The 3 of them raced to the infirmary. Inside the duty room, 2 nurses were chatting and watching dramas. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. The nurses were about to scold them, but when they saw the bloodshot fury in Song Pingan's eyes, their tone immediately changed. What happened? Doctor, please, save my brother. Fell from the building. Feng Yaoyao shouted, her words tumbling out in a rush. He fell? One nurse gestured for Song Pingan to lay the patient on the bed. After a quick examination, she found a long scratch on Jiang Qing's left cheek from a tree branch, a badly swollen right ankle, and a torn shirt over his abdomen. Thankfully, the wounds weren't too deep. This was the first time he'd been injured in 3 missions. He hadn't dared to gamble on whether the ghostly senior would let him live rather than wait for death. Had risked everything. I've already called the doctor. They'll be here soon. The female nurse said sternly as she rummaged for iodine. You all need to wait outside and stop getting in the way. Feng Yaoyao kept glancing back anxiously, but Song Pingon finally managed to drag her out of the room. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jian Yuqing quietly fished out a bronze mirror from Jiang Qing's pocket and whispered, "This is mine, so I'm taking it back. You didn't protest, so we'll take that as a yes. Thanks." If Jiang Qing had been awake, he probably would have wanted to scream. That's my sealed item. The crimson moonlight faded away, and dawn spilled through the windows into the infirmary. Jiang Qing fluttered his eyelashes and opened his eyes with a pained expression, staring blankly at the ceiling. I'm alive? Guess I'm tougher than I thought. This is the school infirmary? He turned his head to see Feng Yaoyao asleep by the bed, drooling a little at the corner of her mouth. Yaoyao's here too. Looks like you don't have to stay in the assigned dorm to make it through the night after all. Come on, Song Pingan's exhausted voice cut in. Do you have to start analyzing things the second you wake up? Can't you just take a break? There's no time for rest. Jiang Qing pushed himself upright. Last night went pretty well. Not only did we change the diary's contents, but we also figured out the dorm trick, and even he started patting his pockets, then suddenly froze. Where's my sealed item? At the door, the sweet-faced Jian Yuqing timidly raised her hand. I asked you last night, and you didn't say anything, so I took it. Besides, it was mine to begin with. When was this? Song Pingon looked baffled. Give it back. Jiang Qing growled through gritted teeth. No way. It's mine. I'm not handing it over, Jian Yuqing huffed, turning away. Jiang Qing rubbed his temples, trying to stay calm. Xiao Jian, I did take you on a wild ride last night. We've been through a lot together. Don't even think about the sealed item. Let me at least take a look, just out of curiosity. Not happening. You're just going to keep it for yourself? Okay, fine. Can you at least tell me what it does? Jiang Qing let out a sigh of relief. The girl in front of him, Jian Yuqing, with her ponytail and seemingly innocent demeanor, was actually much sharper than she appeared. Surviving 8 rounds of terrifying missions was no coincidence. Her signature smile, revealing her canine teeth, made her even more enigmatic. No way. Jian Yuqing refused decisively. Without another word, Song Pingon rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. See this? He said, raising his fist. One punch, and even your mother wouldn't recognize you. Jian Yuqing remained unfazed, calmly countering. Do you know where we are? If I shout harassment here, you'll get arrested. Once you leave the school grounds, your mission's over. She turned to Jiang Qing. Isn't that right? Jiang Qing frowned. A memory flashing through his mind, the tragedy from his first mission, when a woman in a black dress had just stepped out of the villa and had her right leg severed. She had bled to death soon after. That rule was not to be broken. At that moment, Feng Yaoyao, who was lying nearby, slowly woke up and instinctively swallowed. Brother, you're awake. She tried to sit up, but her arm was pinned down. Ow, ow, ow. Jiang Qing quickly stopped her from moving. Meanwhile, Jian Yuqing's phone rang. It was Qi Qiuyang calling. Qingjia, something happened. Someone died in the boys' dorm. Jian Yuqing's smile vanished instantly, her expression turning serious. What happened? Didn't we already change the diary and get rid of 3 ghosts? It was Shi Yan. He was paired with a guy on only his 4th mission. That guy said he heard knocking last night. It was the knocking ghost. But hey, race the weird part. Chi Chaoyang lowered his voice. Shi Yan was sleeping facing the wall. Looks like he was killed by the debt collector ghost while turning over. Jian Yuqing put the call on speaker and walked over to Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing gestured and shook his head. Got it. Meet you at the first cafeteria. She hung up and turned to Jiang Qing, asking seriously, what do you think? With Feng Yaoyao's help, Jiang Qing put on his shoes and replied calmly, that guy killed Shi Yan. Maybe for some benefit, a clue, or a sealed item. Impossible. Jian Yuqing immediately retorted. Once a sealed item recognizes its owner, no one else can use it during the current mission. Unless you survive and bring it out, then rebind it for the next mission. Jiang Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. Thanks for telling me that. Only then did Jian Yuqing realize she'd been tricked. You were fishing for information. Let's get breakfast, then wait for senior sister in the classroom. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Jiang Qing's eyes. Today, the ghostly senior's attitude would confirm his suspicions. At 11:52 a.m., Yang Yi arrived at the classroom last, accompanied by 2 others. Seeing Jiang Qing's injured face and leg, she exclaimed, what happened to you? I was attacked by the knocking ghost last night. Jiang Qing replied with a sigh, leaning on his crutch. Yang Yi comforted him, as long as you're alive. Be careful tonight, don't sleep too soundly. Thank you, Jiang Qing responded with a smile. Jian Yuqing, propping her chin with her hand, glanced sideways at Jiang Qing and secretly cursed, what a jerk. He can lie with a straight face and even threaten me not to talk about last night. Humph. Everyone was probing for clues, except for a frail-looking boy who kept to himself in a corner, his shifty gaze betraying his guilt. At exactly noon, the ghostly senior appeared at the classroom door, right on time. She wore a white floral dress, her long hair cascading down her back. As usual, she knocked 3 times, nodded to the group, and walked up to the podium. She didn't speak or look at Jiang Qing. Instead, she picked up a piece of chalk and wrote on the blackboard. Today's topic, 3 students will share the story of their last moments in life. No lying allowed. After pausing for 3 seconds, she wrote 2 more words below, Jiang Qing. Everyone seemed lost in thought. The class topic had shifted from ghost stories to the last story before death, a change they had all anticipated. After experiencing the beckoning ghosts attack the previous day, everyone realized that stories could become reality, so they were especially wary of a theme that appeared unrelated to the supernatural. The atmosphere in the classroom was tense. Anyone who had survived more than 5 rounds in a horror game was bound to be cautious and shrewd. Only Zhang Xiyu was an exception. She wasn't good at deduction, instead relying on using weaker players to test the rules and find a way out. But this time, faced with a veteran who had completed 9 missions and a group of experienced players with 7 or 8 each, her usual tricks were useless. To make matters worse, Song Pingan had ruined her reputation on the very first day. When Jiang Qing was called on, Zhang Xiyu let out a cold laugh, thinking to herself, serves you right. She had already figured out that talkative Song Pingan was just a mouthpiece. The real leader was Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing gripped the crutch under her arm and slowly stood up. Unexpectedly, the usually cold, ghostly upperclassman's gaze softened, and she said, you can stay seated. Her words caused quite a stir in the classroom. Jiang Xiyu could hardly believe it, thinking, the ghostly upperclassman actually spoke. Lu Wanyu clenched his fists in frustration. Had wanted to sit yesterday, but was threatened for it. Yang Yi narrowed his eyes, doubting that any ghost could feel sympathy for a human. Qi Chaoyang was left wondering if Jiang Qing had somehow won the ghost's favor. Jiang Qing sat down and cleared her throat before beginning her story. I'm a psychiatric patient. That afternoon, a little after 2, there was a sudden fire at the hospital. I escaped in the chaos because, as you know, it's hard for someone with a mental illness to prove they're sane. No matter how normal you act, no one believes you. She spoke calmly, keeping her eyes on the ghostly upperclassman. I wanted to go home, even though my parents had already passed away, but they always told me to come home. Her words sent a chill down Jian Yuqing's spine. How could dead parents want him to come home? Jiang Qing went on. People on the street pointed and whispered. I was afraid of drawing attention, so I walked with my head down. At an intersection, I didn't notice the traffic light and was hit by a car. It didn't hurt much. It was like I'd become a broken puppet, lying there, unable to hear anything. In the end, he just felt tired and cold, and that's how I said goodbye to the world. When she finished, Jiang Qing smiled at the upperclassmen. The classroom fell silent as everyone studied her. Feng Yaoyao wondered if her brother really had a mental illness. Song Pingan sensed danger, and Jian Yuqing suspected the fire had been set on purpose. The upperclassman thought for a long time, jotting down many notes in her diary. 10 minutes later, she looked up, as if she had found some inspiration in Jiang Qing's story. On the blackboard, 3 characters were written. Feng Yaoyao. Roll call continued. The girl with the ponytail froze, her body trembling slightly. She hesitated for a moment before finally rising from her seat. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions, as if she was recalling some painful memory. She pressed her lips together several times before finally speaking. In my previous life, I was a senior in high school. I suffered from severe depression and couldn't live a normal life. Her voice was soft, but in the quiet classroom, it was especially clear. I used to hurt myself a lot, like cutting my hands with a knife. She glanced down at her wrists, as if old scars were still there. Later, I took a leave from school and stayed home, but my condition got worse. My parents were so afraid I might hurt them that they sent me to a psychiatric hospital. Feng Yaoyao lifted her head, her eyes hollow. I never really understood it. Is it that the world is sick, but in the one who has to take medicine? The classroom was utterly silent. Everyone was absorbed by her story. I remember it was one afternoon. There was this huge fire. I just stood quietly by the window. I didn't run away. Instead, I thought it was dazzling and beautiful. She smiled faintly. I felt like dying that way wasn't so bad. She paused, her voice growing even softer. But right before I died, I took the doctor's phone and called my parents. I told them I was about to die, and they said. Her voice suddenly caught. Then go ahead and die. Tears glimmered in Feng Yaoyao's eyes. The flames swallowed me. It hurt so much. I think it's the most painful way to die. I probably screamed for a long time, I guess. I can't remember clearly, but it hurt so much. The silence in the room was deafening. Everyone's gaze shifted between Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoyao. Some things didn't need to be said out loud. The girl sat down and gave Jiang Qing a sweet smile. Jiang Qing smiled back, her gentleness enough to make hearts tremble. The senior student fell into deep thought, taking 3 minutes before picking up her pen and writing for about 5 minutes. Then she grabbed a piece of chalk and, with her back to the class, wrote 3 characters on the blackboard. Even before anyone knew who it was, Song Pingan had already stood up with a shrug. When the senior stepped aside, sure enough, the bold characters Song Pingan were revealed on the board. So she's picked those 3? Because of what happened last night. Jian Yuqing guessed silently, her brow furrowing. Song Pingan looked relaxed and careless, fiddling with Jiang Qing's sunglasses in his hand. In my previous life? Well, I was a corporate drone, you know? A programmer working 9 always on overtime. He shrugged. That Saturday, I found out my girlfriend was cheating on me with my best friend. Though his tone was light, his knuckles were white. It was just awful. I was furious. My girlfriend and I had been together for 7 years, from college to working life. You can imagine how much I loved her. Yang Yi's eyes showed a trace of sympathy. 7 years, and your girlfriend cheats with your best friend. That's rough. Song Pingan leaned against the window, showing no hint of pain or nostalgia, as if he were talking about someone else's story. Around 3 in the afternoon, she was out shopping with her friends. She called me over for dinner, said my buddy would be picking me up soon. He gave a cold laugh. I got in his car. At first, I didn't say anything, but the more I thought about it, the more I lost it. I'm not the type to hold back, so I confronted him. He panicked, tried to deny it, but I shoved the photos and chat logs in his face. He went silent. Suddenly, Song Pingan's voice rose. Damn it, just silence? So I slapped him, and he acted all tough. One hand on the wheel, the other fighting me. It got pretty intense, and then bam. We hit someone. The tension in the classroom spiked instantly. The car didn't stop, and I had no idea who we hit. I just wanted to kill that bastard. Then the car spun out of control and crashed into the curb. The worst part? My door wouldn't open, but that bastard jumped out his side and ran. Can you believe it? A flash of ruthlessness appeared in Song Pingan's eyes. I smashed the window and chased after him. Who knew someone would come up and stab me? He unconsciously touched his abdomen, as if he could still feel the wound. Before I died, I heard someone shouting about catching a thief, saw a tattooed guy chasing him, and caught a couple standing by the mall entrance. Then I was gone. Song Pingan let out a laugh, his tone suddenly light. Maybe it's for the best. Last life, I was just a poor workhorse. This time, I'm a rich kid. All I do is spend money, spend it like crazy. I enjoy everything I never dared to before. After all, you never know if tomorrow or death will come first. His gaze darkened. The only regret? I never got to kill that bastard, or slap that cheating woman and break up with her. Bathed in sunlight, Song Pingan winked at Jiang Qing, a teasing smile on his lips. Old Jiang, I think you're my true love. You don't mind, do you? Jiang Qing's lips curled into a faint, ambiguous smile. Of course I don't mind. To Jian Yuqing, their conversation sounded like it meant something else entirely, and the more she thought about it, the more unsettling it became. Is it just a coincidence? Or are these 3 making up stories? Yang Yi frowned in thought. The chances of them fabricating this seemed slim. They couldn't have known the topic ahead of time, and besides, the ghostly senior had made it clear that lying was forbidden. Still, the connections were almost too coincidental. Feng Yaoyao died in the fire started by Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing died in a car accident caused by Song Pingan, and Song Pingan was killed by a thief. Yang Yi clasped his fingers together on the desk, his brow furrowed tightly. Something fell off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. At the front of the classroom, the ghostly senior was focused, carefully choosing her words as she scribbled in her diary, recording Song Pingan's story. The next moment, a strange power took effect. A figure appeared out of thin air at the classroom door. The person was dressed in a black coat, wearing a pure white mask, constantly fiddling with a dark, gold-patterned lighter in his right hand. The metal glinted coldly under the lights. Even more unsettling was the girl standing next to the arsonist. Her head was bowed, her arms covered in gruesome scars. She held a fruit knife, fresh blood dripping from the blade and hitting the ground with a faint tapping sound, her entire presence radiating a chilling, deathly aura. Jiang Qing bit her nail, a trace of helplessness flickering in her eyes. Really? Senior, could you be a little more subtle? You're not even pretending anymore, just going straight for our throats. Song Pingyan glanced at the third ghost the thief and said quietly. At least yesterday she played along. Once the diary was finished, the ghost left, and the attack came by surprise. But today, she's showing all her cards. She can literally turn stories into reality and leave us in despair. The ghostly senior's expression didn't change. She picked up her diary and pen and walked out of the classroom. The three ghosts vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there. Jiang, it looks like our plan only worked halfway. We still can't get through the day unscathed. Song Pingyan whispered to Jiang Qing, a hint of bitterness in his voice. Jiang Qing sounded casual. So far, it seems no matter what story we tell, the senior can conjure up a ghost. Her power is pretty much unbeatable. Suddenly, Yang Yi spoke up from the back row. It's not that her power is unbeatable, it's that we've been going about this the wrong way. I think the task can be completed in a single day, maybe even within an hour. He lowered his voice. If the senior doesn't finish writing her novel, the longer she drags this out, the more ghosts we'll have to face in, 20, even 30. What I'm saying is, what exactly is she trying to write? Feng Yaoyao propped her chin in her hands and said offhandedly, if only we could get our hands on that diary. At her words, everyone exchanged glances, and the classroom fell silent. Jiang Shuyu, with her fox-like features, curled her lips into a sly smile, a glint in her eyes. If we all work together, we might be able to get the diary. Without it, the senior can't summon any ghosts, and by reading it, we might figure out what story we're supposed to complete. Song Pingyan let out an exaggerated whoa and joked, everyone listen up, Jiang is taking the lead. No one else is allowed to jump in, or you're disrespecting her. When the time comes, let's stand back and watch Jiang take the diary. Don't forget to applaud. Surprisingly, Jiang Shuyu didn't get annoyed. Instead, she nodded confidently. Sure, I'll go first. I have a sealed item that can hold off the ghosts for a short time. The problem is, I can't be distracted while I'm using it, so who's going to grab the diary? Qi Chaoyang bit his chapped lip, frowning. Will this even work? We all know the diary is the key to this task. Can a single sealed item really hold off the senior? Yang Yi, the veteran, gave a slight smile. I can offer another sealed item. But you all know, each one can only be used 3 times during a task. If you use it a 4th time, the ghost inside will break free, and the challenge will get much harder. I've already used mine once. Jiang Shuyu crossed her arms and proposed confidently. Hey, raise my suggestion. Those with sealed items focus on holding off the senior, and the rest of us go for the diary. How about it? Middle-aged LV1 Yu pondered for 3 seconds before nodding. I have a sealed item. Me too. Jin Yuqing quickly raised her hand. Jiang Qing glanced around the room and said coolly, 5 out of 14 people have sealed items. We're withdrawing. The classroom erupted into chaos at his words. Everyone frowned, and Qi Chaoyang was the first to jump up. You're just going to sit back and reap the rewards? No way. What? You expect a cripple to go fight for something? Jiang Qing's eyes turned icy cold, his voice sharp as a blade. And who do you think you are to give me orders? Qi Chaoyang's face flushed red with anger. When everyone's supposed to stick together, you want to back out. Ridiculous. Everyone knows what you're thinking. You're disabled, fine. But what about them? Are they brain dead? Honestly, you should be the ones to grab the diary and prove your worth. Song. Jiang Qing said only one word. Song Pingyan immediately stepped forward, smirking. Wow, whose dog got loose and started barking everywhere? Talking about value, me keyboard has more value than you. Your only worth is to keep yourself on a leash, so you don't bite people at random. The infirmary doesn't have rabies shots. Seeing Qi Chaoyang glare at him, Song Pingyan only got more worked up. What are you staring at? Look at yourself, you look like a well. No matter which way you turn, you're still a 0. Sticking your neck out like a giraffe. Should I buy a carrot and shove it in your mouth? Qi Chaoyang was so angry his chest heaved, but he couldn't get a word out. The others quickly averted their eyes, afraid to get caught up in the crossfire. Song Pingyan pushed Jiang Qing's wheelchair toward the door. Let's go, Jiang. Staying with idiots like this will make us dumber. Well, relax and win easily. You all work hard. Bye. As soon as the 3 left, the classroom exploded again. They want to just coast by? Over my dead body. Qi Chaoyang's face turned purple with rage. We're risking our necks while they do nothing? No way. LV1 you spat. The guy with glasses pushed up his frames. We finished the task, they get to live? That doesn't sit right. Jiang Shuyu ran her tongue over her lips. If they won't play along, maybe we should just get rid of them. But Yang Yi was deep in thought. Jiang Qing was no fool. Why would he deliberately make himself a target now? The ghostly upperclassmen treated him differently. Was he planning to use her to kill us? But they don't have sealed items. Do they want us dead so they can take ours? Yang Yi. Yang Yi. His teammate's shout snapped him out of it. Don't bother with them, he said, waving his hand. They'll make a group chat. Everyone join. Then let's go look for the ghostly upperclassman. Once we find her, we'll update everyone and move together. As a veteran of 9 missions, his suggestion was quickly accepted. Near the literature building, Song Pingon sprawled on a bench, basking in the sun. Jiang, am I brave or what? Am braver. You're just a rookie, Feng Yaoyao huffed. Jiang Qing leaned back in his wheelchair, eyes fixed on the 5th floor of the literature building. What a bunch of lies. Their stories clearly don't match. The 3 of them couldn't have died on the same day. How did you know the stories could be made up? Jian Yuqing, Jiang Qing said quietly. What she described yesterday was just a dream. In other words, this is a game of liars. The ghostly upperclassman doesn't care if the stories are true or not. She just needs material to create vengeful spirits to kill us. That's her real task. Flexing his injured wrist, Jiang Qing continued. After the game at noon, I'm sure now the diary isn't important and isn't tied to the mission. The real novel the ghostly upperclassman needs to complete probably isn't what we think. I need to ask her tonight. Ask who? Feng Yaoyao exclaimed. Song Pingon sat up straight. Are you crazy? You nearly died last night. No, I just misunderstood. I didn't go at the right time. Jiang Qing said seriously. The ghostly upperclassman told us from the start exactly when we're supposed to find her. He half-curled his right hand and knocked 3 times on the wooden bench. Thud, thud, thud. The silence dragged on for several minutes. Taking a deep breath, Song Pingon asked gravely, Are you sure? Not at all, Jiang Qing replied without hesitation, a faint smile appearing on his lips. There's no such thing as absolute certainty. I'm not a god. It's precisely because things are uncertain that we need to find out. It's like Schrodinger's cat. You'll never know if it's alive or dead unless you open the box. Song Pingon's expression changed instantly. Old Jiang, you only have 1 life. If you lose this gamble, it means death. But isn't that the thrill of the mission? Jiang Qing's relaxed smile remained. In his eyes, being overly cautious during a mission only increased the chances of dying. Survival often walks hand in hand with dang-era truth he's always understood. For most people, facing the supernatural is terrifying, but Jiang Qing would rather deal with something that can be reasoned within a mindless, vengeful spirit driven only by the urge to kill. Standing just over 5 feet tall, Feng Yaoyao looked at her pale-faced brother and asked, Brother, are we still going to erase the diary entries at midnight tonight? Jiang Qing pressed his lips together and thought for a minute before calmly saying, I want to hear what you all think. He began his analysis. First, based on what happened last night, erasing the diary entries seems to anger senior sister. It's easy to understand. Think about it, Song Pingon. If you spent all day writing code and someone deleted it with a single click, how would you feel? I'd go after them. Song Pingon blurted out instinctively. Exactly. Jiang Qing rubbed his temples. It's a deadly choice. While it might be a way out, it's a path that leads to someone else's survival, and we'd end up as the targets of her wrath. We got lucky last night, but what about next time? Wait a second. Song Pingon suddenly raised his hand, his mind racing. Yao Yao's midnight ability can affect the whole building. We don't have to face her directly. Hold on. Feng Yaoyao cut him off with a pout. There are limits. I can only restore non-living objects within my line of sight. Restoring a whole building is just the exterior. I can't do anything about what's inside. Otherwise, my brother and I wouldn't have risked getting close to her last night. Jiang Qing continued. The second option is to try to win her over. She's a very unusual entity. Her emotions are incredibly stable, and as long as we can communicate, anything's possible. He wrapped up, so, we have 2 choices. Either risk her anger and keep the number of vengeful spirits under 3 each day for 7 days, or try to gain her favor and wait for her to finish writing her mysterious novel within a week. Both paths are risky. Neither guarantees our safety, and the second is especially uncertain. As the 3 discussed their options, Yang Yi and his group of 11 had already gathered outside the literature building. Qi Chaoyang immediately spotted the trio in the distance, his face darkening as he cursed. Are you following us? Trying to coast to victory with no shame at all. Jian Yuqing raised her eyebrows, but said nothing. Some teammates, she thought, are just dead weight. Coasting to victory? When Jiang Qing and his friends were facing the ghostly senior sister Heaton, where were the rest of them? Feng Yaoyao erased the contents of her diary and gazed off toward the literature building, a playful glint in her eyes. What are they up to this time? Without Jiang Qing and his team's efforts, they'd be facing a total of 6 vengeful spirits today. On the 5th floor corridor, Yang Yi wore a grave expression as he scanned the group gathered around him and quickly assigned tasks. We've confirmed the ghostly senior is in the last classroom on the 5th floor. When we go up, Jiang Shuyu and I will use our sealing items to restrain her. Lu Wanyu, Jian Yuqing, Zhao Yunfei, 3 of you cover the rear and watch out for any attacking spirits. His gaze shifted to the others. The remaining 6, your job is not only to grab the diary, but also to search the classroom for anything suspicious. Take everything that looks even remotely off. Everyone nodded grimly, not a hint of hesitation, and sprang into action. Yang Yi pulled a pair of ornate, 3-inch golden lotus shoes from his pocket, while Jiang Qiyu took out a blood-red candle. Each of these sealing items contained a vengeful spirit, and each person could only use one. These were their trump cards. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed up the stairwell as the group rushed to the 5th floor. Those holding sealing items looked slightly better, but the unarmed ones were pale and visibly tense. With every step closer to the classroom, their hearts pounded harder, a wave of inexplicable dread creeping up from their feet to their heads. Just as they neared the target classroom, a senior in a white floral dress slowly stepped out, fixing the group with a cold, unwelcoming stare. Go! Yang Yi shouted, hurling the embroidered shoes into the air. The shoes twisted and warped midair, transforming into a vengeful spirit that lunged at the ghostly senior. Jiang Qiyu hesitated for 2 seconds before lighting the blood-red candle with trembling hands. Another vengeful spirit emerged, clutching the candle as it advanced. A foul, greasy stench and sticky corpse oil dripped from the candle, pooling on the floor and corroding the corridor, sending waves of icy cold through the air. Some of the actors witnessing a sealing item for the first time were paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot as if their legs were made of lead. Move! Yang Yi snapped, kicking Qi Qiuyang from behind. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his breath coming in short gasps. He thought to himself, I must be crazy, actually taking on something this dangerous hidden. But there was no other choice. With at least 3 new vengeful spirits appearing each day, he couldn't even guarantee he'd survive to day 4. He had to take the initiative and finish the task today. Swallowing hard, Qi Qiuyang and the other 5 forced themselves to charge forward, their faces drained of color. To their surprise, the ghostly senior didn't stop them. Instead, she slowly raised her right hand and traced the character for release in the air. Yang Yi's whole body trembled, panic flooding his face for the first time. His voice shook with terror. No way the sealing items are destroyed. She's letting the spirits awaken. It was his first time dealing with the supernatural, and had been too confident. One misstep, and everything was lost. Run! He screamed hysterically. But getting in was easy, getting out was another story. The embroidered shoes spirit and the red candle spirit had fully awakened, rampaging into the classroom like wild horses and starting a massacre. Thud! With a sickening sound, a bloody head flew out of the classroom and rolled down the corridor, finally coming to a stop at Jian Yuqing's feet. It was Qi Qiuyang's head. You idiot! You've doomed us all. Lu Wanyu shouted furiously at Jiang Qiyu. Jiang Qiyu's mind went blank, her legs nearly giving out. This is what we're up against. Even sealing items can't stop them. She bolted in a panic, yelling as she tried to shift the blame. Blame me? It was Feng Yaoyao's idea, and you all agreed to it. Meanwhile, on a sunlit bench, Feng Yaoyao lounged comfortably, a faint smile playing at her lips. Jiang Qiyu really played along, just a little nudge, and she got a whole group to take the risk. Hearing the distant screams, Song Pingon glanced at Feng Yaoyao's mischievous smile. You really have picked up some bad habits. I'm just following my brother's example, Feng Yaoyao replied, her eyes sparkling, voice light. Besides, when you're not sure you can beat your enemy, it's best to find them a few more enemies first. Turns out, the senior is the real MV. Those 5 sealing item experts didn't stand a chance. It just proves that turning people against each other doesn't work. Building goodwill is the best strategy, right, brother? Jiang Qing stared steadily at the 5th floor window, his tone calm. You're right. There's no real conflict of interest or hatred between us and them. Still, if sacrificing a few expendable people can help us uncover some important rules, it's worth it. Honestly, they don't care about our lives either, we're just not falling for their tricks. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the 5th floor window, crashing hard onto the cement below. The person's head lolled to one side, eyes blood-red and lifeless. Song Pingon shook his head. Did he think he was Superman? That's the 5th floor, not 5 centimeters. By the way, Lao Jiang, was that pretty boy really the leader of the 9th round? He was way too reckless. He panicked, Jiang Qing replied, watching the entrance to the literature building with interest. That's the advantage of having better information. He thought there were 6 vengeful spirits right now and didn't dare wait. So he chose the riskiest plan, gathering a group to snatch the diary. If had known there were only 3, he never would have tried it today. But why did Jian Yuqing join them? She's not an idiot. Song Pingon hesitated, but finally mustered up the courage to say, is it possible that Jian Yuqing isn't as smart as you think? Maybe she's just someone who can't make up her own mind. This is classic herd mentality. Yang Yi became the leader, and everyone else just followed along. Jiang Qing was stunned. Herd mentality? That actually made sense. Maybe Jian Yuqing just didn't want to be left out, and having someone who had already completed 9 missions in charge would definitely make people feel safer. He thought back to yesterday, when Head tried to team up with Yang Yi, but Yang Yi clearly wasn't interested. As his thoughts raced, the door to the literature building suddenly burst open. Lu Wanyu, a middle-aged man, stumbled out in a panic. He clutched a yellowed burial shroud in his left hand, while his right hand was twisted at an unnatural angle, his face etched with terror. He ran desperately toward the sunlight, as if something unspeakable was chasing him from behind. Just then, a dark figure darted out from around the corner. A man dressed in black lunged forward, plunging a knife straight into Lu Wangyu's abdomen. A blood-curdling scream rang out. In that split second, Lu Wangyu activated the power of the burial shroud for the third time. A hideous ghost appeared, instantly latching onto the man in black. Seizing the chance, Lu Wangyu staggered away, leaving a trail of bloody footprints behind him. Feng Yaoyao tilted her head and observed. Hey, do you notice something strange? Jiang Qing kept his eyes fixed on the man in black, deep in thought. The thief in Song Pinggan's story is way too weak nothing compared to those 3 ghosts from yesterday. Feng Yaoyao analyzed. Exactly. The ghosts created by the ghostly senior today aren't real vengeful spirits, they're just unpredictable criminals. It's not even close. Song Pinggan suddenly understood. No wonder the ghostly senior always hesitates before writing after we tell our stories. I guess she's not good at this kind of material. It's hard for her to turn ordinary criminals into truly terrifying ghosts. Seeing Song Pinggan still spacing out, Jiang Qing stomped his foot anxiously. What are you standing there for? They're coming our way. I thought you weren't afraid. Song Pinggan just shrugged, acting indifferent. My legs are shaking. Hurry up and push me out of here. Jiang Qing jumped in frustration. The two of them finally snapped out of it and hurriedly pushed the wheelchair away from the danger. On the way, Song Pinggan couldn't stop muttering. If only old Chun were here. His miracle dawn move can freeze a ghost for 7 seconds with one punch. Honestly, even if you put all 3 of today's ghosts together, they wouldn't be a match for him. Chun is a man of few words, but he's tough as nails. I really miss him. Feng Yaoyao couldn't take it anymore and kicked him. Enough whining. You sound awful. Jiang Qing couldn't help but think to himself. It's true, if Uncle Chun were here, we wouldn't have to run around like this. Chen Tianyue was their anchor. During their last mission, he managed to pin down that terrifying, evolved ghost couple with just 2 punches. It was unbelievable. Finally, they stopped at the entrance of the library. Song Pinggan looked around warily. There are a lot of people here. Those 3 probably won't dare show up. Jiang Qing nodded, analyzing. It's pretty easy to figure out the conditions for these 3 ghosts. The arsonist and the self-harming woman only act indoors, especially the self-harming woman, who prefers to target people who are alone. As for the thief, he only attacks in outdoor blind spots and at corners. Are you sure? Song Pinggan was skeptical. Jiang Qing just smiled. Since Jiang Qing couldn't move around easily, they decided not to look for clues anymore. Instead, they just stayed by the library entrance, basking in the sun until the afternoon. As the sun set in the west, a crimson moon hid on the horizon, gradually taking the place of the day's warmth. A figure appeared in the distance. Jiang Qing limped toward them, her light beige tracksuit smeared with dirt. Her shoulder-length hair was a tangled mess, and exhaustion was written all over her face. Well, look who it is. Back from the coal mines, Taiwan girl? Your face is pitch black. Song Pinggan teased. Jiang Qing couldn't be bothered to respond and walked straight up to Jiang Qing. She gripped the handles of his wheelchair, leaning in so close their faces nearly touched. I want to join you, she said. A gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of her hair. Jiang Qing kept his distance, his tone cold. Not interested. After being betrayed during the last mission, he found it hard to trust anyone else in these deadly games. Here, with everyone fighting for survival, betrayal could come from anyone. Let me show you something. Jiang Qing had expected rejection and quickly pulled out a stack of photographs. These are clues I've found. Plus, I can use my sealing artifact one more time. Most importantly, I have some terrifying news. These are my bargaining chips. With the situation growing more dangerous, Jiang Qing knew she couldn't survive this mission alone. She had already chosen the wrong side once and didn't want to make the same mistake again. Jiang Qing frowned, thinking for a moment before replying. That's a tempting offer. Let's hear your news first. Backed into a corner, Jiang Qing sighed and told them the truth. 2 more vengeful spirits have appeared in the mission. They're even more dangerous than the 3 from yesterday. She detailed her encounter in the literature building. After she finished, Jiang Qing's face darkened. Song Pinggan pressed her for clarity. So, you're saying that right now, only you, Yang Yi, Lu Wangyu, Jiang Shuyu, and Zhao Yunfei are still alive? The other 6 are dead? A chill ran down his spine. We can't hold them off, Jiang Qing said, sniffling. This is my first time encountering something like this. I don't know if it's because of Ghost Senior's abilities, or if all these entities can actually resurrect vengeful spirits from sealing artifacts. The mission is basically impossible now. Ghost Senior said that if she doesn't finish her novel, none of us will make it to the end. On the very first day, she predicted that all the good people like you would die. Feng Yaoyao's eyes suddenly lit up. Bro, I have an idea. At midnight, they'll go to the 5th floor of the arts building and repair the damaged sealing artifact. That way, not only can we seal away one vengeful spirit, but we'll also get a new artifact. Yaoyao, that's brilliant. Song Pinggan exclaimed. Normally, a sealing artifact can only be used 3 times a day, but with your 0-hour miracle, plus the new artifact, we could use them 6 times in a day. Now I get it. Your real power isn't resurrection, it's restoration. You awakened a miracle? That was a miracle you used last night. Jiang Qing gasped. covering her mouth in surprise. Song Pingon shot her a look. 8 missions in, and you still haven't? That's pretty pathetic. Jian Yuqing relaxed into her seat, her tone tinged with envy. I've been through 8 missions and met over 100 actors. Only 2 ever awakened a miracle, and both were really weak. They died quickly. You probably don't realize how rare miracles are. If 5 out of 100 actors awaken, that's already impressive. The experts always said sealing artifacts can only defend against vengeful spirits. Only a miracle can truly fight back against the supernatural. Jiang Qing mused, out of the 6 of us from New World, for have awakened miracles. Wait, not me, I'm just borrowing Meng Wan's miracle. In the end, the 3 reached an agreement and accepted Jian Yuqing into their group. Her sealing artifact was entrusted to Feng Yaoyao for safekeeping. Out of the 15 participants in the 7-day mission, only 8 survived past the 2nd day. Night had fallen, and a blood-red moon hung in the sky like a sign of death against a velvet black backdrop. Standing outside the literature building, Jiang Qing took a deep breath, worry flickering in his eyes. Yaoyao, you've got just 1 minute. Run as fast as you can, don't stop for anything. Feng Yaoyao bent her knees, stretching them confidently. Relax. It's just 5 floors. They'll be up there in 30 seconds. Grab the forbidden item and jump right out the window. Jump? Jump out the window? Jiang Qing stared at her in shock. Yaoyao deftly pulled the hair tie from her wrist and tied her hair up in a high ponytail. 1 minute. That's all it takes. Once I get the broken seal, what else am I supposed to wait around for the ghost to attack? Standing nearby, Jian Yuqing's eyes shone with admiration. Bringing someone back from the dead, this is nothing short of a miracle. Dong dong. At the stroke of midnight, both Jiang Qing's and Feng Yaoyao's phones chimed with the sound of a clock. See you. With that, Feng Yaoyao shot forward like an arrow, grabbing the stair railing with one hand and swinging herself around in a smooth arc. She sprinted up 5 flights in just 20 seconds, breathless as she searched for the forbidden item. Where is it? Where? At the end of the hallway, a single red embroidered shoe slid forward. That tiny movement sent chills through every cell in Yaoyao's body. This was the terror unique to Chinese horror, deceptively simple, yet steadily breaking down your defenses, second by second. Suddenly, a red candle flared to life. Yaoyao didn't hesitate, she instantly triggered 0 time at the nearest candle. The power of miracles was something even vengeful spirits couldn't resist. The seal reverted to its state at noon the previous day when the ghost had yet to awaken. Tap, tap, tap in the darkness. The red embroidered shoe crept closer. 32, 31, 30. Yaoyao's breath caught, her eyes filling with tears. She was always easily frightened, but now she could only repeat to herself, stay calm, there's nothing to be afraid of. I can't die, I can't die. She dashed into the middle of the corridor and bent down to grab the red candle. The moment her hand touched it, she realized in horror just how close the embroidered shoe had come. A sharp pain stabbed her chest, as if the ghost wanted to communicate with her in some twisted way. Thud, the girl collapsed hard to the floor. 20, 19, 18. The ghost in the embroidered shoes turned away, as if unimpressed by human frailty. 10, 9, 8. Suddenly, the ghost sensed something was wrong. Spinning around, it saw Yaoyao standing on the windowsill, flipping it off. Bye-bye. She leaped, the roar of wind and the ghost's furious screams in her ears as she plummeted. Her body hit the concrete with a sickening crunch, her head bursting open like a watermelon, blood and brain matter spraying everywhere, leaving Jian Yuqing trembling in terror. She's insane. Jiang Qing's face remained calm, but inside, his heart twisted painfully. Yaoyao, Song Pingon, always the most sentimental, dropped Jiang Qing and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, something miraculous happened. Her brain reformed, broken bones knit together, and her body healed as if by magic. If it weren't for the midnight clock and its restrictions, this miracle would be unstoppable, Jiang Qing thought, just as Meng Wan's voice echoed in his mind. A sealing item? Just as I thought. When Pampan suppresses sealing items as powerful as 3 vengeful ghosts combined. You're back, Jiang Qing said, delighted. What do you mean I'm back? Meng Wanzhou replied, annoyed. That prying gaze has disappeared for now. Let me warn you, do not anger when Pampan. Her miracles don't play by the rules. Jiang Qing could hardly believe it. She has a miracle? Could it be? Was she an actress in her previous life? No, she belonged to the world of the book. Meng Wan's expression changed dramatically, her voice sharp. Wen Pampan is one of the most remarkable among vengeful spirits who have awakened their miracles. Jiang Qing's body tensed. You know, miraculous fate, whether for the living or the dead, no one escapes destiny's design. Meng Wanzhou suddenly looked up, alert. No, there's something wrong with the red moon in the sky. I can't talk to you anymore. With that, her figure vanished into the darkness. The moon is wrong. Jiang Qing couldn't help but look up. Crimson moonlight washed over the entire university campus, soaking everything in an eerie, lifeless silence. That red moon didn't look like a moon at all, but more like a blood-red eye, coldly watching every participant in this mission. Cold sweat broke out in Jiang Qing's palms. a fear born of the unknown spreading in his heart. Bro, I did it. Feng Yaoyao's excited voice shattered the silence. She held her red candle high, her face glowing with triumph. Jiang Qing snapped back to himself and forced a gentle smile. If we make it out alive, you'll have more security for the next task. Despite his efforts to hide it, a growing sense of unease gnawed at him, as if something terrible was about to happen. Song Pingan, too worried to care about propriety, reached out to touch Feng Yaoyao's head, arm, and leg, nervously asking, "Sis, does it hurt? Are you sure you're okay? Get your hands off me." Feng Yaoyao glared at him like an angry little beast. Song Pingan wasn't offended. Instead, he grinned. "I'm just worried about you. Want to check your leg to be sure?" He honestly saw Feng Yaoyao as a real little sister, just like Jiang Qing did. Every time he saw her lively and adorable, he couldn't help but think of his own sister in the real world, and a wave of emotion would rise in his chest. Jian Yuqing bit her lip, her voice trembling. "What now?" "Wait." Jiang Qing answered with just one word. Soon. It was 2:55 a.m. Jiang Qing gripped the crutch under his arm and warned them seriously, "Don't let your guard down. There are still 4 vengeful spirits in this school. Even if 3 of them are weaker, the living have no chance of beating them. If things go wrong, run and find somewhere to hide." "Bro. Old Jiang. Don't worry. This isn't a death sentence, it's the first step toward survival." Jiang Qing's eyes were calm and clear. He turned to Jian Yuqing. "Let's go." Though clearly reluctant, Jian Yuqing took the sealed item from Feng Yaoyao and followed Jiang Qing into the literature building. It was only 5 stories high, but it took them a full 4 minutes to reach the top floor. Standing in the 5th floor hallway, Jiang Qing muttered to himself, "The embroidered shoes gone?" He turned to Jian Yuqing. "Thank you. You can go now." Without waiting for her reply, he headed straight for the last classroom. Inside, a senior student in a white floral dress sat quietly. As Jiang Qing stepped in, 3 figures appeared outside the window: the arsonist, the self-harming girl, and the thief. Jiang Qing ignored them, simply pulling up a chair to sit across from the senior. "If you ask me, there's no safer place than right here with you," Jiang Qing said calmly. The beautiful senior sighed. "Being too smart will leave you friendless." "Friends?" When Pampan's eyes dimmed. "I'm waiting for a girl, the kindest girl in the world." "Who?" Jiang Qing followed her lead. When Pampan didn't answer, but changed the subject. "According to the game rules, I'll give you 30 seconds to search." "To search?" When Pampan's voice was gentle as water. "The novel you need to complete your task is somewhere in this classroom. You have 30 seconds to find it." So far, no actor has ever left my game alive, not even one. Jiang Qing stared at her for a moment, then leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. "Let's start." When Pampan looked puzzled. "You're pretty confident, aren't you?" "Of course. You already told me where the clue is." Jiang Qing took out his phone, opened the stopwatch, and started the 30-second countdown. He sat there, completely still. "You're not going to look?" When Pampan was baffled. They locked eyes as the seconds ticked by. With 10 seconds left, Jiang Qing finally stood up and, with a note of apology, said, "Sorry, senior." He reached for the collar of When Pampan's dress, reached deep inside, and pulled out a letter. On the cover of the letter was a single line of writing. The paper was rough and yellowed, giving off a sense of cheapness. Jiang Qing and When Pampan exchanged glances. Her eyes were filled with shock and confusion. He didn't rush to open the envelope. Instead, he began calmly explaining their surroundings. "This classroom is about 9 meters long and 6 meters wide, standard size. I just took 20 seconds to count the desks on the left. There are 2 rows, and each row has another row stacked on top. The bottom row has 11 desks. The top row has 22. That's 44 desks on the left, and the same on the right, totaling 88. There are storage cabinets in the back. I didn't have time to count, but there are probably more than 20. When Pampan clutched her chest, her gaze growing a little unfocused as she spoke, her tone edged with confusion. "And how exactly does all that help us find what we're looking for?" Jiang Qing smiled faintly, his tone gentle but firm. "Hear me out, it's impossible to search 88 desks and over 20 cabinets in 30 seconds. But you gave me 30 seconds, which means that's enough time to find the item. So, it must be hidden somewhere I can spot immediately, like this desk right here." In the center of the classroom stood a desk with only a few items on it. A diary, a ballpoint pen, a book titled Destiny, and a beautiful butterfly hair clip. Nothing else. Jiang Qing stared directly into When Pampan's eyes, his tone calm. "You told me that no one has ever survived your game. Now, that's interesting. That means others have made it this far, narrowed it down to this desk. But is that really the answer? I bet they tore apart the diary, smashed the desk, and still found nothing. That's the trap." He paused, then continued, "You're a ghost. No actor would dare touch you. More specifically, no one would think to look on you. Plus, your white floral dress doesn't have pockets. No one would imagine searching you." A flicker of red flashed in When Pampan's black eyes as she asked coldly, "Then how did you figure out it was on me?" Jiang Qing remained unhurried, holding up 2 fingers and meeting her gaze without fear. "First, the task is related to a novel. The content of a novel wouldn't be written on a computer. He would be on paper. Hiding a few sheets of paper on yourself wouldn't be difficult for you. Second, back in the psychiatric hospital, I once wrote a love letter to a girl. Halfway through, she snatched it from me. I chased after her, and she stuffed the letter into. He smiled, his eyes hinting at something more. When Pampan fell silent, she knew that Jiang Qing in front of her was no ordinary person. Who else would dare jump from the 5th floor? Or trick a ghost? Or reach out to touch one? Coldly, she said, time in the books world and the task world doesn't match up. I've been in the task world for 3 years. 277 actors have died in my game. If they can't get the letter, they're doomed. Jiang Qing's expression didn't change. His voice remained steady. I broke the pattern. Maybe others guessed the truth, but no one else dared to reach for the answer on you. 3 minutes passed. When Pampan finally produced the item, but still looked puzzled. Now that you have it, why aren't you leaving? Jiang Qing glanced at the hallway, a hint of resigned mockery in his eyes. Leave? Not a chance. The 3 criminals aren't playing by the rules. They're waiting in the corridor. If I go out, he'll get stabbed. It's safer to stay here with you. He put on a serious face, his tone light. Well, since the night is long, how about we chat? When Pampan only smiled, her expression concealing secrets she didn't put into words. She spoke softly. Chat, then. Tell me, what do you think is the meaning of life? Jiang Qing's smile remained, but his deep eyes never left hers, as if he was waiting for an answer. Jiang Qing spoke calmly, standing in front of Wen Pampan. I can't answer that for you. I've been just as lost, just as confused, just as rebellious as you. But in the end, all that struggling felt like shouting into the depths of the sea. No one ever hears it. Nothing ever changes. He paused, looking Wen Pampan straight in the eyes. I've seen the photos Jian Yuqing gave meth, ones of you being humiliated, beaten, tortured. What struck me most was that the dates of those incidents matched exactly with the times we were out on missions. Jiang Qing walked over to the window and gazed up at the blood-red moon. Why did you go to such lengths to alter your records? What are you trying to hide? Your hometown address? Something about your parents and brother? Or is it your real name? When Pampan fell silent for a long time, then asked suddenly, Jiang Qing, if one day the world forgets me, will anyone still be looking for me? Yes. Jiang Qing replied without hesitation, holding Wen Pampan's shadowed gaze. There's a girl who asked me to find someone named Pandi. At the same time, on the 3rd floor of the boys' dormitory, Yang Yi was forcing himself to stay awake under the dim tungsten light. He hadn't slept for 2 days and nights. Even after his 3rd cup of coffee, he was still on the verge of collapse. Damn it, he cursed, dashing into the bathroom. He splashed icy tap water on his face, trying to shake off the exhaustion. Staring at his haggard reflection in the mirror, memories flooded back: his captain's instructions, his best friend's hopes, his younger brother's admiration. It's only the 9th mission. I have to make it back alive, he vowed to himself. The moment he turned around, Yang Yi's eyes widened in shock. A pair of red embroidered shoes had somehow appeared beside his bed. Instinctively, he grabbed his phone and rushed for the door, only to find himself trapped in an endless, pitch-black corridor. No, this is a dream. That ghost bride can't create a looping hallway. The realization jolted him awake. But when he opened his eyes, an even greater terror washed over him. A ghost in a red wedding dress was lying silently at his side, as still as Sleeping Beauty. Yang Yi tumbled off the bed in panic, his fingers brushing against the familiar embroidered shoes. He knew all too well the double-edged nature of the sealing artifact. Once the ghost awakens, her first target is always her host. In a frenzy, he flung the shoes away, and when he looked back, the ghost in the wedding dress had vanished from the bed. Teetering on the brink of a breakdown, Yang Yi decided to escape to the sports field. But when he opened the dormitory door, the red embroidered shoes were waiting neatly at the threshold, a silent warning. The classroom was silent. When Pampan froze for a moment, then fell back into silence. Jiang Qing watched her, already forming a rough idea of what was going on. If he kept pressing, he wouldn't get any answers, and might even anger the ghostly senior. He could guess a few things. First, when Pampan wouldn't attack anyone unprovoked, but if someone provoked her, especially by damaging her diary, the ghostly senior would become enraged and kill them. Second, when Pampan's death seemed closely linked to her family and school. From her name, Pandai, it was clear she had grown up in a deeply troubled home. Finally, Jiang Qing let out a quiet sigh, walked over to pick up the envelope, and said softly, every person's life is like a novel. In the end, a novel is nothing more than the story of their life. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qing instantly regretted opening the letter. Inside were several sheets of paper. He unfolded them slowly, reading each word with care. My name is Wen Pandai. That was the last time I saw Lele. She wore a beautiful white off-shoulder dress, carried a canvas bag, and gave me a delicate butterfly hair clip. I walked her to the bus station, stood at a distance, and watched as the bus slowly pulled away. My heart ached. She had come all this way alone to see me, and now she was leaving alone, too. She just wanted to tell me she hadn't done well in the college entrance exam, hadn't gotten into Hongfenji Institute of Technology, and planned to repeat her final year. She's always been timid, 2 years younger than me, yet she cared for me like an older sister. That day, when Pandai stood at the station for a long time, watching the bus disappear into the distance, her mind was filled with hope for the coming year and with the promise Shed made to Lele. I remember 2 years ago, I got into a top university, but my parents wouldn't let me go. They said girls didn't need college, just a high school diploma was enough. Then, after a while, I could marry a good man, and the bride price could help my brother find a wife, she said bitterly. It's like I've been an accessory to my brother since the day I was born. He was always in my room, wouldn't leave me alone at night. I was miserable. Why couldn't I choose my own future? I wanted to study, to escape. There's a world out there with laws, a society where justice matters. I wanted to study law, to prove my parents and brother were wrong, to protect myself. Was I wrong? She whispered, her voice weak. That day, my parents wouldn't let me leave the house, afraid I'd run away. They said they'd found a good match for May, a bachelor in his 40s from the next village, who'd pay 88,000 yuan as a bride price. Her voice dropped, as though she was revealing a long-buried secret. That night, my brother hurt me again and forgot to lock the door when he left. Lele found me. She brought my admission letter and gave me 1,000 yuan. She told me to use it to run away, to go to college, to change my fate through education. She couldn't even cry, her heart full of guilt and helplessness. I didn't know where that money came from. Lele told me to go, to chase after my own future. She knew I liked her most, and she truly wanted the best for me. Lele's family wasn't wealthy, but her parents always supported her education. She was a cheerful girl, her smile as bright as sunshine. When Pandey's thoughts began to drift, her memories blurring. At 3 in the morning, I ran away. Before I left, Lele told me to work hard, to get into Hongfenji Institute of Technology, so when she got in too, we could go to the same school. I was so young then, so full of hope. I wasn't even afraid of moving to a strange city. But looking back, when Pandai knew she'd been utterly mistaken, she regretted it all, running away from home, every decision she'd made, that moment of reckless escape. I regret it. I regret everything, she said, her heart aching as if cut by a knife. On my way back to school, I was kidnapped. Those people didn't care if it was a crime. They locked me in a room and tortured me over and over. They made me count, and if I didn't speak, they'd beat me. The pain was unbearable. All I had left was regret. I was wrong, I really was. I started counting 1, 2, 3. I lost track of how many times it happened. It felt like I had become a broken puppet, lying on the filthy ground, at the mercy of those people. I had no idea who I had offended, or why I was being put through all this. The pain was so intense I could barely breathe. My legs were soaked in blood, numb and lifeless. But that was only the beginning. They were students at the same university as me. They took countless photos of me and threatened to release them unless I went to the classroom on the 5th floor of the literature building every night. I had studied law, so I reported it to the police right away, but strangely, nothing happened to them. The next day, I was kidnapped again and taken to a villa, where I endured the filthiest 3 days of my life. During that time, I couldn't even tell if I was alive or already dead. Can anyone tell me am I in hell, or still in the world of the living? They threatened to kill me if I ever called the police again. I knelt on the ground, begging for my life. I was terrified of dying, completely broken, and I did whatever they told me, too afraid to resist. Afterwards, I dragged my battered body out into the pouring rain, crying and cursing the unfairness of fate. It felt as if life was telling me that even when I thought I had escaped, I was just being trapped in a different way, brought right back to where I started. There was no way out. They were all tormenting me. I lost all interest in my studies. The only thing keeping me going was the promise I made to Lele. I held on, living day after day until the day they finally got bored and decided to release the photos. At that moment, it felt like I lost the last bit of strength to keep living. I wondered if being alive is even more painful than dying. What's the point of trying so hard? If the future is even darker than the present, wouldn't it be better to end it all right now? The whole incident became the talk of the campus. Almost everyone knew. My advisor called me in for a talk. Numbly, I told him I was being bullied. He asked me, "Why do they target you and not anyone else?" Good question. I wanted to know that too. I asked him why. He told me to write a letter of forgiveness, saying I couldn't afford to offend those people, and offered me 200,000 yuan as compensation. How nice of me. Worth wasn't 88,000, but 200,000. If my mother knew, she'd probably laugh and say she hadn't raised me for nothing. So, I accepted the deal. Ha 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 ha. 3 days later, I finally gave in. When I walked out of the police station, the people who had bullied me looked at me with mocking eyes, as if to say that resistance was pointless, completely pointless. In that moment, I finally understood what it means when people say, in barren soil, a bright flower is a crime. I shouldn't have tried to escape. I was destined for an ordinary life. Marry a 40-year-old man, have a handful of children, wake up early every day to do chores, tend to livestock, and keep going until the end of my days. I was too greedy. I shouldn't have yearned for knowledge. Maybe this was my punishment. That night, I took a shower, trying to feel clean again. I put on my only white dress with little flowers and wore the butterfly hair clip Lele gave me. I decided to end it all. It was raining as I went to change my name. From that day on, I was no longer when Pandy, I became when Pampan. I killed the boy who first kidnapped me with a single stab. I felt no fear, only a sense of release. I knew my life was over, but I didn't want to spend the rest of it in prison. I couldn't leave the university either. I had promised Lele I'd wait for her. The literature building was tall. I stood on the rooftop, with police and students gathered below. I heard someone shout, "Stop putting on a show and jump already." And someone else say, "Isn't she the bad girl?" It seemed like no one wanted me to live. Why? Why is that? Is living itself a crime? Fine then. I'll leave this dirty shell behind in this world and let my soul go somewhere clean, somewhere no one will ever hurt me again. The wind slapped against my cheeks. I felt free at last. My only regret was that I never got to see Lele again. Jiang Qing stared at the last empty line on the final page of the letter. This was the so-called key to helping his senior finish her novel. He needed to write something in that blank space, to bring When Pampan's story to an end. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists. The sharp edge of the desk cut into his palm, and fresh blood stained the first few pages of the letter. Jiang Qing silently watched the wound, then carefully folded the letter and placed it back into the worn envelope. The memory of When Pampan's legs bleeding during her last attack flashed through his mind, making his heart tighten. She must have suffered far more than he had imagined. Across from him, When Pampan spoke in a flat voice, "Can you promise me something? Go ahead. Don't tell anyone what I've been through." Her voice trembled slightly. Jiang Qing, covered in bandages, froze for a moment before finally replying, "I promise." In that instant, he finally understood why the inspiration game had a 100% fatality rate, and why when Pampan kept the letter pressed to her chest she didn't want anyone to know about her pain. "Thank you." When Pampan nodded gently. After a moment of silence, she tapped her diary and said wearily, "Everything will be over at noon tomorrow. Until then, the vengeful spirit won't harm any of you. You can go rest, or do something meaningful. Everything will be over." Jiang Qing's breath caught. "You mean, getting this letter started the countdown, and you're planning to act tomorrow instead of waiting the full 7 days?" When Pampan didn't answer, she simply pointed toward the hallway. "You're kicking me out?" Jiang Qing, both stubborn and anxious, pressed, "What if I refuse to go?" In an instant, when Pampan's white floral dress turned blood red, her cold gaze bore straight into him. All right. Jiang Qing hobbled out on his cane, grumbling, "You win." At the classroom door, he stopped. "If I write something on that last empty line, does that count as finishing the task?" When Pampan nodded. "Aren't you taking the letter with you?" "What's the point?" Jiang Qing replied weakly. "You're the one who has to write it, not me. Go ahead and keep hiding it in your shirt. They'll figure out a way to help you." "Help me?" When Pampan suddenly laughed. "Honestly, you look pretty when you smile." All right, don't be mad. I'm leaving. I'm not a bad guy." Jiang Qing gritted his teeth and left the literature building, pain shooting through his body, especially the swollen bump on his right ankle that hadn't gone down all day. Song, this hurts like hell." Coming. You're really something, you know that?" Song Pingon rushed over, pushing a wheelchair. Feng Yaoyao asked with concern, "Bro, are you okay?" Jian Yuqing looked at him hopefully. "Did you find a way out?" Jiang Qing sat down in the wheelchair, rubbing his ankle. "I'm fine, but things aren't looking good. Tomorrow's the last day. When Pampan's planning to kill us, but I don't know how yet." The last day?" Jian Yuqing staggered backwards, her eyes blank. "It's only day 3. Wasn't the task supposed to last 7 days? Damn it, did you piss her off?" Jiang Qing shook his head and was just about to speak when, out of nowhere, a dark figure darted from behind the tree. The man in black, wielding a sharp dagger, lunged straight for Jiang Qing's vital spot. "Shit!" Song Pingon reacted instantly, gripping the handles of the wheelchair and sprinting forward. The two girls, terrified by the sudden attack, followed close behind, their faces drained of color. "Old Jiang, that ghost just now was twat." Jiang Qing's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to get the words out. At a 5th-floor window, when Pampan watched with a smug smile. "Serves you right for making up stories to trick me. Now we're even. Besides, you actually believed in ghosts? You're way too naive." A crimson moonlight bathed the entire campus, casting an eerie glow over the buildings. "Slow down. The wheels are about to catch fire." Jiang Qing yelled. "There are stairs ahead." Before he could finish, there was a heavy thud crash straight into a flower bed, pain shooting through his body. "That bastard did it on purpose. I'm never letting him push my wheelchair again's trying to kill me." Before Jiang Qing could get up, Song Pingon rushed over and scooped him up in his arms. "What are you doing?" Jiang Qing stared in shock. Song Pingon swallowed hard. "Relax, as long as I'm alive. There's no way I'm leaving you behind." "My wheelchair." "Screw the wheelchair." Song Pingon huffed. "That thing's way too heavy. You're much lighter and honestly, kind of soft weight. Do I smell blood? Are you on your period? Need me to ask Yao for a pad? Actually, you lost so much blood yesterday. I should have sucked it out for you. Would stop the bleeding for sure." Jiang Qing was left completely speechless. "Old Jiang, I can't run anymore," Song Pingon gasped. "Look back, see if that psycho is still after us." That night, Jiang Qing could have strangled Song Pingon. The next morning at 11:50, Yang Yi shuffled into the classroom. clutching her stomach as she slumped over her desk. Song Pingon nudged Jiang Qing. Hey, old Jiang, have you noticed? That kid's actually pretty good looking. Either a crossdresser or gay. Yang Yi overheard and shot him a fierce glare. What are you staring at? Song Pingon shot back, unfazed. What? Are you on your period or something? Need a pad? You have one. Yang Yi retorted. The room fell silent. Wait. Song Pingon rubbed his temples. Am I losing it? Or are you a girl? Did I ever say I was a boy? Yang Yi replied weakly. My period started 3 days early. I miscalculated. Feng Yaoyao's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but laugh. Now that's what you call ordinary. At least I, a girl? Jiang Qing was in disbelief. Can you not? Tears welled up in Yang Yi's eyes from the pain. Does it really matter? I like being a boy. I like my little brother calling me big brother. Is that a problem? Anyway, do any of you have pads? The campus store was closed this morning. Everyone shook their heads. This sucks, Yang Yi muttered, quietly sobbing at her desk. Is it really that painful? Song Pingon asked, confused. You wouldn't understand, Jian Yuqing said with a sigh. Lu Wanyu spat. Can't believe a girl made it to the 9th mission. Jiang Shiyu, his right hand wrapped in bandages, looked pale and hopeless. This mission is impossible. There's no way out. 3 days in, and we still haven't found the novel. How are we supposed to help the ghostly senior? A heavy mood hung over the classroom. At exactly noon, when Pampan walked in silently and went straight to the podium, she picked up a piece of chalk and wrote on the blackboard. Today's topic: 3 students must share the thing they regret most. No lying. Jiang Shuyu. The 3 syllables landed like a heavy blow, making the cunning woman flinch. She stood up reluctantly, a bitter smile tugging at her lips. No way to avoid it, huh? Jiang Shuyu glanced around. Can't you call on someone twice? Honestly, I have nothing to regret. Sabotaging other actors? Who here hasn't done the same? I just wanted to survive. She paused, her eyes flickering. But if I had to name my biggest regret, it would be about Zhao Xiaodong. She was my most talented protege, my partner on 2 missions, gifted and as ruthless as I am. I even invited her to join the Dream Chasers. But that mission, her voice trembled slightly. It was supposed to be over, yet she died at the hands of a vengeful ghost at the very end. If only ID stopped her from eating that thing. With that, Jiang Shiyu avoided the gazes of Jiang Qing and the others, slowly returning to her seat. So it's true. She and Zhao Xiaodong were in on it together. They set us up, Jiang Qing said coldly. Oddly, when Pampan didn't write Jiang Shiyu's story in her diary. Yang Yi, when Pampan called the next name. Me again? Yang Yi, doubled over in pain from menstrual cramps, pleaded from her seat. Senior, can I stay sitting? It really hurts. A chill flashed in when Pampan's eyes, and the classroom seemed to twist with something unnatural. Pressured by the eerie atmosphere, Yang Yi quickly forced herself to her feet, trembling, leaving a bloodstain on her chair. My biggest regret is stealing 50,000 yuan from my family, Yang Yi said, biting her lip. Junior year, I was addicted to gaming, sick of all the hypocrisy in real life. Then this top player, claiming to be a media company boss, approached me and asked if I wanted to be an influencer. There was a girl in our dorm who made thousands from a single live stream, so I was tempted. Her voice choked up, but it was all a scam. They tricked me into buying courses and paying for training. The 50,000 was gone. The worst part is, my mom was in a car accident at the time, and when my dad went to pay at the hospital, he found the money missing. My mom never got the treatment she needed. A veteran of 9 missions got scammed? Feng Yaoyao exclaimed, then realized back then, Yang Yi was just a college junior. Zhao Yunfei, when Pampan called the next name. In the corner, a middle-aged man who barely registered in the group stood up. My regret is loving the wrong person. She was diagnosed with early-stage leukemia, and I spent everything I had on her treatment, even quit my job to care for her. After she recovered, she married someone else. She told me, you did all that by choice. When Pampan set down her diary and pen, then turned and left the room. The others were in an uproar. Why did she leave? Isn't she taking her diary? Jiang Shiyu was the first to rush to the podium. Hurry, let's see what she wrote. Lu Wanyu followed close behind. Jiang Shiyu opened the diary and flipped through the pages, her frown deepening with each turn. She froze. There was no storyline at all, only detailed character descriptions. Name, gender, height, weight, age, appearance, a chaotic mess of information. Her fingers trembled, bloodshot eyes brimming with panic, as she teetered on the edge of a breakdown. By the window, sunlight spilled onto Song Pingon. He perked up and asked, Jiang, what's going on? Jiang bit her thumbnail, her gaze wandering as her mind raced. She muttered, there's no story in the diary, just character profiles. What exactly is when Pampan trying to do? Gritting her teeth, Jiang Shiyu said, we still have 4 days left. If we destroy this diary, the ghostly senior can't create any more vengeful spirits. Maybe the ones from the past 2 days will disappear too. Then what are we waiting for? Do it, urged Lu Wanyu. Zhao Yunfei nodded silently. It's worth a try? After a quick discussion, Jiang Shiyu didn't hesitate. She pulled out a lighter and set fire to one corner of the diary. The flames leapt up, gradually devouring the pages. Jiang Qing stood by, watching intently. As the fire spread, his heart pounded faster, anxiety growing with every second. Half the diary burned, black smoke curling into the air, filling the room with the acrid stench of charred paper. Let's go. I'm not feeling well, Jiang Qing said through gritted teeth, forcing his frail body upright. With the help of Song Pingon and Feng Yaoyao, he made his way slowly toward the classroom door, leaning heavily on his cane. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He glanced back instinctively. At some point, the classroom had filled with ghosts, every empty seat now occupied by more than 40 vengeful spirits, all staring at them with hollow, murderous eyes. Even the ghosts they'd encountered on the first day, the waving ghost, the knocking ghost, the debt collector, were among them. Run! Someone shouted, and chaos erupted. Jiang Shiyu's heart raced as she realized the magnitude of their mistake. She shoved the frail Zhao Yunfei aside and bolted from the classroom. But in that instant, Zhao Yunfei was pinned to a desk by the ghosts, his limbs twisted and blood spurting as his eyes rolled wildly. He screamed in agony, pleading, "Help me. I'm sorry. I don't want to die." The most terrifying situation was for Yang Yi and Jiang Qing. The former was crippled by severe cramps, the latter by disability, both barely able to move. "We're doomed," Yang Yi whispered, trembling uncontrollably. Song Pingon scooped Jiang Qing into his arms and raced down the stairs, grumbling. The diary was a trap. The ghostly senior knew those idiots would try to destroy it, left it on purpose. Destroying it broke the seal, so now all the ghosts are back. Is that true, Jiang? Feng Yaoyao asked anxiously. Jiang Qing stared ahead, then turned abruptly only to find the ghosts almost upon them. "We need to get to the arts building," he said in a low voice. "Wait for me." Yang Yi cried in pain, blood seeping from her abdomen as she struggled to stay upright. With the ghosts closing in, Jian Yuqing's heart nearly burst from her chest. Forcing herself to stay calm, she bit down hard and pulled out a soul-summoning mirror. The surface shimmered, suddenly reflecting the terrifying ghost, blocking the waving ghost's path. "This is the last time I'll use my sealing item. You owe me your life," Jian Yuqing said coldly, dragging Yang Yi as they ran. Yang Yi's voice was weak, but she forced out the words. At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, thick clouds swirling as a blood-red moon hung overhead. The entire world seemed on the brink of apocalypse. "Damn it, is this level 9 difficulty?" Jiang Shiyu growled, glancing back to see the ghosts nearly upon them. "Is this the end of the world?" Ah! Lu Wangia's leg was hacked off by a ghost. He fell, desperately reaching for Jiang Shiyu. "Help me, please. Die already." Jiang Shiyu had snapped, her eyes wild with hatred. She cursed loudly, knowing she didn't have to outrun the ghosts, just the others. Meanwhile, just as they neared the arts building, a pair of red embroidered shoes materialized at their feet, the ghostly presence far more menacing than anything they'd encountered before. Song Pingon skidded to a halt, swerving away. "Put me down," Jiang Qing said through gritted teeth, pushing Song Pingon away. "Shut up." Song Pingon snapped, nearly out of breath, despair written all over his face. "We're going to die here. I don't even have time to check on Feng Yaoyao." 3 more ghosts suddenly appeared in front of them. The arsonist, the self-harming girl, and the thief. Behind them, a dozen more ghosts were closing in fast. At this point, Song Pingon had lost all hope. A look of fierce resolve flashed in Jiang Qing's eyes. "We've come this far. As long as I see Wen Panpan, I can win. He'll help you." Meng Wan's hiss voice echoed heavily in his mind. "But you'll have to give up a third of your life. This will have irreversible consequences." The audience might intervene. Jiang Qing laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with madness. "A third? Take it. I need to see Wen Panpan." In that critical moment, several red threads suddenly shot out, piercing dozens of ghosts and making them jerk and sway like puppets on strings. The man wore a long black coat, his cheeks sunken and hollow. With a casual wave of his hand, he controlled a swarm of vicious, twisted spirits. Feng Yaoyao, Jian Yuqing, and Yang Yi were deathly pale, retreating step by step. Jiang Qing suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His voice was weak but resolute. "Keep running. In 5 minutes, unlock the door and go back. Trust me, 5 minutes." Having sacrificed a third of his life and with serious injuries, he was barely holding on. Meng Wanzhou silently helped Jiang Qing to his feet. With a swift movement, she leapt onto the literature building. Amid the howling wind, Wen Panpan stood at the edge of the rooftop in her white floral dress, coldly watching the carnage below as if none of it concerned her. "I knew something was off from the start." Wen Panpan fixed her gaze on the 2 uninvited guests, her tone detached. "That miracle isn't yours. You're hiding a ghost, aren't you? Let me guess, Hongdou, Xiangxi, Wanzhou, Siki Sr., right? Fate. I really don't want to be your enemy." With a subtle movement of Meng Wanzhou's fingers, sharp red threads instantly stretched across the rooftop, each one glinting dangerously, ready to cut through anything in their path. Jiang Qing clung to the railing, his voice hoarse. "What will it take for you to write the last sentence?" When Pampan's white dress was already stained with blood, Her face was expressionless as she replied, "It's not that I won't write it. I just don't know how. I haven't seen Lele yet. My life shouldn't end here. So, are you planning to stay here forever?" Jiang Qing coughed up more blood. "Spend your life in this fake school, killing actors year after year? I'm just following the rules. Your deaths have nothing to do with me," Wen Panpan answered coldly. A wave of dizziness swept over Jiang Qing. The price he had paid was far heavier than he expected. Still, he forced himself to speak. "Wen Panpan, let me take you back. Let me help you see Lele. Let me help you punish those who hurt you. It's time to wake up from this nightmare. You're a good girl." Before he could finish, his body finally gave out, and he started to fall. But just before he hit the ground, a pair of hands caught him. When Pampan held him up, her voice trembling. "You can really take me back?" "Yes, I'll take you home." "Home?" When Pampan's eyes filled with tears. "I don't have a home." With great effort, Jiang Qing raised his right hand and gently patted her head. "We are your home." Meng Wanzhou put away the red threads and crouched beside them. Jiang Qing's words struck Wen Panpan like an arrow, piercing her heart. "I'm not a good girl. I'm dirty," she whispered, tears brimming in her eyes. "You're not dirty. The ones who hurt you are," Jiang Qing whispered weakly in her ear. "You left your old self behind in that world. The person you are now isn't dirty." I. When Pampan sobbed uncontrollably, afraid that this sudden warmth would vanish like a dream. "Meng Wanzhou, help me up," Jiang Qing said, standing at the edge of the rooftop. He took Wen Pampan's hand. "Be brave. Come on. I'll show you. He'll say a line, and you repeat after me. My name isn't Wen Pandai." The girl bit her lip and hesitated for a long time before finally speaking in a faint voice. "My name isn't Wen Pandai." Louder. She took a deep breath, determination flickering in her eyes. My name isn't Wen Pandai." Then, tilting her head back, she shouted into the night sky, her voice echoing in the darkness. "My name is Wen Pampan. My name is Wen Pampan. This is my story, and I decide how it goes. I'm not anyone's sidekick. I was born to be the main character." Though her voice trembled, it cut through the night like an arrow, piercing the darkness that surrounded them. Jiang Qing's body went limp and he collapsed backward, landing in Meng Wanzhou's arms. He looked at Wen Pampan and spoke softly. "Pampan, stop hiding in the shadows of self-doubt. Stop running from your pain. You are a mountain, not a stream." Before he finished, Jiang Qing leaned in and whispered something in the girl's ear. As soon as Wen Pampan heard it, her shoulders shook, tears streaming down her face as she broke down in sobs. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." With trembling hands, she pulled out the letter and wrote a line at the bottom of the last page. "This was our promise until the end of our lives." Yes, they had promised to attend the same university. When Pampan was gone, Lele was gone, but neither had forgotten their pact. One waited, the other searched. The letter caught fire, turning into fluttering butterflies of flame that soared into the distant night sky. Jiang Qing stared blankly at the direction where the fire butterflies disappeared, murmuring, "So beautiful, just like her." He frowned, as if recalling something. "What was her name? I don't think I ever asked." Meanwhile, on a tree-lined path, Song Pinyin was running with Yang Yi in his arms, dry heaving with every step, his throat burning. "Don't throw up on me!" Yang Yi screamed in panic, her face splattered with his saliva. Song Pinyin couldn't say a word, his legs numb, his mind screaming. "Lao Jiang, I can't hold on. This time I'm really going to die? I'm still a virgin." "Lao Jiang, open the door." As the fire butterflies flew by, Jiang Qing's voice suddenly echoed in every actor's mind. "Ha ha, cough, cough, ha ha." Song Pinyin burst into wild laughter. "We won. Lao Jiang won." He sprinted toward the nearest girl's dorm, and a key appeared in his hand. He jammed it into the lock and swung the door open. The vengeful spirits shrieked behind him. Before leaving, Song Pinyin flipped them off with a taunting gesture, then stepped backward into the darkness, vanishing back into the world of the book. Feng, Jian, and Yang had no interest in provoking the ghosts, and had already returned ahead of him. At the chemistry lab door, Jiang Shiyu summoned a key and shakily slid it into the lock suddenly. Her right hand fell to the floor, and a pair of red embroidered shoes appeared behind her. "No, no!" Jiang Shiyu screamed, reaching out with her left hand, only to hear a sickening crack as it was twisted and broken. She fell to her knees, crying and laughing at the same time, her eyes fixed on the key in the lock. "If I can just open it, just open the door." Lowering her head, she tried to bite the key. The ghost in embroidered shoes grabbed her ankle and dragged her backward. She was just a step away, yet it felt like an unbridgeable chasm. "I accept." The contract was sealed when Pampan became Jiang Qing's second ghost, the library's second resident. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as cracks spread rapidly across the walls of the literature building. The blood-red moon in the sky looked like a giant eye, and countless paper offerings twisted together into a deadly black line. The building collapsed. Meng Wanzhou held Jiang Qing in her arms, floating in midair, staring at the black line. "The audience is interfering. Throw the key down." Jiang Qing froze for a second, then summoned the key and flung it toward the ruins below. As soon as it hit the ground, A door opened a way back to the world inside the book. So that's possible? Does the ruin symbolize an opening? There was no time to ponder. Meng Wanzhou let go. You're not ready for a level 9 challenge. Jiang Qing plummeted, watching as Meng Wanzhou and Wen Panpan blocked the black line. In that moment, he understood the mastermind of this world was watching him. Ha! Jiang Qing laughed wildly as he fell. You're afraid. All of you are afraid of me. Once I learn all the rules, I'll drag every last one of you to hell. You'll see I am the true terror. Meng Wanzhou and Wen Panpan returned to the library. Jiang Qing fell through the door. The game was finally over. Jiang Qing slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness pulling away from the darkness. He let out a long breath, his shoulders relaxing unconsciously, as if he had just escaped the edge of death. Scenes from moments before flickered in his mind, and Jiang Qing was forced to admit a harsh truth. The level 9 mission was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He thought he had found 2 ways out and believed he was in control, but now he had to face the fact that his understanding of the supernatural was woefully shallow. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Recalling his previous missions, Jiang Qing rubbed his throbbing temples. In the first delivery game, Meng Wanzhou had acted like a cat toying with a mouse, going easy on him the entire time, practically shoving the clues in his face. The second hide-and-seek game, though rated level 6, had nearly ended in disaster at the last moment. It was only thanks to Uncle Chin's miraculous awakening that they managed to turn things around. But this time, the inspiration game at level 9 was a nightmare. Wen Panpan had bluntly stated the pass rate was 0. If he hadn't sacrificed a third of his life to summon Meng Wanzhou, he would have died for sure. Steadying himself, Jiang Qing looked around. Rows of antique bookshelves stood neatly in place, and the vaulted ceiling was dotted with stars. A girl in a white floral dress with shoulder-length hair was watching him anxiously, her worried gaze seeming to want to heal every wound on his body. Your hair? Jiang Qing asked in surprise. Wen Panpan leaned forward, gripping the arm of the sofa, her face close to his. I've always had short hair, it's easier to manage. After I died and became a vengeful spirit, I grew it out for the scary effect. She paused. This is what I really look like. A vengeful spirit? Jiang Qing caught the key word. Didn't you become a supernatural entity right after you died? Wen Panpan shook her head. No, not right away. I started as a vengeful spirit, filled with resentment. Only after devouring the souls of actors who died in the game did I awaken a miracle and ascend to become a supernatural being. Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, glancing at Meng Wanzhou, who was sitting on a black armchair. Meng Wanzhou set down his book, his voice low. Don't look at me like that. It was the same for me. Actors can awaken miracles and use sealed items, and vengeful spirits have their own path to ascend. Why else do you think they go all out to kill every actor they see? He paused. By the way, you've been unconscious for 6 days. Your injuries were serious. If it weren't for the doctor's song brought in, you wouldn't have made it. 6 days? Jiang Qing shot to his feet, stunned. What's so surprising about that? Meng Wanzhou continued. Using my miracle is a strain on you physically, mentally, and even on your lifespan. Once a day is barely manageable. Any more than that is dangerous. And you actually traded a third of your life to bring me into the task world. My advice? Don't do it again. Your body can barely handle the intensity of these missions as it is. Jiang Qing sat back down in silence. The confidence he gained from his second mission had made him reckless, but he hadn't expected that just taking out 2 minor characters in the script would land him in a monstrous level 9 scenario. He realized had been far too impatient. Chasing after quick success often leads to disastrous consequences. Jiang Qing had already completed 3 missions and was preparing for his 4th. Meng Wanzhou had once told him that the difficulty of each task was determined by changes to the script. If the script was only altered slightly, the challenge wouldn't increase. But if there were major changes, the level of difficulty would depend on how significant those alterations were. Yang Yi had also mentioned that actors in the first 9 missions would never be matched with the master-level roles that appeared after the 9th round. The 3 of them sat together, talking for a while. Wen Panpan looked determined as she spoke quietly. Once I've recovered, we'll take you to Red Maple Polytechnic to meet Lele. She paused, her emotions complicated. I'm going to investigate Lele's death as well. If she didn't finish her sentence, but Jiang Qing could see the resolve in her eyes, and a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. Those who spill blood must pay with blood, he said coldly. When Panpan bit her lip, anxiety stirring within her. She didn't know the real reason behind Lele's death. If it was anything like what had happened to her, how painful would that be? Still, she said no more and simply nodded firmly. As Jiang Qing was about to leave the library, when Panpan suddenly grabbed his hand, her gaze serious. I can lend you my miracle as well. Mine is called destiny. Destiny? Jiang Qing looked down at her, frowning slightly. When Panpan nodded, her voice clear and calm as she explained, first, it allows events that have already happened to manifest again, including people. But there's a catch. You have to know everything about that person's past for destiny to work. Her eyes dimmed a little. It's like forcing fear and pain back into reality. That sounds pretty terrifying, Jiang Qing said, rubbing his chin, beginning to grasp the deeper meaning. When Pan continued, her gaze growing more complex. Second, it can make small changes to the future enough to shift a fate that once seemed inevitable. A situation where you were doomed might suddenly have a way out. She gave a faint smile. For example, say you buy a lottery ticket. The script says you won't win, but with my destiny, you could tweak things just enough to win second or third prize. Jiang Qing took a sharp breath as a thought flashed through his mind. Then, what if he inhaled deeply? Can you change other details about the future? Like keeping certain things from happening? That's exactly the point of destiny. When Pan smiled, a subtle glint in her eyes. Destiny isn't just about revisiting the past, it's about making small adjustments to what's to come. Everyone has their own script, but sometimes, destiny can nudge it off its original path. Jiang Qing's eyes sparkled, and his resolve grew stronger. Then, I promise I'll see this through with you to the end, and make your wish come true. As he spoke, a long-lost confidence returned to his gaze. He understood that to survive, he'd need more than just Ming wants his power, he'd also need when Pan's miracle to open up new possibilities. Jiang Qing lay in bed, his mind hazy. What's going on? He struggled to lift his head and saw his left arm and right leg were both in casts, completely immobilized. He tried to sit up, but his whole body felt weak, as if it no longer belonged to him. There was a sharp pain in his cheek, making him frown. The room was quiet, filled only with the sound of his breathing. Sunlight filtered through a gap in the curtains, and dust danced in the beam. Suddenly, the golden retriever Kaisen bounded over, perked up its ears, leaped onto the bed, and nuzzled Jiang Qing's face with its wet nose, tail wagging wildly like a dandelion in the wind. Jiang Qing managed a weak smile, feeling the sting of the wound on his cheek. His body was still completely drained. He tried to reach out to pet the dog, but couldn't even lift his hand. The discomfort was relentless, like thousands of ants crawling over his skin, bringing an indescribable agony. He wanted to speak, but his throat was parched. After swallowing a few times, he finally managed to croak out 2 words, "Someone help." His voice was hoarse and faint. Kaisen paused, as though understanding, then dashed out of the bedroom, pawing at the doorknob until the door swung open, and sprinted towards the first floor of the villa. 30 seconds later, Jiang Qing heard hurried footsteps and a familiar voice. "Come on, stop biting my pants, where are you taking me? Slow down, will you? Do you want food? Water? Or do you need to go outside? Can you calm down, please?" The voice was laced with complaint and a hint of urgency. Jiang Qing frowned slightly, recognizing Jian Yuqing's voice. The door opened quietly. Jian Yuqing bent down, a plate of fruit in her left hand, and her right holding down the golden retriever's head, her pants legs soaked with dog drool. "Jiang Qing." Jian Yuqing's face lit up with surprise when she saw he was awake. She tossed the fruit aside and rushed to his bedside. "Hua Jiang, you're a legend, please carry me." Jian Yuqing threw herself onto the hospital bed, tears and snot streaming down her face. "The next mission is level 9 difficulty, and you're the best actor I've ever seen. I really want to team up with you. I promise I'll do whatever you say. If you tell me to go east, I want head west. If you say catch a bird, I want go after a chicken. Move away, your snot's about to drip into my mouth." Jiang Qing turned his head weakly, his voice barely audible. He looked pale lying in the hospital bed, having been unconscious for 6 days, kept alive only by a ventilator and 4 nutrition. "Sorry." Jian Yuqing quickly straightened up. The collar of her pink pajamas was slightly open, her short hair neat and cute. When she smiled, 2 little dimples appeared, making her look especially endearing. "Help me get a glass of water," Jiang Qing managed to say with difficulty. Right away, Jian Yuqing dashed out of the bedroom, and soon returned with a cup of warm water. Jiang Qing took a sip, easing his parched throat and feeling a bit better. "Why are you here?" In the chaos at the end, he couldn't remember how many people had made it out. Jian Yuqing quietly pulled open the curtains to let in some fresh air, then carefully sat on the edge of the bed. "I exchanged contact info with Yao Yao in the mission world. After resting for a day, I took the subway from Tianqing City to Lanhai City." She blinked. "Guess what? I'm officially part of the new world now." "You?" Jiang Qing frowned deeply. During the mission, this girl had tried to be clever. She'd sided with Yang Yi first, and only joined them after nearly getting wiped out. "What's wrong with that?" Jian Yuqing put her hands on her hips, her voice a little playful. "I'm actually pretty capable, you know? I survived the first 7 missions with just my wits and a sealing artifact. It was the 8th, one a level 9 mission that scared me half to death." Jiang Qing changed the subject. "And the others? Some are at work, some are at school. It's Friday, after all." Jian Yuqing shook her head, her short hair swaying. "I even became Song Pinggant's secretary, but he's so stingy. Only 3,000 a month, even though he says food and housing are free. This is a first-tier city, just buying a few clothes, and I'm broke. So unfair." "Secretary?" Jiang Qing was taken aback. "You're staying in Lanhai City? Aren't you worried about changing the script too much?" As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Survived 8 missions already. She hardly needed his advice. "Did you forget?" Jian Yuqing grinned. "My next mission is the 9th one, which is the highest difficulty. No matter how much I change the script, ITLL, still be level 9. It's like I found a bug in the system. Oh, by the way, how many times have you cleared missions? I asked the others, but they wouldn't tell me. Humph. 3 times, Jiang Qing replied calmly. 3. Jian Yuqing's eyes went wide. Wait, inspiration game was only your 3rd mission? You were a total rookie and still managed to carry the team? I thought finishing 8 missions in 5 years was impressive, but you. Jiang Qing silently added in his mind. Geniuses only glimpsed the threshold of my abilities. He didn't have the energy to deal with this talkative girl anymore. The two stared at each other, while a golden retriever lay loyally by the bed, watching its owner. The awkward silence lasted for 3 minutes before Jian Yuqing finally couldn't take it anymore and broke the ice. Are you hungry? I make amazing noodles, I promise I'm not lying. No appetite, Jiang Qing replied coolly. Unwilling to give up, Jian Yuqing pressed on. Do you want some water then? Still no appetite, Jiang Qing answered with the same indifference. Disappointed, Jian Yuqing pouted, sat cross-legged in the corner of the bed, propped her chin in her hands, and stared out the window, lost in thought. Jiang Qing watched her from behind, feeling a mix of helplessness and relief. Since Su Muron had agreed to let her join, she must have done her homework. After all, having an 8th-level actor and a sealing artifact on their team would be beneficial in the long run. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night fell, the villa grew quiet. One by one, everyone returned home. Feng Yaoyao untied her hair and let it fall over her shoulders as she made her way upstairs. The moment she stepped into the room and saw Jiang Qing, she froze, then immediately rushed over. Bro. Jiang Qing smiled faintly, his voice low and gentle. You're crushing my hand. Feng Yaoyao laughed, jumped up, and gently squeezed his cast. Wow, old Jiang, you're finally awake. I almost thought you were a goner. By the way, you know I've been staying home all week just to take care of you, right? Pretty good of me, don't you think? Song Pingon leaned against the doorframe, having taken off his suit jacket, and shot Jiang Qing a teasing look. Why so quiet? Worried I'll make you my psychic? Come on, you should be grateful to me, you know? Jian Yuqing immediately bristled at that and glared at Song Pingon. Hey, I'm not some girl from Taiwan. My mom was a real beauty from the water towns of Jiangnan, and I've inherited all her best genes. Jiangnan, huh? Song Pingon raised his eyebrows in surprise. Didn't see that coming. But you've got a good figure, being a secretary shouldn't be a problem, right? Jian Yuqing quickly covered her chest and shot back. You think you can hire me for just 3,000? I'm not that easily bought. If it weren't so hard to find a job in Blue Sea City, I wouldn't even consider working for you. You capitalist, you're just exploiting me. Song Pingon was about to retort, but Chen Tianyue put a hand on his shoulder and said quietly, enough. Jiang Qing still recovering. Jian Yuqing stuck her tongue out at Song Pingon, making a face as if daring him to do something about it. She was naturally cheerful and never let little things get to her. Su Muron smiled gracefully and nodded at Jiang Qing. Yao Yao and Song Pingon told us what happened. You all nearly got wiped out this time, good thing you were there to save the day. Feng Yao Yao looked at Jiang Qing, puzzled. Bro, who was that guy at the end? Was he a vengeful spirit? Why did he help us? Jiang Qing hesitated, realizing he couldn't dodge the question, and explained gently. He was a ghost from the mission, had a grudge against Wen Pampan, so he decided to help us. Suddenly, Meng Wan's voice echoed in his mind. Hey, that's slander. Jiang Qing's expression stiffened, and he quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. I'm actually a little hungry now. I don't want to lie down anymore. Before he could finish, Chen Tianyue scooped him up in a bridal carry. Don't move. Jiang Qing was caught off guard and pleaded softly. Uncle Chen, put me down. He tried to struggle, but it was pointless. He had no choice but to let Chen Tianyue carry him downstairs. The living room was pitch black. Jiang Qing called out uncertainly, Yao Yao? Yao Yao? No response. The silence made him uneasy. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, flooding the room with color. Song Pingon and the others stood there, holding party poppers, as bright streamers shot through the air. How's that for a plan? Worth it, right? Song Pingon grinned proudly. Feng Yao Yao beamed and stepped closer. Welcome back, bro. Lin Gubei, who rarely spoke, added, welcome back. Su Muron smiled softly. Welcome back, Jiang Qing. Jian Yuqing flashed a mischievous grin, revealing her small canine teeth. Brother Jiang, Jian Yuqing's newest member of the New World Organization. Even Chen Tianyue, usually so stern and practical, smiled. Next time, he'll go with you. You be the brains, he'll be the muscle. And welcome back. Jiang Qing felt a lump in his throat and couldn't meet their eyes. He was overwhelmed by their warmth. What are you all doing? Don't mess with me. He couldn't help but grin, wagging his imaginary tail like a happy puppy. Woof. In the spacious living room, a table of light and delicately prepared dishes was set before everyone. The meal, specially arranged by Song Pingon, was quickly devoured by the group. Jiang Qing, looking a bit weary, sipped on his lean pork congee. After a moment's hesitation, he looked up and asked, did Zhang Wei come looking for me while I was unconscious? That's an understatement. Lin Gubei replied with a helpless smile, his mature and composed demeanor evident. 3 days ago, Your sister filed a police report saying you'd been missing for 3 days. The police traced you here pretty quickly, but fortunately, Susu managed to handle the situation in time. Considering his special status, Song Pingon decided not to show up in person. She reported me missing? Jiang Qing thought to himself in disbelief. Seriously? I already told her we should go our separate ways and never see each other again. He knew exactly why Song Pingon didn't want to get involved. A seemingly ordinary blind man living in the home of a super-rich heir, and as close friends, no less if Jiang Wei or any other relatives found out, they'd never stop pestering him or trying to borrow money. It could easily mess up the whole script. By contrast, Su Moran, as a university lecturer, could handle the issue without drawing too much attention. The word script made Jiang Qing freeze for a moment, confusion flickering in his eyes. His script had just updated with 5 new plot points. Jiang Yuan refuses to give up on the family fortune and keeps pestering them. Jiang Wei, disgusted by Jiang Yuan's behavior, hires someone to teach him a lesson. Jiang Yuan, unwilling to let go, harasses Gu Kursin, only to be humiliated by her parents. In desperation, Jiang Yuan kidnaps Gu Kursin and demands a 5 million yuan ransom from Jiang Qing, resulting in Jiang Qing getting stabbed, Jiang Yuan's arrest, and Gu Kursin falling in love with Jiang Qing. Finally, Jiang Qing and Gu Kursin move in together and agree to get married after graduation. What the hell is wrong with this? Jiang Qing couldn't help but curse. Saving Gu Kursin? Living together? Getting married? This is ridiculous. His sudden outburst left everyone at the table stunned. Song Pingon frowned and asked, "What's up? Is this 7th Zandiyuan meal not to your liking?" Jiang Qing glanced at Jian Yuqing and briefly explained the contents of the script. Feng Yaoyao immediately objected. "What is this, trying to turn my brother into someone's backup? For all we know, Gu Kursin was already involved with Jiang Yuan. The audience is just toying with us," Jian Yuqing pointed out sharply. "Some scripts are just that twisted. You either follow the script, which you'll find unbearable even if it doesn't kill you, or you change the plot and make the next mission even harder. It's a lose-lose situation." Su Moran nodded in agreement. "It's like my script. I'm supposed to get kidnapped and tortured for 7 days on my way home in 2 months. There's no way I'm letting that happen." Lin Gubei lit a cigarette with practiced ease, took a deep drag, and asked, "So what are you planning to do?" Jiang Qing frowned deeply. He really didn't want to get involved with Gu Kursin at all, but the script seemed determined to push him in that direction. Feng Yaoyao waved her hand, a bit self-aware. "Don't flatter me, brother. Without you leading the way, even with sealed items and miracles, I could only handle up to level 5 at best." She admitted she wasn't a top-tier genius at deduction, and that was easy enough to say. Su Muran took a gentle sip of her chicken soup, her tone calm, but carrying a hint of meaning. "We're all just beginners, lacking experience. There's no need to focus on level 7, 8, or 9 tasks yet. We should first understand the patterns of tasks below level 6. She paused for a few seconds, then looked gently at Jiang Qing. "When do you plan to take on your next task?" "I don't know." Jiang Qing shook her head, her gaze a little distant. "I'm not fully recovered yet, so there's no rush. There are still a lot of things I need to deal with." Jian Yuqing blinked and said, "Jiang, there's really no need to hurry. Do you know why there's a 1-year buffer period after completing a task? There are 2 reasons. First, some actors are too badly injured and need several months to recover before they can participate again. Second, it gives us time to adjust mentally. I've seen actors who made it back alive. Many suffer from lingering fear, can't sleep at night, feel like ghosts are beside them when they close their eyes, and the anxiety and pressure make them hallucinate. Their mental state is a mess." She smiled, took a sip of soup, and continued in a relaxed tone. "That's why life in the book world is necessary. Don't regret what's already happened, and don't worry so much about what hasn't. Just live a little lighter. If you take on tasks too often, you'll lose your mind." That's not an exaggeration. Side effects. Jiang Qing turned to look at Feng Yaoyao, who was swinging her legs nearby. "Are you able to sleep at night?" "Nope." Feng Yaoyao grunted, but a confident smile flickered across her lips. "It can't scare me. If anything, it's made me stronger." Even though she said that, she knew deep down she'd been having trouble sleeping lately. Every time she closed her eyes, those suffocatingly terrifying scenes would replay in her mind. After dinner, Song Pingon brought out a bottle of red wine. Joking, "We don't know much about this stuff, except that it's expensive." He handed a glass to Su Muran. "Su, when are you and Lin planning to take on your 3rd task?" "Yao Yao's already done 4. I've done 3, so has old Jiang. That person from Jiangnan has done 8. Only you 2 and old Chen have done just 2. Su Muran accepted the glass gracefully and replied softly, "Jiang Qing, next time, Lin and I will go with you." "No way." Chen Tianyue immediately jumped in to claim his spot. "I called dibs. I'm teaming up with Jiang Qing together. We're unstoppable." Song Pingon shrugged and teased. "Looks like you're pretty popular, Jiang Qing. The 3 of you should just form a team. With a difficulty of only level 3 and little chance to change the plot, there's really nothing to be afraid of." Feng Yaoyao rolled her eyes. "Some people are getting cocky, not even worried about level 3 anymore." Jiang Qing could only smile helplessly. Looking at the people around her, she knew that you could only bring up to 3 people on each task, so it was impossible to take everyone every time. We really should develop 3 to 5 people who can keep calm during tasks and help lead the team. Jian Yuqing looked a little embarrassed, lowered her head, and said softly, I'm just average. I still hope Jiang can take me along next time. Don't overthink it, Song Pingon cut in. Now that old Jiang's awake, she's coming to work with me tomorrow. What? Hoping for a free paycheck. He loved to joke around, especially with the girls, but Su Muron was the only one he never teased. She always had this calm, commanding presence, as if she could take charge of any situation if she wanted to. Feng Yaoyao was playing with the golden retriever at her feet, then suddenly remembered something and looked up. Hey, brother, Yang got in touch. She said she wants to meet us, and called herself a freed person. Yang Jiang Qing sounded genuinely surprised. Of course. Feng Yaoyao puffed out her chest, looking pleased with herself. I added her on the sly. You know what they say, more friends, more opportunities. Song Pingon rubbed his forehead helplessly and muttered, social butterfly. He remembered how, during the mission, had only focused on survival and helping Jiang Qing, never even thinking of exchanging contact information with anyone. Even if he had, in the book's world, they'd be little more than strangers. Jiang Qing frowned slightly, thinking seriously for a moment. Why does she want to meet us? Feng Yaoyao took the wine glass Song Pingon handed over, took a sip, and explained, she's a local from Blue Sea City too. She runs a quiet bar called Sleepless Night in Minghui District. She wants to invite us for drinks and thank your brother. She didn't say it outright, but she hinted that she hopes we'll join Liberation, and she's willing to act as a go-between. I didn't give her an answer at the time. Oh, Su Muron, always composed and gentle, gave a knowing smile. From what I know, Liberation is a strictly managed organization. To join, you need to complete 5 missions. She probably thinks your actors have already cleared 7 or 8. Don't even think about joining. Jian Yuqing, usually lighthearted, suddenly looked serious. Liberation and Dream Chasers have one thing in common: you have to reveal your entire script in detail. Think about it. There aren't many of us newcomers to this world. We should stick together. Hey, 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 Song Pingon interrupted. You're the newbie here. If anyone's going to talk about unity, it should be me. Oh, come on, don't cut me off. Jian Yuqing pouted, tapping her forehead with a fist. The point is, with hundreds, or even thousands of people in Liberation, more people means more conflict. If someone wants to hurt you and knows your script, they could just kill off your main character. That means your next mission jumps straight to level 9, impossible to survive. Damn. Song Pingon clapped his hands. That's the most ruthless move I've ever heard of. Especially for those who've only cleared 4 or 5 missions. If their protagonist gets killed, their next task becomes level 9. That's a death sentence. If someone in the organization wants to mess with you, this trick is downright sinister. Jiang Qing looked steadily at Feng Yaoyao. Today's Friday, Yaoyao. Contact Yang Yi and tell her we'll meet her Sunday night. Then she glanced around at the others. Are you coming? You sure you're up for it? Su Muron started, but Jiang Qing had already called out, Uncle Chun. Chen Tianhua hesitated for a moment. All right, he'll take you there the day after tomorrow. I'm curious to meet someone who's cleared 9 missions. It sounds impressive. Song Pingon couldn't help but snicker. Impressive. Suri, on the 3rd day, she was doubled over the desk sobbing from cramps. Talk about tragic. The 3 women turned to stare at him in unison. Song Pingon quickly covered his mouth and blinked innocently. Lovely weather, isn't it? Feng Yaoyao gave a little hum, thinking carefully. Yang, how should I put it? She's a bit aloof. At first glance, you might not even realize she's a woman. She's got sharp features and a steady, almost handsome air. When we chatted the other day, she said she's already found 3 leads. If she has enough time, she's about 30% sure she can finish the task. The only impulsive thing had ever done had resulted in 6 deaths. Well, not really his fault. Jiang Shuyu was the real culprit. Yang Yi had just handed over a sealing artifact to stall the ghostly senior. Jiang Qing gazed off into the distance, lost in thought. That girl had left a good impression on Yang Yi, and she seemed able to strike up a conversation with anyone completely unlike him. Jiang Qing shook his head inwardly. He was never good at socializing. Too many people thought he was crazy and avoided him. In the real world, the only one who truly accepted him was the quiet girl who always sat beneath the camellia tree. The group's casual chatting lasted until 10 in the evening. Aside from Jiang Qing, Feng Yaoyao, and Jian Yuqing, everyone else headed home. Song Pingon didn't live here. Lately, had been busy trying to bond with the original owner's father, hoping to strengthen that fragile father-son relationship. 2 days later, in the evening, Jiang Qing and his companions were standing on the subway platform, patiently waiting for the train. It was rush hour, the crowd was dense, and since there might be drinking tonight, taking the subway was clearly wiser than driving. Jian Yuqing, dressed sweetly, reached out and gently poked Song Pingon's arm. Her voice was soft and tentative. I heard that a secretary in Blue Sea City earns at least 10,000 a month after tax. With his hands in his pockets, Song Pingon looked at her with a half smile. You said after sleeping you. Humph. Jian Yuqing pouted, feeling like she'd just punched a pillow totally powerless. All right, Song Pingon joked. Listen, I wouldn't even consider you. How about this? They'll give you a 1,000 raise per month, but 10 grand is the max. You should be grateful. You spend your days watching short dramas in my office, eating my food, drinking my drinks, living in my villa. Who else gets treatment like that? Jiang Qing turned away, a little guilty. I do work. I clean your office, you know. And stop swearing, it's really too much. Back in my hometown, you'd be fined so much you'd go bankrupt, she grumbled silently. Song Pingon fell silent for a moment, then grew serious. Business is a battlefield without gunfire. Words are the strongest weapon. If I'm not tough, others will be tough with me. Old Chen gets it. Chen Tianyue, gripping his wheelchair's handles, was momentarily stunned before retorting, I don't talk, I use my fists. Come on, old Chen, don't do me like that. You're making me look bad. Song Pingon shook his head helplessly. Soon, the subway pulled in, and the crowd surged forward. Half an hour later, they arrived at Mingyue District from Dusk District. They'll call Yang Yi, Feng Yaoyao said casually, pulling out her phone. Hey Yang Yi, we're almost there. Okay, they'll wait for you at the door, came the clear reply on the other end. In fact, there was no need to wait outside. The group could spot the flashy black sign from a distance. Sleepless night, you have to admit. She's got a knack for naming places. Song Pingon nodded approvingly as he glanced over the storefront. Looks pretty big from the outside. She must be doing well. Sitting quietly in his wheelchair, Jiang Qing noticed Yang Yi at the entrance. She wore a loose white sweatshirt with a large rainbow printed across the chest, gray sweatpants, and had her left hand tucked casually in her pocket while holding a phone in her right. Her short hair was tied back in a tiny ponytail. The outfit made it clear she was a girl, yet she pulled it off with a cool vibe that created a striking contrast. Yang Yi looked surprised for a moment. She clearly hadn't expected 7 people to show up at once, but quickly offered a faint smile. Jiang Qing, it's been a while. Jian Yuqing, you're with them? Making the right choice matters more than working hard, Jian Yuqing replied solemnly. She was determined to stick with Jiang Qing. Wow, you're looking pretty cool today. Song Pingon greeted her with his usual easygoing manner. Brosies? Yang Yi looked exasperated. Your mouth is as foul as ever. What's that supposed to mean? Are you on your period or something? Yang Yi took a deep breath, clenching her fist. You're asking for a punch. Feng Yaoyao pushed Song Pingon aside. Don't block the way, Yang Yi. Let me introduce you. This is my big sis, Su Moro. That's her husband, Lin Gubei. And this is my uncle, Chen Tianyue. Nice to meet you all. Yang Yi nodded and waved them inside the quiet bar. Soft music drifted through the air. Customers sat in small groups, chatting quietly. Most were young people and women, but there was no loud noise, just the right atmosphere. Passing by the bar, Song Pingon picked up the price list and glanced at it. Love potion, 300 a glass. Yang, does this stuff really make you forget heartbreak? Yang Yi shot him a glare. Drink it, and you'll be out cold all night. Chen Tianyue looked around, impressed. Nice decor. I run a quiet bar in the real world, too. Huh. Uncle Chen, you own a bar? Feng Yaoyao asked in surprise. She had never heard this before. Chen Tianyue raised his arm, showing off his tattoos not just on his arm, but peeking out from under his collar and across his back. I couldn't pass the civil service exam, and most jobs wouldn't take me. So my wife and I decided to open a quiet bar. Business is good, no one dares cause trouble. Everyone glanced at him, thinking, with your height and build 6'1" and solid as a rock, who would dare? As they chatted, some girls cast curious glances at Jiang Qing and whispered among themselves. This is the first time I've seen someone in a wheelchair at a bar. That guy is really something else. That guy with the tattoo sleeve looks so intimidating. Another girl tugged at her friend's sleeve. Don't look at him. I'm scared. The owner seems pretty friendly with the guy in the wheelchair. Could he be her boyfriend? No way, not my Yang Jia. Yang Yi led the group through the noisy main area of the bar to a private room. The sign on the door read, for the rest of our lives, and next door, another room was labeled brokenhearted. This place had a moody, emotional theme. As the host, Yang Yi spared no expense. The private room was already stocked with beer, 5 bottles of different liquors lined up neatly, and plates of sliced fruit arranged in the center of the table. Let's start with some liquor, Yang Yi said, picking up a bottle of deep amber spirits and giving it a gentle swirl. I've been saving this one for a long time. 300 a bottle, not too strong. She poured 7 glasses, then paused at the 8th empty one, her lips pressing together. Jiang Qing, can you drink? What do you mean? The doctor said my brother needs to quit drinking for a while. Feng Yaoyao answered quickly, pouring Jiang Qing a cup of steaming hot water. Just ignore him, Song Pingon said casually, shuffling a deck of cards with nimble fingers. He looked straight at Yang Yi and got right to the point. Yang, I heard you're with Jiefeng now? The room instantly fell silent. Yang Yi put down her glass, pulled out a box of women's cigarettes, lit one, and exhaled a perfect smoke ring. That's right, I'm with Jiefeng. She leaned back on the sofa. I passed the review yesterday and became a senior manager. Senior manager? Jiang Qing leaned forward in his wheelchair, frowning slightly, thoughtful. Does that mean more power? A trace of hesitation flashed across Yang Yi's face as she tapped the rim of her glass. I can only share what I'm allowed to. She lowered her voice. But at Jiefeng, the perks for senior management are pretty incredible. First, you can apply for a sealed artifact at any time. Second, anyone under your jurisdiction has to follow your arrangements for missions. Like if I say who teams up with whom, they have to comply. Third, there's a 1 million support fund every year. She took a long drag from her cigarette, her gaze growing distant. Money really matters. Ever since my mom passed away, I've understood that all too well. Even in the world of the book, we need to eat. We need to live different from reality. Some actors who can't earn money, if they get hurt during a mission, they can only wait to die when they return. You can just apply for a sealed artifact whenever you want. That's Jifeng's real strength. Shock flickered in Jiang Qing's eyes as his hands unconsciously tightened on the wheelchair. They'd struggled so hard just to get one artifact, but for a big organization, they were handed out directly. Su Muron narrowed her eyes, absently tracing the rim of her glass. I'm curious, how long did it take you to reach this point? For years, Yang Yi replied honestly, her gaze steady. The first year, I completed 4 missions, all with a Dordai mindset. She took a sip of her drink. By chance, I joined Jifeng. My team leader told me that one day, we'd free all the actors and let everyone return to the real world. Her voice softened. I was moved by my team leader and started taking every mission seriously. I finished my 8th mission a year ago. That's when I finally felt a bit of relief, no longer needing to worry about the plot. She glanced around the private room. I borrowed 3 million from my team leader and opened this bar. I never planned on having a regular job. I love my freedom. Being the boss means I call the shots. After draining her glass, Yang Yi rolled up her sleeve, revealing faint scars on her arm, and began to open up. I really didn't expect to encounter something so bizarre on my last mission. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? She looked at their confused faces. Judging by your expressions, you don't. On the 9th mission, there's a 1% chance of encountering something truly strange. So she shook her head in frustration. Damn, what rotten luck. If it had been a normal 9th mission, I could have carried you all through it. Just a 1% chance. Jiang Qing looked slightly startled and instinctively ran his right hand over the cast on his left arm. After a moment of thought, he said, if you look at it from another angle, getting matched with a strange entity might actually be better. At least you can communicate with them. If we ran into a top-level vengeful ghost, we could all be wiped out on the very first day. Yang Yi smacked Jiang Qing's thigh in excitement. But a sealed artifact can block a vengeful ghost. And vengeful ghosts have to follow rules. But that ghostly senior, she frowned. She can turn stories into reality. That's way beyond the norm. It really is, Feng Yaoyao agreed, nodding with a flicker of fear in her eyes. After the diary was destroyed, over 40 vengeful ghosts attacked us. Thankfully, they were all weakened versions. If you ran fast enough and found a good hiding spot, you could avoid them. Jiang Qing calmly pushed Yang Yi's hand off his leg and asked tentatively, are you hoping we'll join Liberation? Yang Yi was at a loss for words, nodding and then shaking her head. At first, yes. But after meeting you, it feels like you guys have a great dynamic. You all know each other in real life, right? She thought to herself, if it were just Jiang Qing, Feng Yaoyao, and Song Pingon, maybe she could convince them. But every time she looked at Su Murin's insincere smile, she knew this woman was no pushover. There was little chance of persuading such a tight-knit group to join. Suddenly, Song Pingon cut in with a straight face and utter nonsense. Of course. Didn't the ghostly seniors game say that old Jiang set Yao Yao on fire? I ran over old Jiang with a car. Old Chen got stabbed by a thief while chasing him down, and Su Jie and Xiao Lin just stood by and watched. We've been through life and death together. That sounds nice, Yang Yi said with a forced smile. Nice. Are you out of your mind? The others cried out in disbelief. Yang Yi turned to Jiang Qing. How many missions have you done? 3. Jiang Qing replied calmly, sipping plain water. Yang Yi choked in surprise, her eyes wide. 3. Same reaction I had. Jian Yuqing burst out laughing. She was already blushing after just half a glass of wine. Once Yang Yi recovered, she said with feeling, you're the second genius I've met. My captain is amazing. To be his 5th mission, he was already leading level 9 players, and on his 7th as well. He faced 3 level 9 missions in his first 9 attempts. She paused. Since this is your 3rd mission, I have a friend who's about to do her 5th. Her cooldown is almost a year, and she'll have to go in soon. I'd like to ask you to take her along. The reward is a sealed artifact. Everyone gasped. Offering a sealed artifact as payment was seriously generous. Kid, that won't do. Jiang Qing is with me, Chen Tianyue said, frowning. Jiang Qing tapped his cast. Let me think about it. He'll get back to you in a while. Please decide soon. She has to go on her mission in a month and a half, Yang Yi said, hope in her voice. By 2 a.m., the 7 of them had finished off 120 bottles of beer and 5 bottles of liquor. Everyone was thoroughly drunk. I need some air, Yang Yi said, tugging at her collar and tossing her hair tie aside as she staggered toward the door. He'll go too, Jiang Qing said. Huh. Yang Yi looked him over with a tipsy, teasing smile. Don't tell me you're into me. I don't even have a chest. Are you into girls like me? Then he'll stay inside, Jiang Qing, the only one drinking water, rolled his eyes. But Yang Yi had already grabbed the wheelchair, shouting childishly, "Charge! Here comes the flying stick. Slow down. Hey, slow down." Jiang Qing protested anxiously. Under the big tree by the bar's entrance, Yang Yi bent over and threw up. "You run a bar, and you can't even handle this much?" Jiang Qing said, exasperated. Yang Yi plopped herself on the armrest of the wheelchair. "Just because I own a bar doesn't mean I have to be able to drink. Restaurant owners can't always cook, can they?" Ugh, so dizzy. The street was empty in the early hours, only the occasional car speeding by, stirring up gusts of wind. After a long silence, Yang Yi reached up as if to grab the moon and suddenly choked up. "I miss my mom. She must hate me for taking that 50,000. That was her life-saving money. Dad hates me too." His hair turned white overnight. Her voice broke, and she burst into tears. "Mom, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Yang Yi's lifelong regret was this very choice: suicide, escape, a sense of endless despair. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the world of a novel. Jiang Qing tears streamed down her face like a broken dam, her body nearly collapsing from the weight of her emotions. "There must be gods, right? Yes, gods must exist." Jiang Qing's voice was clear and resolute. "I have unfinished wishes, too. Every person who finds themselves inside a book has regrets, people they want to make amends with, things they wish they could change." Yang Yi sobbed so hard she could barely breathe, bowing her head and retching, her tears and snot mixing together, leaving her completely disheveled. "Jiang Qing, before my mother passed away, she told me to learn to smile, to face everything with optimism. Is that really possible?" "Optimism?" Jiang Qing's voice softened. "Your mother must have loved you very much. So much." They talked for a long time, and eventually Yang Yi's emotions settled. Leaning on Jiang Qing's shoulder, they made their way back to the private room together. As soon as the door swung open, deafening singing filled the air. "Give me a cup of forgetfulness, so I won't ever feel sorrow again," Song Pingan sang with heartbreaking sorrow, his voice raw and painfully sincere, pouring out all his feelings. 7 years had passed, from college to the real world, youth slipping away like running water, yet there had been no wedding, no growing old together. How many 7-year stretches does a person get? How many chances at youth? How many times can you truly love someone? This guy is really something. Jiang Qing was speechless, frowning slightly. Su Muran, holding her head, leaned against Lin Gubai's shoulder and complained, "Is he trying to forget about love, or something? Enough already, it's awful." Feng Yaoyao lay sprawled on the sofa, weakly kicking Song Pingan's leg. Song Pingan barely reacted, his drunken gaze carrying an odd sense of clarity and restraint. Everyone had had too much to drink, and it was getting late, so they decided to spend the night in the private room, drifting off in a sleepless night. A few days later, Jiang Qing was recovering well. She and Lin Gubei sat on the second-floor balcony, night wind brushing past, the air cold and tinged with stillness. Lin Gubei leaned against the railing, a cigarette between his fingers. He took a long drag, his eyes briefly shadowed with something hard to read. "I've been going through some files lately, and I found the cases of Wen Pandai and Xia Lele," he said slowly. "Wen Pandai jumped to her death last year at the literature building of Hongfenji Polytechnic. It was a huge scandal at the time. Lots of truths that had been buried came to light, and in the end, 3 rich kids and 1 official's child were arrested. But there are still 7 or 8 people who got away with it." Lin Gubai's voice was low, anger flickering in his eyes as he stubbed out his cigarette. After a pause, he continued, "When Pandy's death was tragic, but the school and higher-ups quickly controlled the narrative. The ones who were sentenced were just scapegoats. The real masterminds had already disappeared. 6 months ago, Xia Lele enrolled at Hongfenji Polytechnic, determined to investigate Wen Pandy's case. But her investigation led to her own murder." Lin Gubai's gaze grew colder. "Those rich kids kidnapped her and did the same things to her. Not long after, her body was found in Baiyun dormitory." Jiang Qing listened quietly, a deep, icy anger settling in her heart. She asked softly, "If you could find this out, why couldn't those with more power? Why didn't they go after the real culprits?" Her voice was full of questions, tinged with a frustration she couldn't quite express. Dressed in a black leather jacket, Lin Gubei shook his head slightly. "You should know power can control everything." "Yeah." Jiang Qing let out a cold laugh, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "So what's the point of the law then? Don't ask me that. You already know the answer." Lin Gubei shrugged helplessly, leaning against the railing, as if he were waiting for some final outcome. Jiang Qing stared off into the night, her emotions churning. She asked again, "Compared to those people, how powerful is Song Pingan's background?" The night seemed even darker, and Jiang Qing's voice grew quiet, as if she were waiting for an answer she already knew was coming. Lin Gubei let out a sigh, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Qing. He had already grasped the deeper meaning behind Jiang Qing's words, and he spoke in a grave tone to persuade him. "I advise you to calm down. The Song Group may have money, but they have no real power. They're nowhere near being the wealthiest or most influential. As for those who truly hold power, offending even one of them could bring disaster on your entire family. It's true you have a miraculous power, but in this world, you can only use about 20% of it unless you complete 9 missions. To put it bluntly, even if you could use your full strength, so what? Can you stop a bullet? Can you withstand artillery? Can you stand against advanced technology? Don't challenge those in power, you'll lose, and the consequences will be severe. Besides, in the eyes of some people, our lives mean nothing. Jiang Qing stood expressionless in the sunlight, his eyes cold and sharp. He spoke slowly. You're wrong. A ghost told me that if I joined forces with him, we could overturn this era of supernatural beings. He could destroy the entire city of Lanhai in an hour. To those people, in the face of a powerful ghost, they're nothing but a joke. He's so fragile, they could be crushed in an instant. Lin Gubai's heart sank. He met Jiang Qing's gaze. Those eyes were deep and merciless, as if they could see through everything. Jiang Qing's stare made him uneasy, and he said seriously, "You're not well. As a member of the organization, as family, I hope you'll calm down. If you do anything reckless, you could get Yao Yao and everyone else killed." Jiang Qing lifted his right hand slightly, pointing into the distance. His voice was cool but resolute. "If I weren't thinking rationally, Lanhai would have been destroyed by now. Do you believe that?" He took a deep breath, his eyes fixed ahead. He could give up a third of his lifespan to summon Wen Panpan, that strange and fateful being who could wipe out millions in minutes. But the price is too high. The consequences would be more than I could bear for the rest of my life. Before he finished, Jiang Qing's tone shifted, a faint smile on his lips. "I'm kidding. I don't even know Wen Panpan or Xiaolele. I'm just angry at those vile people, and I'll deal with them in my own way." Lin Gubei understood how determined Jiang Qing was, but he couldn't help but remind him, "We live in this world, and there are rules we have to follow for people like us. Ghosts and humans are both equally dangerous." "All right, I skipped work for an hour to see you. It's about time I head back," Lin Gubei said, pushing Jiang Qing back into the bedroom and gently settling him onto the bed. "Get some rest," he said softly. Once Lin Gubei left, Jiang Qing quickly entered the library. 11 black leather armchairs were neatly arranged. To the left of the main seat sat Xiangxi Mingwanzhao, and to the right, Wen Panpan. Jiang Qing walked slowly to the main chair and sat down. The three seemed to be holding a serious meeting, the atmosphere heavy and their words measured. Based on what old Lin said, those people have backgrounds even more complicated than Song Pingyan's. "It's not just about money, there's an intricate web of connections behind them," Jiang Qing said in a low voice. Wen Panpan raised her eyebrows slightly. The white floral dress she wore seemed to take on a tint of red as a murderous intent quietly grew. "I want them dead." Jiang Qing interlaced his fingers, his brows furrowed, and his voice was steady but full of resolve. "Once I'm able to move freely, they'll conduct a thorough investigation. None of them will get away alive." His words were filled with conviction, promising that every commitment he made would be fulfilled. Ming Wanzhao looked at him, a hint of caution in her eyes. "It's easy to kill someone quietly, but if too many people die in the same case, the police will definitely trace it back to Lin Gubei and Su Muron. They've been asking around about this lately. When that happens, how will you handle it?" Jiang Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't answer directly but asked in return. Asking questions isn't a crime. After a pause, he added, "If I kill those people, even if they want to catch me, they'll need evidence. Our biggest advantage is that we leave no trace behind." He thought for a moment, then turned and declared decisively, "I've made up my mind. On the last day of the month, they'll carry out the 4th mission 2 at once." "Dual opening?" Meng Wanzhou softly repeated the words, a meaningful glint flashing in her eyes. "Are you planning to try your luck?" Jiang Qing shifted into a more comfortable position, his gaze sweeping deeply around the room before he spoke slowly. 6 people, 2 groups, opening the doors together, it really does come down to luck. But I've never been particularly lucky myself. The teams are what matter." He paused, his tone calm as water. "Su Muron and Lin Gubei have already survived the annual death scenario, and after 2 rounds of missions, their next difficulty level could be 4 or even 5. Meanwhile, Yao Yao has completed 4 missions already, so her next one will be level 5. The 3 of us together too with Awakened Miracles, plus some help from the audience, and Yao Yao even has a sealed artifact. Even if we don't end up on the same team, they'll almost certainly make it through level 5. He paused, fingers tapping lightly on his knee, his expression thoughtful. "As for my side, there's Chun Tianyue and Yang Yi's friend. Uncle Chun has the Dawn Miracle and hasn't changed his script lately. Yang Yi's friend has also cleared 4 missions, so the next is level 5 for them too. The 3 of us as a group will probably face level 5 as well, and it should be just as safe." A faint smile tugged at his lips. "I plan to find some time to talk with Yang Yi, see if I can get some extra compensation. Another sealed artifact would mean more security for both the mission and the game." Meng Wanzhou rubbed her forehead, muttering under her breath, "If this group of lunatics ever ends up together, even level 5 won't be enough. The whole scene would go off the rails. But the odds of that happening are pretty low. The audience is probably pulling the strings." Jiang Qing yawned, his eyes lazy. "The next steps are simple. First, recover my health. Second, find Lele at school." He seemed lost in thought. "Strange, really. I keep thinking about her lately, but she hasn't shown up at all. Meng Wanzhou picked up a book and began flipping through it quietly, her voice deep and magnetic. You've lost a third of your life, and now there's something strange inside you. In a way, your energy is closer to that of a ghost. She might be afraid. Closer to a ghost? Jiang Qing repeated, chuckling softly. Doesn't matter. Half a month later. Incredible. Your physical condition is far better than average, and your bones have healed remarkably well. The attending physician carefully examined Jiang Qing's arms and legs after the casts were removed, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Another female doctor was checking his blood pressure. Everything was normal. This is almost unbelievable. Jiang Qing rotated his wrist, feeling no discomfort. In fact, he felt lighter than ever. Maybe it's because I've been resting well and eating properly lately. The doctor packed up his tools and reminded him, you still need to take it easy. No strenuous activity for at least 4 weeks. If you feel any discomfort, contact us right away. As soon as the doctors left, Jiang Qing sat up and stretched. There was no pain or discomfort at all. Just as Meng Wanzhou had said, his physical condition really had improved, almost as if he was becoming less human and more like a ghost. Jiang Ji. A voice called from outside the door, followed by 2 sets of footsteps approaching quickly. Jian Yuqing pushed open the door and came in. She glanced at Jiang Qing and shrugged. You two talk. I'm going to take a walk and get some fresh air. With that, she closed the bedroom door behind her. Jiang Qing looked toward the doorway. Standing in front of him was a girl radiating youthful energy. She was 18, in her final semester of high school, with only a month and a half left before the college entrance exam. She wore a blue and white school uniform, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Her features were delicate, with a quiet beauty that was already striking. As their eyes met, Jiang Wei spoke up, her voice a little hesitant. Did the surgery go well? That older girl, Su Muran, had told her that Jiang Qing had undergone a corneal transplant and wouldn't regain his sight for another 2 or 3 weeks, so she shouldn't disturb him during his recovery. Yet, barely half a month had passed before Jiang Wei couldn't resist coming to see him again. Jiang Qing sat on the sofa, his movements slow and cautious, as if he was still getting used to his new senses. His face was expressionless as he said, the surgery was a success. My vision's a bit blurry, and the doctor said it'll take 3 to 6 months to fully recover. Depends on the person. I shouldn't strain my eyes in the meantime. When Jiang Wei heard the words a success, a complicated look flickered across her face, not joy or relief, but a kind of tangled emotion that was hard to put into words. At 18, she was at an age where she couldn't hide her feelings. Every emotion showed plainly on her face. The siblings fell silent, neither willing to speak. An awkward tension hung in the air, as if they were strangers rather than family. Jiang Qing rubbed his temples with his thumb, finally breaking the silence. Why are you here? Jiang Wei swallowed the words of concern she'd been about to say and changed the subject. I want to sell the villa. After all, Dad and Aunt Qing died there. I'm too scared to live in it. Jiang Qing nodded, his voice calm. The house is in your name now. You can do whatever you want with it. The Jiang family owned a villa and 2 large apartments. Their mother had loved both her children dearly, giving 1 apartment each to her son and daughter. She'd never shown favoritism. Now, Jiang Qing wanted none of it, leaving Jiang Wei with the properties, a car worth $500,000, and Jiang Shengru a savings of over $1,000,000 yuan. As for Jiang Shengru, a small company, it had gone bankrupt recently, with no assets or debts left. To put it plainly, at 18, Jiang Wei was already a minor millionaire. Jiang Wei stood by the door, wringing her hands nervously, unsure of what to say. After a long struggle, she finally spoke up. Jiang Yuan has been bothering me lately, demanding half the inheritance. I realized he's really turned into a terrible person. Jiang Qing beckoned her over. Jiang Wei walked over hesitantly and sat down beside him. He looked at her closely, his voice low. It's not that you realized he's become a terrible person, always was. And you don't like me. Ever since I lost my sight, you've resented me. You're just like Gu Kurson. So, there's no point in coming to see me all the time. It doesn't mean anything. You're an adult, you know there's a rift between us, and you know I won't forgive you. With all that money, as long as you stay out of trouble and get a stable job after college, you'll never have to worry about making a living. Jiang Wei bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears. After holding it in for a long time, she finally spoke in a choked voice. I was young and stupid back then. Now Dad and Mom are both gone. You're the only family I have left in this world. Jiang Qing was silent for a moment. Considering that she was about to take the college entrance exam, his tone softened unconsciously. Don't overthink it. It's Thursday, shouldn't you be in class? Your only job right now is to study. Study. I know I need to focus on my studies. Jiang Wei suddenly burst out in tears, her voice shaking. But with you like this, how am I supposed to keep studying? How am I supposed to get into a good university? Are all teenage girls this quick to lose their temper? Jiang Qing sighed helplessly and tapped his forehead with his right hand. It's fine even if you don't get into a top university. You're well off, you won't go hungry. Then what was the point of me working so hard for the past 3 years? She blurted out, sniffling, a tear rolling down her cheek. Jiang Qing couldn't help but laugh. Do you really care that much about the outcome? What else? If I work so hard and still don't get into a top school, they'll be devastated. Jiang Qing shook his head and said earnestly, why are you letting an uncertain result erase everything you've worked for these past 3 years? You need to understand that even if the ending isn't perfect, the journey itself is worthwhile. Jiang Wei lowered her head, her shoulders trembling as her thoughts drifted back to 3 years ago. Back then, Shed screamed hysterically, I don't want to study anymore. I want mom. I want mom, get away from me, you blind idiot. I don't want you to comfort me. You're so annoying, I don't like you at all. Don't call me your sister in public. But Jiang Qing had only asked gently, is that true? If I study hard and get into a good high school, would mom be happy in heaven? The memory made Jiang Wei reach out to take Jiang Qing's hand, but he gently pulled away. I'm sorry, I never meant to hurt you. She finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. I don't even understand why I acted that way back then, brother. Can you please forgive me? Jiang Wei left in disappointment, without hearing Jiang Qing's forgiveness. Standing on the second-floor balcony, Jiang Qing watched his younger sister's thin, frail figure gradually disappear into the distance. For this blood-related sister, he felt neither malice nor affection. What he had done was all he could manage. In his eyes, they were simply not meant to walk the same path or live together. Changing into a white hoodie and black sweatpants, Jiang Qing headed downstairs and found Jian Yuqing, who was supposed to be out walking the dog, curled up on the sofa watching dramas. The dog, tail wagging happily, came over and whimpered, clearly desperate to go outside. Still watching dramas? You haven't even walked the dog. Jiang Qing tapped Jian Yuqing lightly on the head. I'm heading out for a bit. Huh? Jian Yuqing, barefoot on the sofa, looked up. Where are you going? I'm supposed to be taking care of you today. Jiang Qing handed her the leash. Take the dog out first. They'll contact you later. Jian Yuqing nodded obediently, but still looked worried. Walk slowly, watch the traffic lights, don't get hit by a car, and stay away from street food. Jiang Qing shot her a glare. She turned her head away and muttered, didn't you get hit by a car in your past life? Leaving the Winchim Villa neighborhood, Jiang Qing took the subway to Hongfinji Institute of Technology. The closer they got to the campus, the more anxious Pan Pan became, repeatedly asking, what should I say? Will Lele hate me? What if she refuses to see me? Jiang Qing tried to reassure her patiently. You two agreed to go to the same university. She's someone who keeps her promises. She even repeated a year just to get in. She won't hate you, your best friends. Back at the foot of the Baiyun dormitory building, Jiang Qing no longer felt the fear of his first visit. He sat under a tree, gazing up at the second-floor dorm room and softly called, Lele. At 3 in the afternoon, the girls' dormitory was unusually quiet, sunlight pouring gently over everything. Xia Lele, Jiang Qing called again, trying to recall her face-white dress with bare shoulders, hair falling over her chest, and those eyes on her oval face. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the second-floor window, staring at Jiang Qing with hollow eyes. It's Lele. It's really Lele. Pan Pan was overwhelmed with excitement, but she couldn't leave the library. In an instant, that ghostly figure moved from the second floor to the dorm entrance. Jiang Qing tensed up, unsure if she was still rational, and silently wondered, is there a way for Pan Pan and Lele to meet? Or should I just help Lele move on? Don't be reckless, Meng Wanzhou warned sternly. Xia Lele is barely holding on to her sanity through sheer willpower. Approaching her is asking for trouble. For Pan Pan to appear by your side, you'd have to give up some of your lifespan. It could be a year or 2, maybe even 3 or 5. Maybe I should just let it go? If I see Lele, I can, Pan Pan hesitated. All right, Jiang Qing interrupted, his tone relaxed. I figure I'll live to 90. I'm 20 now, so I've got 70 years left. Even if I lose a third, that's still about 46 years. Take off another 3 or 5 years, I'll still have over 40 left. No big deal. You're too optimistic, Meng Wanzhou scoffed. What if you only live to 50? Haha, then I've still got more than 10 years to go. Jiang Qing let out a low chuckle, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. I promised Uncle Chen I'd help him finish 20 missions in 3 years. There are 5 left. Even if I only do 1 a year, it'll be enough. Do as you wish. Meng Wanzhou said nothing more, turning to leave. Pan Pan stood nearby, eyes brimming with tears, her voice choked. Thank you. Just then, a girl in a white floral dress appeared at the dormitory door. The ghostly figure standing there froze, her empty gaze slowly filling with color. Xia Lele gave Pan Pan a sweet smile. I got in. Pan Pan couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. She broke down, rushing forward to embrace her best friend, sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Qing didn't disturb their reunion, nor could he leave. He simply sat quietly to the side. Night fell quietly, the last traces of sunset long gone, while Pan Pan and Lele continued to whisper, sharing stories from their lives. Meanwhile, on the highway, Song Pingon was speeding in a red sports car, desperately trying to outrun a group of pursuers. In a panic, he dialed the emergency number. Hello, this is the police. Someone's trying to kill me. Please help. I'm on Jiangxiao Avenue. Song Pingon nearly screamed, his voice trembling with fear. Please stay calm, sir. Someone wants to kill you? Who is it? Song Pingon cursed. Calm? I'm about to die? Hurry! Before he could finish, his phone suddenly died. With a grim expression, Old Song immediately pulled out his private phone. He started to dial the police, but changed his mind and called Jiang Qing instead. Under the tree, Jiang Qing was dozing off when his phone suddenly rang, displaying Song Pingon on the screen. What is it? Jiang Qing answered groggily. Jiang, help me. I'm on Jiangxiao Avenue. Song Laosan hired a bunch of guys to kill me. Song Pingan's voice came through, urgent and panicked. Damn it, that bastard can't stand to see me doing well. I'm in my car. They've got several vehicles trying to ram me off the road. Jiang Qing's expression changed instantly. He shot to his feet. Don't panic. Share your location with me. Okay. Turning to Wen Pampan, Jiang Qing said quickly, Pampan, let's call it a day. Song Pingon is being chased. He spoke as he dashed toward the school gate, leaving Xia Lele standing dumbfounded under the tree. His mind raced as he quickly called Chen Tianyue. Old Chen, something's happened. Meet me at the main gate of Hongfinji Institute of Technology, now. After hanging up, he dialed Lin Gubei. Old Lin, I need a favor. Track down the location of Song Group's third son, Song Laosan. By the time Jiang Qing reached the main gate, Chen Tianyue was already there, dressed in black leather and wearing a striking helmet, sitting astride his motorcycle. Without wasting a second, Jiang Qing handed him the phone. Uncle Chen, use the shared location and get to Song Pingon. Lin's team is also on the way. Go. Chen Tianyue secured the phone, gave Jiang Qing an okay gesture, and shot off like an arrow, vanishing down the street. Clouds blocked the moon, and a steady drizzle cast a somber haze over the city. On Jiangxiao Avenue, Song Pingan's red sports car was forced to the right side of the overpass by a black van. His heart pounded, hands slick with sweat as he gripped the steering wheel. Had planned to take down Song Laosan eventually, but never expected the other side to strike first so brazenly, so ruthlessly. After a stretch, the red sports car was finally forced to stop in the middle of the overpass. Blood trickled from the corner of Song Pingan's mouth as he clutched his chest and stumbled out of the car, running desperately. But it was hopeless. 3 cars surrounded him in moments. A group of cheap hitmen in black clothes, hats, and masks got out. Song Pingon backed away, glancing over his shoulder at the river, dozens of meters below. Wait, how much did he pay you? He'll pay 10 times more. Song Pingon tried bargaining. The 10 killers said nothing, only drawing their knives and closing in like hunters stalking prey. Damn it. If ID awakened my miracle, maybe ID have a fighting chance. Song Pingon coughed, then shouted into his phone, Lao Jiang, if I die, you'd better live on. Vroom vroom. It was the roar of a beast. The clash of machine and adrenaline. Thunder breaking through the storm. A deafening blast that split the night. A motorcycle shot through like lightning. Chen Tianyue took down a killer with a single elbow to the neck, then screeched to a halt in front of Song Pingon. Song Pingon burst out laughing in relief. Old Chen, get on. Chen Tianyue tossed him a helmet, his presence so imposing that it froze the killers in their tracks. Rain slicked the ground as a body lay sprawled in front of the headlights, its neck twisted at an unnatural angle. The assassins stared in disbelief at the scene at that speed. A single elbow strike should have been fatal, yet their target stood unharmed. A tingling numbness spread through Chen Tianyue's right hand, but Dawn of Miracle's regenerative powers were already healing his injuries. Even though he could only use 20% of his strength in this world, localized healing was more than enough for the current situation. Song Pingon swung onto the back of the motorcycle, quickly buckled on his helmet, and wrapped his arms tightly around Chen Tianyue's waist. Seeing this, the assassins' faces darkened. They drew their knives, ready to attack. The next moment, the roar of the engine shattered the night as the motorcycle shot through the gaps between cars like an arrow loosed from a bow. It all happened in seconds. One of the assassins punched the hood of the van in frustration before pulling out his phone to call their employer. After the call ended, the assassin's eyes turned icy as he relayed the orders. The client doesn't care about the body anymore. No matter what it takes, the target must die tonight. They opened the trunk and pulled out several drones equipped with remote-controlled explosives. As the drones lifted into the air, the assassins quickly packed up their fallen comrade's body and set off in pursuit. Woohoo! Song Pingon raised his right hand in the wind, shouting excitedly, this is awesome. 10 assassins are nothing, bring 20 if you've got the guts. I'm unstoppable right now. In the rain-soaked night, Chen Tianyue couldn't make out what Song Pingon was yelling behind him, but the drones closing in his mirrors sent a chill down his spine. Something's not right. In a split-second decision, he gunned the throttle, barely dodging a drone that crashed to the ground and exploded in a flash of fire and thunder. Damn it, they've got drones now? They really want me dead. Song Pingon flipped off the drones behind them, but deep down, he trusted Chen Tianyue's writing skills. Song Pingon was writhe had switched to his private phone and didn't bother calling the police. Instead, he dialed Jiang Qing directly. Jiang Qing responded immediately, sending Chen Tianyue to the rescue before notifying the authorities. He knew full well that by the time the police arrived, Song Pingon would likely be a corpse. With the drone bombs overhead, Chun Tianyu's heart sank. There was no way to outrun something in the sky. His only option was to race toward the city center, betting the assassins wouldn't risk causing chaos in a crowded area. Another explosion thundered behind them, the shockwave and heat nearly toppling the motorcycle. Chun Tianyue gritted his teeth to keep control, cursing under his breath. If it weren't for the rain and poor visibility, not even 100 drones could touch me. 3 drones remained, closing in from behind in a triangular formation. Just as they approached the far end of the overpass, traffic ahead came to a standstill, whether from the explosions or something else. Dozens of cars were lined up bumper to bumper, completely blocked. With no time to think, Chun Tianyue slammed on the brakes and lost control. The motorcycle skidded out, sending both riders tumbling across the pavement before crashing hard against the guardrail. Ah! Song Pingon clutched his arm, screaming in pain. It's broken. It hurts like hell. The 3 drones zeroed in on the wrecked motorcycle, and a violent blast tore the bike apart, sending shrapnel flying in every direction. Chun Tianyue staggered to his feet, his back and knees burning, soaked in rain and blood. Damn it, they blew up my bike. He shouted in rage. Old Chun, I'm dying here. Song Pingan's face was white with pain. You're not dying on my watch. Chun Tianyue growled. Even if Jesus himself showed up, I'd punch him out, I swear. He hoisted Song Pingon onto his back and hurried toward the edge of the overpass. Staring down from a height of 20 meters, Song Pingan's legs went weak. He stammered. Don't be a hero, maybe we should just surrender. Better to lose half than lose it all. Chun Tianyue was gasping for breath. You can't run anymore, and neither can I. The odds are against us, 1 against 9. If we jump, we might have a chance to survive. Damn it. How are we supposed to survive by jumping? Song Pingon shouted anxiously, his eyes filled with despair. He knew those people wouldn't let him go. He wanted him dead or alive. Jumping felt like a death sentence. Chun Tianyue glanced back at the 3 cars speeding toward them. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Do you trust Jiang Qing? Song Pingan's reply was bitter. The only thing I trust is the light. Believe what you want. Chun Tianyue gave a cold laugh, gritted his teeth, hoisted Song Pingon onto his back, and jumped without hesitation. Old Chin Song Pingon tried to say something, but before he could finish, the 2 of them plunged into the bottomless darkness below. Screw you. In a luxurious villa on the outskirts of town, Song Laosen lounged on an expensive sofa, a glass of red wine in his hand, and a beautiful woman on his arm. He spoke calmly. Second brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. We're both slackers, I just care about enjoying life. But you always had to show off in front of Dad. Big brother wouldn't dare touch you, but I did. Now that you're dead, Dad will just sigh a few times. That's it. Dead is dead. The woman beside him winced, her chest aching. Third brother, take it easy. Dogs shouldn't talk. Song Laosen snapped, slapping her face with every word, his tone full of irritation. At that moment, the villa doors burst open. A young man in a white hoodie and black sweatpants strode in, his eyes cold and murderous. Without a word, the young man drove a knife straight into the woman's chest, killing her instantly. Song Laosan's face twisted in shock as he tried to stand, but the young man's blade struck again and again. Left leg, left hand, abdomen, each blow missing the vital spots, clearly intended to inflict maximum pain rather than kill him outright. Blood gushed out as Song Laosan's screams echoed through the empty villa. You, who are you? Song Laosan gritted his teeth, terror in his eyes. Jiang Qing, you've been investigating me? Jiang Qing's eyes flashed with icy intent. You're not talking? His voice was low and menacing. Song Laosan's hands trembled from the pain, his teeth clenched, but he still refused to say a word. Have you been looking into me? Jiang Qing repeated, his tone even colder. Finally, Song Laosan fell silent. He had investigated Jiang Qing before, specifically people around Song Pingon, a blind man, a university professor, a police officer, a female college student, and an escape room owner. Had never understood why Song Pingon was so close to these people, and his investigation had turned up nothing. Jiang Qing's gaze grew even colder, as if had expected everything. It's a pity. You were just a supporting role. Time to exit the stage. He ignored Song Laosan's pleas and confessions. Letting go of the knife, Jiang Qing stepped back, looking down at Song Laosan's wide, unblinking eyes. I know you went looking for Song Pingon, hoping to get something from him. But you were wrong. Your ending is not what you imagined. After a moment of silence, Jiang Qing took out his phone, dialed phone Yao Yao, and asked gently, Yao Yao, did Song Pingon ever mention whether Song Laosan was a lead or a supporting character in his story? A soft voice came from the other end. He told me that his eldest brother and sister-in-law are the main characters, both ruthless. The third brother is an important supporting role, and their father is too. What's wrong? Why are you asking all of a sudden? It's nothing. He'll talk to you later. Jiang Qing's lips curled into a cold smile as he locked his ruthless gaze on Song Laosan. With a swift motion, he finished it, slashing his throat. Song Laosan collapsed to the floor, eyes wide open. Even in death, the hatred in his gaze never faded. Jiangxiao Avenue, a bridge spanning over 1,300 meters, cuts Blue Sea City in half. It has become a city landmark and a popular spot for photos. On a stormy night, a burly figure struggled through the river, carrying an almost lifeless man on his back. Fortunately, they were just over 100 meters from shore. With incredible strength and determination, Chen Tianyue forced himself to swim through the icy water, carrying Song Pingan toward land. Song Pingan's face was as pale as paper, his lips trembling violently from the cold, and his voice barely audible. Old Chen, I'm freezing. Am I about to die? Chen Tianyue didn't move. Pain racked his body, nearly making him lose consciousness. He felt as if he were floating between reality and illusion, surviving on willpower alone. By the time he was halfway across, his limbs were numb, the freezing water making him feel as though head turned to ice. Suddenly, Chen Tianyue coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of water. He managed to roll over and struggle to his feet, barely steadying himself before checking on Song Pingan. Hey, Song Pingan. Damn it, you idiot. Wake up, he shouted, panic rising in his voice. He bent down and began performing CPR with all his strength, pressing down repeatedly, but there was no sign of improvement. Song Pingan's body was ice cold, like a corpse with no life left. Police sirens wailed through the wind and rain. 5 patrol cars sped onto the scene, officers jumping out as Lin Gubei rushed over. Where's the ambulance? He asked breathlessly. Boss Lin. 3 minutes. The ambulance is 3 minutes away. One of his subordinates reported immediately. Soon, the ambulance arrived. Paramedics hurried Song Pingan inside and began emergency treatment before racing to the nearest top-tier hospital, with Lin Gubei following closely behind. At the hospital, both Song Pingan and Chen Tianyue were rushed into the ER. Lin Gubei waited anxiously in the corridor, dialing Jiang Qing's number again and again, but no one answered. His anxiety grew heavier. Jiang Qing's phone had been given to Chen Tianyue, and during their escape, both the phone and motorcycle were destroyed by a drone strike. That lunatic, could he have gone after Song Laosan alone? Lin Gubei grew more agitated. If Jiang Qing really killed Song Laosan, his movements would be easy to track. Jiang Qing wasn't a professional killer. If he committed murder, there would be clues everywhere. Once the police started investigating, it would be almost inevitable for Jiang Qing to get caught. Pacing in the hospital hallway, Lin Gubei finally stepped into the stairwell, lit a cigarette, and tried to calm himself. Then he called his wife. Susu, that's what happened. On the other end, Su Muron gave a light laugh. Old Lin, let's make a bet. If Jiang Qing really killed Song Laosan, you won't find a single clue, not even a hair. You should trust my instincts, just like when everyone opposed our marriage and I still chose you. After all these years, you've proved I made the right choice. Jiang Qing, he's not simple. Lin Gubei paused, frowning. Just what kind of person is he? After a brief conversation, Lin Gubei hung up and stubbed out his cigarette. Taking a deep breath, another thought struck him. He grabbed his phone and called Feng Yaoyao. Has Jiang Qing contacted you? Feng Yaoyao sounded puzzled. Yeah, but it wasn't my brother's number. It was a call from an unfamiliar number. An unfamiliar number? Lin Gubei was stunned, a flash of realization in his eyes. Was it Song Laosan's phone? There was a brief silence on Feng Yaoyao's end. Shaolinzi, what's going on? Nothing, Lin Gubei replied, forcing a smile. Bye. The next day, a pale blue sky stretched overhead, edged by a blazing red sun rimmed in gold. At 8 o'clock on Friday morning, the main conference room of the Central Police Headquarters was packed. Lin Gubei, who had taken part in last night's rescue operation, was among those present. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone wore a grave expression. Last night, sudden heavy rain hit the outskirts, and all surveillance equipment failed, a police officer reported, standing up. No suspicious traces were found during the on-site investigation. There are very few residents in the area where Song Laosan lived, and canvassing the neighborhood turned up nothing. The chief pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze to Lin Gubei, who was sitting in the corner. Lin Gubei rose and said, at 7:49 last night, I received a call from my friend Jiang Qing. He's a close friend of Song Pingan. When Song Pingan was being chased, he reached out to Jiang Qing for help, who then contacted me. I responded immediately and reported the situation to my superiors. Upon investigation, we found that Jiang Qing recently had a corneal transplant, and his vision hasn't fully recovered. He also broke his leg some time ago, and only had the cast removed yesterday. On the day of the incident, he spent the afternoon at Hongfinji Institute of Technology, and after contacting me, he went straight back to Fengling Villas to wait for updates. The officers who had been suspicious now shook their heads. Someone with poor eyesight and limited mobility couldn't possibly have traveled to the outskirts to kill Song Laosan and that internet celebrity. The meeting lasted all morning. When Lin Gubei left the conference room, he found Jiang Qing waiting for him in the lobby. As the person who had reported the case, Jiang Qing needed to cooperate with the investigation and had come to the station early. Waiting for me? Lin Gubei asked, a little surprised. Jiang Qing, dressed in a black trench coat, nodded. Let's go to the hospital together. They didn't take a police car, but walked to the top-tier hospital a 10-minute walk away. On the way, Lin Gubei couldn't help but ask quietly, "How did you pull it off?" "That's what you'd call fate," Jiang Qing replied, his tone cryptic. As it turned out, while it rained on Jiangqiao Avenue, there hadn't actually been any rain in the outskirts. Jiang Qing had checked with Wenpanpan in advance and learned that with 20% of Destiny's power, he couldn't directly cause someone's death, but he could ensure no evidence was left behind. Under Destiny's influence, a light rain was enough to guarantee the cameras would inevitably fail and residents would choose to stay indoors. Afterward, Meng Wanzhou cleaned up the scene using the lovesick thread. With Lin Gubei's cooperation, there was no way for anyone to find evidence. Is there such a thing as the perfect crime? Jiang Qing mused aloud. If there is, it must be the work of a vengeful spirit. You. Lin Gubei sighed. Forget it. If you don't want to talk, I won't press you. But you acted recklessly. Song Lao San was just a supporting character in Song Pingyan's story. Jiang Qing smiled. It's all part of the plan. Last time I ran away from home and killed 2 major supporting characters, the difficulty only went up to level 9. This time, only 1 key supporting character died in Song Pingyan's story. Given his experience clearing 3 rounds, the difficulty will probably only reach level 7, maybe even 6. He has a year to recover, but he won't need that long. In 6 months, he'll lead a team to challenge level 9 again. As he finished, a flash of madness and determination appeared in Jiang Qing's eyes. Lin Gubei stood frozen in his police uniform, gazing intently at the young man's slender figure. In the sunlight, Jiang Qing's silhouette looked especially thin, yet radiated a quiet resilience. Lin Gubei's brow furrowed as a swirl of complicated emotions rose in his chest. What exactly was this young man carrying on his shoulders? What allowed him to keep moving forward with such unwavering determination? Watching Jiang Qing's back, Lin Gubei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His instincts told him that Jiang Qing might actually manage to complete all 25 missions. The thought left him both astonished and hopeless. Level 9 was already a near-death challenge, let alone levels 10, 20, or even the final 25. Could a human truly defeat a vengeful ghost with nothing but wits, artifacts, and so-called miracles? The midday sun shone down on both of them. Suddenly, Jiang Qing stopped and turned slightly, asking, "What's wrong?" Lin Gubei snapped back to reality and kept walking. "I was just thinking you're pretty cool." "That's not convincing at all. You paused for way too long," Jiang Qing replied with a light tone, but still offered a quiet thanks. When they arrived at the hospital, they didn't visit Song Pinggani's family wouldn't allow outsiders in. Fortunately, after a night of emergency treatment, he was out of danger. In another ward, Chen Tianyue lay motionless in bed, wrapped up like a mummy. Jiang Qing set down the fruit basket head just bought and apologized. "Uncle Chen, I'm sorry you got hurt." He recalled the dangers of the previous night. Those desperate men had not only used drones to drop explosives, but had even dared to blow up the landmark bridge in Blue Sea City. "I'm fine," Chen Tianyue replied, his voice a bit hoarse. "I just need a couple of days' rest. The nurse insisted on wrapping me up like this, and now I can't even get out of bed." He suddenly turned to Lin Gubei. "Old Lin, help me get to the bathroom." "Why not ask him?" Lin Gubei gestured at Jiang Qing. "You're a cop, it's your duty to serve the people," Chen Tianyue joked. The miraculous healing from Miracle Dawn meant his injuries weren't nearly as bad as they looked. For anyone else, wounds like these would mean months in bed, but he was already bouncing back. Lin Gubei swallowed his complaints and glared at Chen Tianyue. "Get up." While the two of them bickered their way to the bathroom, Jiang Qing walked over to the window. The strong smell of disinfectant brought back memories of his time in the psychiatric hospital, a period he would rather forget. After making sure both patients were all right, he left the hospital. He took a cab to Red Maple Polytechnic University. As soon as he entered the gate, he ran into a group of girls coming his way. One of them stood out, a ponytailed girl in a white dress, matching socks and shoes, holding 2 books in her arms. It was Gu Kursin. She stared at Jiang Qing in surprise, had neither a white cane nor a guide dog, and wasn't wearing sunglasses. His clear, bright eyes were more striking than any of the girls present, as if they reflected the world's purity. Seeing how confidently he walked, Gu Kursin broke away from her friends and hurried to block his path. "You can see now? Please step aside," Jiang Qing replied, his tone calm to the point of coldness. The distance in his voice annoyed Gu Kursin, but she held back her irritation. "My parents keep talking about you, asking me to invite you over for dinner. And why hasn't Jiang Wei answered my calls lately? Are you the one behind this?" Jiang Qing rubbed his brow, looking a little tired. "Do you understand what it means to break up? You think I'm just clinging to you?" Gu Kursin scoffed. "Let's get this straight. Me mom treats you like her own son and insists I bring you home for dinner within a month. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't bother with you at all. So what if you can see now? It's not like I ever liked you in the first place. You're really heartless. You won't even give Jiang Yuan a cent. He called Uncle Jiang dad for 3 years. Holden, he get a third of the inheritance?" Gu Kursin's voice was full of reproach. Jiang Qing didn't answer directly. Instead, she calmly countered, "By that logic, does anyone who calls you dad for 3 years get half of your inheritance? If someone calls the richest man dad for a while, do they get a share too?" Yugu Kursin stomped her foot in frustration, her face clearly showing her displeasure. That's different. Jiang Yuan is your brother. We're not related by blood. Jiang Qing took 2 steps to the left, then started walking forward, her voice steady and firm. Gu Kursin, have you ever heard? Don't urge others to be kind if you haven't suffered their pain? If you were in my shoes, you might not be half as merciful as I am. Gu Kursin spun around, her face alternating between pale and flushed. She had been sheltered by her parents since childhood and had never experienced the harshness of the world. Everything had always gone her way, which had shaped her into someone proud and willful. You think you've suffered? Jiang Yuan can barely afford to eat. Right now, have you ever faced even a tenth of what he has? She shouted angrily at Jiang Qing's retreating figure. At Baiyun Dormitory, Jiang Qing stood beneath the big tree, the breeze rustling the leaves overhead. Lele Lele, he called softly, but there was only silence in response. What's going on? Jiang Qing frowned. When Pampan's choked voice echoed in his mind. She's gone. Seeing me one last time was Lele's final wish. Look under the tree. Jiang Qing stood there for a long moment, a storm of complicated emotions welling up inside him. His gaze slowly dropped to the ground there. Lying quietly on the surface of the soil was a dirty butterfly hair clip. He bent down and carefully picked up the clip, gently brushing off the dirt. He said nothing, simply tucking it into the inner pocket of his coat, as if it were the most precious thing in the world. The wind was chilly. He stood under the tree, unmoving, for a long, long time. April 30th, Friday, 7:24 p.m. Muggy weather, good for a mission. Song Pingon lay on the couch, reciting the date. His left arm was in a cast. He was still recovering from his injuries. Still not here? Jiang Qing glanced at his watch and muttered under his breath. The girl sitting next to him picked up her phone. Let me check. She quickly sent a message. Feng Yao Yao. Sister Yang, it's almost 7:30. Still not here? A reply came quickly. Yang Yi. I'm at the door. Is it Villa 7? Feng Yao Yao. Yes, hurry up. Moments later, the refined Yang Yi entered the villa with a stunning woman by her side. The woman wore a khaki short dress just above her knees, a matching denim jacket, a stylish hat, and carried a chic handbag. Her whole presence radiated a cool, elegant aura. Before Yang Yi could introduce her, the woman swept a sharp gaze around the room and said coolly, let me make this clear. During the mission, everything revolves around me. My safety comes before yours. The living room fell silent as everyone exchanged glances. Yang Yi pulled Jiang Qing into a guest room and closed the door, lowering her voice. Her name isn't Yuelon. I swear I'm not making things difficult for you. I owe her a favor. She's a bit odd. Most people avoid the unsavory plots in their missions, but she's perfectly happy to be a rich man's kept woman. Oh, she's a celebrity. Well, not quite top tier, more like a Bliss star famous, but not a household name. A faint, ambiguous smile played at the corners of Jiang Qing's mouth. If I didn't trust you, I'd think you were trying to saddle me with deadweight and get me killed on this mission. I'm at my wit's end too, Yang Yi said helplessly. She saved my life 3 years ago. She was pretty normal back then, but lately, as her fame's grown, she's really changed. She sighed. After I pay this debt, I'm never contacting her again. Jiang Qing was quiet for a moment before asking thoughtfully, what if she dies during the mission? That's not your concern, Yang Yi replied seriously. Understood, Jiang Qing nodded. They returned to the living room, where Jiang Qing briefly laid out the team's plan. Feng Yao Yao pouted and complained, brother, you're not a newbie anymore. With your miracles and seals, you're unbeatable. Jiang Qing gently tapped her forehead and said warmly, careful, or you'll jinx me with all that praise. Feng Yao Yao puffed her cheeks and looked over at Su Muran and Lin Gubei. Su Muran pressed her lips together and nodded. Fine by me. Old Lin and I avoided the death route last time, so this mission should be level 4 or 5. It's Yao Yao's 5th mission, the difficulty's just right. As for Song Pingon, he could only lounge on the sofa and sing out to the departing group, safe travels, safe travels. Everyone summoned their keys and began to merge them. Jiang Qing glanced sideways at Yuelon. Aren't you going to change? That's none of your concern. Just make sure I stay safe. And Yuelon replied coldly. Watching all this, Song Pingon snickered to himself. Damn, she's got guts. If old Jiang lets her come back alive, he'll change my last name to hers. With that, Jiang Qing and Su Muran each took a key and opened 2 doors. After an unknown period of time, Jiang Qing regained her vision. The first thing she saw was a massive stone tablet. The words Kaoshan Village were deeply engraved on it, its surface covered in cracks and moss from years of weathering. She glanced around, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Su Muran and the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. Chen Tianyue carefully counted the group. 1, 2, 3, 13 people. He then started silently searching for clues about their task. Jiang Qing took her time surveying the so-called Kaoshan village. To her surprise, the scene before her was nothing like the impoverished village she'd imagined. Neat rows of 3- and 4-story houses lined the streets, concrete roads intersected with dirt paths, and in the distance, lush orchards stretched out. Further up the hillside, vibrant tea plantations shimmered with life under the sun. This was clearly a prosperous village. Suddenly, Inyuelon tugged at Jiang Qing's sleeve, holding her nose and complaining, "It stinks here." Interrupted from her thoughts, Jiang Qing frowned slightly and replied coolly, "So what? So let's finish the task and get out of here." "This place is disgusting," Inyuelon said bluntly, making no effort to hide her distaste. Jiang Qing was momentarily taken aback. For someone who had already completed 4 tasks, Inyuelon's attitude seemed far too casual. Anyone who had gone through even a single task wouldn't talk like that. From her tone, finishing the mission sounded as easy as drinking water. Ignoring her, Jiang Qing turned toward the stone tablet and called out to the others, "Over here." Everyone's attention shifted to the tablet. Blood-red words began to seep out, sending chills down their spines even in broad daylight. Wu Lauer is a fruit grower in Kaoshan village. Some time ago, he went to the orchard, and when he returned home, he discovered that 3 important items were missing. Within 5 days, help Wu Lauer retrieve the lost items. Hint, the vengeful ghost is among you. Jiang Qing immediately took out her phone to snap a photo, and the others quickly followed suit. Soon after, the blood-red words faded away. "A scavenger hunt, huh?" Jiang Qing mused, analyzing the key points. Fruit grower, 3 important items, 5-day deadline. The others, however, were more concerned by the unsettling hint. They instinctively put some distance between each other, casting wary glances around. Discussions about the vengeful ghost among us broke out in hushed tones. The 13 actors quickly split into small groups. Jiang Qing's group of 3, another group of 3 girls, 2 pairs of guys, and 3 people on their own. Everyone started speculating aloud. Still clutching her nose, Inyuelon urged impatiently, "What are you all waiting for? Let's just start looking." As soon as she spoke, all eyes turned to her. Jiang Qing and Chen Tianyue quietly sidestepped away, making it clear they wanted nothing to do with her. "Did I say something wrong?" Inyuelon raised an eyebrow. "Isn't this just a scavenger hunt? We're supposed to find 3 important items, not go looking for ghosts, right?" After thinking it over, the others had to admit she had a point. Chen Tianyue leaned in toward Jiang Qing and whispered, "There are 3 things we need to focus on. First, we have to find Wu Lauer and confirm what's missing. Second, we need to figure out who we're supposed to beta audience must have assigned us roles. Third, we have to understand the ghost's rules for killing. Our survival depends on it." "What about the hint?" Jiang Qing asked. The hint. Chen Tianyue hesitated. "I can't figure it out yet, but I have a feeling it might not be referring to us." Chen Tianyue nodded, paused for a moment, and then said quietly, "This girl is really annoying. Maybe we should." His tone suddenly shifted, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. "Old Chen doesn't mess around. Anyone who stands in the way of Jiang Qing finding a way out, or who threatens our survival, I won't go easy on them. Look, Old Song is sharp-tongued and good at getting under people's skin. His words hit right where it hurts. But me? I'm not much of a talker. My main approach is a punch straight to the heart." Jiang Qing just smiled and shook her head. She knew well how tough it was to be the one probing the patterns behind these deadly ghost attacks, so she gently reminded him, "Yang Yi gave us this task out of kindness. We shouldn't let her down. Don't take her spoiled attitude too seriously, just bear with it for a bit longer." "Hey, what are you two talking about?" Inyuelon suddenly demanded, her voice loud and edged with annoyance. "Why are you standing so far away from me?" Inyuelon had told everyone before that, except for her first mission, she had always hired people to accompany her on her second, third, and fourth tasks because she could afford it. The actors who needed the money were happy to accept. As long as she paid, they would do their utmost to keep her safe. After all, if she died during the mission, they wouldn't get paid. She had heard that Jiang Qing once tried to negotiate her payment with Yang Yi in advance, but Yang Yi had refused. Sticking to the rules, payment only comes after the task is completed. And Yuelon took it for granted that as long as the mission wasn't too dangerous, it wouldn't be difficult. Her first 3 tasks had gone smoothly at most. She heard footsteps at night, knocking at the door, or occasionally got startled by a ghostly face. So, in her mind, completing 25 missions seemed easy enough. As long as she paid to hire help, what was there to be afraid of? However, Jiang Qing and Chen Tianyue remained silent, their eyes as cold as ever in the face of her questioning. And Yuelon clicked her tongue impatiently and stood her ground, unbothered. Just as the silence deepened, an elderly man in his 50s slowly approached. He was slightly hunched over and walked with a deliberate slowness, but his smile was warm and kind. He nodded at them in greeting and said, "Hello, everyone. I'm Wu Lauer, the one who hired you to pick fruit." Everyone felt a jolt of surprise, each secretly pondering what exactly this fruit-picking task entailed. Were their identities not quite what they seemed? Seeing no one spoke, Jiang Qing calmly stepped forward with a polite smile and asked, "Grandpa Wu, are you the only one living in this village?" Wu Lauer looked at her, his eyes full of affection. "Yes, just me. Everyone else moved to the city. I'm the only one who stayed, unwilling to leave my home. Even when I die, I want to be buried here with my wife." He paused, emotions welling up and his eyes turning red. After a deep breath, he continued, "But in 5 days, my son will visit. He's a doctor, a really good one. has saved a lot of people, and has several banners hanging in his office. He's always busy and only brings his wife and daughter back here once a year. His tone turned bittersweet, tinged with longing. I don't want to be a burden to them. So every year I hire people to help manage the orchard. When the fruit ripens, they pick and deliver it to the city to sell. I want to save some money for my son, so their life in the city can be a bit better. As he spoke, a trace of helplessness flickered in Wu Lauer's eyes. He wiped away a tear and continued. All right, enough about that. Let me show you where you'll be staying. The scenery here is nice. We built a guest house for tourists and for the merchants who come to buy fruit and tea. You'll stay there. Jiang Qing quietly observed the surroundings. The village showed signs of age, but was unusually calm. The newer buildings were spotless. As if someone had recently cleaned them, they didn't look abandoned at all. Yet an unnatural silence seemed to hang over the place, as if it didn't belong to the living, but was more like a deserted ghost village. Wu Lauer led them to the guest house and pointed at several keys on the counter. The dining hall is on the first floor. You'll need to handle your own meals. Rooms are on the second and third floors. Pick whichever you like. The fruit must be picked within 6 days. He'll come to check after that. Don't bother me in the meantime. With that, Wu Lauer hunched his shoulders and slowly walked away. The short-haired girl frowned slightly. Pick all the fruit in 6 days. Isn't our mission only 5 days? The baby-faced girl rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, duh. Wu Lauer means it doesn't matter whether we finish or not. By the 5th day, we'll either be dead or gone. Who cares about his check on the 6th day? The scholarly-looking guy with glasses straightened his jacket and smiled at Inyuelon. Anan, my name is Wenbin. I'm a fan of yours. I didn't expect you to be an actor too. As a Bliss celebrity, Inyuelon was fairly well known and had endorsed quite a few products. She ignored him, picked up 3 keys from the table, and handed them out coolly. You're in 204. I'm in 205. He's in 206. That way, it's easier for you to protect me. Jiang Qing took the key to room 204, turning it over in her hand, a hint of an intriguing smile appearing on her lips. After settling into their dorm rooms, everyone searched the guest house thoroughly, but found nothing of value. By noon, they gathered in the first-floor dining hall, looking exhausted. Mu Zihan propped her chin on her hand, frowning. This village is huge. Finding 3 objects in 5 days is basically impossible. When Bin, the one with glasses, immediately turned to Inyuelon with a flattering smile. Unan, what do you think we should do? Inyuelon sat up straight, her demeanor completely different from the gentle image she usually projected on camera. She swept a cold gaze over the group. Idiots. You can't figure out something this simple. Tapping her slender fingers on the table, she continued. First, we need to find Wu Lauer and ask what the 3 objects are, then narrow down our search. Since all the villagers have moved to the city, the only ones who could have taken the items are either a thief or a ghost. A mocking smile tugged at her lips. Remember, the safest place is often the most dangerous. So, whether it's a thief or a ghost, they're bound to be hiding in Wu Lauer's house. The items never left that place. Everyone was taken aback. Even Jiang Qing looked surprised. He wondered to himself, is this woman really that smart, or is she just pretending? Wenbin immediately applauded, eager to agree. Unan, you're amazing. That makes perfect sense. Mu Zihan cursed inwardly, sycophant, pathetic, disgusting. So what are we waiting for? Let's go to Wu Lauer's place, someone suggested. The rest quickly agreed. Waiting around wasn't going to help, especially with Inyuelon acting as their strategist. Basking in the attention, Inyuelon waved them off. Go on. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. Jiang Qing, you stay here. And Chen, whatever your name is, since you're big, you stay too and protect me. But Jiang Qing shook his head. Chen and I aren't going. We're going to take a nap. Chen Tianyue looked startled for a second, then yawned and chimed in. Yeah, we played mahjong all night with those guys. I'm exhausted. The 2 of them slung their arms around each other's shoulders and headed upstairs. Inyuelon looked annoyed but said nothing, considering Chen Tianyue's build. 3 of the girls decided to go to the kitchen, thinking Wu Lauer's house was too risky. The remaining 7 boys, spurred on by Wenbin, vied to prove themselves and set off for Wu Lauer's place. In room 204, Jiang Qing stood at the window, watching the group disappear into the distance. Chen Tianyue looked puzzled. Weren't we supposed to ask about the 3 objects first? Why aren't we going? Jiang Qing turned from the window, his voice calm. That was before we saw Wu Lauer. Now, I already know who the ghost is. Who? Chen Tianyue felt a chill run down his spine. Wu Lauer, Jiang Qing said, enunciating each word. The room seemed to grow colder. Chen Tianyue shivered. Why? He never doubted Jiang Qing's judgment, but he just couldn't figure out why old Wu was a ghost. From their previous interactions, the old man hadn't shown the slightest trace of anything supernatural. Jiang Qing sat down on the clean bed, folded his hands over his knees, and suddenly spoke. He told me himself. Chen Tianyue froze. A look of confusion practically etched on his forehead. What? We've been together this whole time. When did he say that to you? Jiang Qing narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. Do you remember when he said, my son will come visit me in 5 days? Yeah. Chen Tianyue frowned, trying to recall. Is there something wrong with that? Jiang Qing's tone grew heavier as he tapped the edge of the bed with his finger. But then he said, my son is busy, so he only brings his wife and daughter to visit once a year. He let out a cold laugh. Once a year, seriously? If you had a 70-year-old father living alone in a deserted village, would you really only come see him once a year? He picked up his phone and turned on the screen. During their mission, the phone's date and time matched the world they were in. What's today's date? He asked. Chen Tianyue leaned in. March 31st. And 5 days from now? Jiang Qing pressed. Chen Tianyue did the math, and suddenly his eyes widened in shock as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. April 4 Th Qingming Festival. Jiang Qing put down the phone, his voice low. This is a ghost village. Old Wu has been dead for a long time. His son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter only come back to pay respects at Qingming every year. The ghost is right here with us, Chen Tianyue muttered, his face turning pale. That's exactly right, Jiang Qing replied, keeping his tone casual, though his eyes were heavy. Then he pointed out a serious problem. This leaves us in a real bind. There's no way we'll get old Wu to tell us what the 3 items are. If we don't know what they are, how can we finish the task? We're stuck. He sighed. No wonder this is a level 5 difficulty. It's only one step down from that hide-and-seek game. Jiang Qing absent-mindedly bit his nails, his mind racing as he reviewed everything that had happened since the mission began. He raised a new question. All the doorways are swept clean, which contradicts old Wu's story. Oh, what do you mean, contradicts? Chen Tianyue scratched his head. Jiang Qing was patient with his own people and slowed down to explain. A contradiction is like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. If old Wu is the only person living in this village, then there's no way every doorstep would be so tidy. But if every house is occupied, then old Wu is lying. And if so, where did everyone go? Ugh, this is giving me a headache. I don't get it. Chen Tianyue knocked his fist lightly against his forehead. So what do we do now? Jiang Qing looked up and said simply, we wait. He explained, we don't have enough clues. I need to see how old Wu reacts to the next victim. Chen Tianyue shrugged. Guess we'll just wait, then. The two of them lay side by side on the big bed, staring at the ceiling. The air was thick with the smell of mildew, and the silence in the room was almost suffocating. After a long while, Chen Tianyue broke the silence. Mind if I call you Xiao Jiang? Huh. Jiang Qing was taken aback, then answered calmly. That's fine. Jiang, tell me. Chen Tianyue hesitated for a moment, his voice tinged with concern. Do you think Su will be okay? Jiang Qing closed his eyes to rest and replied quietly. You, Song Pingon, and Yao Yao all underestimate Sister Su. She's terrifying. She's the kind of person who's rational to the extreme. His voice was especially clear in the dim room. Did you really think I was the first one to find the clue in the food delivery game? The moment I learned about the miracle viewer's ability, I felt a flash of fear toward her. She was the first to go up to the 3rd floor. She must have found the clue, but she didn't take it. Why? Honestly, I suspect that the moment she saw that bowl of red bean ice in the fridge, she already knew the answer. Chen Tianyue stared in disbelief, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. No way. If she's that good, why has she only completed 2 tasks in over a year? This is her 3rd. Jiang Qing rolled onto his side, a hint of anticipation in his voice, though he sounded calm. Let's just wait and see. I've set a trap for Sister Su. Yao Yao is my eyes. In the world of the book, at Villa number 7 in the Windchime district, Song Pingon glanced at the 2 women standing in the hallway. He stretched out on the sofa, a contented smile on his face. Secretary Jian, come over here and give your boss a leg massage, he called lazily, waving his hand. Secretaries don't do that kind of thing. You're always teasing me. Cut it out. Jian Yuqing pouted, her voice sweet but full of protest. Yang Yi, whose appearance was androgynous, withdrew her gaze and sat gracefully on the single armchair, resting her hands on the armrests. Making conversation, she asked, I heard from Yao Yao that you were attacked by assassins a while ago. Assassins, my foot. Song Pingon sat up straight, gesturing animatedly as he spoke. Real assassins are organized, just like terrorists. They have weapons, connections, maybe even some big shots covering for them. He frowned slightly. It's been over 10 days, and the police still have no leads. They just vanished into thin air. Jian Yuqing's eyes lit up with curiosity. She quickly ran over and sat next to Song Pingon, blinking her big eyes as she pressed on. So, are the police still investigating the cause of Song Laosan's death? Of course they are. Why wouldn't they? Song Pingon picked up a glass of water from the coffee table and took a sip, the surface of the water rippling gently. Song Laosan was the 3rd young master of the Song family. After all, my cheapskate dad won't let it go until they get to the bottom of it. He lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. At first, the police suspected old Jiang, but he had a rock-solid alibi. Then they turned to Song Laoda and some of Song Laosan's shady friends. Honestly, he spread his hands. There are plenty of suspects, but after all this time, they found nothing. Because Yang Yi was there, Song Pingon didn't reveal that Jiang Qing was the one who killed Song Laosan. Lately, there had been no progress on either Song Laosan's case or the assassin investigation. The police were under huge pressure running themselves ragged every day. Little did they know, once actors and miracles got involved, the truth would be shrouded in fog. Putting down his glass with a crisp clink, Song Ping's gaze turned cold as he changed the subject. Old Jiang, what's the deal with that woman? We trusted you and worked with you, and you bring in someone to set up old Jiang. Yeah, she's so rude. Jian Yuqing chimed in, scrunching up her face in annoyance. Yang Yi clicked her tongue and tapped her fingers on the armrest. Well, she paused. I've talked to Jiang Qing. There's a good chance Yuelon won't make it back alive. Which is fine. If she dies on the job, she won't bother me anymore. Oh really? Song Pingyan sneered, a glint of amusement in his eyes. You're pretty good at using others to do your dirty work. But if someone behind that woman comes for payback, won't old Jiang end up taking the fall? Relax, she doesn't have anyone backing her. She's just a plaything for some rich guy. Yang Yi replied, intertwining her fingers on her lap and leaning forward. Her tone was almost cold. For those wealthy men, playthings are easily replaced. I can't kill her in the book world, and taking her on a mission is out of the question. Me. Next one is level 10 difficulty. She paused, narrowing her eyes, her gaze turning sharp. And Yuelon is pretty annoying, traditional in her thinking, open with her body, financially dependent, fiercely independent in personality, and her approach to kids is random. She smirked slightly. Once, she tried to drug me while we were drinking, but I caught on. Then she tried to guilt-trip me by reminding me she once saved me. I get it, Song Pingyan said knowingly, a sly smile on his lips. She's the kind who's half about money, half about assets. Cheap. He dropped the smile, leaned forward, and studied Yang Yi seriously. Still, you're pretty ruthless. She saved you before, and now you're sending her to her death. She doesn't even know it might even thank you for your help. Yang Yi replied with a straight face, her voice calm and emotionless. I've already paid her back more than once. She met Song Pingyan's gaze. Song Pingyan, I think that no matter how good your friends are, there needs to be some boundaries. And Yuelon crossed the line. She thought she could control me forever, so now I need to show her. Her tone suddenly turned icy. What hell really means? Jian Yuqing swallowed nervously, hesitation flickering across her face before she finally spoke up. Yang, you owe me a favor too. You're not planning to set me up and get rid of me, are you? I'm really not a bad person. Yang Yi shook her head helplessly. Don't use that favor to pressure me. Just don't keep dragging me into your messes, that's all I ask. That'll never happen. Jian Yuqing quickly tried to paint herself as the good guy, flashing an innocent smile. I'm a nice person, you know. Song Pingyan rolled his eyes at her, then turned to Yang Yi. By the way, where are you from? Chengdu, Sichuan. Yang Yi replied casually. Yao and I are from the same place, so we get along well. Wow, another fiery Sichuan native. Song Pingyan raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Yang Yi couldn't help but twitch her lips and held up a finger. Prejudice in people's hearts is a Sichuan thing, Song Pingyan interrupted, arching his brow. Jian Yuqing was long used to their back-and-forth banter, and shook her head with a smile. See, he's impossible, definitely not a good person. So what if you don't like me? Song Pingyan shot back without missing a beat. You say you like me, but that's not going to change my life. And by the way, watch out or I'll dock your pay, Jin's secretary. His words were half joking, half threatening, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. The three of them fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere grew subtly tense. Yang Yi was quietly analyzing the situation, and Yuelon, used to a life of privilege, was bound to offend Jiang Qing and Chen Tianyue. Meanwhile, Jian Yuqing's mind was racing. Maybe I should just quit, this jerk keeps threatening and teasing me. Song Pingyan, on the other hand, was thinking, Jiang Qing and Chen Tianyue working together shouldn't be a problem. But on Yao's side, he couldn't help but worry. Had she found a suitable partner yet? Just then, the scene shifted in the mission world. Feng Yao's fifth mission was about to begin. In the dimly lit corridor on the 5th floor of the hospital, the lights suddenly went out, and footsteps echoed closer and closer in the darkness. Su Muran switched on her phone flashlight and pointed toward the operating room across the hall. Inside, Lin Gubei and Feng Yao quickly followed her into the room. Su Muran closed the door and stared through the glass at a ghastly ghost outside, her voice calm. I saw his medical records in the first office mid-stage brain cancer. 3 rounds of radiation, died on the operating table. For him, the operating room is forbidden, a symbol of death. For the first 3 days, the rules kept him from coming in, she added softly. As soon as she finished, Su Muran turned to the bloody operating room, her gaze sharp as she pinched her chin in thought. There are 17 of us in this mission. 2 are already dead. 1 died in the 3rd floor women's restroom. There's a female ghost hiding there, and a way to avoid her. Another was dismembered in the emergency room. The ghost, there is a doctor, and there's a way to avoid him too. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. The 3rd ghost appears when the lights go out, footsteps getting closer, but it doesn't move very fast. Our goal is to escape the hospital within 5 days. The windows can't be broken, the main door is locked, and you need a key to open it, she analyzed coolly. It's not hard to guess the 4th ghost must have the key. Feng Yao was stunned, listening in disbelief. In just half a day since the mission began, Su Muron had already analyzed 3 of the ghosts in detail. Her terrifying ability to dissect the situation felt almost prophetic-like she could see the future. It reminded Feng Yaoyao of Jiang Qing's uncanny skill. Is Su Muron really this amazing? Feng Yaoyao thought, shocked. Lin Gubei, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. Su Muron was a genius, and she had proven her brilliance all her life. In reality, she was born into a wealthy family, not a billionaire empire, but still worth several billion. Shed had access to the best education since childhood, winning every competition she entered. She got into a top university at 16, started a combined master's and doctoral program at 20, married Lin Gubei at 21 despite her family's objections, got into investing at 23, and made over 30 million yuan in 6 months, then became a lecturer abroad at 25. Her life had always been defined by her intelligence, almost as if she were playing with cheat codes. His thoughts drifted to memories of their second mission. Lin, Susu, did you find any clues on the 3rd floor? He asked. There's something behind that painting, and under the bed in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, Su Muron replied calmly. Jiang Qing was right, the contrast is too much. The expensive items are out in the open, but the cheap ones are hidden away. None of this adds up. Her eyes grew thoughtful. Don't touch that painting. I think I know what's coming for dinner. What's for dinner? Lin Gubei asked, curious. That's a secret. Su Muron smiled slightly, her eyes sharp. I want to see who here is smart enough to figure it out. If they still can't complete the task on the 2nd day, we'll step in. And when we get back, there's no need to stay in touch with them. That Feng Yaoyao isn't bad. Song Pingan is average. Chen Tianyue isn't very sharp. Jiang Qing, she paused, her gaze a little mysterious. Jiang Qing gives me a completely different feeling. Oh, don't get jealous. You're the one I love most, Lin Gubei teased. Su Muron laughed quietly, a hint of madness in her eyes. This mission feels too safe. The ghosts just scare us, they haven't really hurt anyone. I can't figure that out. It's just the 1st day. Things are still relatively safe, Lin Gubei nodded. If they complete the mission, we can ally with them afterward. What are you planning? A feverish light flickered in Su Muron's eyes. My wish, the corners of her mouth curled up in a wild grin. I want to create a new world. The memory flickered through his mind, leaving Lin Gubei quietly pleased. He thought to himself, my wife is the most outstanding woman in the world, there's no one like her. Truthfully, he wasn't ordinary either. Back in college, he had met Su Muron, who was pursuing her master's and PhD, by chance in the library. They both reached for the same book and shared a passion for academic research. After exchanging contact information, their relationship blossomed, and before long, they were married. After graduation, Lin Gubei started his own company and quickly made a name for himself in the business world. What was even rarer was how much he cherished his wife, remembering every word she said. When Su Muron once mentioned she didn't want children, Lin Gubei supported her without hesitation. What are you grinning about? Su Muron nudged her husband in the chest with her elbow, a curious look in her eyes. Lin Gubei coughed awkwardly, glancing at Feng Yaoyao standing nearby, and replied in a low voice, nothing. At that moment, the 3 of them were hiding inside a hospital operating room. Despite the nauseating stench of blood all around, they didn't dare leave their temporary shelter. Night had fallen, and suddenly a piercing scream echoed down the corridor. Su Muron immediately stood up, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses with slender fingers, her voice calm. Let's go. After a vengeful spirit kills someone, there's a brief period of safety. It can't kill again right away. We'll head to the director's office. The 3 of them ran through the dim hallway and, at the end, saw a charred corpse. The skin was horribly blackened, and the air was thick with the smell of burning. A 3rd vengeful spirit hovered above the body, its hateful gaze fixed on the trio, but it made no move to attack. Once they reached the director's office, Lin Gubei quickly locked the door and leaned against it, catching his breath. Su Muron went straight to the desk, calmly sorting through the papers there. We'll rest here tonight. Each of us will sleep for 3 hours. Yaoyao, you go first. We need to make sure at least 2 people stay awake at all times. Okay. Feng Yaoyao accepted without protest. She knew that in such a dangerous situation, getting enough rest was crucial. An hour later, the room was quiet. Feng Yaoyao lay on the sofa. Su Muron sat at the desk focused on the documents, and Lin Gubei stood by the window, gazing out into the night. Suddenly, Lin Gubei walked quietly over to his wife, sat on the edge of the desk, and lowered his voice. What do you think Jiang Qing is up to? The original plan was for us to be in one group, with Feng Yaoyao, Chen Tianyue, and Yang Yi's friend in the other. Why did it suddenly change so that we're with Yaoyao? Su Muron set down the papers, her intelligent eyes shining. Jiang Qing is testing me. We could have refused this arrangement, but the cost would have been falling further and further behind. Her words were quiet, but clear. Yaoyao is on her 5th mission. Jiang Qing has done 4. Song Pingan 3. Chen Tianyue 3. Jian Yuqing is about to do her 9th, but this is only our 3rd. You see the gap, right? She went on, society is harsh. Even friends who grew up together, if one keeps advancing and earning millions, while the other stays put and earns much less, he'll eventually drift apart. If we don't keep up, The result will be everyone going their separate ways. Su Murian tapped her fingers lightly on the desk. If we go along with this grouping, Yao Yao becomes Jiang Qing's eyes, watching us. She paused, glancing at the girl lying on the sofa, a faint smile on her lips. Do you believe that little one's not actually asleep? She's listening to every word we say. Feng Yao Yao immediately started snoring, but after 2 fake snores, she realized it sounded too forced. She couldn't help peeking up, only to meet Su Murian's amused gaze. There was no hiding her embarrassment. Su Murian beckoned the girl over. Feng Yao Yao walked over obediently, head down like a child caught doing something wrong. Tell your brother, I'm not holding back, I just believe everyone has their own moment to shine. Su Murian smiled gently, her warmth making her seem like the approachable big sister next door. Feng Yao Yao nodded, thinking for a moment before her eyes lit up. Sister Su, you're amazing. If you teamed up with my brother for a mission, maybe you could take on a level 9 task. A level 9 difficulty? This shouldn't be the limit for Jiang Qing, and might should be just the beginning. As the last rays of the sunset faded, Kaoshan village was swallowed by a heavy, unsettling silence. Standing by the window on the 2nd floor, Jiang Qing's frown deepened. Dressed in black athletic wear, she stared intently at the darkening sky beyond the village. All 7 of them are dead. Chen Tianyue, leaning against the wooden door in his leather jacket, sounded skeptical. No way. 7 people dead on the first day? How are we supposed to keep playing after this? Let's go check it out. Jiang Qing bit her nail in thought, then led the way downstairs. In the 1st floor dining room, Yuelon was sitting with 3 other girls. A few bottles of beer, origins unknown, sat on the table. The group laughed and chatted, seemingly unfazed by the village's eerie atmosphere. Stick with me, and even if you don't make billions, you'll pull in a few million a year, no problem, Yuelon boasted. Anjia, I want to be a star too. Do you think? The baby-faced girl asked eagerly. Yuelon glanced at her and dismissed her without hesitation. You? Not pretty enough, and your figure is average. But I do need some supporting actresses for my next project. If your acting's up to par, you can audition. When Jiang Qing and Chen Tianyue came downstairs, Yuelon waved them over. Hey, Chen, whatever your name is, go whip up a couple of dishes. It's already 7, and those idiots still aren't back from their task. They're wasting my time. We're only here to keep you safe, Chen Tianyue replied flatly. If this woman weren't useful to Jiang Qing, he would have already put this arrogant bliss celebrity in her place. Night had fully fallen by the time Jiang Qing stood at the entrance, her eyes fixed on the muddy dirt road. Had 7 people really been wiped out already? The pace was too fast, and it completely lacked the dramatic suspense the audience was expecting. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the darkness. Leading the pack, Wenbin, a bespectacled man, stumbled into the guest house, collapsing to the floor and gasping for air. 4 other young men followed, each pale-faced, with one even sporting blood smeared across his cheek. The girls rushed over, bombarding them with questions. Where are the other 2? What did Wu Lauer say? Did you find out about those 3 important items? They're dead, Wenbin stammered, trembling. Wu Lauer's house, it's really haunted. Jiang Qing crouched down to meet Wenbin's eyes. Did you actually see Wu Lauer? No, we didn't, Wenbin stuttered. The short-haired girl, Mu Zihan, and the baby-faced girl immediately started blaming the boys for their incompetence, sparking a heated argument. Aside from Wenbin, who was still trying to curry favor with the girls, the other boys stormed upstairs, cursing under their breath. And Yuelin's expression grew dark as she glanced at Jiang Qing and Chen Tianyue, finally realizing how serious the situation had become. It's already dark. We should get some rest, Jiang Qing said with a gentle smile. Tonight won't be safe. Jiang Qing wasn't trying to scare anyone. She was just stating the truth. Nighttime was practically synonymous with danger. The girls instantly turned pale. They had barely survived until now by sticking close to the group's top players. For newcomers like them, completing 2 or 3 tasks was already a lot. By the 5th task, the difficulty spiked. Everyone was too busy looking out for themselves. Unless you had a true life-or-death bond with someone, no one would risk their own safety to protect others, let alone drag along a burden. And Yuelon finally regained her composure, clenching her fists tightly, her voice tinged with anger. Hey, where are you going? Aren't you supposed to protect me? You're just going to sleep? What are you leaving to? Jiang Qing's eyes remained calm and clear, barely glancing at her. She had said this on purpose, hoping to make the woman wary and annoyed, so she'd stop bothering her. And Yuelon was still fuming, her knuckles turning white, her tone carrying a hint of threat. Keep your dirty thoughts to yourself. Don't forget, I only get paid if I make it out alive. Jiang Qing shook her head and spoke slowly. I thought your time among the rich would have taught you to read the room. Turns out, you're just a pretty face who doesn't understand a thing. She paused, her tone growing colder. Haven't you realized how we feel about you? Honestly, that sealed artifact means nothing to us. Whether we get it or not doesn't matter. As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 of them headed back to room 204 on the 2nd floor. Chen Tianyue was washing his face in front of the mirror. He paused, looked at his own reflection, stroked his chin, and asked casually, Jiang, are you finally showing your cards? Jiang Qing sat by the window, picking up some paper and a pen, and started sketching. Chen Tianyue stepped out of the bathroom, glanced over, and couldn't help but ask, "What are you drawing?" "I'm sketching a map of Kaoshan village from memory, just to organize my thoughts," Jiang Qing replied simply, her pen gliding across the paper. "Uncle Chen, I think we might be going in the wrong direction." Chen Tianyue froze for a moment, then let out a cold laugh, crossing his arms over his chest. His muscles stood out like iron, and the white tiger tattoo on his arm looked intimidating. "Wrong direction? Do you remember what old Wu said before he left?" Jiang Qing kept sketching, her voice steady. What did he say before he left?" "Pick all the fruit within 6 days. They'll check on the 6th day. Don't disturb me." Chen Tianyue slapped his forehead, finally recalling the words after some thought. Jiang Qing paused, her gaze sharpening. "Right, don't disturb me." She frowned slightly, murmuring, "Who doesn't like to be disturbed?" "The dead." A shiver ran through Chen Tianyue, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. His voice grew uneasy. "Jiang, don't say stuff like that. You're giving me goosebumps." 7 guys had gone to old Wu's house, but instead of finding him, they ran into a ghost. Jiang Qing spread out the paper, her eyes even clearer now, her voice low and serious. "I have 2 theories. Listen and help me analyze them." Chen Tianyu's brow furrowed, and he replied quietly, "Go on." "First, old Wu is a ghost, still living in his old house. Of the 3 important missing items, one is in the house, one's at the graveyard, and the last one is with his son. Otherwise, why would it matter if his son returns after 5 days? Unless his son is carrying one of those items." Jiang Qing's voice was calm and logical. "In other words, this mission has 2 stages. Survive until the 5th day and gather all 3 items." She paused, her gaze sharp as a blade. "If I'm right, the graveyard is the key to everything. Wu Lao is a ghost. His home is actually a grave, and those 3 missing items are burial objects." Jiang Qing intertwined her slender fingers against her lips, her eyes deep and thoughtful. "That means someone in the village, someone alive, must have stolen them." Chen Tianyue frowned. "I have a question. Why are you so sure the 3 items are in Wu Lao's house, the grave, and with his son?" "The task design wouldn't spread key clues too far apart," Jiang replied with certainty. "They must all be connected to places Wu Lao visits often. It's like a game of hide and seek. The safest place is often the crime scene itself. That's something we've learned from countless missions." Chen Tianyue thought for a moment. "Then let's go with your first theory. You're right, his son will come back with one of the items in 5 days. Otherwise, the whole setup wouldn't make sense. Our job is to find the other 2 before then and stay alive. We'll search Wu Lao's house after breakfast tomorrow." Jiang suddenly asked, "Uncle Chen, how long can you use your miracle dawn ability in a row?" "No way." Chen Tianyue waved his hand. "It's too exhausting. At most, 100 punches in a row before I'm completely spent." 100? Jiang's eyes widened as she did some quick math. 1 punch holds a fierce ghost for 7 seconds. 100 punches would be 700 seconds, almost 12 minutes. That's incredible, but wait. Miracle Dawn only works if you land a direct hit, and a lot of ghosts can't even be touched. Some can kill instantly. If 2 appear at once, it would be hard to handle. As night deepened, the 2 took turns keeping watch. Outside, the chorus of frogs and cicadas rose and fell, as if the whole world had been put on pause, peaceful, yet unsettling. At 1 in the morning, a sudden knock sounded at the door. "Are you awake?" A voice called from outside. Jiang Qing opened her eyes and sat up, signaling to Chen Tianyue by the window to stay quiet. "I'm scared to be alone. Can I come in?" And Yulin's voice was shaky, almost crying. "I can let you sleep once, just please protect me." Jiang sensed something was wrong. The tone was nothing like that proud woman. Barefoot, she crept to the door and peered through the peephole. Through it, she saw countless thin red threads. Then suddenly, an eyeball bloodshot, and without pupils filled her view. Jiang's heart skipped a beat. Before she could react, Chen Tianyue pulled her behind him, staring at the battered wooden door, ready to strike at any moment. After 20 minutes of tense silence, Jiang checked again. The hallway lights were bright. Everything seemed normal. A ghost that mimics voices? Or she whispered, "Has something happened to Yuelon already?" Chen Tianyue slammed his fist against the wall. "That woman, is she still alive? You're insane. Trying to scare people in the middle of the night." And Yuelin's sharp voice suddenly rang out from next door. Chen Tianyue looked at Jiang. "She's alive," Jiang said. Jiang Qing pressed his forehead, his brows furrowed in exasperation. "Why bother changing anything? This is much more straightforward and efficient," he said softly, shaking his head. Chen Tianyu's lips curled into a faint smile, a hint of indifference flashing in his eyes. "All right, suit yourself." With that, he didn't linger and simply laid down on the bed, closing his eyes. Jiang Qing let out a quiet sigh and pointed to the bed beside him. "Get some sleep. He'll keep watch tonight." Chen Tianyue was about to refuse, but after a moment's thought, decided it was wiser to rest for a while. After all, if real danger struck, he'd need to be in good shape to protect this so-called deadweight. He couldn't help but think that in an unknown fight, Jiang Qing probably wouldn't even stand a chance against Song Pingon. Jiang Qing was just too slender, barely 5'10", weighing less than 120 pounds. She always looked like someone easy to push around. As Chen Tianyue drifted off, Jiang Qing sat by the window, keeping a close eye on the quiet night outside through a crack in the curtain. The village of Kaoshan was especially silent at night, with moonlight pouring over the fields, illuminating a solitary figure. Jiang Qing's breath caught. The figure was oddly blurred in the moonlight, making it impossible to tell who it was. The person's back was hunched, and from behind, he looked a bit like Wu Lauer. Jiang Qing didn't dare look any longer. He quickly drew the curtains tight, leaving not a sliver of space. The soft yellow glow of the desk lamp eased the tension in the room, and his nerves gradually settled. Suddenly, when Panpan's voice echoed in his mind, "Aren't you going to use my miracle?" Jiang Qing tensed up, her words repeating in his head. "Jiang Qing, don't get addicted to a power that doesn't belong to you." He let out a quiet laugh, lowering his head. "Forget it, I don't need it right now." He shifted his focus back to the sounds outside. In the dead of night, a sudden scream tore through the silencia, a piercing cry that jolted everyone awake. Jiang Qing blinked in surprise, pressing his fingers to his temples. "How did I fall asleep?" he wondered. Chen Tianyue bolted upright, quickly getting to his feet and heading to the door, listening intently. Faint footsteps and the sound of something being dragged echoed in the hallway. "It's probably the girl with short hair, or maybe the one with the baby face," Chen Tianyue whispered, uncertainty in his voice. Jiang Qing tapped his fingers on the table, unease creeping in. After a moment, he pulled out a piece of paper and scribbled a few lines. Chen Tianyue leaned over for a look. The note read, "At the moment Jiang Qing faces mortal danger during the mission, destiny future triggers destiny past. The ghost couple appears, and the vengeful spirit is attacked. What on earth is this?" Chen Tianyue was completely baffled. Jiang Qing stuffed the paper into his pocket with a casual tone. "Just a prophecy." When Panpan's voice sounded again, "Don't get addicted to a power that isn't yours." Meng Wanzhou seemed to tease. "This guy, he's actually terrified of dying." "No kidding. Only those who understand fear know how to survive," Jiang Qing thought to himself. At first, had planned not to rely on the miracle, even when facing a level 5 difficulty mission, and had tried to challenge it once. But after hearing that scream, he realized that, no matter what, staying alive was the top priority. When Panpan's destiny was powerful, but the ghosts it summoned were far too unpredictable. If he lost control, they could all be dragged down with him. To be safe, he added a condition. The ghost would only appear for 10 seconds. That way, if things spiraled out of control, at least it wouldn't get too disastrous. The quiet returned before dawn, with no more sounds of doors opening. Everyone waited in silence for the morning light. At 6:40 a.m., another shrill scream shattered the silence. Jiang Qing and Chen Tianyue rushed out at the same time. What Jiang Qing saw made his expression turn grim. Mu Zahanthi's short-haired girl had collapsed at the door of room 212. As Jiang Qing approached, his face changed drastically. What he saw inside was a scene of brutal, inhuman slaughter. Two young women lay on the bed, barely clothed, their eyes covered with black cloth. Knife wounds marked their necks, and the floor was littered with torn clothing and blood-stained tissues. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Chen Tianyue entered the room, his gaze sweeping coldly over the scene. "This wasn't done by a vengeful spirit," he said after closely inspecting the wounds. "The killer stabbed their necks first, then assaulted them, and finally covered their eyes. The victims' eyes wouldn't close clearly. The killer was afraid to meet their gaze in death." He pointed to one of the bodies. "Judging from the wounds, this girl didn't die immediately. The screams we heard last night were hers. The first stab under her collarbone missed the vital spot. The second one finished her off." Blood trails in the hallway showed that the bodies had been dragged from room 213 to room 212. Based on the evidence, there was more than one killer, Chen Tianyue concluded, turning to face the 5 young men standing at the door, each one pale and terrified. Jiang Qing stood frozen, struggling to comprehend. In a world full of vengeful ghosts, someone still dared to commit such an atrocity? His sharp gaze swept over the 5 young men. Aside from Chen Tianyue, who looked to be in his 30s, the others were all in their early 20s. The blonde-haired boy protested immediately. "Don't look at me. I was in my room all night." The short, stocky boy stammered, "This is too cruel. What kind of monster could do something like this?" When Ben, the one with glasses, suddenly snapped to attention. "Where's Anan?" He rushed to room 205 and kicked open the door, only to find it empty. Jiang Qing followed close behind. As he searched the room, he found a cell phone lying by the pillow. Her phone's still here, but she's gone. Was she taken by a ghost last night? Uncle Chun checked at 1 in the morning. She was definitely in her room then. A heavy sense of dread settled over the group. In just one night, 2 girls had been brutally murdered, and an Yuelon had vanished. Including yesterday's victims, only 8 of the original 13 actors remained. Mu Zihan, now the only girl left, was trembling after witnessing the gruesome scene. In this lawless world of tasks, she couldn't imagine what might happen to her next. She turned and fled the second floor, unwilling to stay another moment with the others. Wenbin also ran outside, shouting in Yulin's name throughout the village. The remaining 4 young men quickly retreated to their rooms, their eyes darting with unease. These people are bolder than I thought, Chen Tianyue said, hands in his pockets as he stood in the hallway. Who do you think did it? Jiang Qing returned to room 212 and gently covered the 2 bodies with a blanket. All 4 of them are suspects, Chen Tianyue replied, his expression dark. Be careful. You're the strongest one here, they might try to take you out first. Uncle, help me carry one of them. We need to bury them. Out in a desolate field, the 2 men dug shallow graves with hammers and laid the bodies to rest. Standing before the makeshift graves, Jiang Qing pressed his palms together. If there's justice, let it find the right people. If you turn into vengeful spirits, please don't come after us. At least we made sure you were buried properly. Watching him, Chen Tianyue couldn't help but laugh. Is that why you wanted to bury them? Jiang Qing's expression grew serious. In this world, anything can happen. If these deaths were caused by ghosts, the audience would handle the bodies. But if it was one of us, we might really attract vengeful spirits. During my first task, I covered the woman in the black dress with a blanket, and she didn't harm me. In the second task, we sent the bodies of the girls in the white and red dresses out to sea, and in the end, they saved us. He looked up at the pale blue sky, his voice heavy with meaning. Sometimes, humans are scarier than ghosts. Sometimes, ghosts are kinder than people. Chen Tianyue was deeply moved by these words. He bent down, picked 2 wildflowers, and gently placed them on the mound of earth, silently wishing for a peaceful journey. The morning wind was biting, and Jiang Qing instinctively pulled his collar tighter. Mornings in Kaoshan village were especially cold. When they returned to the guest house, the restaurant on the first floor was deserted, even quieter than the day before. Jiang Qing wandered into the kitchen and found some rice. They'll make some porridge. Do you want some? I'm not picky, Chen Tianyue replied with a grin. I used to fight stray dogs for food, being full is good enough for me. As Jiang Qing rinsed the rice, he asked, are you an orphan? Yeah, I stayed at an orphanage for a while, Chen Tianyue replied calmly. It didn't last long before it shut down. I was only 6 or 7 at the time, just trying to survive on the streets. As long as someone gave me food, I'd do anything. That must have been tough, Jiang Qing said with a sigh. You get used to it. Chen Tianyue met his gaze, his brown eyes suddenly grave. I remember the first time I killed someone. I was only 12. A bunch of bastards beat me for over an hour. I finally snapped, grabbed a rock, pinned one of them down, and just kept hitting his head. I don't even remember how many times. He went on. Afterwards, I was terrified and kept running. Later, I saw a group fighting outside a bar. I sat nearby and watched. They looked so cool, smashing bottles over each other's heads. The bar owner noticed me and called me over. That's how I ended up in that crowd. At this point, Chen Tianyue touched the tattoo on his left hand and gave a self-deprecating laugh. When I was 18, I got this tattoo and got beaten up by the boss for not learning my lesson. I felt so wrong and it hurt like hell, and took several sessions to finish. His expression softened. The boss had a younger sister, never let her set foot in the bar. Once, she was bullied at university, so a group of us waited outside the campus and beat those bastards half to death. I was the youngest and probably the most ruthless back then. As he spoke, a smile tugged at his lips. I never expected she'd become my wife. I never even finished primary school, and I married a college graduate. She's really gentle. As Jiang Qing stirred the porridge, he said, love has nothing to do with education. During their time together, Head noticed that while Chen Tianyue could be blunt and impulsive, he was fiercely loyal to those he cared about, just like when Head rushed to help the woman in the black dress. What about you? Chen Tianyue asked. How was your life in the real world? I mean, before you ended up in the psychiatric hospital. You were in college, right? Jiang Qing shook his head. I didn't finish high school. I was admitted to the hospital at 16. There was a gentle older woman who stayed with me for 4 years. Oh, Chen Tianyue's eyes lit up. Did you like her? She was really good to me, Jiang Qing replied with a small smile. I even wrote her a love letter once. She stayed by my bedside every night. Chen Tianyue frowned. Wait, a psychiatric hospital, and she stayed by your bed every night? Didn't she need to sleep? Jiang Qing put the lid on the pot and washed his hands. As far as I can remember, she never slept. She was with me day and night, helping me through the hardest times. It's a shame. He paused. I can't remember her name anymore. Maybe I never asked, or maybe I just forgot. Chen Tianyue fell silent, feeling uneasy. The more they talked, the stranger it sounded. Was she even a real person? After finishing their plain rice porridge and cleaning up, the two set off to look for Wu Lauer's house. The layout of Kaoshan village was rather unique. Every house had a nameplate by the door displaying the owner's name. As Jiang Qing walked, she thought to herself that these obvious signs were probably important clues for the actor's tasks. Before long, Jiang Qing's attention was caught by a figure in the field. It was Wu Lauer. He stood alone in the morning light, a pipe dangling from his lips, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Chen Tianyue reacted quickly, grabbing Jiang Qing's wrist and pulling her behind him, his tone serious. Don't wander off. Stay behind me. If he really is a ghost and attacks, I can protect you. Jiang Qing wanted to protest, but his grip hurt so much that she had to give in. All right, let go. That hurts. Cautiously, they approached. Suddenly, Wu Lauer turned around, his expression shifting. He flicked the ash from his pipe, revealing yellowed teeth as he greeted them kindly. Young man, can I help you? Peeking out from behind Chun Tianyu's tall frame, Jiang Qing replied, Grandpa Wu, it's so cold this early in the morning. Why aren't you at home? What brings you out here? Wu Lauer burst out laughing. When you get old, you can't sleep. I just like wandering around in the mornings. Then he changed the subject. By the way, did you hear anything last night? Some kind of crying or shouting that went on and on. Jiang Qing frowned, thinking for a moment before shaking her head. But her mind was racing. The two girls who were killed were already dead and couldn't have made any noise. Could it be that Inyuelon was still alive, locked up somewhere? But how could those boys lure her out of her room without making a sound? Even if she left her room, the noise in the hallway would have woken Uncle Chun. What were those people thinking? Had they stopped caring about the tasks? Wu Lauer's voice pulled her back. Maybe I heard wrong. Seeing that his probing got nowhere, Jiang Qing asked directly, Grandpa, have you lost anything recently? Wu Lauer's eyes flickered. No. You two should go pick some fruit. Sensing something was off, Jiang Qing tugged at Chun Tianyu's sleeve, signaling that they should leave. As they walked away, they kept glancing back, exchanging awkward looks with Wu Lauer. Once they were out of earshot, Jiang Qing folded her arms and pondered, did I get it wrong? He really seems alive. He does seem like a living person, Chun Tianyu agreed. Just then, a building caught Jiang Qing's eye. The village chief's house? Noticing Chun Tianyu's puzzled look, she explained, generally speaking, the village chief is never simple. The iron gate was locked, but that didn't stop Chun Tianyu. He easily climbed over the wall, entered through a second-floor window, and opened the door for Jiang Qing. The main hall on the first floor had a Buddha shrine, and all the furnishings were old. In the master bedroom upstairs, Jiang Qing found a crucial photograph on the nightstand. That's strange. Why is Wu Lauer's photo in the village chief's house? Is he the village chief? Chun Tianyu wondered. No, Jiang Qing said firmly. Wu Lauer isn't the village chief, but the village chief can be Wu Lauer. What do you mean? Wu Lauer must be dead, Jiang Qing said, revealing the truth. The village chief is pretending to be Wu Lauer. Fake, it's all an act. Chun Tianyu stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. Before he could ask anything, Jiang Qing quickly explained, the village chief and Wu Lauer are working together. He deliberately put us up at the guest house. There really was a vengeful ghost trying to attack us last night. The guest house is probably a haunted building. And there's a ghost at Wu Lauer's house too, but that ghost is Wu Lauer himself. The village chief is helping a ghost kill people. Ay, damn it. Chun Tianyu exploded, his face turning bright red as his fists clenched involuntarily. I swear, I don't hit old people. He suddenly paused, frowning. Wait, why would he help a ghost kill people? Yeah, why? Jiang Qing murmured to himself, his gaze unfocused. He didn't have any miraculous foresight. No god's eye view, barely had any clues, and couldn't make sense of it at all. So, when the village chief was outside the guest house at 1 in the morning, was he checking if we were dead? I actually thought he was a ghost. Jiang Qing clicked his tongue in frustration, then turned toward the stairs. Old Chun, come on, let's go to Wu Lauer's house. He hurried his steps, almost missing a stair. Watch your step, don't fall. Chun Tianyu followed closely behind, then suddenly realized something. Wait, why are you calling me Old Chun? Where's the uncle? I'm 15 years older than you. Just hurry up, Jiang Qing urged, his eyes full of urgency. They circled around Kaoshan village, making their way through winding paths, until they finally found a courtyard with a wooden sign that read Wu Lauer. The iron gate stood open, and the yard was piled high with baskets of rotten, foul-smelling apples. The ground was filthy and overgrown with weeds. Chun Tianyu's nose twitched. He stopped Jiang Qing, who was about to push open the gate, and whispered, I smell blood. He gestured for Jiang Qing to step back, picked up a sturdy wooden stick from the ground, took a deep breath, and shoved the door open. The living room was a mess. Dark red blood covered the walls and sofa. Furniture was overturned, and shards of glass and broken chairs littered the floor. Jiang Qing clutched his head, fingers digging into his hair as he raged. Bastards, a bunch of bastards. I was wrong again. The vengeful ghost kills, but the audience cleans up the bodies and blood. He panted heavily. Judging by the scene, 7 people came to Wu Lauer's house. Yesterday 5 of them killed too. Jiang Qing was angrier than ever, his face ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. He had always assumed the victims were killed by the ghost, but now, it turned out all 4 current victims were murdered by the players themselves. And the missing one, Inyuelon. Jiang Qing's voice was hoarse. Is she dead? Not likely. She's probably being held somewhere. He punched the wall hard. In other words, the ghost didn't kill any of the players last night. This is completely different from the previous 3 tasks. It caught me totally off guard. Why? Why are they killing people? This never happened before. It's messing up all my deductions. Jiang Qing's voice got louder, almost shouting. If the ghost isn't killing, but people are, why? Chun Tianyu rushed over, gripping the young man's shoulders and shaking him. Calm down. In that moment, he recalled something Song Pingan had said during their second mission. Old Jiang is definitely the most dangerous among us. When I told you to be careful, I didn't mean he'd kill us, but that if he lost control, he might end up getting himself killed. Suddenly, Chen Tianyue realized that Jiang Qing sometimes couldn't control his emotions. There was a dangerous, almost wild look in his eyes. Jiang Qing kept talking, his voice shaking. Old Chen, I was wrong again. I focused too much on the ghost and forgot that human nature can be just as terrifying. They can't be allowed to live. They'll mess up my deductions, threaten our lives, and turn a simple task into something unsolvable. All right, just calm down. He'll take care of them. Chen Tianyue said as gently as he could, though his mind raced with questions. What's going on? This isn't the first time we've been set up in a mission, so why is Jiang Qing losing control now? What pushed him over the edge? Was it the fact that people were killed during the mission? No. Was it the desecration of the bodies? Maybe. One mistake after another? Jiang Qing wasn't that fragile. It was perfectly normal to make mistakes in judgment when working with limited clues. Even the police need to revisit, overturn, and start over several times before finally identifying the real culprit. Inside the library, the air felt heavy and still. The sound of pages turning in Meng Wanzhe's hands was unusually clear, and his loss of control was baffling. When Pampan stood by the window, her white floral dress swaying gently in the breeze. You've spent more time with him. Don't you know what's going on? I know very little about his past, Chen Tianyue replied, shaking his head. Meng Wanzhou stood up and began pacing, his brow furrowed. He's in no condition to carry out a mission, it's too dangerous. The two exchanged a glance and immediately understood. The audience was targeting Jiang Qing. This time, the actor must have been carefully selected someone who knew Jiang Qing's weakness. Desecrating corpses? When Pampan raised an eyebrow. That's likely it, Meng Wanzhou nodded. Jiang Qing must have had an unpleasant experience involving corpses. After Chen Tianyue left with Jiang Qing, the silhouette of a middle-aged man appeared at the second-floor window, silently watching them leave. It was 3 in the afternoon on the first floor of the guest house. Jiang Qing rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the rural scenery. Chen Tianyue handed him a cup of warm water. Feeling any better? Thank you. Jiang Qing took a sip, his voice low. Uncle Chen, I'm sorry. It's all right, Chen Tianyue replied with a light smile. I might look fearless, but hospitals frighten me the most. Jiang Qing put down the cup. Back then, seeing Tianshimi daughter's nickname endure her treatments without crying broke my heart. The psychiatric hospital I stayed in was anything but proper, Jiang Qing continued. I witnessed countless acts of cruelty, especially the experiments and desecration of corpses. At night, it felt like those bodies were calling out to me for help. I know I might be paranoid. Maybe I'm a monster. Chen Tianyue pulled him into a hug. No, you're human. Jiang Qing stiffened, his gaze falling on a camellia flower that had somehow appeared on the table. His eyes grew red around the rims. Footsteps echoed in the stairwell as the blond man and the short, stout man left the guest house. Jiang Qing took a deep breath, his expression icy. Uncle Chen, let's go? I'm going to kill them. Chen Tianyue responded, grabbing a steel pipe from the kitchen. The two followed quietly. Up ahead, the other two seemed completely at ease, chatting and laughing as they entered a small villa. You think Yuelon was kidnapped by them? Chen Tianyue asked. Jiang Qing, now calm, analyzed the situation. And Yuelon must still be alive. When a guy with glasses found her missing, he immediately shouted all over the village. Why? Because he knew she'd been taken. He didn't join in last night, because Yuelon is his goddess. But to the rest, she's just a piece of meat. They reached the door of the house, which was eerily quiet inside. As they stepped in, the stench of blood hit them. Bloodstains on the floor led to the basement. The scene in the basement was suffocating, and Yuelon lay naked on the carpet, her body covered in wounds. The two earliest victims were beside her, their severed heads hanging above Yuelon. She seemed broken, her eyes vacant and her face expressionless, like a doll. 4 young men sat on the sofa, drinking and laughing, occasionally kicking at the unresponsive woman. Uncle Chun, I'll leave this to you, Jiang Qing said, turning to walk away. Screams echoed through the house. Standing in the sunlight, Jiang Qing clenched the camellia flower in his hand and whispered, Don't think you can leave me behind. I will find you. After a long while, Chen Tianyue came out, his hands covered in blood. He rolled his neck and said, I did some testing. Dawn's hard control works for 7 seconds on living people too. It proves a miracle is above a sealed artifact, Jiang Qing replied calmly. A sealed artifact is still an external force. A miracle is something inexplicable that comes from within. So what's next? Chen Tianyue looked Jiang Qing in the eye. Do you think your brain can see us through this mission? A faint smile appeared on Jiang Qing's lips. You can doubt anyone, but never doubt me. Next, let's peel back the mask that Wu Erlao has been hiding behind. Are we going to find the village chief? Chen Tianyu's eyes lit up. No, Jiang Qing shook his head. The chief won't tell the truth. Wu Erlao might, but he needs some guidance. The two of them headed straight to Wu Erliao's house. As soon as Jiang Qing stepped into the yard and looked up, he was met with a twisted, ghastly face. Without warning, the vengeful spirit dove straight at them. Chen Tianyue reacted instantly, punching the ghost square in the face and sending it crashing to the ground. I don't think you get it, he sneered. Jiang's miracle is me, Chen Tianyue, and in the best protection he's got. That punch alone proved that, among all the players who'd survived fewer than 9 missions, probably only Chen could pull this off. As soon as the 7-second limit was up, the ghost lunged again, only to be knocked back by another punch from Chen Tianyue. Didn't learn your lesson, huh? Think being a ghost makes you tough? Chen threw 3 more punches in a row. If you kill me, you'll become a ghost too. Let's see who's tougher then. The ghost seemed stunned, as if it had walked into the wrong scene. This guy was scarier than any ghost. Jiang Qing studied the ghost closely. This isn't Wu Erlao. He's too young, maybe around 30. Wu Erliao's son has already graduated from college, is married, and has a daughter. Not him. Then I don't have to hold back. Chen Tianyue delivered an uppercut straight to the ghost's chin. Jiang Qing bit his nail, analyzing. There are 3 ghosts, one at the guest house, one in Wu Erliao's house, and one that's never appeared. Wu Erliao himself. This ghost is too weak, about the same level as the arsonist and thief when Pampan created. The ghost glared at them with deep resentment. What are you staring at? Chen Tianyue landed another heavy punch. Jiang, we should get out of here. I'm getting tired using dawn over and over drains me more than I thought. Jiang Qing glanced at the darkening sky and changed his mind. It's getting late. Looking for Wu Erliao's grave now isn't smart. Let's talk to the village chief. Try reasoning with him. Appeal to his emotions. Chen Tianyue grinned at the ghost. Still staring? Want another beating? He landed one last punch, grabbed Jiang Qing, and took off running, not daring to look back. Looking cool is just for a moment, running away is forever. Uncle Chen, stop dragging me. It's awkward. You're making me feel like a girl. Chen Tianyue gave an embarrassed laugh. Oh, your hand is so soft. Just like my wife's. Jiang Qing thought to himself. Song Pingon said his body was soft when he hugged him. Now Chen Tianyue says his hand is soft. These two must be crazy. Next time, I'm not bringing you. And I'm definitely not bringing that idiot Song Pingon either. He said fiercely. No way. You're not safe without me, and I'm not safe without you. Chen Tianyue argued anxiously. We promised we'd stick together to the end. You can't ditch me. Did you? Where'd you learn that? Yao Yao. She said Sichuan dialect sounds gentle. Gentle, my foot. She's fierce as hell. I'm saying this on Song Pingan's behalf. He'll tell Yao Yao when we get back. What? Now you're tattling just because we guys were chatting in private. As the sun set, they found a hunched old man at the entrance to the village. As the sun set in the west, the old man spotted them from afar and waved. Thanks for picking the fruit. Head back early and get some rest. Jiang Qing gave a meaningful smile. It wasn't hard at all. Would you like to join us for dinner, village chief? I'll pass. You all. The old man's words trailed off, and he suddenly fell silent. Jiang Qing walked over to him in a few quick steps. Chief, why the sudden change? Why aren't you smiling? The old man turned his face away, his voice shaky. I am Wu Laoer. What a coincidence. I'm Wu Lao-san, Jiang Qing replied. Chen Tianyue clapped his hands. Second brother, let's have a drink tonight. You should all go home, now, the chief urged anxiously. Jiang Qing looked him straight in the eye, his tone teasing. Go home, and live with ghosts? The chief's voice trembled. I don't understand what you're talking about. I need to rest. Leaving? Chen Tianyue quickly blocked his path. Jiang Qing's smile disappeared, his gaze turning sharp and his voice low and threatening. Chief, Wu Laosan has never been one to play by the rules. If you cooperate, we can talk it out. If you don't, we'll use other means. What are you going to do? The chief took a step back, fear written all over his face. Jiang Qing spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Shouldn't I be asking you? What are you up to? Living with ghosts? Aren't you afraid they'll come knocking at your door in the middle of the night? Bathed in the last rays of sunlight, the village chief seemed to age 10 years in an instant. He collapsed to the ground, silent for a long time. When he finally spoke, his lips were pale and his voice bitter. There was no other way. Only if you die will the rest of the village be safe. So the villagers only moved out recently, didn't they? Jiang Qing crouched down, his gaze intense. Yes, I told them to leave for a while. The chief looked exhausted as he continued. 10 days ago, Wu Laoer took poison and killed himself. I called Xiao Wu, but that ungrateful son refused to care about his father. The chief's anger flared. I pleaded with him for over an hour, but he said they'd already severed ties, and he wouldn't come back. So unfilial. He went on, there was nothing else we could do, so we buried Wu Laoer next to his wife. The next day, Wang Matzi, a good for nothing, moved into Wu Laoer's house. That guy's in his 30s, never worked a day, always stealing and causing trouble. Everyone in the village was sick of him. On the third day, Wang Matzi was found dead in Wu Laoer's house. On the fourth day, Widow Zhang died in the guest house hallway. It was really strange. She was a mean-spirited woman, always gossiping and stirring up trouble, even targeting Wu Laoer's family. The chief pulled out his pipe, his hands trembling as he packed and lit it. After a long drag, he continued, 2 people died in 2 days, so everyone went to burn incense for Wu Lauer. That night. What happened that night? Chen Tianyue pressed. The chief's hands shook even more. That night, Wu Lauer came to me in a dream. He said he hadn't killed anyone. There was also a ghost that called itself the audience. It told me to cooperate, said some outsiders would be arriving in a few days, and I should arrange for them to stay at the guest house. It also made me pretend to be Wu Lauer, and on the first day the outsiders arrived, send something to Xiao Wu, saying he'd definitely come back for Qingming festival. It threatened that if all the outsiders didn't die, the people of Kaoshan village would. Wang Mozi and Widow Zhang were just a warning. Jiang, your amazing Wu Lauer's son really does have something. Chen Tianyue was shocked. No wonder we couldn't find you yesterday afternoon, Jiang Qing realized. I went to town to mail the package, the chief replied, his voice weary. What did you send? Jiang Qing asked, hoping for a clue. The chief shook his head and took another deep drag from his pipe. It was in a metal box. I didn't dare open it. Jiang Qing fell silent, deep in thought. What could be so important that a son who refused to bury his father would insist on coming back for the Qingming festival? Property deed? The thought flashed through Jiang Qing's mind, but he quickly shook his head, deciding there was no need to dwell on it. Since the village chief had already informed Xiao Wu, he must have known about his father's death for a while. If Xiao Wu truly cared about the house, he would have come back long ago. This suggested that he wasn't short of money, wasn't interested in the family property, and most likely wanted nothing to do with Wu Lauer. A hint of confusion crossed Chun Tianyu's fierce face as he muttered, what kind of grudge could Wu Lauer have with his own son? No matter what happened, a man dies, and his son doesn't even return for the funeral. There's no way to justify that. The village chief let out a heavy sigh, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepening. Back then, Xiao Wu was 14 or 15. His mother fell ill with a rare disease, I can't remember the name. Just that treatment would have cost a fortune, and even then, her chances of surviving were slim. In the end, Wu Lauer chose to give up on treatment. He tapped the ash from his cigarette, his gaze dim. For the first decade or so of Xiao Wu's life, his mother was the closest person to him. She meant everything to him. Wu Lauer's decision was like stabbing the boy straight through the heart. And it happened right when Xiao Wu was at that rebellious age. He watched his mother die in that hospital bed, while his father didn't shed a single tear and went back to work in the fields the very next day. Xiao Wu confronted him right then and there. Did you ever really love her? Wu Lauer wasn't good with words, couldn't explain himself, and the two of them just stopped talking after that. From then on, Xiao Wu became a different person. He buried himself in his studies and eventually got into a top medical university. The day he left the village, he never looked back. Chun Tianyue opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he stayed silent. After a moment, he muttered, it's hard to judge. Wu Lauer gave up on his wife's treatment to save money. Xiao Wu must have seen that as a betrayal. At the moment of his greatest pain, his father couldn't even show a trace of grief. Anyone would struggle with that. Jiang Qing listened in silence for a long while, then waved away the choking smoke and pressed on. So, how do you know Xiao was a doctor now, married with a daughter? Wu Lauer told me, the village chief replied, coughing twice as his cigarette burned down to the filter. His voice softened. To be honest, I can't even remember Wu Lauer's real name. He was the second son in his family, and his older brother left the village years ago and never came back. Everyone just called him Wu Lauer. Chun Tianyue narrowed his eyes, his tone cold. Don't make things up. When did Wu Lauer ever tell you that? The village chief shrank back, avoiding Chun Tianyue's gaze, as if worried about those powerful fists. She was only in his 60s and still hoping to live to 90. The night before, he blurted out, the night before he killed himself. He suddenly came to drink with might was the first time. He had a little too much and started talking. He said his son was outstanding and handsome, just like he was when he was young. He said his daughter-in-law was gentle and beautiful, and his granddaughter was still so little he desperately wanted to hold her just once. The village chief's eyes reddened as he spoke. He talked a lot that night, maybe because he was drunk. No one expected what would happen the next day. He didn't finish, but slowly stood up, his back hunched and his face worn with exhaustion. That's all there is to it. If you're leaving, go ahead. Only a streak of red remained in the sky as the sunset faded. Watching the village chief's figure slowly disappear into the distance, Jiang Qing suddenly called out, village chief, those 3 items are the other 2 with Wang Mozi and Widow Zhang? The village chief paused, turning to look back at him with a deep, searching gaze. After a long moment, he finally said, you're very sharp. Night fell. Jiang Qing and Chun Tianyue returned to the guest house together. The room was quiet and dim, and Jiang Qing silently communicated with Meng Wanzhou. Can the audience interfere with the task? No, Meng Wanzhou said firmly, locking eyes with Jiang Qing. Once a task begins, no matter the level, no matter how powerful the observer, no one is allowed to interfere. That's an absolute rule. She paused. But before the task starts, observers can set things up. For example, this time, the observer threatened the village chief into helping. When Pampan quickly picked up the thread, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. And after the task is finished, observers are forbidden from attacking the actors. The thing that attacked you last time was fear itself. It must have been punished by the gods. Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow. Do you know a lot of observers? I only know one, when Pampan replied, looking straight at Jiang Qing. He has the miracle of mind reading. Anyone who plays games with him is guaranteed to lose. He's got a twisted sense of humor. Meng Wan's face was expressionless, her voice as calm as still water. I know quite a few, but it doesn't matter. Every observer is something strange, and every one of those oddities possesses a miracle. When Pampan nodded gently, right, you should focus on this task and look for a way out. A way out. Jiang Qing's lips curled into a smile. We've already cleared the game. Chen Tianyue snapped his head around, eyes wide. What? What did you say? We've cleared it. Jiang Qing strolled into the kitchen at an unhurried pace, scanning every corner to make sure nothing had been disturbed. He began to wash rice and start a pot of porridge, analyzing as he worked. This time, the real challenge wasn't the ghosts or finding the 3-item set, was the teammates. He glanced at Chen Tianyue. Uncle Chun, guess why those guys were so nervous at first, but after they went out yesterday afternoon, they suddenly relaxed? They stopped looking for clues or items and just started chasing after girls. A look of realization flashed in Chun Tianyu's eyes. You're right, the change in their attitude was huge. Jiang Qing deftly drained the rice water, droplets slipping through his fingers. Since the observer was able to approach the village chief and force him to help, isn't it possible that before the task started, the observer gave one of the actors a separate mission? Hold on. Chen Tianyue rapped his forehead with his knuckles. Are you calling me stupid? Let me tell you the truth. Jiang Qing set down the pot, picked up a towel, and carefully dried his hands. Leaning against the stove, he spoke slowly. The one the observer approached was Wenbin. He was the calmest guy besides us, even had the composure to suck up to Yuan. That's because he knew all the rules about the ghosts ahead of time. He raised one finger. First, Wu Lauer doesn't kill. He's the protagonist of the task and the least threatening. A second finger. Second, Wang Matzi can only stay in Wu Lauer's house, and he's extremely weak, only bullies the timid. A third finger. Third, Widow Zhang is on the second floor of the guest house, appears at night, but is also weak and can't enter rooms. If you know how these 3 ghosts operate, what's there to be afraid of? Chen Tianyue leaned against the wall, brow furrowed. So why did the observer choose the guy with glasses? What was his mission? That's what I'm about to explain. Jiang Qing gritted his teeth, his voice dropping. This task was set up specifically for me. The observers are probing my weaknesses, pushing my limits step by step. Somehow, they learned about my past and arranged this whole game. He drew a deep breath. If I'm right, Wenbin's mission was to convince the 6 guys, then kill the girls and desecrate their body. Esto see if ID lose control. Jiang Qing leaned back against the wall, his gaze sharp. Think about it yesterday, and Yuan made a few guesses, and Wenbin immediately played along. He also encouraged the 6 guys to go to Wu Lauer's house. Why? He's smart. If he couldn't persuade all 6, he'd try to get the ghosts to kill them, so we wouldn't find out. He went on. In the end, 4 agreed. 2 refused. Those 2 didn't make it back alive. Disgust flickered in his eyes. I kept wondering why all the actors this time were young people. The answer is, they're easy to manipulate. Those 4 were obvious social outcasts, guys who couldn't get girlfriends. Wenbin's suggestion played right into their hormones. No need to worry about being attacked by ghosts, and they got to mess around with the girls. Why wouldn't they go for it? Jiang Qing's voice turned icy. Wenbin's only mistake was underestimating just how depraved those guys were. He probably warned them not to touch Yuan, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. A bunch of idiots thinking with the wrong head. Why would they listen to him? The audience assigned individual tasks to the actors. Chen Tianyue sat at the dining table, his brow furrowed. This revelation had turned his world upside down, completely shattering his understanding of the situation. He stared at Jiang Qing, who was cooking porridge, and couldn't help but ask, Jiang Qing, I just can't figure it out. What did the audience promise, glasses guy? Jiang Qing stirred the porridge calmly and replied with just one word, death. Seeing the confusion in Chen Tianyu's eyes, Jiang Qing explained further, the audience gave Wenbin a 2-part task. First, he had to desecrate the corpse to test my reaction, and then, during the mission, he had to find a way to kill me. If he completed both steps, he'd be allowed to leave alive. A hint of irony tugged at the corners of Jiang Qing's mouth. But do you really think a ghost keeps its promises? Wenbin's only cleverness is that small. Jiang Qing set down the spoon and turned to face Chen Tianyue. If it were me, I wouldn't make any moves on the first day. Starting from the second day, I'd gradually take control of the others, using the rules to play the game slowly. Not like him, rushing to form alliances right from the start. No wonder. Chen Tianyue slapped the table in sudden realization. I should have noticed it yesterday. That guy barely spoke to us and only focused on convincing the other 6 when he was looking for Wu Lauer. Acting like that at our first meeting was just too suspicious. Jiang Qing added some water to the pot, not bothering to look up. In his eyes, we're already dead. There's no need to communicate with us. Chen Tianyue hesitated, then spoke carefully. Jiang, there's something I'm not sure I should say. If you shouldn't, then don't. Jiang Qing shot him a look. How come you call me Uncle Chun sometimes, Old Chun sometimes, and now Little Chun? You're really messing up the hierarchy here. Chun Tianyue looked completely bewildered. Just say it, Jiang Qing urged. You're really impressive, but you have one fatal flaw. Whenever you focus on the ghost, you ignore the people around you. That's dangerous. Jiang Qing's hand paused in midair. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. I understand. He'll treat this as a lesson learned. It won't happen again. He continued. Actually, once I shifted my focus from the ghost to the other actors, Glasses Guy's so-called clever tricks were laughably easy to see through. It would have been the same if it were Song Pingon. Jiang Qing thought to himself. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Qin Tianyue is great at dealing with ghosts, Song Pingon excels at psychological games, and Feng Yaoyao has her miraculous abilities. As for himself, while he's no fighter, he has a knack for outsmarting the audience. He even found himself looking forward to the next mission, hoping to run into the 6-member group from the New World Organization, especially eager to match wits with Su Muron. When the porridge was almost done, Jiang Qing and Chun Tianyue sat down at the table. Chun Tianyue yawned and asked, how did they trick Yuelon into going out? And Yuelon is just an idiot, Jiang Qing replied bluntly. He pulled the phone head found in room 205 that morning out of his pocket, unlocked it with practiced fingers, and handed it over. See for yourself. At 4:25 a.m., and Yuelon received a message from Wenbin. Her phone screen lit up in the darkness, displaying a text. Goddess, we've found 3 important items, but we don't know how to use them. We're in the restaurant on the 1st floor. Can you come down? And Yuelon replied quickly. Finally, we can go back. I can't stand this dump for another second. Wait for me. Jiang Qing watched all this, a cold smirk curling at her lips. She shook her head and said, Wenbin would never send a message like that. Those 4 must have stolen his phone and are pretending to be him to set a trap. She probably forgot to bring her phone when she left, Jiang Qing added. That woman really is clueless. Qin Tianyue stared at Jiang Qing in disbelief. Wait a second, how did you unlock her phone? Jiang Qing rested her chin on her left hand, smiling confidently. And Yuelon is a bliss celebrity. I just googled her birthday and tried it as the password. It worked on the first try. Damn. Qin Tianyue blurted out, unable to hide his shock. Suddenly, Jiang Qing's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Check her photo album. There's a surprise. Honest as ever, Qin Tianyue opened the gallery and was instantly stunned by what he saw. Holy! The album was filled with Yuelin's private videos and photos. You've changed, Qin Tianyue managed to squeeze out. Jiang Qing shrugged. She's a big star, after all. You've never seen anything like this. Enough. I never look at that stuff. Qin Tianyue cut her off hurriedly. I'm going back to tell the others. Go ahead, Jiang Qing replied indifferently. Everyone knows what kind of person I am. Qin Tianyue tossed the phone onto the table, his expression turning serious. Back to business. Why did you say this mission is already cleared? In the kitchen, the steam from the rice porridge rose in gentle swirls. Jiang Qing's playful demeanor faded as she answered seriously, in an unknown fight. Neither Wang Mozi nor Widow Zhang is a match for you. Getting those 2 items is a piece of cake for us. As for the rest, we just have to wait until Wu comes back on the 5th day. She paused, then continued. Wenbin might try something in the meantime, maybe target the short-haired girl, or even attack us while we're asleep. But overall, the odds are in our favor. Qin Tianyue clenched his fists, a fierce grin spreading across his face. If he dares to attack, they'll show him why the flowers are so red. Yeah. Jiang Qing took a deep breath and looked up at the ceiling. Let's eat dinner and get some rest. We need our strength. Tonight, let's deal with Widow Zhang first. Meanwhile, in the dark hallway on the 2nd floor, Widow Zhang was lying on the ground, her expression sinister as she listened intently to their conversation. Midnight. Where's the stuff? Qin Tianyue landed a powerful left hook on Widow Zhang. Are you going to talk? He followed up with a sharp elbow strike. Widow Zhang lay on the floor, glaring at them with venomous eyes. She hadn't been dead for long, so her resentment was weak and her power limited. Qin Tianyue couldn't destroy her completely, but every punch made her feel unbearable pain. Called a curse on men when alive, treated like a plague, and now beaten even after death, Widow Zhang's hatred was almost tangible. Jiang Qing leaned against the wall, watching this bizarre scene, a living person beating up a vengeful ghost. Of course, it was only possible because Widow Zhang was so weak. If it were the ghostly couple or the embroidered shoe bride, Qin Tianyue wouldn't stand a chance. Seeing that Widow Zhang still refused to talk, Jiang Qing shot a look at Qin Tianyue and deliberately asked, how many more punches can you manage? Qin Tianyue played along, shaking his head with a sigh. Maybe 1,500 more. If she doesn't talk, we'll just take our time. At the mention of 1,500 punches, the venom in Widow Zhang's eyes faded, replaced by clarity. As soon as the 7-second interval after the last punch passed, she quickly pulled out a piece of paper from her clothes and placed it gently on the floor. Widow Zhang backed away step by step, finally vanishing at the end of the hallway. She really couldn't handle these 2. Only those who've experienced the pain of being punched could truly understand. Jiang Qing couldn't help but laugh at the sight, finding this ghost almost endearing. He bent down to pick up the paper and took a closer look. It was an acceptance letter from a certain medical university. This is a clean black and white photocopy, and it looks like it's been carefully kept. Chen Tianyue stroked his chin, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. An admission letter? Is this really that important to Wu Lao? Jiang Qing's gaze flickered with a trace of complexity, her eyes dropping slightly as she countered. If your daughter got into a prestigious university or a top school, would you be happy? Chen Tianyue didn't think much about it, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Of course, I'd throw a celebration for 3 days straight. Jiang Qing nodded gently, but her lips didn't curve into a smile. I see. She put the paper away, turned, and walked into the house. She quietly pushed open the door, went over to the not-so-soft bed, and lay down. I'm going to get some sleep. Call me if you need anything. As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to fall asleep instantly. Chen Tianyue stood by the bed, looking at Jiang Qing's peaceful sleeping face. He shook his head, his eyes full of helplessness and concern. He gently tucked her in, then stood watch at her side, his gaze lingering on her delicate profile. He reached out a hand toward her, but hesitated halfway and slowly drew it back. Song Pingon once said there's a fine line between genius and madness. Are you a genius, or are you mad? He muttered quietly, his eyes dim. Why did they send you to a psychiatric hospital for 4 years? He looked up at Jiang Qing's sleeping face, a rush of complicated emotions welling up inside him. Who is she really? That night was quiet and still, as if nothing had happened, but everyone was hiding their own secret turmoil. The village chief sat on the edge of the bed, a pipe in his mouth, while Wu Lauer sat silently as always. Wenbin sat on the sofa, holding in Yuelin's corpse in his arms, his eyes vacant, as if all feeling had left him. Mu Zihan hid in a corner of the bedroom, with all the lights on, hugging her knees tightly as she curled up in the corner. The next morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Qing and Chen Tianyue had a simple breakfast of plain rice porridge, then got ready to head to Wu Lauer's house. On the way, they ran into the village chief. Out for a walk, chief? Chen Tianyue waved at the hunched-over village chief. The chief looked at them, stunned and shocked. You're still here? Why haven't you left the village? Jiang Qing helped the chief sit down and smiled. You know we can't leave yet. We have to wait for Wu Lauer's son to come back and get the third item. The chief gave an awkward chuckle. Well, you can wait, but who knows if that kid will come back. If he doesn't, then well, all die together, Jiang Qing replied calmly, as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. The chief's face froze, and he muttered under his breath, don't jinx me. I want to live to 90. That's not asking much. Most people wish for 100, Jiang Qing said lightly, her tone teasing and relaxed. The chief rolled his eyes and shook his head. With my health, if I make it to 90, I probably won't be able to walk. What's the point of living on, just to be a burden to my children and grandchildren? No child stays filial by a sickbed forever. Jiang Qing's voice was gentle but firm. Your children and grandchildren might not see you as a burden. The chief sighed. Anyone can say nice things. If you asked me to take care of your father for a while, handle all his meals and needs, could you stand it? It's better to live with clarity, Jiang Qing said softly, her eyes clear. The chief rolled his eyes again and continued. I saw a little girl by the ancestral hall earlier. She had short hair and was squatting at the entrance, looking very well behaved. Seemed pretty sensible. Sensible? Jiang Qing raised her eyebrows, pausing for a moment. How do you know she wasn't just scared, or simply quiet? Chief, let's not beat around the bush, Jiang Qing said with a light laugh. Did Wu Lauer come to see you last night? The chief's eyes widened, and he was momentarily speechless. You really aren't easy to please. It's fine. In a few days, you won't see me again. Let's just chat now, Jiang Qing smiled, gently urging him on. The chief hesitated, glanced at Chen Tianyue, and finally sighed in resignation. All right, it's nothing special. He came to my house last night, said he'd forgotten a lot of things, and didn't know where to go. Jiang Qing tilted her head, one eyebrow raised. That's all. The chief nodded and sighed. That's all. The village chief nodded and waved his hand. All right, goodbye. You're really not coming? Jiang Qing called out over her shoulder, waving as she strode away. They arrived at Wu Lauer's house. The yard was overgrown with weeds, clearly neglected for a long time. From a second-floor window, Wang Matzi glared down at them, his eyes no longer filled with the impulsive aggression from their first encounter. Come down here. Chen Tianyue looked up at him, raising his hand and curling his finger in a taunting gesture. Wang Matzi, provoked, leapt out the window, charging straight at Jiang Qing with rage in his eyes, convinced this young man would be easy to bully. Jiang Qing stepped back, quickly hiding behind Chen Tianyue, and whispered, same trick as before. Without hesitation, Chen Tianyue struck, landing a heavy punch to Wang Matzi's stomach like a sledgehammer, as if it could shatter his very soul. 3 minutes later, Wang Matzi finally admitted defeat, lowering his head. His trembling hands pulled a yellowed photograph from his pocket and placed it on the ground. Chen Tianyue picked up the photo, then turned to leave with Jiang Qing. He felt uneasy, had overestimated his own stamina. The miracle at dawn had nearly drained him. If they didn't leave soon, he might actually collapse. They ran until they reached an open field, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Chen Tianyue slumped to the ground, gasping for air. That guy can take a beating even better than Widow Zhang. Jiang Qing said nothing, taking the photograph and examining it closely. It was a black and white picture, a simple, honest man with his arm around a woman with braided hair. In front of them stood a boy of about 14 or 15 Wu Lauer's family. The sunlight was harsh. Jiang Qing bit his lip so hard the skin broke. The photo was faded, and beside it was a photocopy of an acceptance letter. These items brought back a flood of memories. The clues were starting to connect, and his expression grew more serious. This old photo must be from when Xiao Wu's mother passed away, Jiang Qing said softly. That was also when he and Wu Lauer stopped speaking. The acceptance letter, this was probably Wu Lauer's happiest moment. And after that, it was the last time Xiao Wu stayed at home. He paused, voice low. Wu Lauer has forgotten so much. Jiang Qing turned to look at Chen Tianyue, who was sitting on a rock. His gaze was deep, his tone somber. This task isn't just about finding Wu Lauer's 3 lost items. It's really about finding his 3 most important memories. His son misunderstood him. Memories? Misunderstandings? Chen Tianyue ran a hand through his short hair, sounding a bit confused. Did Wu Lauer really love Xiao Wu? A cold wind brushed Jiang Qing's face. He answered quietly, a man who wouldn't hurt anyone, even after death, must have been a gentle soul in life. They exchanged a long, silent look. Suddenly, a trembling figure approached, her voice choked with tears. Can you protect me? Mu Zihan, a short-haired girl, appeared fragile. Her eyes were swollen and red, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Qing didn't want to get involved, but Chen Tianyue was more sympathetic. If you're worried about those guys, I'll tell you except for the one with glasses, I've already dealt with the other 4. As for the guy with glasses, he might try something in the next few days. Mu Zihan froze, her fingers shaking as she pointed at Chen Tianyue. Did you kill them? Chen Tianyue frowned slightly, puzzled by her reaction. Is that a problem? We're actors. During these tasks, we've all killed directly or indirectly. It's nothing to make a fuss about. Are you some kind of saint? Mu Zihan fell silent, her face turning pale. She, too, had indirectly caused actors' deaths before. Her own past was stained with blood. I'm sorry, I overreacted. She bowed deeply, head bowed. Chen Tianyue waved it off. We're not interested in you. I have a girlfriend. As for Jiang, let's be blunt, he's not attracted to you. We'll finish the task. If you want to survive, just do as you're told, understand? Mu Zihan nodded quickly, sobbing. I understand. They'll do whatever you say. I just want to make it home alive. Jiang Qing and Chen Tianyue didn't mind helping others. There was no real conflict of interest between actors. If they could work together and survive, that would be ideal. But if someone had ulterior motives, then it was every person for themselves. The next 3 days passed quietly. The guy with glasses seemed to have vanished, and there were no more attacks. On the 5th day, the sun rose, bathing the fields in golden light, a sign that the task would soon come to an end. There was something odd about Kaoshan village today. The usual chilly northern wind had vanished, replaced by a gentle, warm breeze that softly touched every corner of the village. From a distance, a sedan worth 500,000 yuan slowly made its way along the village's bumpy dirt road, its tires jolting over potholes and sending dull thuds through the car. The vehicle finally stopped at the foot of the mountain. A man in his mid-20s stepped out, tall and handsome, though his short hair was messy and his eyes bloodshot with exhaustion written all over his face. Almost at the same time, the passenger door opened, and a woman with gentle features emerged, carrying a little girl around 2 years old. Every movement she made reflected a calm and graceful demeanor. Noticing her husband's condition, she frowned slightly and gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice as soft as morning dew. Are you okay? Xiao Wu took a deep breath, his eyes sweeping over the view of Kaoshan village as he forced a smile. I'm fine. The mountain path is rough. Why don't you and our daughter wait in the car? The woman shook her head firmly, determination shining in her eyes. I want to go with you to visit your parents' graves. Xiao Wu opened his mouth to protest, but seeing the resolve in his wife's gaze, he could only nod. All right. He took their quiet, wide-eyed daughter into his arms while his wife picked up a weathered iron box, an important item for their visit. As they reached halfway up the mountain, Xiao Wu suddenly stopped, frowning. When did the villagers build these stone steps? He remembered the path as treacherous and steep, but now, neat stone steps made the climb much easier and safer. After a bit more walking, the couple, carrying their child, finally found the graves of Wu Lauer and Lin Xiao. Standing before his parents' tombstones, Xiao Wu's expression grew complicated, emotions swirling in his eyes. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from behind the graves. Startled by the sudden appearance, the woman instinctively took a step back. Dad! Xiao Wu froze, eyes wide in disbelief at the figure before him. The next moment, tears of joy welled up, his voice trembling. I knew it. The village chief lied to me. He stepped forward to embrace his father, but his arms passed straight through the figure, touching nothing. The sight sent a chill through his wife, her face draining of color. A ghost in broad daylight? How could this be? How could this be? Xiao Wu wasn't afraid, just repeated the words over and over. lips trembling, until finally, he could no longer hold back. He collapsed to his knees in front of Wu Lao's grave, his shoulders shaking with suppressed grief. Wu Lao stood there, his eyes clouded with confusion as if he had forgotten everything. He didn't know who the kneeling man was, nor the frightened woman and the adorable child, and he couldn't understand the strange ache inside him. He was dead, after all. The dead weren't supposed to feel anything, were they? Rapid footsteps echoed up the mountain path. Jiang Qing, Chen Tianyue, and Mu Zihan hurried up, out of breath. This was their first time seeing Wu Lao since the mission began, a central figure in this story. Instinctively, Xiao Wu's wife hugged her daughter tighter and stepped back warily. The man in the black tank top, his intimidating tattoos on display, hardly looked trustworthy. Noticing her fear, Jiang Qing signaled for Chen Tianyue and Mu Zihan to stay put. He pulled a yellowed photograph and a copy of an admission letter from his pocket and cautiously approached Wu Lao. "Were you?" Wu Lao asked, each word slow and stiff, his voice would nothing like the fearsome ghost one would expect. Jiang Qing handed him the photograph, his tone earnest and steady. "This is your most treasured possession." "My most treasured possession." Wu Lao, as if guided by some instinct, reached for the photo. His gaze dropped, finally settling on the image. In that instant, lost memories flickered through his mind like scenes from a film, frame by frame. Over a decade ago, in a hospital room, Lin Xiu lay frail and emaciated, ravaged by illness on the stark white bed. Wu Lao brought in a basin of hot water, soaked a towel, wrung it dry, and gently wiped his wife's face with tender care. Lin Xiu weakly grasped Wu Lao's hand, her voice barely more than a whisper, fragile as a candle flame in the wind. "Lao Wu, stop the treatment. I know my body there's no hope. We never had much money to begin with. Our child is in junior high, about to start high school, and university after that, and then he'll need money to marry." Wu Lao lowered his head, tears streaming from his eyes. After a long time, he finally choked out a single word, "Okay." His fingers trembled. The woman in front of him was Lin Xiu, his childhood sweetheart, and the wife he had vowed to protect for a lifetime. At that moment, even saying okay felt like it was tearing his heart apart. Lin Xiu weakly held his hand. "After I'm gone, take care of yourself, and take care of our son. You're his role model, so you have to be strong, so don't cry. Okay." Wu Lao didn't dare look up. His throat burned as if it had been cut with a knife. Not long after, Lin Xiu passed away. Strangely, Wu Lao didn't shed a single tear, but overnight, his hair turned completely white. The day after the funeral, he went back to work in the orchard. There was no money left at home, and his son was about to start high school and needed books and supplies. He also had to make sure his son had enough to eat, that he could have meat. He didn't dare slack off, not even for a day. Jiang Qing handed him a second item photocopy of his son's college acceptance letter. This brought Wu Lao back to a very special afternoon. He had taken the acceptance letter to the village chief. "What kind of university is this?" The old village chief put on his reading glasses and looked it over carefully. "Such and such medical university, let's go into town and ask." In town, a teacher told them. "It's a 985 medical university, a top school. But it's far from here, a whole day and night by train." "What does 985 mean?" Wu Lao asked, confused. "It means the best universities." The teacher laughed. "Your son is going to make it big." Wu Lao couldn't stop grinning. He held the original letter and the copy tightly against his chest. On the way back to the village, he asked the village chief for help. "Since Lin Xiu passed away, my son's grown distant from me. He said he chose the farthest school on purpose and that he's never coming back. Could you do me a favor? He'll give you money every month, please send it to him on behalf of the village." At that moment, Jiang Qing opened the metal box the woman had handed over, and her expression changed to one of shock. Inside, there was a sheet of paper with detailed records of each money transfer, and below it, 32 neatly stacked round-trip train tickets. This meant that for 8 years, Wu Lao had secretly gone to see his son at least twice each year, quietly watching over him from afar. When Xiao Wu saw all of this, he finally broke down, falling to his knees in tears. He couldn't imagine how his father had managed to find him, or how he had watched over him in silence all those years. "You're my pride," Wu Lao said, crouching down and gently patting his son's shoulder. Dad Xiao Wu pounded the ground with his fists, sobbing uncontrollably. A gust of wind lifted the tickets in the metal box, revealing a tear-stained note at the bottom. The note drifted to the front of the tombstone. On it were Wu Lao's final words. "Lin Xiu, our son is doing very well. Now I can finally come to see you." All reunions eventually end in parting, all beautiful moments become memories, and the only thing left by fate's path is what you cannot escape. Chen Tianyue stood on a narrow mountain trail, gazing into the distance with a heavy heart. As a father, he knew he could truly call himself a good man. Jiang Qing quietly stepped back to stand beside Chen Tianyue. She glanced around quickly to make sure no one was watching, then leaned in close and spoke softly but firmly. Tiantan must have been happy in her final days, because she had a good father by her side. A heavy sword can't pierce armor, but a gentle whisper can pierce the heart. Known as a strong and stoic man, Chen Tianyue raised his hand to wipe at his reddened eyes, his voice choked with emotion. She was my most precious treasure. Jiang Qing nodded, her gaze shifting to Wu Lauer's family not far away. She spoke in a low voice, the task is done. Let's go. As they made their way down the mountain, Mu Zihan couldn't help but steal glances at Jiang Qing. Her brows were slightly furrowed. She couldn't imagine how this seemingly ordinary young man had managed to find 3 important items in such a short time and complete the mission on the very last day. She had racked her brain for days, unable to figure out what those items were or where to look for them. Honestly, Mu Zihan had lost hope. These past 2 days, following Jiang Qing and Chen Tianyue, all they did was drink plain porridge or sit in the sun, seemingly doing nothing productive. Who would have thought everything was part of Jiang Qing's plan? The 3 of them walked slowly into the village, ready to pick any door and return to the world of the book. Just then, at a nearby crossroads, when Bin the man with glasses stood in the sunlight, hands in his pockets, as if had been waiting for them. Chen Tianyue frowned, lowering his voice in warning. What's his deal? Is he planning to go all out against us on the 5th day? Jiang Qing met when Bin's calm, dark eyes and smiled slightly. No, I think he just wants to talk. As they approached, when Bin's expression remained blank as he asked, did you finish the mission? Yeah, Jiang Qing replied with a gentle smile. It wasn't a hard task. If you hadn't interfered, it would have been even easier. Not hard. This was true only for Jiang Qing and Chen Tianyue as a team. If it had been Song Pingan or Feng Yaoyao instead of Chen Tianyue, Jiang Qing would never have gotten the 2 important items so easily. Luck had played a big part in their success. An awkward silence fell. After a while, when Bin forced a bitter smile. I'm sorry, actually I know, Jiang Qing interrupted. The audience chose you. But, you failed the mission. Their eyes met, and when Bin felt as though Jiang Qing could see right through him, as if he had no secrets left. I am not a bad person. I never wanted to hurt anyone, but I still turned into the kind of person I once despised. When Bin gave a self-deprecating laugh and let out a deep sigh. It was my carelessness that cost Ain in her life. I'm not leaving. I plan to stay here and atone for what I've done. After all, every journey has an end, and I've reached mine. His gaze shifted to a spot just beyond the 3, and a faint smile appeared on his lips as he slowly waved. Jiang Qing turned quickly and saw, standing quietly under the eaves not far away, a beautiful woman. She wore a khaki dress with a matching jacket, her face pale as paper in Yulin's ghost. You're staying behind. Mu Zihan stared in shock. Are you crazy? You're doing this for a pretty face? A celebrity? Chen Tianyue frowned, clearly unable to understand this choice. When Bin shook his head, eyes steady. It was never about the glamorous star on stage. It was always about the girl named Yuan. Maybe you've never had a celebrity crush, so you wouldn't understand. With that, he walked forward, brushing past Jiang Qing. Maybe you think him just a pathetic fan. His voice grew louder. Yeah, maybe the devoted fan never gets to be the heroine in her story. But in my own story. Suddenly, when Bin raised both hands high, shouting from the bottom of his heart to the sky, the fields, and the unseen audience. In my story, the devoted fan is the main character. To hell with the mission and the game. I'm staying right here. If you've got what it takes, then kill me. When Bin's furious shout echoed through the air, he looked toward Anon, his voice filled with determination. And even if you're gone, they'll always be your fan. They'll always like you. With that, he followed the female ghost into the darkness, vanishing as if had never existed. Mu Zihan stood frozen, unable to recover for a long time. He's lost his mind, she finally managed to say. Jiang Qing sighed inwardly. He recalled what Meng Wanzhou had told him. So far, the highest record was 18 completed missions. Under this kind of survival pressure, very few people could keep their sanity. By the iron gate, Mu Zihan bit her lip, her voice tinged with hope. Can I come with you? Jiang Qing gave a calm but ruthless answer. No, you're of no value. The words were harsh, but that was the truth. Throughout the mission, Mu Zihan had been a burden, timid, incapable, overly sensitive, without a sealed artifact or awakened miracle, and lacking even basic judgment. The new world had no place for people like her. Even if their team was short-handed, they wouldn't accept someone who would only drag them down. Mu Zihan lowered her head, silently summoned her key, and left without another word. Jiang Qing followed soon after. Only after the 2 of them were gone did Chen Tianyue feel safe enough to head back. Peace returned to Kaoshan village. In front of a small mound in the fields, the 2 female ghosts bowed slightly in the direction Jiang Qing had left, grateful to the young man who had finally laid them to rest. In the audience theater, the screen faded to black, marking the official end of the mission. The 3 enigmatic beings watching wore knowing smiles. Jiang Qing, what an interesting human. Those eyes, they look so familiar. Our memories are failing us. Calamity is hiding something important. The one with the miracle of causality crossed her legs elegantly. If he survives to his 10th mission, I want to play a game with him. A fair gamey, a game with lives on the line. Then the 11th round will be mine, said the being with the miracle of harmony, her tone playful. Of course, I won't bet lives, just something fun. Are you implying a lose? That'll die in the game? The one with causality asked coldly. Who knows? Harmony replied as she got up to leave. The spectator burst out laughing. I think he'll try another theater. One by one, the lights went out. At Villa 7 in Fengling, Jiang Qing, dressed in black sportswear, had barely returned when Feng Yaoyao, just over 5 feet tall, came bouncing over. Hey, we beat you back this time. Behind her, Song Pingon called out smugly. Old Chun, finished your third mission? I completed mine a month ago. Level 9 difficulty, too. Don't tell me you're still stuck at level 5? Chen Tianyu's eye twitched. Feeling better? Want to try jumping off another bridge? No need for that. Song Pingon immediately backed down. The experience of jumping from dozens of meters up was still his nightmare. Jiang Qing walked up to Yang Yi. The job's done. My payment? Yang Yi hesitated for a moment. Give it some time. Sealed artifacts are rare. I only managed to get one half a month ago, and it's a hassle to apply for another. Still thank you. You pay, I deliver. No need for thanks, Jiang Qing replied calmly. How did you handle her? Yang Yi couldn't help asking. Jiang Qing gave a brief account of what had happened. Yang Yi fell silent, lost in thought. Sister Su, do you want to go first, or should I? Jiang Qing looked at the gentle woman beside him. As usual, they would share lessons learned after a mission. He'll go. Feng Yaoyao raised her hand enthusiastically. Brother, Sister Su was amazing. We escaped the hospital in just 3 days, and even took down 2 vengeful spirits. The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. She destroyed 2 vengeful spirits? Everyone exchanged incredulous looks. Humans have never been able to kill such ghosts, not even the weakest among them. Even Chun Tianyue couldn't do it, but Su Muron managed? Song Pingon swallowed hard, wincing from his injuries. Su Sujia is amazing. Su Muron sat with poise, her grace undiminished despite a few stains on her clothes. She explained calmly, I don't actually have the power to destroy vengeful spirits. The situation was unique. There were 5 ghosts in that mission. The patient ghost harbored deep hatred for the doctor and nurse ghosts. I simply took advantage of that, letting the 3 of them turn on each other. She glanced at Jiang Qing. It's actually inspired by your Hideancy game. Humans can't kill ghosts, but ghosts can destroy each other. After the patient ghost devoured 2 others, it did become much stronger. But since what helped it earlier, its grudge against us was the weakest. That gave me the time I needed to find the key. So you used ghosts against other ghosts? Yang Yi asked, her expression serious. Just luck, Su Muron replied with a modest smile. But no one else seemed to see it that way. Feng Yaoyao cleared her throat and began recounting the details of their mission. This task was no walk in the park. 17 participants in an abandoned hospital, and 2 people died almost right away. When she got to the part where someone threatened Su Muron with a knife, only for Lin Gubei to take the attacker down in no time, everyone turned to look at him. What are you looking at me for? Lin Gubei lit a cigarette and said calmly, she's my wife. It's my job to protect her. The group burst into playful whistles and laughter. Lin Gubei's ears turned red, though he tried to play it cool. Jiang Qing, how did things go on your end? Jiang Qing, munching on chips, paused, licked her thumb, and took a sip of warm water before answering seriously. Our mission was a bit different. The audience set me up. She shrugged. It wasn't that hard, just disgusting. Luckily, Uncle Chen helped me out. Tisk, tsk tisk. Song Pingon teased. Jiang, you can't do it without me. Want to team up next time? Jiang Qing thought for a moment. Let's take a break for 2 months. I need to study the script. Her script had updated a month ago, and in 2 months, Jiang Yuan would be staging a kidnapping of Gu Kursin. Jiang Qing found it odd. Last time she saw Gu Kursin, she was still clearly infatuated with Jiang Yuan. If that's the case, why wouldn't Jiang Yuan just hold on to her? Even if Gus' parents didn't approve, as long as Gu Kursin got pregnant and they married, the Gu family's wealth dwarfed the Jiang's. Compared to that, kidnapping Gu Kursin for 5 million yuan from Jiang Qing was just plain stupid. Maybe something would change between Gu Kursin and Jiang Yuan in the next 2 months. Jiang Qing pulled herself from her thoughts and turned to Yang Yi, who wore her signature wolf-tail braid. Now that you've heard about our last 2 missions, when you make it back from your 10th, you'll have to share with us too. Hey, that's a trap. Yang Yi glared. I don't want to hear any of your debriefs. Come on, Yang, it's only fair, Song Pingon said with mock righteousness. You listened to ours, so you owe us yours. That's how you keep a friendship going. Yang Yi snorted. Don't hold your breath. I'm not taking my 10th mission for at least 7 or 8 months. Her last encounter with something truly bizarre had made her realize that vengeful spirits and those things were on completely different levels. The methods used to deal with vengeful spirits don't necessarily work on more mysterious entities. Yang Yi considered his options and decided to seek advice from his senior, Jia Fong, on how to survive the bizarre games. There's no need to rush, Song Pingon said, lifting his arm in a cast. We've only completed 3 or 4 missions. Except for Yao, who's cleared 5, we're still a long way from reaching 10. As night fell, everyone said their goodbyes at the entrance of the Wind Chime Villa community. Song Pingon casually tossed his car keys to Jian Yuqing. Secretary Jian, Drive the boss home. Oh, seriously? Making me run errands at night. Jiang Qing pouted, her sweet voice tinged with annoyance. Seriously? What does that even mean? Song Pingan looked confused. Aren't you going to complain some more? Standing under the streetlight, the six of them lingered. Chen Tianyue gripped his black leather jacket, his expression grave. There's something I need to tell you all. Lin Gubei frowned. What is it? Chen Tianyue glanced at Yang Yi, who caught on immediately. I'll head out first. Let's grab a drink at Sleepless Night another day. Once Yang Yi's car disappeared into the darkness, Chen Tianyue finally revealed Jiang Qing's secret. Something is seriously wrong with Xiao Zhang's mental state. He's in real danger. As the details came out, everyone's expressions grew heavy. Jiang Yuqing was shocked. He spent 4 years in a psychiatric hospital. That gentle older sister. Su Muron murmured thoughtfully. He needs someone watching him day and night. Lin Gubei frowned deeper. That sounds like paranoia to me, Song Pingan said bluntly. I can't figure Jiang Qing out, Chen Tianyue said, leaning against the streetlight, his eyes reflecting a complicated emotion. He's decisive when he kills, yet he treats the dead with unusual respect. Song Pingan, sitting in his wheelchair and touching his cast, seemed to realize something. Now that you mention it, old Jiang is a neat freak, hates being touched by women. But when it comes to bloody corpses, he's willing to wrap them in blankets and even carry them himself. He paused. The older sister he mentioned, could she be a corpse? A sudden gust of wind sent chills down everyone's spine. Jiang Yuqing's pupils shrank as she pointed shakily into the distance. Over there, under the streetlight, stood a woman in a pure white dress, long hair draped over her shoulders, eyes closed, with 2 streaks of blood at the corners of her eyes. As the light flickered, a shadow appeared beside her, so chilling that even Song Pingan, who had faced the supernatural, felt a deep sense of dread. In the next blink, the figure vanished. Could she be the older sister Jiang Qing talked about? Jiang Yuqing stammered. I told you not to talk about people behind their backs. Let's get out of here. Song Pingan broke into a cold sweat. Su Muron spoke seriously. Don't tell Jiang Qing about this for now. We can't risk upsetting him. Everyone nodded in agreement and went their separate ways. In the villa's living room, Feng Yaoyao lounged on the sofa in cartoon pajamas, legs swinging in the air. Jiang Qing rummaged through the fridge for food, savoring his first real meal after 5 days of plain porridge. The ghost from Baiyun dormitory is gone. Why aren't you moving back? Jiang Qing asked. Feng Yaoyao stopped swinging her legs and pouted. You just don't get how annoying an 8-person girl's dorm can be. Just lining up for the bathroom morning and night is torture. And my 4 roommates keep isolating me, always scheming. Ugh. She stood up. I'm not going back. I want to live in this big villa with you. Jiang Qing truly had no idea what went on in a girl's dorm. He waved at the golden retriever lying on the carpet, and the cream-colored dog wagged its tail and trotted over. Hey, I'm not talking to you. Go to bed, Feng Yaoyao said, ruffling the dog's head before running barefoot to sit beside Jiang Qing, legs crossed, her eyes crinkling into crescents. Bro, are you going to ask about the details of Sister Sue's mission? Smart as ever. Jiang Qing gently tapped her forehead. I'm not dumb, you know. Feng Yaoyao pursed her lips and thought for a moment. Sister Sue figured out your plan. She said it's not about hiding her abilities, everyone just has their own moment to shine. Jiang Qing silently repeated the sentence, her brows furrowed as she pondered for a moment before speaking. Su Muron is smart and emotionally intelligent. Plus, she has the special ability of a miracle audience member. By all accounts, she should have breezed through the first 8 tasks. So why is her progress so slow? Does she want to stay in the book world forever? Feng Yaoyao hugged her knees, gently rocking side to side. Sujia said her meeting with Xiao Lin was unusual. She died on the spot after being stabbed 3 times by a criminal at the mall entrance, and Xiao Lin killed that criminal in the detention center 3 days later, then took his own life. The 2 of them only reunited during their first task, a month after entering the book. She paused, then continued. There were 13 people in that mission, but only the 2 of them survived in the end. It left them both with a lot of psychological trauma. And with their identities being different in the book world, it took them a long time to adjust getting married, buying a house, convincing their families. More importantly, Sujia has been investigating both worlds, learning about the actors, audience, vengeful ghosts, the liberation, the dream chasers, and other factions. Jiang Qing bit her nail, surprise flickering in her eyes. She told you all that? A Feng Yaoyao fidgeted with her fingers, looking uneasy. Sujia actually guessed you'd ask, so she asked me to tell you. I think she might be just a bit smarter than you. Surprisingly, instead of being upset, Jiang Qing smiled in anticipation. I knew it were the same kind. Brother, doesn't it bother you that someone's better than you? Bother me? Why would it? Jiang Qing's lips curled with a faint smile. If the road to becoming a god was too easy, too boring, or too smooth, what would be the point? Our new world organization is just getting started. Well, have to face even stronger ghosts and actors in the future. Those who've completed 10 tasks are all impressive, but we'll surpass them eventually. Surpass, Feng Yaoyao echoed softly, a rush of excitement welling up inside her. After chatting for a while, Jiang Qing said she was going to rest. Feng Yaoyao quickly called out to stop her, hesitated for a moment, then hurried upstairs. 3 minutes later, she came down in a pink short dress, nude stockings, and 3-centimeter heels, her gait a little awkward. This is my first time wearing a dress, stockings, and heels. Do I look okay? She asked shyly. First time? Jiang Qing couldn't help but laugh. You should be asking Su Muran or Jian Yuqing about that. I was embarrassed. I'm already 19. Feng Yaoyao pouted. Back in class, everyone else wore dresses and stockings, but I always dressed like a kid. She pressed her legs together, mumbling, it feels kind of weird so empty. Shed bought the outfit online a few days ago. The dress cost 130. The stockings were even cheaper, 2 pairs for under 10 yuan with free shipping. Whether in the real world or the book world, this was her first time ever wearing a dress. Jiang Qing thought for a moment before speaking in a gentle, considerate tone. Yao Yao, honestly, your legs look even better without stockings. You don't need to wear high heels either. Your height is just right. A pair of white sneakers would be perfect. And how about tying your hair up? A ponytail would suit you better than leaving it down. Huh? Feng Yaoyao blinked, a little confused. Trust me, Jiang Qing replied confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yaoyao dashed into the bathroom. In less than half a minute, she bounced back out, already having taken off her stockings and heels. Holding a hair tie between her lips, she quickly gathered her long hair and tied it into a high ponytail. How's this, bro? She lifted the hem of her dress and spun around in place. Though her looks were ordinary and her figure unremarkable, her eyes sparkled with anticipation in that moment. You look great, Jiang Qing said with a smile, nodding. You bought this dress online, right? Yeah, just 130, Feng Yaoyao replied with a grin. That cheap? Jiang Qing paused, then spoke gently. If you ever need money, just let me know. Don't be shy. In truth, he wasn't well off himself. After Jiang Qingrui passed away, he only kept 50,000 for himself out of nearly 2 million in inheritance, giving the rest to Jiang Wei. No need, Feng Yaoyao said proudly, hands on her hips. I admit I'm practical and I like money, but I'm not going to ask for it just because Song Pingan treats me well. A dress that costs a little over 100 is just as comfortable to wear. She paused. When contentment outweighs insecurity, happiness lasts a lifetime. So what if I'm a bit poor? At least I spend my own money with a clear conscience. Then, with a mischievous smile, she added, but I'll still live in the villa, and I won't turn down gifts from you guys. Jiang Qing couldn't help but laugh. So, tell me what kind of gift do you want? Feng Yaoyao shyly tapped her index fingers together. I've got my eye on a pair of sneakers. They're 530, but only available in physical stores. All right, he'll take you shopping tomorrow. It's Saturday. Yay. Feng Yaoyao spun around in delight. Jiang Qing understood how she felt. She would never ask Song Pingan for money, but with someone close like him, she could share her wish for a new pair of sneakers. After all, a good pair of shoes really could make a difference during a mission. Enough spinning, Jiang Qing said seriously, sitting upright on the sofa. I need to ask you something. Feng Yaoyao imitated his posture and sat down properly. What is it? Has Chao Yayin tried to contact you? Feng Yaoyao immediately grew serious. She hasn't come to me directly, but I've run into her at school. She looked at me from a distance, and it was terrifying, like she wanted to eat me alive. I think she's about to make a move. The script hasn't updated, which means she's still going to send people to bully me. Jiang Qing narrowed his eyes. It's not just a feeling, she definitely will. We have evidence of her crimes, and if we hand it over to the police, she's finished. So to her, we're a threat. She'll probably try to get photos or videos of you to use as leverage. Be extra careful these days. Don't go to secluded places alone, and if you need to use the bathroom, bring someone with you. Once I finish what I'm working on, I'll help you deal with her. But, he paused. Doing this will seriously change your storyline. You've already completed 5 missions. If the plot changes too much, the next one could be level 7 or even level 8 difficulty. Level 8. Feng Yaoyao drooped, discouraged. With my brain, there's no way I could handle that alone. Even though she had some miracles and sealed items, analytical skills weren't her strong suit. Don't worry. Jiang Qing reassured her, sounding relaxed. He'll take care of it. The next step is to try and shift the story in our favor, so the difficulty of the next mission stays manageable. Feng Yaoyao looked completely confused. Difficulty remains the same? Feng Yaoyao asked slowly, her face full of confusion. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, but Jiang Qing tapped her knee, signaling her to put her legs down. It's complicated, Jiang Qing said seriously. Right now, everyone is facing a crisis. Chao Yeyun has bad intentions toward you. On Chen Tianyu's side, there will be a murder within 2 or 3 months. Su Muran is about to be kidnapped, Lin Gubei will get trapped in a case, and even Song Pingan can't escape his father's harm. All these crises will happen within the next 2 to 3 months. Feng Yaoyao pressed her lips together, thinking for a moment. These storylines definitely need to be changed or avoided. Avoiding them isn't enough, Jiang Qing shook his head. Take Su Muran, for example. She took the day off today and avoided being kidnapped, but what about tomorrow? Or the day after? Danger can come at any time. It's like Murphy's law: if something can go wrong, even if the chance is only 0.01, it will happen. As he spoke, he yawned widely and waved to the golden retriever. Let's get some sleep. Murphy's law? Feng Yaoyao was a little stunned. She watched her brother head upstairs, then quickly followed after him. Brother, I'm too scared to sleep alone. Can Kaisen stay with me? The terrifying images of vengeful ghosts from the hospital still lingered in her mind. The next day at noon, after lunch, the siblings went out to buy shoes. By May 1st, Blue Sea City was already 25 degrees Celsius. Jiang Qing wore a simple black t-shirt and gray sweatpants, while Feng Yaoyao had on a pink dress, constantly tugging at the hem as the breeze made her feel chilly. Do you want to buy a change of clothes? Jiang Qing suggested. No need. Feng Yaoyao refused stubbornly, secretly thinking that wearing a dress did have its perks. They took the subway to the financial street in the Dusk District, a popular spot for couples to go on dates, filled with malls, food streets, and plenty of attractions. In the basement level of a shopping mall, Feng Yaoyao looked around with excitement, humming a little tune. Brother, I want this pair, she said, pointing at a pair of white sneakers with blue and pink patterns behind the counter, her eyes sparkling. Jiang Qing glanced at the price tag, 530 yuan in, was just about to say something when a familiar voice cut in. Can I try these in size 38? It was Gu Kersen, standing next to a worn-out-looking Jiang Yuan, who had obvious dark circles and seemed exhausted. Unlike before, Jiang Yuan didn't say anything sarcastic and just stood there quietly. Jiang Qing ignored them. When the clerk brought out the shoes, Feng Yaoyao eagerly tried them on, thinking they'd help relieve the heel pain she felt during her missions. Her happy expression, however, was misunderstood by Gu Kersen as a provocation. In with Xiao Yuan now, Gu Kersen suddenly said to Jiang Qing. These will do. No need to change them, Jiang Qing said simply, heading straight to the counter and paying with swift, decisive movements. The clerk quickly packed up her old shoes, and the two of them turned to leave. Gu Kersen stood frozen in place, watching as Jiang Qing completely ignored her. Miss? Miss? The shop assistant called out behind her. I don't want them. They're ugly, so ugly. Gu Kersen snapped, grabbing Jiang Yuan's hand and hurrying away. The little incident didn't dampen Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoyao's shopping mood. They strolled over to the food court, where Feng Yaoyao was happily enjoying a candied hawthorn and an ice cream. Suddenly, Jiang Qing's phone rang. Lao Jiang, I have some leads on the people you wanted to investigate. Jiang Qing's eyes turned cold. Where are you? Song Group Tower. I'll send you the location. Okay. After hanging up, Jiang Qing composed herself and spoke gently to Feng Yaoyao. Yaoyao, let's go to Song Group Tower. I need to see Song Pingyan about something. Sure thing. Feng Yaoyao replied, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up. The Song Group Tower was grand and imposing. Feng Yaoyao, who had never been there before, looked a bit uneasy. Brother, do you think the security guards will kick us out? Jian Yuqing was already waiting in the lobby. Her short, professional haircut glimmered softly in the sunlight, and her business attire highlighted her graceful figure. Yuqing, Feng Yaoyao called out cheerfully. Jian Yuqing looked her up and down in surprise. Is this? I think this is the first time I've seen you in a dress. Yeah, my brother took me to buy shoes. These shoes are awesome. He took you shopping? Jian Yuqing was visibly shocked. Take me to see Song Pingyan first. You two can catch up later, Jiang Qing interrupted. In the office, Song Pingyan, dressed in a sharp suit, locked the door and placed a stack of documents on the coffee table. These 7 people aren't simple. One is a senior at Hongfinji University of Technology. The other 6 have already graduated, 5 of them moved to other provinces. Jiang Qing's gaze landed on one of the files. Chang Jiaji, senior in the finance department. Father is the mayor's secretary in Lanhai City. Chang Jiaji was one of the ringleaders who caused Wen Pandi's death, Song Pingyan explained, pouring 2 cups of tea. I contacted Su Munin this morning and found out that he's the one planning to kidnap her within the next 2 months, and he's also an important supporting character in the script. Jiang Qing's mind was racing, formulating a plan. Song Pingyan reminded him, I don't know why you're so invested in Wen Pandi's case, but keep in mind you've already killed 4 people this month. If you go after this guy and leave even the tiniest trace, the police will investigate you thoroughly. Jiang Qing silently flipped through the files on the 7 people, all of whom were the main culprits in Wen Ponpon's case. In his mind, he calculated, how can I take this guy out? If miracle lovesickness could unleash just 50% of its power, I could make someone kill themselves from 100 meters away. Meng Wanzhou's voice echoed in his mind. What's the rush? Just wait until you clear the 9th mission and your key levels up. When Pampan also tried to comfort him. Jiang Qing, I can wait. I've already waited 3 years in the mission world. Jiang Qing gripped the file tightly and silently asked, with lovesickness's puppet ability at 20%, can I forcefully control someone for 3 seconds? It's possible, but what can you do in 3 seconds? Meng Wanzhou replied, puzzled. Jiang Qing walked to the window, looking down at the bustling street below. I have a plan. A plan? Song Pingyan clicked his tongue, worry flickering in his eyes. Lao Jiang, Can't you just settle down for once? Jiang glanced up at the sky, his deep eyes reflecting the clouds above. His tone was resolute. No. If we stop now, we're all dead. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed Su Muron. As soon as she answered, he got straight to the point. Su, I'm going to kill Chang Jiaji. There was a long silence on the other end. Finally, Su Muron spoke, her voice strained. Do you have a foolproof plan? I do. I'll need your cooperation, but you won't be in any danger, Jiang replied, his tone unwavering. He always kept his word. Since Head promised when Pampan to help her get revenge, none of the 7 masterminds were going to get away. 3 days later, on Tuesday at noon, the sun was shining brightly. Su Muron walked out of the classroom, her slender fingers adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses as she hugged her textbooks to her chest. Every movement exuded a gentle, refined elegance, making her seem far more mature and charming than the younger students around her. Just as she was about to head to the rooftop, a male teacher called out, Ms. Su, the department head wants to see you. He said he'd like you to represent us in an upcoming debate. Could you come to the office on the first floor? Thank you. Su Muron replied politely with a smile. If she hadn't claimed to be married and worn her wedding ring every day, the line of admirers at her door would be never-ending. Inside the first-floor office, the department head was waiting, along with 7 or 8 other teachers. The department head greeted her warmly, Ms. Su. Meanwhile, Jiang stood in front of the academic building, holding the leash of a golden retriever and wearing an inconspicuous earpiece in his left ear. A group of female students had already gathered around, crouching to pet the dog. What a cute golden retriever, its fluffy tail feels so nice, let me give it a kiss. It smells so good, even male students passing by couldn't help but glance over, as if the dog was more popular than any of them. Suddenly, Feng Yaoyao's voice crackled through Jiang's earpiece. Bro, the target's in position. Jiang's expression didn't change. He silently watched as an invisible red line seemed to stretch up to the rooftop. 1, 2, 3. There was a deafening crash. Someone had fallen from the rooftop, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. The head burst open like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The scene instantly descended into chaos. In a distant building, Feng Yaoyao put down her binoculars and quickly slipped away. That afternoon, inside a police interrogation room, 2 officers stared sternly at Su Muron. The victim, Chang Jiaji, had a message from you on his phone. You texted him at 9:12 this morning, asking to meet on the rooftop at noon. Su Muron nodded calmly. Yes, he's been pursuing me for some time. But I'm married, and a teacher's behavior has been making me uncomfortable. I arranged to meet him because I wanted to make things clear. But before I could go, Mr. Chin told me the department head was looking for me. School matters came first, so I went to the office instead. Her answer was flawless, providing the perfect alibi. In another interrogation room, 3 officers sat across from Jiang, who was still holding the dog's leash. The oldest officer smiled as if he knew Jiang well. We meet again. Hello, officer, Jiang replied, looking the picture of innocence. Relax, we just have 2 questions, the officer said, folding his hands on the table. First, you're not a student at Red Maple Institute of Technology. Why were you on campus? Second, Chang Jiaji jumped to his death not far from where you were. Jiang interrupted him. Officer, first of all, I don't know anything about what happened. I'm friends with Ms. Su, and I also know her husband. Not long ago, my corneal transplant surgery was a success. I'm 20 years old now, so of course I want to go to college. You know how it is? I asked Ms. Su to pull some strings for me. Jiang Qing stood in the hospital corridor, lightly touching the corner of his eye. The marks from the corneal transplant were barely visible now. He looked at the police officer in front of him and said, I'm 20, so of course I want to go to college. That's why I asked Ms. Su for help. His tone carried the straightforwardness unique to young people. Also, I don't know Chang Jiaji, Jiang Qing continued, frowning slightly. I was just waiting downstairs for Ms. Su. How was I supposed to know? His voice caught, as if he could still see the bloody scene in his mind. It scared me to death. It was the first time I'd ever seen someone jump to their death. It was so gruesome. He looked up at the officer, who was jotting something down. There were hundreds of students there. Why do I have to be the one to help with the investigation? The older officer coughed, a knowing smile at the corner of his mouth. Well, we're more familiar with you. After a short conversation, the police escorted Jiang Qing and Su Muron out of the station. Both of them had alibis, with multiple witnesses and surveillance footage to back them up. The police could only rule Chang Jiachi's death as a suicide. There really was no one else on the rooftop at the time. Once they stepped onto the bustling street, Jiang Qing immediately dropped his honest and well-behaved facade. A dangerous smile played on his lips, his eyes turning cold. Humans are so fragile. Fall from the 6th floor, and your head splits open. Not nearly as hard to kill as a vengeful ghost. Su Muron adjusted her glasses, the corners of her mouth lifting. That means my next assignment will probably be level 6 or 7, and the stories changed a little. Her tone was calm, as if she were discussing the weather. But not by much. The kidnapping plot is gone, and the main character will drug me at a banquet 6 months from now. Jiang Qing kept his eyes straight ahead as he held the leash. 6 months is a long way off. For now, Your situation is about as tough as Song Pingyan's. He paused. I'm going to talk to Chen Tianyue and ask him to close down the escape room business. Hearing this, Su Muron pushed up her glasses, her tone uncertain. You want us to change the course of the story, make sure we're safe for half a year, and keep the next assignment at level 6 or 7. Are you thinking of betting on a double mission again? Jiang Qing nodded at first, then shook his head, his voice low. Not level 7, level 8. And not just half a year of safety. I mean all of us safe until the next annual death event. His gaze grew deeper. I have a feeling that next time, the 6 of us will be assigned together. In the library, Ming Wanzhou couldn't help but complain, a hunch? You just want to use fate to trigger a butterfly effect and get us matched up. The odds are still tiny. When Pan, in her white floral dress, immediately countered, it's worth a try. The odds aren't that small. Even I can't fully grasp the power of fate. I've only tapped into less than 50% of it. At a crosswalk, Jiang Qing and Su Muron paused to wait for the light. Su Muron, in an older sisterly way, gently brushed Jiang Qing's forehead and said softly, you always think of us first. But what about you? Promise me you'll learn to care for yourself. Jiang Qing was silent for a long time, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Care for myself? No, I'm going to drag those fears down to hell with me. Time slipped by unnoticed. 1 month later, on the night of June 6th, Jiang Wei lay in bed, staring at the stream of green chat bubbles shed scent. I have the college entrance exam tomorrow. Will you come see me off? I can't sleep. I'm so nervous. My last practice test, I scored 573. Are you asleep? Can you talk to me? Jiang Qing hadn't replied to a single message. At 11:37 p.m., Jiang Wei sighed and lay down, trying to get some rest. She stared at the ceiling, thinking about how all her classmates would have parents accompanying them tomorrow, while she'd have to go alone. A wave of sadness and frustration washed over her. She bit her lip to keep from crying, but tears still slipped from the corners of her eyes. She had lost her mother, then her father, and now even her only brother wasn't around. Jiang Wei didn't remember when she fell asleep. After the alarm rang once, she woke up. Outside, the sky was a soft blue tinged with pink as the sun rose, and traffic police were already busy at the intersection. So tired, Jiang Wei sat up, rubbing her eyes and forcing herself awake. After washing up, she carefully checked her ID and exam admission slip before heading out. She took a taxi to the exam site, where students, parents, and teachers were already gathering at the school gate. Mom, don't worry. I have everything. Me supplies are all packed. Dad, wait for my good news. They'll at least make it into the city's top 100. Teacher, we're heading in now. Jiang Wei lowered her head and walked toward the gate. Suddenly, someone grabbed her wrist from behind. She turned around, her expression shifting from surprise to joy, and then to a kind of hurt relief. I thought you weren't coming. Jiang Qing, out of breath and sweating, said, I've been busy lately, but I ran over here first thing this morning. He handed her a bag. I bought you some supplies. Do you have your admission slip and ID? Looking at the bag of supplies, Jiang Wei was both exasperated and touched. I've got everything. All right, go on in. He'll wait for you at the gate. Jiang Qing's voice was unusually gentle. This exam is important, but don't be too nervous. Jiang Wei took a deep breath, gathering her courage. Can you give me a hug? For luck? As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Qing wrapped her in a big hug and whispered in her ear, good luck on your exam. To be honest, Jiang Qing had hesitated for a long time. He had originally planned to give everything up and cut all ties with Jiang Wei. But last night, he kept rereading those messages, falling deep into thought. Although he had never taken the college entrance exam himself, he understood how important it was to every and it was a turning point in life. Jiang Qing didn't want to become a regret in Jiang Wei's life, especially at such a critical moment for her future. As time went on, Jiang Qing gradually developed a feeling that living a proper and successful life was just a checklist. Get into a good university, find a stable job, buy a house and a car, get married and have kids, and eventually settle into a quiet routine. He was tired of this mechanical path, but for Jiang Wei, that kind of life clearly felt safer. To clear his mind, Jiang Qing found a cafe to rest in. The Chinese exam had just finished that morning, and it was still early. He sat by the window, lost in thought. That's when he got a message from Yang Yi. Yang Yi, the ceiling object application was approved. Honestly, I really don't want to give you this one. Jiang Qing, is it powerful? Yang Yi, it's creepy. Yang Yi, where are you? Buy me lunch minimum budget, 1,000. Jiang Qing, Dusk District, near experimental number 3 high school, at a cafe. Come over. Yang Yi, JPG. Jiang Qing paused, thinking what's that supposed to mean? Is she pouting? Or just annoyed with me? He shuddered a little, unable to imagine someone as straightforward and tomboyish as Yang Yi acting cute. After half an hour, he vaguely heard the roar of a car engine. Outside, an off-road vehicle pulled up, and Yang Yi got out. She wore her hair in a wolf cut, dressed in black casual clothes, holding a wooden box with a strong presence. Yang Yi walked up to the cafe entrance and saw Jiang Qing through the glass. They nodded at each other and quickly headed to a private room on the second floor. The door clicked shut, and Yang Yi set the box down heavily on the table, then sat with one leg crossed, clearly in a bad mood. Jiang Qing looked puzzled and asked, "Did I do something to annoy you?" "I'm just pissed off," Yang Yi said bluntly. "I really wanted this sealing object, but everyone can only form a contract with one. Unless it's damaged, you can't make a new contract. If I'd known, I would have waited. Now I can't use it at all." Jiang Qing grew curious and reached for the wooden box. "What is it?" Yang Yi reacted instantly, snatching the box back and looking much more cautious. She opened it and took out a bloodstained marriage contract. Spreading it out on the table, she cleared her throat and explained seriously, "This contract seals a ghost bride. In terms of raw power, she's not as strong as the embroidered shoe ghost I contracted first, but the ghost bride has a special ability, her midnight song. Her singing can affect actors and even disturb other vengeful spirits. The influence is huge. Plus, her song isn't limited to just one ghost. It can affect many, which is terrifying." She paused before continuing. "Usually, sealing objects can't harm actors, and the ghosts inside can't hurt the living. That's a rule set by the gods. But a sealing object that can influence actors is very rare." Clearly frustrated, she muttered, "If it were me, I'd never offer this as a reward." Jiang Qing thought for a moment and seemed to understand. "You're pretending to be upset and making this contract sound super valuable, so we'll feel like I owe you. And you can use that against me later, right?" Yang Yi squinted at him and replied offhandedly, "What are you staring at?" Jiang Qing just smiled without answering. He carefully put the marriage contract back in the box, holding it close, and shook his head. "Look at you, guarding it like I'm a thief." Yang Yi rolled her eyes and changed the subject. "Do you know how to form a contract?" Jiang Qing nodded, listening intently as the rules for using the sealing artifact were explained. "Place a drop of blood on it, and the vengeful spirit will appear. As long as you can hold its gaze for 10 seconds without fear, the artifact will recognize you as its master. Although this mysterious item can't be used in the book's world, it can be used 3 times in each mission world. If you try to use it a 4th time, the artifact will break, releasing the spirit, and its first target will always be the host." Yang Yi shifted into a more comfortable position, her expression serious. "A sealing artifact is like a double-edged sword. Used well, it can save your life. Used poorly, it could cost you everything." Just then, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Qing got up to answer it, and a hotel staff member brought in 2 steaming cups of coffee. Yang Yi glanced out the window toward experimental high school number 3 and asked casually, "Someone in your family taking the college entrance exam?" "My younger sister," Jiang Qing replied simply. "Your sister?" Yang Yi was surprised. "Feng Yaoyao. That can't be right, she's already a college freshman." Jiang Qing tapped the wooden box lightly. "My biological sister, Jiang Wei. We'll have lunch together later." At 11:30, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. Students streamed out of the test center, their faces showing a mix of emotions. Among them, a delicate-looking girl stood on tiptoe and waved at Jiang Qing on the outskirts of the crowd. "Brother, that's your sister?" Yang Yi exclaimed in shock. Jiang Qing sighed. "Watch your language." Jiang Wei had inherited their mother's gentle features, fresh-faced and naturally beautiful. She was clearly destined to be a beauty. During the past few days of exams, Jiang Qing's attitude toward her had noticeably softened. He smiled and introduced her. "This is my friend, Yang Yi. Call her brother." "Hello, Brother Yang," Jiang Wei greeted politely. Yang Yi shot Jiang Qing a fierce glare. "Don't listen to him, I'm a woman. Call me sister." "A woman?" Jiang Wei stared at Yang Yi's striking appearance, thinking to herself that even at 18, she hadn't noticed. After lunch at the mall, Yang Yi left. Jiang Qing was quiet for a moment before asking, "How did the exam go?" "Not bad," Jiang Wei replied with a smile. "Language is my strong suit, at least 130 points. I just hope the math questions this afternoon are ones I've reviewed." Sunlight streamed through the restaurant's glass windows, casting a warm glow on Jiang Wei. She bit her lip and asked softly, "Can I stay with you for the next couple of days?" "Of course," Jiang Qing agreed readily, making Jiang Wei beam with delight. "You do care about me, after all." "It's fine," Jiang Qing replied calmly, deciding to be kinder to his sister during the exam period. Their eyes met, and Jiang Wei seemed to sense something. She asked quietly, "So, you still can't forgive me?" "Don't overthink it. Just focus on your exams," Jiang Qing said after a pause. "If you get into a 211 university, they'll try to accept you." Jiang Wei gripped the hem of her shirt. "If I make it, you won't abandon me?" Jiang Qing looked out the window. "You were the one who left him first. But, never mind, just do your best." As night fell, the siblings returned to the wind chime villas. As soon as they entered, a large golden retriever bounded around Jiang Qing in excitement. "Happy, it's been so long," Jiang Wei said, crouching to pet the dog's head. In the living room, Chun Tianyue and the others had gathered as usual after work. Seeing Jiang Wei, their expressions varied. Jiang Wei only recognized Su Muran and Feng Yaoyao and felt a little awkward. "Go rest in the master bedroom upstairs. We have something to discuss," Jiang Qing said, giving her a gentle pat on the back. Once Jiang Wei had gone upstairs, Song Pingan, who had just recovered and had his cast removed, grinned and asked, "Jiang, What's going on? Su Muron answered before Jiang Qing could. Today's the college entrance exam. He's actually being a responsible brother for once. Planning to be nice to her these few days? Jiang Qing sat down and nodded. I hope she gets into a good university and has a bright future. After all, he paused. Who knows when I might be gone for good. Shed truly have no one left. With that, Jiang Qing handed the wooden box to Song Pingon. Here, a gift for you. A gift? Song Pingon feigned surprise. This is the first time you've ever given me a present. He opened the box and took out the marriage certificate, only to freeze in shock. Jiang, come on. I never agreed to marry you. I'm not accepting this marriage certificate. Jiang Qing snapped. Don't give it back to me. The reason he'd given it to Song Pingon was because this guy had no means of protecting himself during missions. Although Lin Gubei also lacked any miracles or sealed items, Jiang Qing, thinking selfishly, still preferred Song Pingon. Old Song was closer to him and had helped him more, while Lin Gubei had Su Muron watching his back. A satisfied smile spread across Song Pingan's face as he quickly hugged the marriage certificate to his chest, though he joked, I was just kidding. This thing was it a sealed item from Yang Yi? Jiang Qing nodded and explained in detail everything that had happened that morning when he met Yang Yi, including all the specifics of the sealed item. Ghost bride Song Pingon frowned. That's a bit creepy. I wouldn't dare sleep at night with this thing in my bedroom. He examined the sealed item for a moment, ready to sign the contract with his blood, but suddenly looked at Jiang Qing, hesitating. Do I have to use blood? I am scared of pain. Oh, come on. You're a grown man, stop whining. They'll do it for you, Jian Yuqing said with a look of disdain. She hurried off to the storage room, came back with a sewing kit, iodine, and a cotton swab. She disinfected the needle expertly, grabbed Song Pingan's index finger, and said, don't move. It won't hurt. It'll be over in a second. With a flick of her wrist, she finished the job. A sharp sting shot through Song Pingan's fingertip, and he instinctively frowned. Jian Yuqing had already squeezed out a drop of bright red blood. Right then, he noticed everyone else suddenly stand up and back away from him, as if he had the plague. What the hell? You guys have no loyalty. Song Pingon panicked. Facing a vengeful spirit alone, he was scared out of his wits. Chen Tianyue, standing at a safe distance, teased, come on, man, it's just a ghost bride. What's 10 seconds of eye contact? You'd better hurry before your blood coagulates. Su Muron watched with a half-amused smile. The others stood in the hallway, their eyes all focused on Song Pingon in the living room. Seeing this, Song Pingon flipped them off in frustration, then braced himself and dropped his blood onto the marriage certificate. Instantly, the lights went out, plunging the room into total darkness. An old oil lamp appeared out of nowhere on the table, its faint flame barely illuminating a small area. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Song Pingon screamed internally, eyes locked on the ghost bride in a crimson wedding dress who had suddenly appeared across from him. Moving slowly, the ghost bride lifted her pale hand and gently removed her red veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face so white it looked like paper, completely devoid of color. Her eyes glowed faintly red and her lips curled into an eerie, chilling smile. Darling, what are you doing? Are you at the grave? Are you dead? Darling, what are you doing? Why haven't you replied? Song Pingan's heart pounded as he stammered, knock it off. Who's singing? The room fell silent. No one answered. Those 10 seconds felt longer than any school day or overtime shift. When the time was up, the ghost bride's neck suddenly twisted at a 90-degree angle, then she vanished. The oil lamp's flame flickered and went out. The living room lights came back on. Song Pingon gasped for air, his heart still racing. For a moment, he felt as if the ghost bride had really been strangling him. The suffocating feeling was that real. He heard footsteps around him and finally snapped out of it, swallowing hard as he glared at the others approaching. Who was singing just now? Jiang Qing looked at Feng Yaoyao. Feng Yaoyao looked at Chen Tianyue, and Chen Tianyue looked at Jian Yuqing. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one said a word. Finally, Chen Tianyue couldn't hold back his laughter. He grabbed his jacket and started humming as he walked out. Who's singing? Warming up the loneliness. Feng Yaoyao quietly got up and went upstairs. Lin Gubei left with his arm around Su Muron's shoulders, murmuring, white clouds float, blue skies remain. Jian Yuqing looked confused. Am I supposed to join in? Jiang Qing strolled upstairs, mumbling to himself. I think that song's pretty good. Freedom and flying. 10 p.m. Jiang Qing lay on the guest room bed, holding a diary and a pencil, calculating the difficulty of his current task. He tapped the pencil lightly against the paper, his brows furrowed in concentration. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Qing, are you asleep? Jiang Wei's gentle voice came from outside the door. I'm asleep, Jiang Qing replied without looking up, his tone casual. With a quiet creak, the bedroom door slowly opened. Jiang Wei slipped into the room, clutching a pillow and tiptoeing over. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, outlining her slender figure. Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow, then relaxed, quickly tucking the diary under his pillow. He tried to sound nonchalant. What are you doing? When we were younger, you always let me sleep next to you. Jiang Wei inched closer to the bed, a silent plea in her eyes. Jiang Qing rapped his forehead lightly with a fist, resigned. You're 18 now. You can't sleep with me anymore. But Jiang Wei stood at the bedside, looking a little hurt, her voice softer. I can't sleep in a strange place. If I don't sleep well, I'll be exhausted tomorrow, and then I won't do well on my exams, and then I won't get into a good university. Trouble sleeping in unfamiliar places? Jiang Qing frowned slightly. Does she have this habit? He wondered silently. After pondering for several seconds, he said seriously, fine. You can sleep here, but I'll just stay in the room. With that, he got up and sat on the bay window, leaning against the frame, making it clear he had no intention of sleeping next to his sister. That's as much as I'm willing to compromise. Jiang Wei crawled under the covers, gripping the edge of the blanket. Only her bright eyes visible as she asked, are they really good friends of yours? Jiang Qing couldn't help but smile, his profile sharp in the moonlight. We share the same goals. We're like family, just a different kind. You probably have close friends you tell everything. Hat's another kind of family. Family, Jiang Wei repeated, her eyes flickering with confusion. You mean, family who aren't related by blood? Jiang Qing leaned against the window, one knee bent, looking effortlessly cool. Blood ties are just one kind of connection. Family can mean a lot of things. It depends on how you see it. Get some rest. He reached over and switched off the light, ending the conversation. In the darkness, Jiang Wei tossed and turned, her thoughts swirling like stars in the night sky. Family, friends, besties, she murmured to herself. In the library, 11 black sofas formed a circle. Jiang Qing sat at the head, his gaze thoughtful as he looked across the group. Meng Wanzhou, thin as a reed, set down her book and met Jiang Qing's eyes. If you have something to say, just say it. You've been staring at me for ages. Her voice was calm, but carried a quiet authority. Jiang Qing pressed his lips together, tapping the arm of his chair. This morning, Yang Yi brought up the idea of powerful ghosts. I was wondering, do ghosts have levels or ranks? Meng Wanzhou crossed her legs and clasped her hands on her knee, her tone low but steady. There aren't any official ranks. But you can tell how strong a ghost is by the details. The weakest ghosts might only affect a room or a hallway. Stronger ones can influence an entire school or neighborhood. Those close to the anomaly level can affect about a fifth of Lanhai City. It's like a domain of their own. She paused. As for anomalies, the weakest can still affect a third of the city. If when Pampan lost control, she could destroy half of Lanhai City in 10 minutes. I'm stronger than she is, Meng Wanzhou added, her confidence unshakable. When Pampan, sitting nearby, pouted and muttered, irrational. I wouldn't lose control. Meng Wanzhou looked back at Jiang Qing and summed up, Jiang Qing, ghosts and anomalies aren't ranked, but you can always spot the signs of their power. Jiang Qing nodded thoughtfully, considering her words before asking. Then, the thing that broke the rules and attacked me last time, was it stronger than you? Meng Wanzhou's expression turned grave, more serious than ever. She spoke slowly and clearly. That wasn't an anomaly. It was one of the 7 great calamities. Fear. Her voice dropped even lower. It's the source of all fear, and it oversees and participates in the task worlds. If the moon in the sky turns red during a task, it means it's watching the game. Meng Wanzhou hesitated for a few seconds, as if making a difficult decision, then leaned forward. You keep asking how I know about the library, why I chose you. I've forgotten a lot. The overseer tampered with our memories, hiding things from us. Someone came to me and said, next time you see these eyes, leave with him. He's your hope, the light that can bring ye Siki back. Her voice trembled. After that, I forgot what it looked and sounded like. I don't even remember if it was a man or a woman. Just those eyes. These eyes. Jiang Qing reached up and touched his eyelids, a strange emotion stirring inside him. In the blink of an eye, the college entrance exam was over. At the intersection, under the setting sun and evening breeze, cars and pedestrians passed by, as did Jiang Qing and Jiang Wei. The girl stood quietly at the corner, her spirits low, her graceful figure bathed in the glow of the sunset, which highlighted her delicate features. She gazed deeply into Jiang Qing's beautiful eyes, her voice tinged with hesitation. I have a friend who argued with her brother, but after the exams, her brother plans to take her on a trip. Jiang Qing recognized the obvious pretense in her story and gave her a calm, knowing smile. You should go with your friend. I'm really busy these days anyway. Besides, you're basically a little heiress. A trip won't cost you much. When the girl immediately lowered her eyes in disappointment, he tilted his head and asked, what's wrong? Jiang Wei pouted, a sly glint in her eyes. Take a guess. The siblings stood at the intersection for a moment, the passing cars stirring up gentle breezes around them. Jiang Qing finally let out a sigh and gave in. All right, when your exam scores come out, if you get over 550, they'll take you to Blue Sea City for a week. If you score over 600, you can pick the place and they'll take you there for a week. Jiang Wei wasn't a top student. Scoring over 550 would already be her limit, and 600 was nearly impossible unless she really outdid herself. Her eyes lit up. Really? I wouldn't lie to you, Jiang Qing replied seriously. Jiang Wei immediately held out her pinky, her eyes full of anticipation. Let's pinky swear. Jiang Qing gave a wry smile. That's so childish. Come on, she insisted, holding up her pinky. Pinky swear. If you break it, you're a little puppy. Seal it. As the golden sun set, they walked off in opposite directions, their shadows stretching out long and lonely down the street. Jiang Qing couldn't live with Jiang Wei. He needed to face vengeful spirits and the darker sides of human nature. While Jiang Wei was pure and innocent, she shouldn't be touched by such things. A few days later, outside the gate of Red Maple Polytechnic, several police cars were parked in a neat row, drawing a crowd of curious students. Before long, Chao Yeyun, wearing an earring and a butterfly hairpin, and undeniably good-looking, was escorted out by the police. She wasn't alone. 5 other girls involved in the bullying incident were also let out, each with a pair of cold, silver handcuffs on their wrists. In the crowd at the school gate, Chao Yeyun immediately spotted Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoyao. Her eyes were bloodshot, and if it weren't for the 2 officers holding her tightly, she would have rushed over in fury. She had been living in constant fear lately, thinking about leaving Blue Sea City, but she didn't have the money or means to survive elsewhere. Besides, once the evidence was handed to the police, it wouldn't matter where she ran. Chao Yeyun had been looking for a chance to get back at Feng Yaoyao in exchange for the evidence, but Feng Yaoyao was too cautious. She was always surrounded by several girls, never alone. Ironically, Chao Yeyun still held on to a sliver of hope, thinking that since Jiang Qing hadn't turned over the evidence yet, he must be planning to use it to threaten her for something else. But to her shock, while she was in class, a group of officers suddenly burst in and arrested her and her accomplices. You just wait. Chao Yeyun mouthed the words as she stared venomously at Feng Yaoyao, pure hatred in her eyes. Feng Yaoyao frowned and asked Jiang Qing, "How long do you think she'll be sentenced for something like this?" Before Jiang Qing could answer, their law teacher, Su Murang, stepped forward and explained professionally, "It depends. For lighter offenses, it's up to 3 years. If someone is seriously injured, it's 3 to 10 years. If it leads to death or is especially cruel, it's more than 10 years, up to life imprisonment or even the death penalty." Jiang Qing nodded slightly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The death penalty is unlikely, but if she ends up in prison, it'll cause a major shift in your storyline. Your next task is likely to be at difficulty level 8. He continued, next Song Pingan will take over a few song group projects, which will cause a moderate change in the story. Plus, with the death of Song Lao San, the difficulty will also rise to level 8. Chen Tianyue had already closed the escape room business and opened a new chess and card club. Jiang Qing sat in his office, gazing at the sunlight outside the window, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Lin Gubai's recent operation to capture Chao Yeyun would no doubt lead to a promotion and a raise. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. All that remained was for Zhang Yuan to make his move and kidnap Gu Kurson. Brother, why are we increasing the difficulty to level 8? Feng Yaoyao tilted her head, curiosity sparkling in her big eyes. Su Muran adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses gracefully. He's testing something. If the next mission's difficulty is set to level 8 for all of us, and both teams open the door at the same time, will we be matched together? That's what he's thinking, right? Yeah, and I've got a backup plan. There's a good chance it'll work, Jiang Qing said, turning to leave the room. At 3 p.m. on June 22nd, Jiang Qing was sitting in the villa's living room when his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. He set down his cup, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and answered the call. The trembling voice on the other end said, Jiang Qing, prepare 5 million for me, or it'll kill Gu Kurson. Just as he had expected, Jiang Qing immediately got into character and asked in a low voice, are you Zhang Yuan? Cut the crap. I'm giving you 1 hour. Bring the money to Jiangqiao Avenue. The caller shouted. You like Gu Kurson, don't you? Can't live without her. 5 million, and he'll back off. Remember, you come alone. If you call the police, he'll kill her. Fine, just don't hurt her. I promise I won't call the police. After hanging up, Jiang Qing turned to Lin Gubei, his tone relaxed. It's time to wrap this up. Hey, race your first-class merit. You're getting more and more dangerous. Your planning runs deep, Lin Gubei said, narrowing his eyes. Everything unfolded with perfect precision. Jiang Qing stayed out of sight, while Lin Gubei led a team to Jiangqiao Avenue and easily apprehended Zhang Yuan. Gu Kurson, shaken but unharmed, was taken to the hospital. With that, everything was settled. That evening, Jiang Qing carefully calculated each person's plot changes and mission difficulty in his notebook. Yao Yao, level 8. Song Pingan, level 8. Chun Tianyue, level 7 or 8. Su Muran, level 8. Although the script hadn't updated, any main or supporting character who posed a threat was either in prison or had been dealt with. There shouldn't be any major dangers this year. Tomorrow is June 23rd. Jiang Wei's college entrance exam results come out. He murmured. A good day. He paused, pencil in hand, then sent a message to the group of 7. Next mission starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The group chat immediately exploded with replies. Messages poured in one after another. Song Pingan. Nobody fight me for it. Old Jiang is mine. We're true love, with a marriage contract and everything. Chen Tianyue. After 2 months off, finally another mission. How about we get together tonight? Lin Gubei. Does it have to be tomorrow? It's Thursday. I have work. Su Muran. I don't have class tomorrow morning. They'll be there at 8. Anyone want breakfast? Feng Yao Yao. Luckily, I don't have class either. I'm wearing my most expensive pair of shoes. Jian Yuqing. Jiang Ji. Idol, can I join you? Everyone replied at once. 2 words. No way. Jian Yuqing had already cleared 8 missions. The next one would be level 9, and no one felt confident enough to take on that challenge just yet. Ding dong, I have a secret, let me tell you, quietly welcome to Fairyland. As the mysterious whisper faded from his ears, Jiang Qing regained his vision and quickly scanned his surroundings. The sight of amusement park rides brought a joyful, excited smile to his face. Su Murin's team had actually been transported here along with them. Hey, an amusement park. Song Pingon, as always, was the most animated in the group. Roller coasters are my favorite, so thrilling. Jiang Qing was about to speak when something unusual in the crowd caught his attention. He carefully counted the people present. 1, 2, 3, wait. His eyes landed on 2 unexpected figures: a little girl with pigtails, about 7 years old, and a boy around 12 or 13 with a buzz cut. Both children wore white hoodies that had turned yellow with age and were covered in obvious patches and stitches. It wasn't just Jiang Qing. Even Su Muran was taken aback. This was the first time they had encountered underage actors during a mission. Could these kids really survive such a brutal task? Brother, there are 20 actors in total, 10 men and 10 women. Feng Yao Yao whispered in Jiang Qing's ear. Jiang Qing signaled for everyone to stay quiet and observe the environment and other actors first. After all, this was an 8th level difficulty task, and none of the participants could be underestimated. Just then, a tall woman with a G tattoo on her neck spoke up. Are the kids from Tongxi? The 2 children instinctively hid behind an older, more mature-looking boy, who stared sharply at the woman. Don't be nervous, she said gently. My name is Bai Yefan. I'm from the Liberation Organization. We've always wanted to help Tongxi, but Tong Laolu has refused us every time. Which Tong are you? After a long silence, the 17 or 18-year-old boy finally replied, Tong Shichi. Imumu, the girl with pigtails said timidly. My name's Zhao Zhao. The boy with the buzz cut announced defiantly. Don't think you can push us around just because we're kids. With a beauty mark by her eye, Bai Yefan waved her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, this is my 8th mission. I have a miracle and a sealed objective. Make sure you get back safely. The Liberation Organization has always been friendly to Tongxi. Bai Yefan's open admission that she possessed a miracle and a sealed object surprised everyone present. Was it foolishness or confidence? She then turned to Jiang Qing's group and smiled. You're in luck. We often do double, triple, even quadruple matches in the Liberation Organization, but the odds of being matched together are less than 1%. That's not luck. Song Pingon grinned mysteriously. I have a miracle too. Want to know what it's called? All eyes immediately turned to him. The ever-bold social butterfly announced, my miracle is called wish fulfillment. Everyone was stunned. Bai Yefan frowned, thinking seriously. Wish fulfillment? Does that kind of miracle really exist? She gave Song Pingon a more scrutinizing look. Feng Yao Yao, nearby, just felt awkward. This show-off was spouting nonsense again. After a moment of silence, Bai Yefan approached Song Pingon and extended her hand. Which organization are you from? She clearly thought Song Pingon was the leader of their 6-person team. New World. Song Pingon shook her hand, putting on a mysterious air. Old Bai, let me tell you quietly, my miracle is really something go sphere. What's yours called? Bai Yefan simply smiled in response to his probing. Come on, old Bai, that's no fun, Song Pingon coaxed. I treat you as a friend, but you're being so secretive. I have high standards when it comes to friends, Bai Yefan said, his tone carrying a clear double meaning. Standing at the entrance of the fairy tale amusement park, he sized up the group calling themselves the New World. To the left of the gate, a silver screen stood quietly. Bai Yefan thought to himself that these people didn't seem particularly bright, and he pursed his lips in disinterest. Huh, Song Pingon said lazily. You really are like a neighbor drying Sichuan pepper at their door. Bai Yefan looked completely confused. Seeing this, Tong Shichi smiled and helpfully enunciated, it means you're numb right next door. You insulting me? Bai Yefan's face darkened instantly. I never insult people. Song Pingon quickly waved his hands. Tong Shichi chimed in, because the ones he insults aren't people. The group suddenly burst into laughter. Someone couldn't hold back and laughed out loud, and soon the rest followed, clutching their stomachs. Trying to play word games with old Song? Little Bai is still too young. Bai Yefan's icy gaze swept over the crowd, and his teammates quickly covered their mouths and turned away. Just then, a muscular man sprawled across a bench, one foot propped up, striking a cocky pose. How did an idiot like you survive 8 missions? Liberation must really be desperate, he said with an exaggerated grin, his gaze lingering brazenly on Su Muran. Bai Yefan frowned. One of the dream chasers? We're not crazy, the man growled, trying to intimidate everyone with his voice. We're a group of great actors chasing our dreams. Listen up, Im Zhang Zaheo, and I'm the god who's going to keep you rookies alive. At that moment, blood-red letters suddenly appeared on the silver screen, but the nearby tourists didn't seem to notice. Jiang Qing quietly took photos with her phone and read the message. Welcome to Fairy Tale Amusement Park. Sang Yin has been in a bad mood lately and has arranged to spend 3 days here with her best friend. Your task is to protect her and make sure she survives. Each of you must participate in one amusement ride per day and record it with a photo. Hint: death will turn you into a vengeful spirit. The bloody words turned into droplets and vanished as they hit the ground. Song Pingon leaned closer to Jiang Qing, the person he trusted most, and whispered, "Jiang, what do you think?" "It's tough," Jiang Qing analyzed quickly. "In some ways, it's even harder than helping Senior finish her novel. First, we need to figure out how to approach Sang Yin. Then we have to protect her around the clock, eating, sleeping, even going to the restroom. A single slip could be fatal. And there's the requirement to ride an attraction every day. Death," Su Muron added. "If one of the rides malfunctions, we're done for, especially things like roller coasters or drop towers." "That's insane. Who would risk those?" Song Pingon glanced at Feng Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, how about the carousel?" "The carousel?" Feng Yaoyao echoed. "Isn't that the safest ride?" Song Pingon grinned. "I refuse to believe anyone could die on a carousel." Lin Gubei patted his empty cigarette pocket. "Song, you should keep a low profile." "Low profile?" Song Pingon took a deep breath. "Lin, we can't keep a low profile this time. Look at our lineup. Mad Genius Jiang, the brilliant Su, streetwise Chun, and unstoppable Yao Yao. What about me?" Lin Gubei glared at him. "You," Song Pingon replied cleverly, "are the professional freeloader." Suddenly, 20 instant cameras appeared on the grass beneath the screen. Jiang Qing picked one up, realization dawning. "So that's it." When the gate opened, it was the camera straps that went around our necks. "This is a check-in game." Jiang Qing paused for 3 seconds, then skillfully raised the instant camera and pressed the shutter while pointing it at himself. The film count dropped from 10 to 9, and a photo slowly slid out. He tucked it into the pocket of his black sports jacket, planning to look at it once it developed. The actors all reached for the instant cameras, but it was obvious that the three from Tong Shi weren't familiar with the device. Moo Moo, the girl with pigtails, timidly moved closer to Su Muron and looked up at her. "Big sister, how do you use this?" Su Muron gave her a gentle smile and crouched down to meet the girl's eyes. As a university professor, teaching came naturally to her. She patiently demonstrated twice, then added, "See this number? There are 10 sheets of film in total. Every time you take a picture, you lose one, so make sure to use them sparingly." "Thank you, big sister." Mumu ran happily back to stand behind Tong Shichi and started teaching her younger sister, Zhao Zhao. These siblings had once been brutally killed by their drunken father, but after entering this story's world for their second mission, they were taken in by Tong Shi. According to the group's rules, minors were protected, and after turning 18, they had to take the surname Tong and a number as their name. Tong Shichi had just turned 18. Bai Yefan was about to speak. "I suggest." "Not interested, not listening," Song Pingon interrupted immediately. Zhang Zihao sneered. "What's wrong? Wasn't being a leader in liberation enough for you? So now you want to boss people around here? Who do you think you are? We're not teaming up. We have our own plan. Goodbye," Tong Shichi said coldly, then walked straight toward the center of the amusement park, holding the hands of the two younger kids. The situation was clear. Jiang Qing's group of 6 from New World, Bai Yefan's group of 3 from Liberation, Zhang Zihao's group of 3 from Zhu Hui, and Tong Shichi's group of 3 from Tong Shi. Of the 5 remaining, 3 were together, and the other 2 girls, holding hands, formed a pair. No one was acting alone, which made sense, considering it would take serious guts to go solo in an 8th level difficulty mission. Jiang Qing glanced at his phone. 11:22. Let's go find somewhere to talk. The 6 of them turned and left. "Hey newbies, need some protection from the boss? ITLL only cost you a little," Zhang Zihao called after them with a whistle. Song Jiang Qing didn't even turn his head. Song Pingon spun around and looked Zhang up and down. "Hey, where'd that bird come from? Whistling, huh? I'm great at shooting birds. Give me a slingshot. It'll knock him down, pin him to the wall, or shoot him right in the gut." A few of the girls couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Zihao's face darkened as he stood up, his 6'3" frame intimidating. But Chen Tianyue stopped, turned, and stared him down with an even colder look. After all, Chen had run with gangs since he was a kid and had more than a few bodies on his hands. Zhang Zihao felt a chill, spat on the ground, and muttered, "You lot are dead on day one." Then he led his group away. Bai Yefan watched the whole thing with a headache, realizing things had gone completely off track from what she had expected. With so many cocky hotheads thrown together, it was bound to get dangerous. She turned to the 5 remaining people and asked with a blank expression, "Want to team up?" A girl dressed in a JK uniform and white knee-high socks stood there, absent-mindedly twirling her ponytail with her right hand. With a faint smile on her lips, she gently declined. "No, thanks. We have our own pace." She paused, then added, "Liberation has a great reputation and stands for justice, but during a mission, aside from your own teammates, everyone else is hell. They're not to be trusted." As soon as she finished speaking, the group of 20 quickly dispersed. At that moment, the screen at the entrance to the amusement park flickered, and the pale face of a female ghost appeared eerily before vanishing. By the lakeside pavilion, Jiang Qing and the other 5 sat together. Lin Gubei took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and exhaled a slow stream of smoke. This mission is tougher than any before. It's not about surviving a certain number of days or finding something. We have to protect a girl. 3 days may sound short, but it's anything but simple. Feng Yaoyao, wearing the same black tracksuit as Jiang Qing, rested her chin in her hands, looking worried. This park is huge. Even on a weekday there are 10 or 20,000 people. How are we supposed to find Sang Yan? Chen Tianyue was about to agree, but Jiang Qing and Su Muron spoke in unison. No. Jiang Qing pressed his hands together by his lips, eyes shining with intelligence. We already have a lot of clues. Sitting gracefully beside him, Su Muron added, I know where Sang Yan is. Their words stunned Song, Chun, Lin, and Feng into silence. Finally, Song Pingon broke it with his thick Tianjin accent. Sis, you're not serious, are you? That's way too much. Su Muron took a park map from her bag and spread it out on the table. When Lao Lin bought cigarettes, I asked him to grab a map. Sang Yan's location is already marked. Everyone leaned in, searching the map for any sign, but saw nothing. Song Pingon scratched his head. Am I blind? I don't see any mark. Jiang Qing pointed to a spot on the map and exchanged a knowing glance with Su Muron. The mission says Sang Yan is in a bad mood and came here with her best friend for 3 days. There's only one hotel in this fairy tale park, so she has to be staying there. If we check the room numbers, we'll find her. Plus, he paused, Sang Yan is safe until midnight. The ghost won't make a move, or rather, the audience won't allow it to happen so soon. As he spoke, Jiang Qing handed a Polaroid selfie to Su Muron. The front showed his ordinary face, but on the back, 2 bloody characters read, failed. Su Muron gently brushed a strand of hair from her temple, her voice soft. Each of us gets 10 chances. Taking random photos counts as a failure. We need to get a picture with the word success on it to complete today's check-in. With 6 people, we have 59 chances left. But some will definitely try to steal others' Polaroids, so their rivals can't check in. If that happens, there's only one way out: death. Jiang Qing nodded, continuing his analysis. I've noticed Bai Yefan is acting strange. She treats the 3 from Tong Shi differently. Gentle with Chao Chao and Mumu, cold with Tong Shichi. But she went out of her way to shake hands with Song Pingon and completely ignored us. That means Tong Shichi is useless to her, while those 2 kids might have some special ability. Su Muron picked up the thread. Also, Bai Yefan is actually male. He's wearing sweatpants, his chest and voice seem real, and there's no Adam's apple, but I noticed male features. The G tattoo on his neck probably stands for gay. He's hiding his miracle, but I suspect he can change his body but not his gender traits. Feng Yaoyao shuddered. Gross. And he keeps calling me sister. What a creep. Song Pingon stared at Chen Tianyue in shock. Old Chen, whatever you do, never get on Jiang Qing or Su's bad side. Chen Tianyue didn't respond directly. He frowned slightly and looked at Su Muron, his voice deep and steady. Are you sure? Su Muron, with her gentle features, shook her head. Why do you think I said I guess? It's because I'm not sure. This is just a preliminary judgment, not the truth. Bai Yefan could simply be cross-dressing or have had cosmetic surgery. But rather than those possibilities, I'm more inclined to consider something miraculous. It's a way to set a mental guard for myself, to remind myself that this person isn't ordinary. Feng Yaoyao straightened her back. Su, even if his so-called miracle is about changing his body, it doesn't really pose a threat to us. I don't care whether he's male or female. That's not right. Jiang Qing immediately countered, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Think about it. The first time we saw Bai Yefan, he already looked like a girl. That means he used his miracle before the mission even started. If he can change from male to female with just 20% of his power in the book world, what's stopping him from becoming anyone he's seen or imagined when he's at full strength in the mission world? A miracle like that is perfect for gathering intel, acting as a spy, or betraying the team. Song Pingon fiddled with the ring on his necklace. So, when you say those 2 kids have miracles, that's just a guess too? What else could it be? Jiang Qing raised an eyebrow. It's not like I can read minds or see the future. He continued. Bai Yefan doesn't seem like someone who likes children, yet he's so gentle with Zhao Zhao and Mumu. The only explanation I can think of is that these 2 kids have some kind of value. Expecting a 7-year-old girl to deduce things isn't realistic. So it's very possible they have miracles of their own, or perhaps they're carrying sealed objects. Lin Gubei stubbed out his cigarette. So you and Su are both just speculating? Su Muron shook her head lightly. When it comes to Bai Yefan, yes, it's all conjecture. But as for the rest, she paused. Sang Yan is definitely staying at this hotel. It's easy to check. We could pretend to be friends or police officers. If that doesn't work, we can distract the front desk, and I'll use my audience miracle to quietly look up the guest records on the hotel computer. Jiang Qing thought for a moment. Once we find Sang Yan, I'll use my longing ability to help Su connect with her. With Yao Yao, you 2 can stick with her around the clock. He bit his nails. That Zhang Zihao guy is hostile toward us, and the way he looks at Su is off. He might try something tonight. He can try, Lin Gubei said coldly. Jiang Qing grew serious. Erase the plan. Yao Yao, Su, and Xiao Lin will form a group. Go check Seng Yan's hotel records. Then book 2 rooms near hers and keep watch. Uncle Chun, Old Song, and I will head to the amusement area to look for clues. All right, Feng Yao Yao pouted. Honestly, Seng Yan is the biggest clue. Our mission is to protect her. The ghost wants to kill her, maybe she's the murderer herself. Song Pingon placed a large hand on the girl's head, but she lightly kicked it away. Get lost. No one objected to the plan. It was noon, the sun blazing overhead, and the temperature had already climbed to 29 degrees. Everywhere, girls in light summer clothes filled the view. Jiang Qing tugged at his collar, slung the Polaroid around his neck, and took off his jacket. So pale, Song Pingon remarked sincerely, staring straight at Jiang Qing's arm. Chen Tianyue felt hot as well, but after thinking about it, he decided not to take off his jacket. He didn't want to scare the kids. From the center of the amusement park came bursts of screams. A roller coaster, like a steel dragon, twisted and turned along its tracks, making a run every 3 minutes. Many visitors with a fear of heights shook their heads and backed away just at the sight of it. We're 3 grown men, are we really going to ride the carousel? Isn't that a little embarrassing? Song Pingon hesitated. We can't lose all our dignity. I like carousels, Jiang Qing said with a straight face. So do I, Chen Tianyue replied seriously. Song Pingon rolled his eyes and flipped them both off, but reluctantly followed along. Soon, they found the carousel area, which looked straight out of a fairy tale. Tong Shichi and Zhao Zhao Mumu were already waiting there, along with 2 girls, one dressed in a JK school uniform and the other with a cool, edgy look. Big brother. Mumu waved at Jiang Qing, who smiled back. Looks like we all had the same idea. Who's going first? Everyone glanced at each other. I want to ride, Mumu said quietly, looking down. But Shikij won't let me. He'll go? Song Pingon volunteered. Jiang Qing quickly reminded him. Hold on to the marriage certificate. If anything feels off, use it. Got it. Song Pingon took a couple of steps forward, then turned back. Do you guys have a mask? Hey, mister, want a hat? The JK girl waved a white cap at him. Call me bro. Who are you calling mister? All right, mister, good luck. She teased. After buying tickets and entering, Song Pingon carefully chose his steed among the kids. A white horse doesn't suit my status. The unicorn is too ugly, but this black horse. Hurry up. Chen Tianyue, holding a Polaroid camera, couldn't take it anymore. What's the rush? Gotta pick a good horse for the photo. And make sure to use a beauty filter. Song Pingon tried to mount the horse with a flashy move, but slipped. He played it cool, pretended nothing happened, and sat on the black horse, humming a tune. Big brother, this uncle is really funny, Mumu whispered to Jiang Qing. Call me bro. Song Pingon shouted, scaring Mumu into hiding behind Tong Shichi. The music started and the carousel began to spin. Song Pingon was striking various poses when, suddenly, everything went pitch black. What the hell? Lao Jiang. Lao Chun. It was dead silent all around, couldn't see his hand in front of his face. It felt like he was the only one left in the world. Just as he reached for his ceiling talisman, the light returned in a flash. Hey handsome, time to get off. A staff member called out. Everyone gathered around Chen Tianyue to look at the photos, their faces pale with fear. Tong Shichi quickly took Zhao Zhao Mumu away, and the others hurried off as well. What's wrong? Didn't I look cool in the picture? Song Pingon asked, confused until he finally saw the photo. Sitting right behind him was a woman in white, her hands covering his eyes, grinning creepily at the camera. In the corner of the photo, 2 blood-red characters read, Success. Bathed in sunlight, Song Pingon felt as if he had fallen into an ice-cold abyss. His body trembled slightly, and the scene from moments before kept replaying in his mind. The vengeful ghost pressed close against his back, its icy hand covering his eyes. That fear spread through every corner of his body like a virus. Jiang, what does this mean? Song Pingon clutched Jiang Qing's shoulder tightly, terror written across his pale face. Has it chosen me? Am I going to be the first victim? You're not going to die. Jiang Qing cut him off firmly. I won't let that happen. Calm down first. Jiang Qing took the photo and stared at the image of the female ghost, his brow furrowed in thought. Why hadn't the ghost killed Song Pingon when it had the chance? Why did it only cover his eyes? Was it trying to scare them? Or was it unable to attack during the day? Or maybe there was something hidden in the instant photo itself? Questions swirled in Jiang Qing's mind, but none had answers. The most troubling part of this mission was the clue. The dead will become vengeful ghosts. With 20 actors, if a third of them died, their chances of making it through would be almost zero. Want to try it too? Song Pingon took a sip of water and turned to Chen Tianyue. Uncle Chun, can you take a picture of me? Jiang Qing handed the camera to Chen Tianyue without hesitation. He wanted to see if the ghost would react the same way to everyone. Soon, Jiang Qing sat on a white carousel horse while Chen Tianyue and Song Pingon watched him closely. With the cheerful carousel music playing, Jiang Qing suddenly turned around, but saw no sign of the ghost. Just as he looked away, a pair of dirty white sneakers appeared in front of him. Time seemed to freeze. Jiang Qing slowly looked up as the ghost crouched down, their eyes meeting. Choose me or her. That chilling question echoed in Jiang Qing's ears. By the time the carousel stopped, the ghost had vanished. He kept replaying those words in his mind, but couldn't make sense of them. Seeing the grave expressions on Song Pingan and Chun Tianyu's faces, Jiang Qing knew what the photo had captured. The woman in the white dress, staring right at him, unnoticed by the crowd around them. How about the bumper cars? Jiang Qing looked around and pointed to a spot not far away. Uncle Chun up for it? He'll do whatever you say, Chun Tianyu agreed readily. Bumper cars were always considered the safest ride, almost no risk of an accident. Chun Tianyu climbed into a red bumper car, looking calm and composed. After delivering food, playing hide and seek, and searching for objects in previous tasks, he was no stranger to the ghost's tricks. Since they confirmed the ghost wouldn't actually harm anyone during the day, what was there to be afraid of? The game started, and a couple sped their car straight toward Chun Tianyu. With practiced skill, he steered out of the way, a skill honed from bringing his wife and daughter here in the past. From outside the fence, Jiang Qing found the perfect angle and pressed the shutter. When the photo developed, the ghost in the white dress was sitting quietly next to Chun Tianyu, even waving at the camera. This is seriously creepy. Song Pingan shuddered. Jiang Qing paced in the sunlight, deep in thought. Why did the ghost insist on appearing in everyone's photos? For actors who'd only experienced a few missions, this kind of scare might work. But for veterans who'd survived level 8 tasks, it was almost childish who hadn't been scared to tears before. They were immune by now. When the bumper car ride ended, Chun Tianyu looked at the photo with a blank expression and asked quietly, what is it really after? As Jiang Qing walked ahead, he explained, Yao Yao is right. If we want to find out more about the woman in the white dress, we have to start with Sang Yen. Otherwise, this fairy tale park is so huge, we'd never find any clues. He paused, scanning the area around them. Besides, it feels like she can track us instantly. She always appears out of nowhere whenever we take a picture. Song Pingan shivered and glanced nervously around. Now that you mention it, I'm getting creeped out. Jiang Qing bit his lip and suddenly asked, what do you guys think? How did she die? In the fairy tale park, I mean. She got scared to death. Song Pingan replied immediately. She was killed by Sang Yen. Chun Tianyu answered, sounding certain. Scared to death, Jiang Qing mused. That's possible. Some people can't handle too much shock. If they suddenly go on a really intense ride, it could trigger a heart attack. So is she trying to scare us, too? Jiang Qing's mind raced. I did some research. There are 2 high-risk rides here. One is bungee jumping, and the other is the vertical roller coaster. Are we really trying bungee jumping tomorrow? He muttered to himself. Actually, I think I'm a little afraid of heights. At that moment, a piercing scream tore through the air. Mom, I want to go home. A girl in a JK school uniform had just stepped off the drop tower ride. Her legs gave out, and she clutched her chest, face pale with terror. This is the first and last time I'm doing this. Huangjia, did you get the photo? She asked, her voice trembling. A cool-looking girl stood holding a photo, silent for a moment. Yeah, I got it. The photo was perfectly clear, but what sent chills down their spines was this. As the ride dropped, the ghost in the white dress was standing at the bottom, looking up at them. What? The girl took the photo, her face growing even paler. Is this what you caught on camera? She could barely breathe. Huang Jia was silent for a moment before saying, the ghost has been hanging around here. Let's go rest at the hotel for a while. We'll try the Ferris wheel later. Okay, ugh. The girl replied weakly. The 2 of them headed to the fairy tale hotel and got a room to rest. As night fell, clouds gathered and a crimson moon appeared faintly in the sky. The girl opened her eyes and called softly, Huangjia? Huangjia? She rubbed her eyes and yawned, picking up her phone. Sis, where are you? I'm at the Western restaurant across the way. Are you up? Want to get something to eat? I want steak. Medium rare, with red wine sauce. She hung up and got ready to head out. Thunder rumbled. The girl instinctively looked outside, thinking, the weather's so unstable. It was sweltering earlier, and now it looks like it's about to rain. She reached for the door and found a long-handled white umbrella there. Steak, she was in a great mood, wide awake and thinking only about food. When she reached the elevator, she frowned. It was stuck on the first floor and wouldn't move. Is it broken? She muttered. After waiting 2 minutes, she gave up and took the stairs. As she entered the stairwell, the dim lights flickered. Tap, tap, her footsteps echoed up the stairwell. Something felt off. A sense of unease crept over her, and she quickened her pace. Suddenly, a pale hand seized her ankle. She lost her balance. The sensation just like when she'd ridden the drop tower earlier that day. That white hand gripped the umbrella tightly, standing just 1 step below her. Click! The umbrella pierced her left eye. Her vision blurred as the photo slipped from her hand, capturing both the ghost in the white dress and the umbrella in its frame. At 7 p.m., in the center of the park, Jiang Qing and his friends were still waiting. Feng Yaoyao suddenly called, her voice urgent. Brother, something happened. Remember the girl in the JK uniform? She's dead. Dead. Jiang Qing's heart sank, his voice dropping. Yes. She died in the hotel's 2nd floor stairwell. The umbrella went straight through her left eye and into her brain. And in the photos at the scene, there's a theory. Sister Sue looked at the scene and thinks the ghost is using the photos we take to figure out how well die. Using photos to determine the method of death? The thought made Jiang Qing's heart sink instantly. Are there any photos from the scene of her death? He asked in a low voice. Yes, they'll send them to you. Feng Yaoyao's voice came through the phone. By the way, bro, I'm still on the 9th floor, keeping an eye on Sang Yen. Sister Sue is chatting with the victim's companion in the lobby, and Xiao Lin should be on the 1st floor too. Where are you guys? We're at Paradise Central Square. Heading to the hotel now, Jiang Qing replied absent-mindedly. After hanging up, he received 2 images from Feng Yaoyao. The first was a photo of the crime scene. Chilling and grimy, a girl lay at the stairwell landing, a sharp umbrella piercing through her eye and out the back of her head. The second was a selfie taken at the park. The girl was captured mid-drop on the tower ride, while a ghostly woman in a white dress, like a pale umbrella, gazed up at her. At first, Jiang Qing didn't connect the 2 photos. But after looking them over several times, a strong sense of unease crept in. The umbrella symbolized the ghost, and the drop ride hinted at the girl's fatal fall down the stairs. He immediately shared his discovery with his teammates. Song Pingon, usually carefree, grew serious as he examined his own check-in photo. My eyes are covered, it's pitch black, and I can't hear anything. What kind of death could that be? I can't figure mine out either. Maybe the ghost runs me over with a car? Chen Tianyue joked, running his fingers through his slicked back hair. How about you, Jiang? Song Pingon nudged Jiang Qing's elbow under the big tree in the square. Jiang Qing shook his head. No idea. In his photo, the ghost crouched on a white horse, staring at him. It was impossible to guess how he might die from that scene. What now? We've spent the whole afternoon here, haven't run into the ghost, and haven't found any key clues. Song Pingon frowned. Yao Yao and the others haven't checked in yet. Let's have Yao Yao and her group check in. Well, stake out Sang Yen, Chen Tianyue suggested. As the 3 of them left, the ghostly woman in white silently appeared under the tree, a mischievous smile curling at her lips. On the 9th floor of the Fairy Tale Hotel, in room 903, Feng Yaoyao was swinging her legs and singing to herself. The door was open, facing directly across to room 913, where Sang Yen was staying. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Bro, Feng Yaoyao called out in delight. Little sister. Jiang Qing entered and closed the door behind him. Where are that goof Song and Uncle Chun? They're downstairs talking. I came to check on you. Jiang Qing rubbed his temples, looking exhausted. We spent the whole afternoon at the amusement park, but didn't find anything important. How about you? I did. Feng Yaoyao smiled sweetly. But you never compliment me. Don't you like my new shoes? Jiang Qing walked over to the bed. They look great. White base, outlined in teal and pinka. He doubled over in pain as she delivered a sharp knee to his stomach. Feng Yaoyao immediately grabbed a knife from the table, her expression icy. Idiot. My brother never calls me little sister, and he bought me these shoes. Trying to fish for information, are you? Hebai Yefan. You really underestimate people from the New World. The moment his identity was exposed, Bai Yefan nearly broke down. He fell to his knees, his eyes filled with rage and pain. Feng Yaoyao's kick was ruthless, full of force. The searing pain almost made him collapse completely. Damn it. He gritted out through clenched teeth, barely able to catch his breath from the agony. Bai Yefan looked up, his gaze practically blazing with fury, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Feng Yaoyao gripped the dagger tightly, sneering as she threatened, You idiot. Touch me again, and I'll stab you to death. Her face was full of disdain and determination. Bai Yefan clenched his jaw so hard it felt like his teeth would shatter. Holding himself, he struggled to his feet and staggered toward the door. He ran wildly, finally bursting into a room on the 2nd floor, slamming the door behind him, gasping for air. He felt every muscle in his body twitching violently, the skin on his face gradually softening, as if transforming back to his original female appearance. He hurriedly took off his pants, shaking all over, tears still flowing without restraint. Bai Yefan collapsed on the bed, sobbing so hard it felt like his heart and lungs would burst, sweat and tears mingling on his face. You're not supposed to hit someone's face or kick that area, but that girl went all out. She gave it everything she had. Feng Yaoyao, I'll make you pay. His rage threatened to consume all reason. Bai Yefan relied on his mask of disguise that could mimic someone's appearance, voice, and even mannerisms. But he couldn't copy the details stored in someone's memory. He couldn't change his height or what was below the waist, so to play Jiang Qing, he wore height-increasing insoles. But that clearly wasn't enough without knowledge of the finer details. No disguise could last forever. Sooner or later, he would be exposed. 9th floor, room 903. Feng Yaoyao let out a breath. She looked calm on the surface, but inside, waves of anxiety surged. She knew what she had just done was risky. If Bai Yefan had decided to fight back, given their difference in height and strength, she wouldn't have stood a chance against a guy who was nearly 6 feet tall. Even with a knife, she might not have survived. Feng Yaoyao lowered her head, quickly pulled out her phone, and sent a message. I was attacked. Footsteps echoed in the hallway as Lin Gubei rushed to the 9th floor. The moment he entered, he demanded, Who attacked you? What's the code? Feng Yaoyao reacted instantly, pointing her dagger at him again. Lin Gubei frowned. Are you crazy? Wrong code. Damn, you really gonna stab me? Red phoenix, a pink wall with a phoenix painted on it. Feng Yaoyao reluctantly put the knife away, her lips trembling with frustration as she whispered, Shaolin, I was almost beat by Yefan. At that, Lin Gubei's eyes hardened, his whole demeanor shifting in an instant. The New World's greatest strength was their unity. Anyone who messed with one of them would pay the price. 10 minutes later, Su Muron returned to room 903 after investigating the victim's companion. At the same time, Jiang Qing and her group arrived. The room was heavy with tension. Song Pinggan's smile took on a dangerous edge. Well, by Yefan, right? We'll see who has the last laugh. There's nothing I enjoy more than dealing with creeps like you. Standing by the window, Lin Gubei said calmly, Su and Jiang Qing were right. Bai Yefan can change his appearance to look like someone else. He can mimic their voice and looks, but not their memories. As long as you test him a bit, he'll slip up. Jiang Qing gently patted Feng Yaoyao's back, her voice low. He's definitely dangerous. Using this trick to get information might seem clever, but it also exposes his weakness. We can't let Bai Yefan off that easily. Su Muron adjusted her glasses and thought for a moment. He likes to control the situation, to manipulate people. If he disguises himself as a staff member or a tourist and suddenly attacks us, would be caught completely off guard. Leaning against the windowsill, Lin Gubei's tone darkened. That's exactly why our group can never be truly united. Everyone's got their own agenda, hoping for an easy way out. By Yefan, we need to find a way to deal with him. Jiang Qing changed the subject. Su, what about the girl's companion? Su Muron leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms and stretching out her legs. Her name is Huang Rui. She was waiting for the girl at the Western restaurant across the street. After half an hour with no sign of her friend and unanswered calls, she knew something was wrong. When she got back to the hotel, we started searching and finally found the girl's body in the stairwell on the second floor. Now, with a new victim, it means we're not just up against Bai Yefan, we're dealing with two vengeful ghosts. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the hallway. Jiang Qing raised a hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. The footsteps stopped outside, not at their door, but at room 913 across the hall. Sang Yin had returned to the hotel. With a soft creak, Sang Yin opened the door and stepped inside, shutting it with a bang. Jiang Qing quickly pulled back, making sure not to be seen. 6 people, 4 men, and 2 women were squeezed into the room. If Sang Yin walked in on them, the first impression would be terrible, and any future interactions would be even harder. No one had expected Sang Yin to return to the hotel at this hour. Brother, can you introduce me? Should I approach her? Feng Yaoyao's voice was filled with both excitement and nerves as she looked at Jiang Qing, her eyes sparkling. Before Jiang Qing could answer, Su Muron cut in, we might need to change the plan. Everyone turned to her. With a gentle smile and calm composure, the well-spoken older sister analyzed. It's better for just one person to approach Sang Yin, rather than 2. People naturally feel more comfortable unknown, even if there's mutual interest after an introduction. 3's a crowd, after all. Sang Yin might feel that Yao Yao and I are friends, which could make her feel distant or excluded, like we're not on the same side. Unknown interaction can avoid that. Protecting Sang Yin is dangerous. Should I go instead? Lin Gubei interjected, his eyes shining with eagerness and concern for his wife. At that, Su Muron let out a playful "oh," raising an eyebrow as she looked at her husband with a half-smile. Jiang Qing rolled his eyes and said impatiently, are you going to guard Sang Yin 24 hours a day? Follow her to the bathroom? The shower? Watch her sleep? Would you like to? Su Muron narrowed her eyes, her tone suddenly dangerous. A Lin Gubei smile faltered, looking more like a grimace as he quickly waved his hands. Forget it. I'm just worried about you. Humph. Su Muron shot him a glare and continued, let's get moving. Lin, Yao Yao, and I will go take some photos for check-in. When we get back, they'll find a way to approach Sang Yin. Jiang Qing nodded. They'll book 2 more rooms. Tonight. Feng Yaoyao interrupted, raising her hand. Brother, I want to stay with you. She nervously clung to Jiang Qing's sleeve. I'm really scared. I can't sleep alone tonight, it's too dangerous. Lin Gubei looked at Song Pinggan, who glanced at Chen Tianhua. Old Chen raised his hand in refusal. You and Lin can share a room. I'll take one by myself. If a vengeful ghost dares attack me, I'll punch it out. With the arrangements settled, everyone moved quickly. Jiang Qing and the others headed to the hotel restaurant. After wandering around in the stifling heat all afternoon, their backs were soaked with sweat, they were exhausted. Jiang, which was harder this time or the last time with Ghost Senior? Song Pinggan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ghost Senior, Jiang Qing answered without hesitation. Song Pinggan shook his head, unconvinced. I think this time is tougher. At least we cleared the stage last time. Now we have to protect a living person for 3 whole days, 3 days. How are we supposed to survive that? I gave up a third of my life back then. Even Meng Wanzhou couldn't guarantee a win against Wen Panpan. And with the regulator's fear attacking me, Jiang Qing's voice was low, a shadow passing through his eyes. It's a miracle I made it back alive. One wrong step would have meant certain death. Jiang Qing chuckled to himself, but didn't argue. Some truths were best kept to oneself. At 8:20 p.m., Su Muran and the others finished checking in. She returned to room 903, carefully hid her phone in the gap between the bed and the wall, took a deep breath, and then went to knock on the door of 913. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Came a clear female voice from inside. Hi, I'm from 903. I can't find my phone. Could I use yours to make a call? Su Muran's voice was gentle and polite. With a soft creak, the door opened. The girl standing there was pretty and delicate, with the classic features of an online influencer. Jiang Qing hid behind the door of room 902, quietly connecting the two with his thread of affection. Sang Yen, her hair neatly done, paused and met Su Muran's gaze. For a moment, there was a flicker of emotion in her eyes, as if her heart skipped a beat. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice softened. Hi, sure you can use my phone. Thank you. Su Muran thanked her politely, though inside she felt a rush of excitement. For the first time, she truly felt the power of longing. It was much more intense than she had ever imagined. If it were Jiang Qingwan playing matchmaker, say, between her and Jiang Qing, she really might not have been able to resist. Of course, she knew Jiang Qing wouldn't do anything reckless. It seemed Jiang Qing wasn't interested in the living, but rather in that kind of gentle, mysterious older sister who seemed to exist somewhere between reality and illusion. Maybe a corpse. Calm down. Su Murang took a deep breath and invited Sang Yan to her room. At the same time, she made a call to get Sang Yan's phone number, hitting two birds with one stone. With a bang, the door closed. Inside room 902, Feng Yaoyao crouched by the door, listening intently. They're really staying together just like that? Another message popped up in the group chat. Su Murang, Sang Yan 1352. Feng Yaoyao swallowed nervously, thinking, Sujia or Shug. Why are you looking at me? I could do it too. But Jiang Qing just flicked her forehead. Honestly, Su Murang coming up with such a clever way to strike up a conversation was beyond Jiang Qing's expectations. She smoothly brought Sang Yin into the room and got her number. Impressive. To be honest, Meng Wan's longing was so intense, it could transcend both gender and species. Go, what do we do next? Sleep. Feng Yaoyao stretched and yawned. With Sang Yin settled, Su Murang had nothing else to do. Their first day check-in task was done. Jiang Qing made herself a cup of instant coffee and said calmly, if you're tired, get some sleep and rest up. He'll go take a shower first, Feng Yaoyao said as she took off her jacket, humming. The rapids ride earlier got my shoes and pants soaked. Tomorrow, I'll try the carousel. Jiang Qing shook her head. It's all the same. Anyway, the ghost shows up in the photos. We're still not sure if it's the photos that decide how we die. Be careful. Feng Yaoyao flashed an okay sign and headed to the bathroom. She took off her tank top and pants, checked the water temperature, and turned on the heater and ventilation. The bathroom had a fancy bathtub, but after a moment's hesitation, she decided a bath was too much trouble and opted for a quick shower instead. Humming, she stood under the spray, letting the water soak her hair. As she showered, steam filled the room, blurring her surroundings. The sound of water and her own singing echoed around her, and Feng Yaoyao didn't notice anything amiss. The bathtub started to fill on its own, but she didn't notice. When she reached up to rinse the foam from her hair, a cold hand suddenly gripped her neck. She was shoved hard, falling painfully to the floor. Go, go. Feng Yaoyao panicked, struggling to open her eyes, but the foam and water stung so badly she could barely see. An invisible force dragged her toward the tub, forcing her head under the water. Bubbles rose as she struggled desperately, terror crashing over her like a storm. The air was forced from her lungs, and she felt herself sinking, as if being swallowed by the water. The ghost was right behind her, almost laughing, waiting for her final moment. Feng Yaoyao thrashed with all her strength, but it was useless. She held her breath as long as she could, but the despair was overwhelming. The water gurgled in the tub, and fear pressed down on her. She was sure she was about to drown. Outside the bathroom, Jiang Qing stood by the window, looking out at the amusement park. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Why did the singing stop? Feng Yaoyao had been humming since she went in, and now it was suddenly silent. That didn't seem right. He walked to the bathroom door and knocked 3 times. Yaoyao, is the water okay? Yaoyao. There was no answer. Jiang Qing's brow creased in concern. Yaoyao, he called softly, knocking again, but still no response. His expression turned tense. He tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Damn it. Jiang Qing cursed under his breath. He stepped back, then rammed his shoulder into the door, shouting Yaoyao. The door didn't move. Frustrated, he grabbed a wooden chair and smashed it into the door. With a loud crash, the door finally burst open. The scene froze him in place. Feng Yaoyao was kneeling naked by the tub, her head held underwater by a woman in a white dress. She was completely still. The woman in the white dress smiled faintly, then vanished. There was no time for anger. Jiang Qing rushed over, pulled Feng Yaoyao from the tub, and carried her to the bed, calling her name anxiously. Yaoyao, Yaoyao. He realized had made a mistake. He should have known today's check-in task involved water, and that taking a shower would mean close contact with it. Feng Yaoyao had stopped breathing. Her heart had stopped. No, no, no. Jiang Qing was on the verge of panic. He immediately started CPR. From the moment Feng Yaoyao's singing stopped to when he pulled her out, barely 3 minutes had passed. He refused to believe someone could die in so short a time. An adult could easily hold their breath for 2 minutes. How could she die so quickly? On the 5th round of CPR, Feng Yaoyao finally coughed up water and slowly opened her eyes. I cough, cough. Am I still alive? Feng Yaoyao lay on the bed, her face as pale as paper. The fear and despair from just moments ago still lingered in her chest. She had thought she was doomed, especially after finally finding a place she could call home in this world. All because she hadn't brought her sealing item with her while taking a shower, and her miracle ability could only be used at midnight. The sense of hopelessness had nearly consumed her. Seeing her safe and sound, Jiang Qing was overwhelmed with relief and tears welled up in his eyes. Thank goodness. I knew there was still a chance if it was within 5 minutes. Brother. Feng Yaoyao started crying too, the feeling of surviving such a close call making her emotions overflow. Suddenly, she felt a chill and instinctively looked up, her eyes widening in shock. Aye. She hurriedly grabbed the blanket and wrapped herself up, a flush of embarrassment breaking through her pale cheeks. Jiang Qing, soaking wet, explained calmly. Given the situation, you understand, there was nothing else I could do. I know, but it's still embarrassing, Feng Yaoyao mumbled, hiding under the blanket, too shy to show her face. After a moment, she cautiously poked her head out. Brother, this ghost can appear out of nowhere. Jiang Qing sat on the edge of the bed, turning his back to her, his voice serious. I noticed. Whether it was during the photo or just now, it appeared out of thin air. But there's something odd, it never chooses to kill directly. Instead, it goes through a whole process to kill the actors. Remember those 3 ghosts hiding in the bathroom ceiling on the Dust cruise ship? They could snap someone's neck in a second. This ghost could easily kill, but it insists on making things complicated. Feng Yaoyao sat up, clutching the blanket tightly to her chest. Maybe it can't attack the actors directly? Maybe it has to wait until we check in, and then use elements from the photo to kill. Elements from the photo. The rapids ride is water. The drop tower is the sensation of falling. What about the carousel? Jiang Qing fell into deep thought. In any case, this whole situation is a wake-up call. Jiang Qing turned to look at her. The danger is always there. The moment we let our guard down, the ghost will make its move. You should really keep your sealing item with you, even when you shower or use the bathroom. This isn't over. I'm done showering. I'd rather be dirty. I'm terrified now. Feng Yaoyao waved her hands frantically, clearly shaken by the experience and now afraid to go to the bathroom alone. Jiang Qing frowned. Instant appearance, teleportation. That ability is almost impossible to counter. Brother. Feng Yaoyao pointed toward the bathroom. Can you get my clothes for me? Jiang Qing walked into the bathroom, only to find her clothes had all fallen on the floor and gotten dirty. No. Never mind. Let's just go buy some new clothes together. For now, just put on these wet ones. After getting ready, the two of them took the elevator downstairs. Jiang Qing sent a message to the group to update everyone on the situation. The chat immediately exploded. Song Pingon sent a string of shocked emojis. Lin Gubei asked 3 questions in a row, and Chen Tianyue said he would come help right away. Jiang Qing reassured them, explained everything in detail, and suggested that Chen Tianyue look after Song Pingon and Lin Gubei since they were less able to protect themselves. Su Muran replied briefly, saying she was chatting with Sang Yin and couldn't respond frequently. In the shop, when Feng Yaoyao saw the prices, she immediately frowned and shook her head. Pointing at the numbers on the tags, she looked helpless. This is a tourist spot. Everything's way too expensive. She glanced around at the merchandise. Almost everything cost 2 or 3 times more than outside. Jiang Qing noticed what she was thinking, a slight smile at his lips as he said quietly, you can always make more money, but you only get one life. Get some comfortable sportswear, it'll make it easier to run if we need to. He'll pay. Oh, Feng Yaoyao's eyes lit up. She quickly picked up an outfit. Hey, bro, how about this one? Light gray, we can match as siblings. Sure, let's get those. Jiang Qing nodded, then hesitated a little before asking. Do you need any underwear? Nope. Feng Yaoyao shrugged, completely unconcerned. I'm flat as a board anyway, doesn't make a difference. They changed into clean sportswear, stuffed their soaked clothes into a shopping bag, paid quickly, and left. As they reached the hotel entrance, Jiang Qing suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, his pupils contracting. God, paradise. He pointed at the hotel sign, his voice tense. Yaoyao, am I losing my mind? Her heart started pounding as she stared nervously at the sign. I'm sure it was Fairy Tale Hotel during the day. How did it turn into paradise? Paradise and trance. Jiang Qing shook his head, his expression grave. No, this is hell. He immediately pulled out his phone and called Song Pingan. Hey Jiang, got the clothes? Song Pingan's voice came from the other end. All 3 of you, come down now. Jiang Qing said urgently. Okay, where to? Hotel in trance. Soon, Song Pingan came out of the elevator alone, shrugging helplessly. Lin won't commas worried about Su Muran. Chen is worried about Lin, so it's just me. He looked at Feng Yaoyao. Yaoyao, you alright? The two of them just silently pointed at the hotel sign. What? Isn't this the ferry? Song Pingon looked up, his face freezing in shock. What the hell? Paradise? That's a bad omen. Jiang Qing narrowed his eyes, thinking aloud. Looks like we're not in another dimension. We're still in Fairy Tale Park. Fairy Tale Paradise. I can't figure out what it means. Feng Yaoyao puffed out her cheeks, looking confused. Jiang Qing shook his head. Let's head back to the room. Everyone should stay alert tonight. Jiang, maybe we should stick together, Song Pingon suggested. No way. Jiang Qing cut him off firmly. The rooms are too small if something happens. All 5 of us could be wiped out. If we split up, at least one group might be able to help the other. Even if Yao Yao and I die, it won't be a total wipeout. It was the worst case scenario, but unlikely. Feng Yao Yao had just been careless she hadn't brought her sealing item into the shower. If she had, she would have had enough time to escape. Jiang Qing's plan made sense. 2 groups, each with a sealing item. Song Pingan's side had Qin Tianyue and a miracle item. Jiang Qing's side had Yao Yao and another miracle. With both a miracle and a sealing item, unless something truly supernatural intervened, the ghost couldn't wipe them all out, and there wasn't supposed to be anything like that in this mission. Back in their room, Jiang Qing checked the bathroom door lock and found it was broken. It couldn't be closed at all. Are you going to sleep? He asked. Nope. Feng Yaoyao shook her head firmly. I'm not tired at all. You can sleep, bro. I can't sleep either. Jiang Qing leaned against the headboard, eyes fixed on the bathroom door. I have a feeling something's going to happen tonight. The ghost hasn't come for me yet. Time slid by silently. At midnight, both Jiang Qing and Feng Yaoyao's phones chimed with the sound of a clock striking 12. Humph. Suddenly emboldened, Feng Yaoyao shouted into the air. Come on. Then, Jiang Qing shook his head helplessly. Don't tempt fate, he said, giving her a stern look and patting her back. Feng Yaoyao stood on the bed, hands on her hips, refusing to back down. I learned from you. Every mission, you take crazy risks going off alone to find ghosts or jumping off the 5th floor. You're nuts. Jiang Qing started to argue, but his phone rang. The screen displayed Su Muron. He answered, puzzled. Su, what's? Jiang Qing, something's happened. Su Muron's voice was filled with fear. I was in the room with Sang Yin, and suddenly we're on the Ferris wheel. The ghost is after Sang Yin. You're the smart one, get everyone together and come save us. There was a burst of static, then the call abruptly ended. In the park's central plaza, a girl with twin ponytails curled up on a bench, her voice soft and unsure. Shichiga, aren't we staying at the hotel? Tong Shichi hesitated, then answered gently. Moo moo. We don't have much money. We're barely scraping by just to do the rides each day. Hang in the REITs only 3 days. Okay. Moo moo sniffled, hugging her knees, unable to sleep and clearly uncomfortable. Suddenly, Chow Chow, a boy with cropped hair, perked up. Shichiga, did you hear that? Someone's calling for help. On the Ferris wheel, inside one of the cabins, Su Muron was trying to calm Sang Yin, but Sang Yin had lost all reason and was screaming for help through the unlocked door. Crimson moonlight shone on their terror. The park was brightly lit, but not a single guest or staff member was in sight. The word fairy tale at the entrance had changed to paradise. Welcome to Paradise Park. Bang. Chen Tianyue kicked open the door to room 913. The group rushed inside, scanning the room with dark expressions. Damn it, this is unbelievable. Room 903 is empty. 913 is empty. Did they really get teleported to the Ferris wheel? Song Pingan looked like he had a toothache. This just doesn't make sense. Feng Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Trying to make sense of things in a mission world? That's what doesn't make sense. Lin Gubei clenched his fists, his voice hoarse. Let's go. Head to the Ferris wheel. Clack, clack, clack. The 5 of them took the elevator down to the lobby and dashed outside. The moment Jiang Qing stepped out of the hotel, she was instantly transported back to room 902 without warning. Reflected in the floor-to-ceiling window was the ghostly woman in a white dress, her smile as chilling as a demon's. Jiang Qing stood frozen, too afraid to move, communicating silently with Meng Wanzhou. Isn't this ability a bit too overpowered? Meng Wanzhou's calm voice echoed in her mind. This ghost is no ordinary spirit. She's half a step into this strange level, and her resentment is terrifying. But don't panic. The stronger the power, the greater the limits. She can only move living people. Maybe no more than 3 times a day. And if she goes over that? Jiang Qing asked instinctively. If she does, just pretend I never said anything. Jiang Qing. At the hotel entrance, Song, Chun, Lin, and Feng looked at each other in confusion. Where's Lao Jiang? Song Pingan asked, panic in his voice. Feng Yaoyao's phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Qing. I'm trapped in room 902. I can't get out for now. Don't worry about Mago save Su Muron and Sang Yin. If Sang Yin gets killed, we're all dead. Feng Yaoyao bit her lip, then changed her tone. Don't worry, brother. We won't let Su or Sang Yin die. She hung up, and the 3 of them started running. Suddenly, they realized something was off and turned to look at Song Pingan. Come on. Song Pinyin shoved his left hand in his pocket, tapped his forehead with his right index and middle finger in a suave farewell, and grinned. Lao Jiang can't do without me. Whether Sang Yin lives or dies, I don't care. But Jiang can't die. With that, he dashed back into the hotel to rescue Jiang Qing. Song, you idiot. Feng Yaoyao stomped her foot in frustration. Shen Tianyue grabbed her arm. We don't have time for him. Let's move if we're late. Something will go wrong. The group split up. Song Pinyin stood by the elevator. After a few seconds, the doors opened. Zhang Zihao, the muscular guy, froze in surprise. Their eyes met. Song Pinyin spun around and bolted, with Zhang Zihao immediately chasing after him. Damn it. I don't have any cough syrup. Why are you chasing me? Song Pinyin shouted as he ran. Zhang Zihao sneered. Weren't you cocky this morning? Now that I've caught you, you're in for it. Song Pinyin burst out of the hotel, Chun Tianyu's group already nowhere in sight. He scrambled away in a panic. How about a onion? Just wait till I get my friends, then we'll gang up on you. If I don't smash your mouth in, my name's not Zhang. I don't care what your name is, just don't let it be Song. I don't need a grandson like you. Zhang yelled after him. Stop running if you've got guts. Song Pinyin was drenched in cold sweat. Stop chasing me if you've got guts. Push me too far, and it'll take you down. I'm not just good with words, I can fight, too. Under the crimson moonlight, the two of them chased each other through the night. At the Ferris wheel, Su Muron and Sang Yan's cabin rose to a vertical height. Falling would be fatal. Tong Shichi frowned. Who's controlling the Ferris wheel? And who's that woman? 17. Should we help them? The short-haired boy, Chow Chow, asked. Tong Shichi shook his head. Don't rush in. It could be a trap set by the ghost. Soon, a four-seater sightseeing cart came speeding over, its tires screeching loudly against the ground. Lin Gubei leapt off in one swift motion, body leaning forward as he sprinted toward the Ferris wheel. He looked up and shouted at the top of his lungs, his throat raw, Susu. Hearing his familiar voice, Su Muron immediately leaned out of her cabin, gripping the edge tightly and calling back anxiously. Lao Lin, go to the control room. The control room. All right, don't be scared. I'm here. Lin Gubei replied firmly, reassuring his wife before turning and running toward the control room. Inside, the ghostly woman in a white dress gave him a strange, unsettling smile before vanishing into thin air. Standing at the console, Lin Gubei broke out in a cold sweat as he stared helplessly at the maze of buttons before him. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The thought of his wife in danger sent rage surging through him. He slammed his fist hard against the wall. Bang! Suddenly, the door slammed shut on its own, and flames began to spread rapidly along the outer walls, quickly engulfing the entire control room. The sudden crisis forced Lin Gubei to calm down. He pulled out the photo head used to clock in, examining it closely. In the picture, he was sitting on a carousel, and the camera had caught a man about to light a cigarette with the ghostly woman standing right beside him. The Ferris wheel spun, the carousel spun, the lighter, the flames. So that's it. Realization dawned on Lin Gubei. He kicked the wooden door with all his strength, but it didn't budge. A vengeful spirit's interference? Am I really supposed to burn to death tonight? Shaolin! Came the anxious shouts of Feng Yaoyao and Qin Tianyue from outside. Lin Gubei took a deep breath, his voice carrying through the door. Don't waste your strength on me. Let me see if I can figure out the controls for the Ferris wheel. You two go save Susu. He paused, his tone heavy, as if giving his last words. Tell Susu he'll love her forever. The fire raged hotter, the heat pressing in. Lin Gubei stood at the console, trying button after button. Suddenly, the Ferris wheel started to move. He barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief before the control panel sparked and fizzled, and the Ferris wheel ground to a halt again. Looking out at the flames, and his wife trapped on the Ferris wheel, Lin Gubei broke down. He pounded the glass with his fists until his knuckles were raw and bleeding, but the window remained unscathed. Grabbing a chair, he smashed it against the window, but it didn't even crack. Susu, his voice was hoarse, despair washing over him. He didn't care if he died, but he couldn't let his wife die. What do I do? What do I do? Lin Gubei muttered to himself, suddenly freezing in place, as if he'd found his last hope. With trembling fingers, he dialed Jiang Qing's number. Jiang, I'm going to die. I'm trapped in the control room. There's fire everywhere. Something's not right about this fire. It's closing in on me, swallowing me up. The door and glass won't break. I couldn't save them. There was a brief silence on the other end before Jiang Qing's steady voice came through. I won't let you die. The call ended. Lin Gubei stared in confusion, then started to panic again. I don't know what else to do. The fire grew fiercer, almost as if it had a mind of its own, consuming everything flammable in the room. Boom. Out of nowhere, torrential rain began to pour down. Lin Gubei stood frozen at the window as the downpour quickly extinguished the flames, a path to survival opening before his eyes. He could hardly believe it. Jiang Qing, can you control the weather? I won't let you die. Those 5 simple words meant more to him than anything else, offering comfort like nothing else could. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Leaning against the desk, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it from a dying ember on the table. He took a deep drag, exhaling a plume of smoke, his eyes sharpening with resolve. Then live, just watch me. With the cigarette dangling from his lips, he gathered all his strength and kicked at the wooden door, again and again. Meanwhile, fierce winds battered the Ferris wheel, and the two women in the cabin screamed in terror. Uncle Chun, get down. It's too dangerous. Feng Yaoyao shouted, herself hoarse in the pouring rain. Chun Tianyue was climbing the Ferris wheel's steel frame with his bare hands, rain soaking him through, but his determination unwavering. Old Chun didn't respond, focused only on reaching the top and carrying people down one by one. Not far away, Zhao hesitated for a few seconds before suddenly letting go of Tong Shiqi's hand and leaping into the air could fly. Zhao. Tong Shiqi's expression changed instantly. The twin-tailed girl ran out as well. Shiqi-ji, they're good people, I want to help them. Mumu dashed straight for the control room and passed right through the wall. Lin Gubei was startled, eyes wide as the little girl appeared out of nowhere. Uncle, take my hand, Mumu said, holding out her small palm. Gathering his wits, Lin Gubei gritted his teeth and took the girl's hand. She led him effortlessly through the wall and back outside. Lin Gubei was stunned. Is this a miracle? Soaked to the skin, Mumu's voice was soft but firm. My miracle is freedom, nothing can hold me back. My brother's miracle is fly, can stay in the air for a long time. In the dimly lit room, an old tungsten lamp swayed gently from the ceiling, casting flickering yellow light. In a corner, two small figures huddled together inside a dog cage. A bright red handprint stood out on the girl's cheek, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother, do you think Dad will beat us to death? I really want to get out of here. I don't want to be locked up in this cage every day. The boy, his body covered in bruises, gritted his teeth and said through the pain, remember, he's not our dad. Our real dad died a long time ago. That beast, that heartless stepfather, didn't you ever call him dad? Brother. The girl clutched her rumbling stomach. I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. The boy looked out the window, watching birds soaring freely in the sky, a longing flashing in his eyes. They're so free, flying wherever they want, seeing the whole world. Suddenly, determination hardened his gaze. He'll definitely come home drunk tonight. When he starts hitting me, Mumu, go to the kitchen and get a knife for me. I'll get us out of here. The girl nodded firmly. Okay, but their plan failed. Their stepfather turned on them, and both were killed. Time shifted. In the pouring rain, a little girl with twin ponytails stood drenched, timidly speaking to the man in front of her. Sir, please don't smoke. My brother said smoking is bad for your health, and the smell is really awful. Lin Gubei paused, suddenly noticing the cigarette in his hand had been put out by the rain. He tossed it aside and gently patted the girl's head. Thank you. Before he could finish, he spun around and charged toward the Ferris wheel, shouting at the top of his lungs, Chen Tianyue, are you out of your mind? Get down from there. You're going to fall and kill yourself. Chen Tianyue, who had climbed a fifth of the way up, glanced down and turned pale. Damn, this is way too high. If I fall, I'll be a pancake. Uncle Chun, come down. Feng Yaoyao called out anxiously. There's someone flying. Flying? Chen Tianyue looked up in disbelief. What the hell? That kid really can fly. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm terrified of heights. Chow Chow flew up to the swaying cabin and saw two people inside. Su Muron urged him. Quick, save Sang Yin first. Chow Chow's heart skipped a beat, saying Yin was the one he was supposed to protect. The wind suddenly howled even stronger, and the cabin rocked violently. Though only 12 and small for his age, Chow Chow reached out his hands with determination. Each of you, grab one of my hands. Inside, Sang Yan's mind went blank, her reality turned upside down. Urged on by Su Muron, she mechanically grabbed the boy's hand. Chow Chow felt a sharp pain as her fingernails scratched his skin, but in this life-or-death moment, he simply gritted his teeth and held on tightly to both girls. I have to make this work, he kept telling himself. As soon as both girls left the cabin, the three of them began to fall. Their combined weight was more than had expected. Brother, Mumu's cry pierced the night. Susu, Lin Gubai's voice trembled. With a desperate shout, Chow Chow unleashed a surge of strength, barely managing to glide down with the two girls. Just then, the roar of an engine drew Classera red convertible sports car, driven by Song Pingon. Holy crap, he really can fly. Song Pingon yelled. Over here. They'll catch you. Chow Chow, exhausted, aimed for the convertible, letting go so the two girls landed safely on the soft passenger seat. He himself crashed onto the grass some distance away, tumbling over and over, bloodied and battered. Sang Yin had already fainted from fright and lay motionless in the back seat. Su Murang, sitting in the front passenger seat, clutched her aching waist and anxiously asked, Where's Jiang Qing? Song Pingon executed a perfect drift, bringing the car to a steady stop. Gasping for breath, he replied, Lao Jiang just called me. He's tangled up with a vicious ghost. He told me to get to the garage as fast as I could to find a car and come rescue you. He couldn't help but ask with a hint of pride, wasn't I cool just now? Su Murang, not caring about appearances, pinched his arm hard. Just focus on keeping Sang Yin safe. With that, she jumped out of the car and sprinted away. At that moment, Lin Gubei ran over, and Su Murang pointed into the distance. Go check on that child. Lin Gubei didn't hesitate and immediately followed her instructions. In the distance, Cao Cao was seriously injured, his arms and legs covered in blood, already unconscious. Mumu knelt by her brother's side, crying her heart out as thunder rumbled overhead. When Song Pingon spotted Chen Tianyue and Feng Yaoyao, he immediately started up the sports car, ready to help. But just then, his vision went black, ghostly interference. Chen Tianyue reacted in shock, shoving Feng Yaoyao aside, but a vengeful spirit grabbed his ankle. Bang! Chen Tianyue was violently thrown aside, and Song Pingon, who hadn't fastened his seatbelt, was flung out of the car. It all happened so fast Song Pingon didn't have time to pull out the marriage contract, and Chen Tianyue couldn't use Dawn. Feng Yaoyao stood up, eyes red with tears. Uncle Chen, Song Pingon. This was the fiercest battle they'd ever faced. Chen Tianyue coughed, the power of Dawn quickly healing his wounds. Suddenly, a figure drew closer through the rain. Brother Feng Yaoyao started to speak, but Chen Tianyue shouted, "That's not Jiang Qing. Yaoyao, run." The Jiang Qing pulled a sharp knife from his pocket and lunged at Feng Yaoyao. She barely managed to dodge, but her arm was still slashed open. The imposter sneered, his facial muscles twisting as he revealed his true face. By Yefan. Surprised? This is my Miraclemi mask. That kick of yours took away my dignity as a man, and I'm not stopping until one of us is dead. Meanwhile, in room 902 of the hotel, the female ghost by the window suddenly vanished. Jiang Qing had just relaxed enough to head for the door, only to find a girl in a JK uniform standing outside, holding a white umbrella. From her left eye all the way to the back of her head was a terrifying hollow. Damn! Jiang Qing slammed the door shut, heart pounding. Meng Wanzhou calmly explained, there are two entities in your body. In many ways, you're more ghost than human. The vengeful spirit can't figure you out, so it's trying to trap you here. You attract ghosts. When Pampan mused, what's strange is that this ghost can move itself and also move living people. Those two abilities shouldn't coexist unless there's a second ghost? Jiang Qing asked. The girl in the JK uniform? No, when Pampan replied. There have been two ghosts since the beginning of this mission, one in the open, one in the shadows. Meng Wanzhou added, remember the dusk, with 6 ghosts at level 6? This is level 8. There can't be just one. Jiang Qing realized the key. They can't kill people directly, only cause accidents. Falls, drowning, fires. He hid the Polaroid of himself and Feng Yaoyao under the bed, taking a deep breath. He opened the door. The girl in the JK uniform was still there. Jiang Qing snapped his fingers, and a red string pierced the back of her neck. The puppet show had begun. If Meng Wanzhou used puppet theater, she could easily control vengeful spirits and supernatural beings. But Jiang Qing didn't have that ability. He was relieved that this girl had just died, hadn't killed anyone yet, and her power was relatively weak, could barely keep her in check for a while. If it had been that ghost couple from the Dusk cruise ship, he would have only managed 3 seconds at most. Jiang Qing took the elevator to the first floor and stepped into the deserted lobby. The silence was so intense, it sent chills down his spine. As he was about to step out the hotel doors, his body froze for 2 seconds against his will, but then he walked out smoothly. He let out a breath. Apparently, that thing really couldn't keep a living person trapped for long. Its power was limited, barely 2 or 3 times a day. In the parking lot, several cars had their keys left in the ignition, as if prepared for their escape. Jiang Qing didn't go for the luxury sedans. Instead, he picked an 8-seater van, much more suitable for carrying people to safety. Don't die on me, Jiang Qing muttered, started the engine, and floored the gas pedal, speeding wildly down the midnight road. Meanwhile, near the Ferris wheel, a few actors stood by, indifferent and detached. Bai Yefan flexed his wrists, a sharp knife gleaming coldly in his hand as he stared cruelly at the wounded Feng Yaoyao. Don't blame me, Bai Yefan sneered. You made the first move. That kick is going to haunt me for life. Go to hell. The blade slashed straight for Feng Yaoyao's throat, but at the last second, Chen Tianyue, battered and bruised, crashed into Bai Yefan, knocking him to the ground. Bai Yefan's 2 teammates just watched coldly the whole time. That hit must have hurt old Bai. One gloated, he's always been disgusting, right? The other sneered, not really a man, not really a woman-freaking pervert. The rain eased up. Bai Yefan, his face like a woman's, chest and stomach pushed out, hauled himself up from the ground, rainwater streaming down his twisted features. You're in that state, and still have strength to tackle me? Bai Yefan wiped blood from his mouth. I underestimated you. Tough one to kill, huh? Chen Tianyue coughed up blood, slicked his wet hair back with both hands, revealing his forehead and a face still handsome despite the wounds. Someone like you? I could take you with one hand. Chen Tianyu's voice was hoarse, but resolute. Uncle Chen, be careful. Feng Yaoyao clutched her bloody arm and stumbled towards Song Pingon nearby. Bai Yefan frowned, turned to give chase, but Chen Tianyue blocked him, exasperated. I don't want to fight you. Beating up a wounded man. I'd never live that down. Chen Tianyue said as he undid his buttons and tossed his leather jacket aside. In the rain, his powerful build was on full display, abs clearly defined, and the white tiger and azure dragon tattoos on his back looked even more imposing as the water streamed over them. Damn it, I was fighting with the big bosses since I was 12. Injuries. Just another day at the office. With a roar, Bai Yefan lunged with his knife. Chen Tianyue didn't dodge. The blade pierced his left hand, but he grabbed the knife and Bai Yefan's hand at the same time. You. Bai Yefan stared in disbelief at the madman before him. Chen Tianyue clenched his right fist and punched Bai Yefan in the face, hard enough to break his nose with a sickening crack. Blood mixed with rainwater streamed down Bai Yefan's face, and with a single punch, he collapsed, completely out of the fight. Chen Tianyue was barely holding on himself. That punch used up the last of his strength. If Song Pinggan's car hadn't been going so fast, had already be dead under the wheel. She was surviving on sheer luck. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the knife from his left hand, blood spurting everywhere, but some miracle force quickly stopped the bleeding. Dawn, will you really keep me alive? Chen Tianyue muttered, then glanced contemptuously at Bai Yefan on the ground. Humph, can't even take a beating one punch, and he's out. Before the words had faded, blinding headlights shone from afar, making it impossible to see. A small sightseeing car sped toward them, with Zhang Zihao at the wheel, his face twisted with fury. Bunch of idiots. Zhang Zihao roared. I don't care if you turn into ghosts or not, I'm taking out Song first, then the rest of you. Just as the sightseeing car was about to slam into the group, a van charged in from the side at high speed, smashing straight into it. The scene descended into utter chaos. Terrified screams echoed all around, the girls' faces pale as ghosts, their legs barely able to hold them up. Only one thought raced through their minds. These people have lost their minds. Instead of banding together against the vengeful spirit, they were turning on each other. Didn't they realize that every actor who died could become another ghost? Jiang Qing gripped the steering wheel tightly, a flash of determination in his eyes. He slammed his foot on the gas, sending the tour bus hurtling toward a large tree. With a deafening crash, Zhang Zihao let out a blood-curdling scream as a steel rod pierced his thigh, blood dripping steadily to the ground. Go! Jiang Qing shouted hoarsely as he quickly shifted into reverse. Feng Yaoyao fought back tears, biting her lip as she struggled to drag the unconscious Song Pinggan. Chen Tianyue dashed forward, scooping Song Pinggan up and tossing him into the bus, then hurried back to carry Sang Yen inside. The tour bus rocked violently as Jiang Qing spun the wheel, the tires tearing across the grass with a harsh screech. Get in now, he roared through the chaos. Lin Gubei hefted the fainted Zhao Zhao, while Su Muran, still holding the sobbing Mu Mu, hurried into the bus. The spacious rear compartment was now crammed with 8 people, safety regulations the last thing on anyone's mind. High above on the Ferris wheel, the ghostly woman in the white dress watched the scene unfold with amused interest. The actors' infighting was even more entertaining than Shed anticipated, saving her a great deal of effort. The only disappointment was that no one seemed truly dead. Suddenly, the white-dressed ghost materialized in front of the bus, locking eyes with Jiang Qing. In the blink of an eye, a fierce wind howled past his ears, and he found himself standing on a glass skywalk high above the ground right at the sightseeing and bungee jumping platform. The ghost stood gracefully on the railing, peering down at him with a chilling, twisted smile. Suppressing his fear, Jiang Qing straightened his back and stared directly at her pale, ghastly face. Is it my turn? How are you planning to kill me? It's only 50 or 60 meters up here, and there's a lake below. If I jump, I might not die. The crimson moonlight cast an eerie glow over their standoff. The ghost said nothing, but the bungee cords suddenly began to writhe on their own. Jiang Qing tried to stay calm, his right hand slipping quietly into his pocket. Planning to strangle me with the rope and toss me off? That would certainly finish me off. As if realizing had seen through her plan, the ghost looked displeased and abandoned the idea. She stepped onto the glass walkway, her filthy white sneakers leaving bloody footprints with every step. As she advanced, Jiang Qing kept backing up until there was nothing behind him but a sheer drop. He was too far from the Ferris wheel for anyone to come to his rescue. With nowhere left to run, Jiang Qing stopped. The ghost reached out and wrapped her cold, pale fingers around his throat, lifting him off the ground. So, you're going to choke me to death? Jiang Qing croaked, a sly glint in his eyes. He let out a low, wild laugh, his eyes flashing with madness. You lose. With that, Jiang Qing pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and dropped it to the ground, a clue from the scavenger hunt, taken from the guest house in Kaoshan village, a remnant from his previous mission. The paper slowly unfurled, catching fire and transforming into a fiery butterfly, with a single line of text written on it. At this critical moment, Destiny's future triggered Destiny's past. The ghostly couple from his memories appeared, ready to attack the spirit before him, vanishing again after 10 seconds. Jiang Qing had carried this slip of paper with him all along, whether in the world of the book or in the missions. Out on the endless dark sea, the Duska ghost ship appeared, the same ship that had claimed over 5,000 lives. On its 6th deck corridor, The ghostly couple stood under the lights, 1 foot already in the realm of the supernatural. Light was no longer their weakness. Not even the midday sun could harm them. The ghostly husband clutched a blood-stained rope, while his wife held a pair of bloody scissors, busy dismembering a corpse. The fiery butterfly fluttered past, immediately drawing the couple's attention. This was not a half-formed summoning like when Pampan's, but the full power of Jiang Qing's destiny. In an instant, the ghostly couple appeared on the glass walkway, locking eyes with the woman in white. Enemies reunited, hatred burning between them. After more than 3 months, the ghost couple's aura had grown even more intense, so much so that the air felt suffocating like a poisonous fog spreading in the dead of night. A hint of confusion flashed in the eyes of the woman in the white dress. She hadn't expected this turn of events and was completely caught off guard by the sudden appearance of 2 such powerful ghosts. Yet, instead of attacking Jiang Qing directly, the ghost couple joined forces and, with a single snip, severed the white-dressed ghost's arm before binding her tightly with a rope. Their strength was overwhelming, impossible to resist. Like her, the white-dressed ghost was only at the threshold of true power, and now she was trembling, terror written all over her face. Blood spurted from the wound in her abdomen, freshly cut by the scissors. Jiang Qing seized the opportunity, falling to the ground before scrambling up and instinctively retreating, putting distance between himself and the 3 ghosts locked in their brutal confrontation. Clearly, he had overestimated the white-dressed ghost's courage and underestimated the ghost couple's strength. Now, he was just a bystander, physically and mentally exhausted, suddenly realizing he had misjudged the situation. The white-dressed ghost, covered in blood and consumed by hatred, glared at Jiang Qing. In the next instant, she vanished, her form dissolving into the air. With their target gone, the ghost couple turned and lunged at Jiang Qing. Without hesitation, Jiang Qing threw himself backward, as if making a final desperate move, his lips parting slightly. 4. The ghost couple followed close behind, leaping onto the glass walkway without a hint of fear. 3. The wind howled like a wild beast in his ears. Jiang Qing's eyes were locked on the scissors, now just centimeters from his face. The blades glinted with deadly sharpness. One small movement, and they could easily gouge out his eyes. 2. He could feel death drawing closer, the point of the scissors nearly touching the corner of his eye. A cold, bitter smile crept onto Jiang Qing's lips. 1. Forcing himself to summon the power of fate within him, Jiang Qing unleashed an unknown force that instantly enveloped the ghost couple. They roared in fury, but couldn't move, trapped and restrained by this overwhelming energy before being forcibly teleported away. Bang! Jiang Qing's back crashed hard against the surface of the lake, nearly knocking him unconscious. The icy water engulfed most of his body, its chill cutting through him like a blade, threatening to snuff out the last of his awareness. Meng Wan's voice echoed anxiously in his mind. You're going to die here. It's too far, no one will find you at night, and you don't have the strength to swim back. Why can't you ever think of the consequences? You never leave yourself a way out. Jiang Qing's body began to sink, his mind growing fuzzy. The cold was almost unbearable. This is fine, he laughed inwardly. I was betting it would make a move, and once it did, the ghost couple would weaken it. Now that it's injured, it won't dare come after me again. And who says I didn't plan ahead? Meng Wanzhou, she still owes me a favor. She'll come to save me. Meng Wanzhou sounded confused. Who? My Bakupan old acquaintance. A sly smile crossed Jiang Qing's face as an image surfaced in his mind. The woman in the black dress, Yun Shuriwei. Her? Meng Wan's surprise was obvious. Why would she come? I don't know, Jiang Qing replied with a faint smile, but she's here. But his consciousness was slipping away, darkness closing in beneath the water. Meng Wan's voice grew distant, and as the name Yun Shuriwei echoed in his mind, a strange feeling welled up inside him. If he hadn't died during his first mission, maybe he would have joined the New World Organization. But before he could dwell on that thought, he dismissed it himself. Just then, a pair of hands silently wrapped around his sinking body, gently pulling him toward the surface. Meng Wan's startled voice rang in his ears. It's her. Jiang Qing's body broke through the water, his eyelids heavy and almost impossible to lift. He caught a glimpse of a familiar face. The woman in the black dress was carrying him, striding steadily toward the shore, her silhouette striking in the moonlight. Jiang Qing managed a faint smile, his lips barely moving. Thank you. Standing on the shore, the woman in the black dress gently set him down. She smiled slightly. My name is Yun Shuriwei. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a fiery butterfly and flew into the ethereal villa, vanishing without a trace. Yun Shuriwei. Jiang Qing murmured her name, feeling a surge of emotion. If he hadn't died on that first mission, maybe he really would have become a member of the New World Organization. But he didn't want the knew there was more to her than met the eye. She had a temper, had once cursed at them, and left on her own terms. Yet now, she had come to save him. Perhaps fate still had more stories in store for them. In the end, his leg was severed by the rules, and without timely treatment, he bled out and died. If Yun Shuriwei had survived that game and returned, she probably wouldn't have joined their group. The others, led by Su Muron, wouldn't have accepted her either. Their paths were simply not meant to cross. Jiang Qing suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, the dark red liquid gleaming eerily under the moonlight. The backlash from using fate so often was even worse than lovesickness. It felt as if invisible blades were tearing him apart from the inside, every muscle screaming in agony. Jiang Qing, when Pampan's voice trembled, thick with tears. What are you going to do now? There's no one around for miles, they don't even know where you are. If you lie out here all night, you'll die for sure. Jiang Qing's right hand shook as he pressed it to his forehead, forcing a faint smile to his lips, though his face was as pale as paper. I am fine, he whispered weakly, his words broken. They'll be able to find me. Meng Wanzhou explained from the side. This guy, he used the thread of longing on Feng Yaoyao back in the car. What? When Pampan froze, her mind going blank. Jiang Qing's voice was barely a whisper. You always need to leave yourself an escape route. That's how I've always done things. Crimson moonlight spilled across the amusement park's path as a black van sped down the road. Lin Gubei gripped the steering wheel tightly, his expression stormy. Damn it, where are we supposed to look for Jiang Qing? The park was huge, and searching for one person in the middle of the night was like finding a needle in a haystack. Brother Feng Yaoyao, sitting in the front seat, could no longer hold back her tears. They streamed down her face as she wiped her eyes, then she noticed a thin red line appearing on her wrist. Brother, she cried out. The thread of longing. Jiang Qing can hide it or make it appear. Lin, my brother is still alive. Feng Yaoyao urged desperately. Hurry, follow this red line. Lin Gubei immediately made a sharp turn, following Feng Yaoyao's direction. They soon arrived below the glass walkway, where colorful lights illuminated the area, and the lake's surface was as still as glass. Ignoring the wound on her arm, her coat still tied around it, Feng Yaoyao jumped out of the car and ran straight toward the grass. Jiang Qing was lying on the lawn, his body trembling. When he saw the group rushing to him, he struggled to raise his right hand and gave them a thumbs up, managing a weak smile. I won, he said. He had used every resource at his disposal to deal a heavy blow to the woman in the white dress tonight. He might be the first person to dare to outwit a vengeful ghost, the first living bug even a ghost couldn't kill. Brother, Jiang Qing. Everyone rushed to his side, frantically checking his injuries. Cough, cough, stop poking me, Jiang Qing said with difficulty. I'm not wounded on the outside. Just let me rest for a night. His eyelids were getting heavier. I'm going to sleep for a bit, the rest is up to you guys. Su Muron quickly bent down and pressed her ear to his chest, carefully listening for his heartbeat. Jiang Qing, don't sleep. Wake up. The gentle, big sisterly woman shook him anxiously. Jiang Qing coughed a few times, annoyed. Come on, I'm not dead, I'm just tired, cold, and sleepy. Let me rest for a bit, please, just stop fussing. Only then did Su Muron relax, realizing it wasn't the sleep of someone on the verge of death, was still alive. Nothing causes more panic than caring too much. Lin Gubei bent down and carefully lifted Jiang Qing in his arms, carrying him back to the van. In the back row sat Sang Yan, who had fainted from fright, Song Pingan, who was barely hanging on, and Jiang Qing, who had just drifted off. In the middle row were Chun Tianyue, badly injured, Feng Yaoyao, lightly wounded, and Chao Chao and Mumu, both unconscious and sobbing. Lin Gubei drove, while Su Muron sat in the passenger seat, holding her waist. On the first night, they'd barely escaped total annihilation. As the car started, Lin Gubei turned to his wife. Should we go to the hotel? No, Su Muron replied weakly. Head to the park's medical room, I remember the way. They desperately needed medical supplies. If they tried to tough it out, their wounds would only get worse. On the glass walkway above, the woman in the blood-stained white dress appeared again. The wound in her abdomen refused to heal, blood still seeping out. How miserable, said another female ghost in a sky-blue dress, her skirt swaying in the breeze as she appeared beside her. The woman in white spat bitterly. I'm too badly hurt. You'll have to handle the deaths of the remaining players. The woman in blue replied, I'm not as strong as you. I can only move living people 3 times a day. Once I recover, I want Jiang Qing to suffer a fate worse than death. The woman in white glared, her eyes full of malice. They were already approaching the level of something truly supernatural, with self-awareness and the ability to communicate. The woman in blue whispered, when the last 10 minutes of the third day come, the rules will be lifted. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.